some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance.
Tonight
set us free, yeah. I feel the rhythm that you're playing is so fine, oh my. The way you're moving's got me in ecstasy, yeah. Oh no, I can't get enough. When we dance, you know I come alive, yeah. I'm feeling the fire. Move your body close to me, yeah. There ain't no other. Let the music set us free, yeah. Oh,
and fine wine. Ride in the caddy, driving to my beach house. Buy you the finest brands. Drive money, it don't count. Just for you, yeah, just for you. Cause girl, you're so special. Madonna, Jimmy Choo. Nothing's too good for you. Just for you, yeah, just for you. Cause girl's gonna get all she wants tonight. No one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like no one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like you. From the A to the Z, you do it. From the top to the end, you do it. No one could ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better. From the A to the Z, you do it. From the top to the end, you do it. No one could ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better. No one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do like no one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do like you. See you do it, to the end you do it. No one can ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better. From the A to the Z you do it. From the top to the end you do it. No one could ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better.
Yo, am I connected? All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Let's get connected, you and me. Let's get connected, that's what we need. Let's get connected, and we can put this thing together. Let's get connected to a brand new vibe. Feel it deeper down inside. Let's get connected, and we can make the whole world better.
2, 3, come on. Nothing gonna stop us if we unify. This is what they're gonna mark the future by. Everybody got to get together and do this right.
Let's get connected. Let's get connected. Let's get connected. I can feel us getting closer. Let's get connected. Let's stay connected. Let's get connected. We can start the whole thing over.
Nothing gonna stop us if we unify. This is what they're gonna mark the future by. Everybody got to get together and do this right. Nothing gonna let nothing get in our way. Wanna change the world and start today. Everybody get together, let's start living life. Oh, come on. Am I connected? All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Let's get connected. Let's stay connected.
Come on.
Let's get connected. I can feel us getting closer.
1, 2, 3.
Let's get connected. Let's stay connected. Let's get connected. I can feel us getting closer.
Nothing gonna stop us if we unify. This is what they're gonna mark the future by. Everybody got to get together and do this right. Nothing gonna let nothing get in our way. Wanna change the world and start today. Everybody get together, let's start living life.
Let's get connected.
You reminded me of that this morning. My father, he looked on by. He passed on to the next life. Oh, we all have to face it someday. No matter if we're ready, we pray. Lord, I'm one with my soul. I'm one with the love. I'm one I am whole. Ready to return to the light. To the light. No, my soul, it can't be caught. And I'm ready to return to the light. Now your ashes free in the sunny, yeah, the water's coming. We toast to your life. The wine it spills and you smile. Yeah, you smile. We don't need to face it someday. No matter if we're ready, we pray. Lord, I'm one with my soul. I'm one with the love. I'm one I am whole. Ready to return.
bloody time. Dream League Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Chex.
Another day in Dream League paradise. We are day 3 into the group stage of this mega madness of Dota 2. All 16 of these teams fighting for their lives here, some more than others. Here on the Storm stream for day 3 is Permsneeze and Winter taking you through the first 2 best of 2s of today. And for the teams at the top, they're going to be looking to solidify their position in the standings, while the teams at the very bottom, some of them will be on our stream today. It's now or never, right? They have one last chance to turn things around before they reach a score that doesn't really feel quite good. Many of these names kind of, especially ones coming out of the regional qualifiers, no strangers to finishing bottom 6, bottom 8, and it's just rinse and repeat, right? You make it through the qualifiers, you come to the Dream League, and then you drop out of the Dream League. You want to try and turn your fate around. Of course, one of those teams in question is GamerLegion that we see in the highlights here, but we are not watching them just yet. We'll be watching 2 a bit more successful teams to start off our day, OG and Aurora. But Winter, it's been a pretty fun tournament so far. I think we've had our fair share of upsets, we've had our fair share of one-sided storms. What are your impressions so far of all the teams?
Right now, I feel like I'm pretty surprised by like how well at least ParaVision is doing after they have a change, a DM out, and they added a Triple S. I think ParaVision is definitely the team that surprised me the most. Liquid, OG, Aurora, I expected them to do well. I think the other team that surprised me is Yandex doing this poorly. They seem to be getting into a really, really good momentum a couple of weeks ago. And right now, all of a sudden, they hit a brick wall and they're kind of struggling. They're unable to figure out a solution for the games. I think a lot of the games, I felt like their drafts are not as solid as before, and I would like to see them make some changes fairly soon. Otherwise they are going to be done here.
Yeah, I actually have a bit of a secret sauce. I figured out the reason why Yandex is struggling and Aurora are doing so well. But I'm gonna save it for the second series. Okay, I'm gonna save it for maybe when we get to the second game. We gotta tease the audience a little bit, But before we get to that, of course, for those of you just joining us, not exactly sure what this is all about, why are these teams playing so much Dota 2 anyway? Well, I got a great answer for you. It's Riyadh in the summer. EWC, one of the biggest events of the entire year. Some might say biggest just prize pool-wise at this point, now that TI has somewhat sort of dropped off from its former glory. All of these ESL events contribute to your qualification for Esports World Cup, because in case you're curious, how the hell do I get to Riyadh as a team playing Dota 2? You kind of need to farm all these points up from the various events. These are how the points are broken down, and if you take a look at the current leaderboard of who is actually at the top most likely to qualify, it's Team Yandex, because like you said, just a month or 2 ago, it felt like they were on top of the world. They were making so many waves. Everyone was so impressed with them. They looked stable. They looked solid. They looked like the team to beat. But then now, how things have changed. It's funny to see the differences between this current EPT leaderboard and how our standings look for Dream League right now. I think the biggest sort of surprise for me is the fact that Team Liquid, they finally managed to turn things around, right? They're on the up and up. They managed to win Blast Slam just recently, and now they're looking equally as terrifying in their group. Of course, some of the teams here are not represented in Dream League. For example, Pipsqueak +4 and Power Rangers, they didn't make it to this iteration. So especially for the players in those stacks, they're going to have to work extra hard to try and maybe make it to ESL 1 Birmingham, or maybe sort of scrounge things back up for Dream League Season 29. That's going to be their last chance here. But yeah, we already discussed this a little bit yesterday about how it's a pretty cool system, because the closer you get to Riyadh in the summer, the more points you have the chance of earning. So it kind of normalizes the performance periods, right? Just because you did well earlier on doesn't mean you necessarily are going to get the same amount of points as someone doing well closer to the event. And we can see that reflected in the prize pool. Huge chunk of change, 250,000 for the first place. Who don't want the money, man?
Everybody wants the money, everybody wants the point, but most importantly, everybody wants to savor the victory. The win and bringing home the trophy is what matters. The glory, everybody wants the glory of winning a LAN. I think Dota nowadays, anybody can win every event. I always feel like there are at least 3 or 4 teams, or even maybe 5 to 6 sometimes, they have a chance to win the tournament. There were some patches, there were some years that you always kind of knew there were 1 or 2 teams that are most likely to win. You know, like I think back in the day, we were very we will commonly get Liquid GG Grand Finals. I think those are the teams that usually always win the events. But nowadays, there's a bunch of teams. You know, there's like Aurora that's coming up. There's Paravision. There's OG that's also coming up. Liquid is still doing well after their roster change, and there's Team Spirit. There's so many other teams that are at any given day that they could beat anybody. So I think Dota is at a very interesting spot right now. You never know who's going to come up with the goods in that particular day. Somebody's going to figure out a specific new tech for the tournament, and they're going to be ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, we're still sort of feeling ourselves out here as we get into day 3, and we'll take a look at the matches that we have today on our stream. Just look at the schedule. Very similar situation, right? I'm looking at all these games, and even though Yandex are kind of sitting at the bottom of their group, even though GamerLegion have not been doing too hot, even though OG Esports have been on fire, Aurora Gaming, I genuinely agree with you. I think that these matches could go either way. Obviously, going into it, we're gonna have favorites, but anyone writing off Pain Gaming after the Parker replacement situation, they clearly didn't watch OG versus Pain yesterday, because Pain looked like a completely different team. So I think the warning signals are gonna start going off for everybody else in the tournament. Pain Gaming might just be another contender we have to keep our eye out for. GamerLegion, like I said in the intro, I think they are the one team that really need to try and turn their fate around today, right? They are currently sitting at the bottom of their group. If they lose another series, I think they'll be at sort of the break point where they're kind of looking like getting eliminated from Group Stage 1 again, which would be a very sour situation for them. Just to kind of go back over their recent results, ever since becoming GamerLegion, they didn't do too well at DreamLeague Season 27, and that was a completely different format, right? That was Swiss stages, 24 teams, a lot more competition, but they still found themselves at bottom 8, which is just, you know, you want a little bit more from a roster that you just signed. You want a little bit more from the pride of NA. But yeah, speaking of GamerLegion, that'll be our second series as we saw on the schedule. But we have our first 2 teams coming up, OG versus Aurora. Now, me and you, we're big Southeast Asia fans. We be hyping up OG. We love the boys. But yesterday when they came onto our stream, I don't know what the hell was happening. What happened in that Pain game? They looked completely lost. They kind of went away from their usual style. They put Natsumi on a hard carry. Winter, we did not like what we saw at all.
Yeah, we need to add support carry, you know, at the name there under Natsumi. It's support carry, it's not hard carry. Like if he's playing a hero like Morphling, I feel like the team just looks very different. I would love to see him going back to his Wind Rangers, his Gyrocopters, his TA, whatever he's playing, that as long as he's allowed to fight early. I don't like it if he's playing a very greedy hero, a hard carry that he needs to farm a long time before he can join his team. I think that is definitely not the recipe to success for OG. I'm sure they've already figured out the issue for that game, and I don't think that it's going to ever happen again.
Yeah, hopefully not, because even after that game where they lost to Pain, so in case you're curious what's going on, you're looking at the standings, you're like, wait, it didn't look that bad. Pain, OG, that was a 1-1 series. Well, it was a 1-1 series because Pain suffered a default loss, right? They had some tech issues, they couldn't make it to the first game, but when they came into this second game, you had this impression they'd be down, you know, kind of disgruntled. They just smashed OG to smithereens. And then OG's luck didn't really continue either, right? They went on to play Paravision later in the day, who, like you said, they've been looking amazing with Triple S. And Paravision allowed OG to pick up their Darkseer 2 games and beat it in 2 games. So in the first series, we see OG playing a bit differently from their style. We were talking about them maybe sort of changing things up, exploring new strategies. Okay, they lose versus Pain. They're like, okay, we need to get serious. Let's try and bring out the big guns. And then even we're bringing out their Darkseer, it doesn't really work out. So that hopefully doesn't bleed into today, but and I know a team that wants yesterday to bleed into today. It's Aurora. They've been on a hot streak. These guys, 4-0 at the moment, top of the groups. And you might be looking at the man on the right side, Mikoto. Well, it's not him. It's not him playing mid this tournament because there's a stand-in. Lorenov, I think perhaps starting to make a name for himself as the most lethal stand-in that has ever existed in Dota 2 history, because what he's doing on these teams that he's stepping in for, unheard of. And you know, Winter, I was joking a little bit about me knowing what makes Aurora so special. I'll leave it for a little bit first because I do want to talk about maybe an underspoken player of the team, Mr. Kaori, right? We talk about how Dota 2 right now is a lot about how you are enabling your supports. And when you enable your supports, turns out they can carry the game for you as well.
He's been one of those supports that I felt like last year and the previous year he got, I think, removed or kicked from his teams because he's really, really greedy. I think he couldn't really find the right balance. I remember him starting out with, he was always playing with TA 2000 in some of his teams. And I felt like they weren't a really good match. And right now, him and Nightfall, I can't believe I'm saying this, because Nightfall used to be a very greedy player. But now, with him and Kaori, I feel like he is enabling him a lot. He's playing like heroes like Abaddon. He's trying to play heroes that can, my support is a weak hero. What do I need to play in order to get him through the laning phase? Instead of, I want to be the PA because I want to be the strongest hero in this game, so I can carry the game alone. I felt like this change of direction from Nightfall totally benefited someone like Kaori, because Kaori is I would say he's a greedier position 5 player. He tends to like to take a little bit more farm. He carries the game with notably his Phoenix, his Warlock. I think his style is wave clear. He plays the dead lane and then he gets team items. So heroes like Warlock and Phoenix are very, very good for the way he approaches the game.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Kaori ever since he first came out on Quest along with TA 2000. I've always felt like this is a player that is at a tier 1 level. The skills speak for themselves, but it's exactly what you say, right? It's hard to find that exact blend. But it does feel like that's the trend that we're going towards. We're seeing a lot of these Pulse 5s trend towards being greedier. And I keep talking about this secret sauce, about why Aurora's on top, why Yandex is behind. Do you not realize the event that we're casting right now? This is DreamLeague run by ESL. You know what other event is run by ESL? DreamLeague Division 2. Do you realize that ever since Yandex won DreamLeague Division 2, they've been on a hot streak, but then out of nowhere, Aurora Gaming, most recent DreamLeague Division 2 winners, Yandex don't hold that title anymore. And suddenly, everything's in shambles. They've lost their way. Aurora Gaming are the new kid. We got a script to follow. Aurora Gaming, they win Div 2, they crush everybody else. Of course, they're going to be on top right now. It's the momentum. This is why we need Div 2, ladies and gents. It gives these teams such a nice runway. And look at them now. They're crushing everybody. They beat Liquid yesterday easily with Nightfall, carry Wind Ranger. These are the Blast Slam champions. They just crushed them easily.
I mean, look at the man Laurenov just now from us. He's just casually eating.
He don't care.
He knows
he don't care. His game's in the bag, bro.
He's gonna be carrying the game later, doing some heavy work. Has to fill in his tummy first. But he is doing an excellent job for Aurora Gaming right now. I think the way he plays mid, I think his style really blends in well with Nightfall and WS. WS is a hard carry. I feel like he takes a lot of farm on the off lane. He's a key player, and right now, because of how Nightfall is playing, he likes to move through the gates, he likes to go and fight early. So he's kind of enabling WS. And because there's a balance there, so some games, I think Laurenov is also allowed to play a little bit greedy. But Laurenov is a player that he can play for the scaling, like sniper type of heroes, but he can also play like the Storm Embers, I think he can definitely do anything is needed from him, based on the draft. So they have a very, very nice balance between their 3 cores right now. And this is one of the reasons why the team has been doing well in the recent weeks. Not to mention that they have a lot more extra time to practice through DreamLeague Division 2. It definitely helps a team grow a lot. And right now we're here, They are definitely going to be a team that could trouble OG. And I feel like on paper, just based on the last couple of series, maybe I would even dare say that Aurora is the favorite team here, in this series itself. I think OG have been stumbling a little bit in their last 2 series. They have been facing problems, whereas the games that I've seen Aurora play, no troubles, pretty straightforward. They know what they want in the draft. They know what they're doing in the games. They weren't really close to losing. So I think they feel like they are the favorite here. They're the stronger team at the moment.
Yeah, to be fair, though, the standings are a bit lopsided, right? Because if you look at the teams that Aurora have beaten so far, they're the teams that are currently sort of sitting near the bottom. They've beaten Yakult Brothers, they've beaten Pain, they've beaten Bad Boom, who seem to be struggling a little bit, at least in this iteration of DreamLeague. Not really sure what's going on there. We haven't had the chance to watch them just yet. But I think the first statement win for them was yesterday against Liquid, right? So now they're going to be facing up against the tougher opponents. You still got Yandex, OG, and Paravision to kind of crawl through. And if Aurora Gaming can take this win, then that's kind of where I really start to feel like, okay, the momentum is real. I think on their social media as well, they keep tweeting that they're on an insane win streak. I think for the past few tournaments, they haven't really dropped the series. So still trying to keep that going for themselves here. I wonder whether they'll count it as a win streak even if they tie this series 1-1. We'll have to see. But Aurora going back for that Nightfall Wind Ranger that served them so well. There's just a lot of flex potential with this hero.
I think you're on the money there. I feel like it's not just a win streak, you know. The way they play, the way they win their games, it's not just about them playing, okay, maybe there are weaker opponents or whatnot. If you look at how they are functioning as a team, you see like a flow. Everyone is in tandem with each other. There's a lot of chemistry. The dynamics good. Nobody is like feeling left out in a game. I think they're actually finding the right blend for the first time in a very long time, you know. It's been a very long time since I last remember Aurora being this strong. I mean, they open with the Wind Ranger, which you already said Nightfall really likes this hero, and MOUZ is a very, very excellent response to it. In one of the harder counters against Wind Ranger because of the arena, you block out the damage. Even in the laning phase, it's kind of hard for the Wind Ranger to pressure the MOUZ because of the book wall and because you can spear him away. So this is a very, very difficult matchup for Wind Ranger, and we'll have to see what they decide to do about it. Do they pick some Undying? I think Undying is like a pretty good hero against MOUZ, or do they just move the Wind Ranger to a support role and avoid the core Wind Ranger into the MOUZ?
So we've seen some responses from the MOUZ, right? I think we have existed in a Dota 2 meta where MOUZ feels like a safe blind pick. He's one of the most steady offlaners, hasn't ever really fell off just because I think you mentioned it before, the utility of the arena is simply unmatched. Excellent team fighting, good scaling potential, doesn't really have any giga bad lane matchups. Recently, we've seen teams try and pick the Kez to deal with it in the lane to somewhat mixed success. What do you do when you see a MOUZ on the other team? Because I feel like whenever we see MOUZ-like teams lose, it's mostly because the MOUZ player is mis-executing and not really landing the initiations. Not so much that the other team sort of countered him and made sure he had no game or whatever.
Yeah, MOUZ is a very high execution hero. You need to be really calm. There's a lot of aspects about the initiation that you could mess up. And definitely not an easy hero to execute. I think the games where I feel like the MOUZ loses is whenever the enemy picks a melee carry hero.
Okay.
I think you already mentioned Kez. I think the other one that comes to mind is something like Ursa. Those are heroes that can kind of counter the MOUZ in the lane. And even in the team fight, Kez and Ursa, they are really, really strong against MOUZ because you don't really care about the spear arena, especially as Ursa because you have your enrage. You can just go in and force him to use the arena in a very, very bad way. And you're very tanky. You're not easily caught by the arena. I think those are heroes that generally they are really, really good against MOUZ. Even the Abaddon, I feel like Abaddon got nerfed a lot, so you don't see the hero as much, but he's also a pretty good matchup against MOUZ because he's a melee hero. You can shield, you can stop his combo. So those are things that you definitely want to take into account. I personally will not pick a range carry against MOUZ. So I would like to see a melee hero against MOUZ, but I don't know what is going to happen here since Nyx is already picked by Aurora. I know Mira plays this hero a lot. He likes Nyx into Chen in particular. Like you just follow him like a bounty hunter and you annoy him.
I was seeing a lot of the times Mira making big setup plays on the side lanes. I think he has recently looked amazing with this, and they kind of paired up very nicely the Kaori hero, right? Because you already mentioned the Kaori signatures are these team fighters that are a bit greedier, like the Warlock, like the Phoenix, and then you need a bit of catch. You need someone to play the map, set things up for the rest of the team. That's where Mira comes in with his Tusk, with his Nyx Assassin. They found themselves a really nice blend here. But with these two supports being picked, this Wind Ranger, I mean, there's no chance it goes mid, right?
I don't know if there's any chance. I mean, there's only a few people that plays Wind Ranger mid. I know Kiyotaka is one of them, but he's not in the tournament. I think I remember even seeing Loranov play in a pub, but I don't think it fits him because you need to be a little bit deranged to play this hero mid. I think
You don't think Loranov's crazy? Do you think Loranov's a
he's
normal
not
dude?
crazy. He's like a very, I think, reliable mid laner. So I don't think Wind Ranger is going to be his kind of hero.
Okay.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, the Nyx and the Warlock definitely, I think, good against the Chen, both of the supports. I mean, Warlock is always nice against Chen because when Chen is pushing, you definitely want a support that can deal with the creeps with your spells, you know. All your spells, the Rock, the Fatal Bond, it's very, very good against Chen. And now OG continues to build onto their ball. The TA with MOUZ, Chen, Clockwork as well. The Clock is very, very good into Nyx and Warlock, especially Warlock. You hook and you trap the Warlock so the Warlock can't channel his upheaval in the team fights. Definitely something that is pretty important against Warlock that you should not overlook. You know, I think a lot of the games where you see Warlock destroying the team fight is because the enemy doesn't have a lineup that can catch him. They can just go on him first and stop him from casting his spells. Clockwork is one of the best heroes to do it.
We talked a lot about OG and their ability to enable each other as a team. What do you think of their composition so far? Because I can kind of understand they are trying to play a little bit ball up, maybe fast tempo with the TA, with the Chen.
Yeah.
But is it sort of more to your liking compared to what we saw from them yesterday?
Yeah, the thing TA for Natsumi is way more, I think, suitable for the team. I think the key thing was the carry hero. TA is a fast-paced hero, very strong in the lane. It helps you get objectives like Tormentor and Roche. So I think these are the type of heroes that work really well for OG. You either need to be a Roshan hero or you need to be a Gate hero. And these are the two things I would love to see on OG's carry the most. And here, Aurora, they go back for Loranov's. I think this is probably his best hero, the Ember Spirit. Really, really good at the hero. And it enables the Warlock, it enables the Nyx in the early game. It builds Vessel. You need a Vessel hero against Chen. It's pretty good against TA as well. So not surprised to see this hero. And you kind of also work really well with the Wind Ranger with the chains. You can allow the Wind Ranger to do her damage. And sometimes even, I feel like you should get Power Shot, you know. I had this discussion with you, right, about Wind Ranger carries. I feel like you should actually skill Power Shot. A lot of the times we see games where the carries, they go for the max stun and max win run. And you don't really have that sort of nuke when you're coming to the early team fights to join. If you don't have your ulti, you don't exactly do a lot, you know, in the team fights.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you, because you're talking about the Wind Ranger now, but I wanted to go back to the whole Loranov Ember, because Ember Spirit is a hero that I feel like every mid laner needs to play, right? Like, it's just something that you need to have in your repertoire. What do you think makes Loranov such a good Ember? Why would you say it's his best hero? What aspects of it stand out to you?
10 seconds remaining.
Hey, he knows the limits. I love it because he always goes into very, very dangerous positions to farm or at least to poke and force reactions, and then he knows when he can get out, you know. I think part about being good at this hero, very proficient, is having that defensive remnant so you can play aggressively and always get out. And sometimes even have some fancy moves. You use your remnant to get a kill and then you fly to your remnant behind so that you get the kill and you get out at the same time. You know, I think Loranov is very, very good at utilizing that. He's very good at forcing enemy to react to his pressure. I think his Ember is very, very difficult to deal with, especially if you look at OG's lineup. You have a Chen and Clockwork. Those supports don't exactly do anything to the Ember Spirit. And now WS, I believe, is handling the Phoenix here. So he wants to counteract the MOUZ Arena with the Phoenix Egg. Very good against TA as well. I think especially when you have Nyx position 4, you want a range offlaner. I think Phoenix is one of the best heroes to complement the Nyx position 4.
5 seconds remaining.
Phoenix offlane isn't something we see very often. Of course, you kind of expect the hero to come out on
very
Aurora
good, yeah.
Gaming, but usually you would think Kaori will be the one to play it. So it can be a good hero, but what do we sort of know about what Aurora want to do with this pick? Is it just a matter of countering the TA in the draft and sort of having that team fight? Because you kind of, I don't know, I feel like the Phoenix is such a make or break type hero, feast or famine, right? If you don't do well in the early game, then you're kind of
Yeah, the lane, especially the lane. I think looking at the support duo, those are the things that you need to be very, very careful of. I think this hero is pickable only once you see the support duos. Like you can get past the lane. You must be able to get past the lane. He's very good against Chen because the creeps don't do anything to Phoenix. And he's also very good against Clockwork. You can't push your cogs when you're getting hit by Fire Spirit. So it's a pretty hard counter.
Wait, you're right, actually. How are you ever gonna cog anyone if you have zero attack speed?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the issue. I'm not sure what the lane is going to look like for OG. Usually they will put Scam on the Chen on the off lane, and they will have the Clockwork with the TA. This is the normal setup. But regardless of what setup they have, both the supports don't really do anything to the Phoenix. So I expect Phoenix to be very, very farm this game. He's going to be really fat. Shivas looks very, very promising this game. If you do a Shivas rush on the Phoenix, you don't need to buy the Vessel. Amber's going to buy it. So the Shivas plus Vessel timing on Aurora's side, on the Amber and the Phoenix, will be very, very deadly. Are you going to be able to do anything as a Chen? I don't know. It feels like it's going to be tough once those items come out. Your heals are going to be limited. Your team fight is also going to be very, very hard for the MOUZ. You're playing into Rock and Egg, So this is looking like if OG doesn't get the ball rolling early, if they don't get some surprise first blood before the game starts, they don't snowball the lane, I think this is going to be a very, very difficult game for OG.
Yeah, would you say the same for Aurora though? Because you talked already about the Phoenix needing to get past the lane. It looks like the Phoenix will have a fine time. But is this a hero that you're worried about sort of falling off? Like if OG can even go like 50-50 in the lanes, let's say, because with that last pick Slardar, it's going to be a great matchup into the Ember Spirit, right? So they at least maybe have Yopach to play through. Do you think that's going to be enough? And do you think Aurora are going to scale better in the late game, or do they also need to crush this early game?
I think Aurora late game is stronger. Like Nightfall with the Wind Ranger I feel like it's definitely stronger than TA late game, even though TA has Slardar. So if you have a long game, I feel like I'm more comfortable with the Aurora's lineup. Like I think they have better scaling, including the Warlock, Nyx. I think even if you look at the supports, you already feel like late game Warlock and Nyx, they should be able to do a lot more than, especially against Chen. Chen falls off a lot after minute 25. You get your auras, then after that you're not really that useful anymore. So I think OG is definitely going to be the one on the timer here. You have TA plus Lala. You want to be able to take Roshan, you want to be able to attack, be on the offense, take the map with the Chen creeps, and if you're unable to do that, I feel like you won't have a lot of momentum going into the late game.
Yeah, in case you guys are wondering here why the players are smiling, there's a bit of pre-game chat going on. Natsumi and WS clipping each other because, of course, they used to be former teammates on Talon, and Natsumi all chatting, I forgot about the Phoenix ... So I don't know, maybe OG just memeing around, but this is a hero that WS has been known to play well, in fact. So OG, not sure whether they actually got blindsided by this pick. We'll see whether it reflects in the outcome of the game, how well this Phoenix is able to do, because interesting pickups on both sides, right? OG going for their almost at this point signature faster style. They're going to be running with the Chen, running with the TA, trying to hit a certain tempo in the game. And like you already said, it does feel like they need to hit these timings and get it right. They need to get that Tormentor. They need to get those Wisdom Shrines. They need to get the early Rosh. And if they don't, you take the Rosh away from a TA Slardar lineup. I don't know what else you have to play for, really.
30 seconds to battle.
In late game, they're definitely not going to match up with the scaling of Aurora. And now they come in with a smoke. Both sides smoking in, breaking the smoke. So, I mean, Teams is trying to, I don't know, try to do something sneaky here. But both sides also have a ward on the high ground, so they see everything.
Yeah. Bit of an anticlimactic end to that sort of smoke play there.
Do you think
might see a fight.
Do you think if smokes are disabled until the game starts, do you think that would be good?
That's a great question. But I think no, because I like to see all these creative little things that people do at the start.
But also the fact that one small little wrong move kind of affects the game so much, I feel like sometimes the draft is okay or better, but because somebody dies at level 1, it kind of just swings certain things completely out of control. Or sometimes even you lose the game right away because the enemy mid laner gets 2 kills right before the game starts, then you don't actually see much of a contest in the mid lane anymore.
Yeah, but I will say that a lot of, I think Dota 2 has developed so much that teams have good countermeasures, right? So placing those defensive wards, picking the spots in the river where they can stand just to make sure they break the smoke and get out safely. It also depends on your hero. So, I mean, you're talking about that initial early game stage as a small microcosm of the entire game state, but you need to think like twice as hard about it, right? Because, okay, you need to now assess within the first minute of the game, what hero combination can kill me. So if I see, let's say, the Clockwork in the bot lane, I now, as the Warlock, can walk up to my own rune, like all these little decisions. I think it's skill expression. I don't mind it. I think it's nice. And I think if you get caught out for first blood,
it's your fault, right?
it literally sucks to suck. I don't know what to tell you, bro. It's just a skill issue. Get good, bro. I don't know. Like, these guys are pro players. I don't think you want to talk about a pub. Maybe like you run it down, 5 heroes up to the high ground, and then you all get caught. You die. It's painful, and then you lose the pub that way. That shit sucks. That's for sure. And these guys play the game day and night. If they don't got that shit down, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe they shouldn't be a DreamLeague.
Okay, relax, Mike. All right,
Sorry.
I get it. I get it.
You know what's crazy? I feel like between the both of us, it's usually you that's being a lot more harsh. And in the few moments where I dial it up a bit, I think that catches you by surprise because you don't know I got that dog in me. I just gotta hold back that dog because compared to you, I think I'm a bit more positive. So I've gotta balance you out most of the time.
Okay, I'll switch roles just for today.
Oh, just for today, you gotta be all nice and everything. That's crazy. Okay, let's see how far you go here.
Oh, Tims?
Getting run down by the blood grenade under the tower. First blood drawn. You talked about the Phoenix needing a good early start. First blood is perhaps the best start you could ask for.
Yeah, this is a really tough lane for the Clock. Clock against Phoenix is difficult. You can't really push the cogs. You don't really have the capacity to fight or trade against the Phoenix. And this lane, I love it so much because whenever you're playing Nyx is a very, very, very greedy support. So you need a range hero, a range core to enable your early game, and this is so good right now. What's happening? The Nyx is getting levels, he's getting uncontested, some farm here and there. Every bit helps, for this hero. If you get to your level 6 quickly, your hero is just an insane monster in the game.
And we've seen what happens in certain situations where Mira is playing the Nyx, but WS is playing like sort of a more typical team fighty Aura buying
melee
hero, right? And even in those situations, Mira still finds a way to have insane impact on the game. So I can't imagine how well he's gonna do given this great start. It's not just the Phoenix that's affected, like you mentioned, it's always about the supports, right? If you can get away with a greedier pick like Nyx, not be punished in the lane, that's a real big deal. I did want to bring your attention though, Winter, to this Natsumi starting item build and facet choice. He went for the boots of speed first with just a single Iron Branch and going for the Void Blades facet. I feel like most of the times at this meta, we see TAs going for the Refractor just to get more damage after your Refraction gets burnt out. Why do you think he went for this game?
Not exactly sure, yeah. Is it because of the Slada? Because you have, I don't know, maybe it's better with Slada. Like with the Shark on Slada, if you land it on multiple heroes,
right,
and you do more damage this way. I mean, I'm not a TA player,
so I have a guess, but I was wondering whether it's one of those things, right, where I want to see the answer sheet from you first before I make my guess, so I don't sound too stupid here. Yopat's dropping very low in the river, but gets his way towards a river rune, he'll be fine. But my guess is that because he's playing up into a carry Wind Ranger and he thinks that he's not going to get MKB in the early game where they need it the most, he's trying to play off of the Psyblade's damage perhaps, because that's his only way of killing Wind, right?
Yeah, that kind of makes sense as well.
Just don't know whether this facet, I'm sure it's good. Just compared to Refractor, you get such a big
It's good in the right game. You need to know when to get this facet. Like if you're not a TA spammer, I think it's kind of hard to tell which are the games that you're supposed to get this this facet. I think the Refractor is just generally better and more useful, more reliable. The Void Blades you have to have a specific matchup for this to be a choice here. And right now, Natsumi is no longer playing the lane because Phoenix, he has the wave under his tower, double bracer, and it's very hard for TA to stay in the lane. And mid lane, Lorinov is also kind of struggling because this matchup is not the greatest. He's actually not struggling that much. 22
Yeah.
and 3 denies, 25 and... I mean, the denies is a big thing for the Slada, 11 denies. So he's going to get his level 6 way faster than the Ember Spirit, which is going to kick him out of the lane. So I think it's still going to matter. It's probably meaning that the Slada will be able to control the 6-minute power rune more effectively.
I do think this is a good sign though, because it means that nothing has gone wrong for the draft to be disjointed, because OG, they last picked this Slada, and that's obviously to achieve this result where Yopaj is dominating and trying to limit the, I guess, impact of this Ember Spirit, at least in the early stages. On the flip side, you look at Aurora, they are completely crushing their offlane so hard that the TA can't even stand in lane. So both these last picks working out exactly how the teams have planned.
Yes.
I guess the next question would be, now that it's working out according to the draft, is it better or worse for any side? Are you happier on Aurora maybe with this Phoenix, or are you happier on OG with this Slada?
I think I'm happier with the Phoenix. Phoenix is a hero that really does a lot with the good start. Like you already mentioned a little bit about how Shivas could be a potentially game-breaking item this game. If you can get it early enough on the Phoenix, it is going to definitely change the complexion of this game. So I feel like Aurora is a little bit happier than OG in this exchange. You know, having a fat Phoenix, trading it for a fat Slada.
Dire are scanning.
It's gonna be one very thick bird.
Shrines. Teams is making his way to steal it. Very, very sneaky. Seems like Aurora is not aware of what's happening here. Just pressuring the tower. So OG is going to get double shrines.
What the hell? Wait, they just...
Yeah, they
That's
just...
such-
I think they
that's
just didn't
so
expect
weird.
this to happen.
I mean, that's
It's-
just a freebie.
Structures are
It's something that will happen because the Phoenix is snowballing so hard and the catapult is alive, so he's probably telling his supports, guys, come here. I want to use this catapult to pressure a tower, right? So he's dragging the supports over to him, and he doesn't think that the Clover has the time or way to just sneak through, right? Because he won the lane so hard on the Phoenix. So I think he just didn't really expect this to happen. But nevertheless, I don't think it's that bad for Aurora since they are ahead at the moment. And they're going to claim the tier 1 tower at the bottom side. It kind of sucks for the Knicks especially, but I don't think it's something that would lose them the game right now.
Sure. I mean, the Phoenix, he's having the best possible time you could ask for, right? His Veil is already complete. He just rushed that after the 2 bracers. So his impact is going to be immense. Now, looking towards the mid lane, even Nightfall rotating in just to secure Illusion Rune for Lorinov. So Aurora, you can tell what their idea is. They're going to crush that bot lane so hard, take away the main objective there, and start looking towards mid to try and normalize this Slada advantage that OG have gotten for themselves. If they can crack open the mid tower as well, that'll be huge. But right now, OG still doing a good job keeping things tame. They are not really fighting or pressuring as much as I thought, but I guess they
have 6 on the Mars, so if they want to fight, I think they have to play through him. Whatever happens needs to happen through the arena. They're happily farming away at the moment. They're not exactly looking to fight. Chen wants to finish. Okay, he's not exactly finishing any items, but he's just farming jungle. He wants to stack and get his level 6. Teams is just scouting. Their supports are very, very high level. Both of them are level 5. Mira is gonna find Teams in the jungle. Probably gonna
still
die.
with the cogs. WS throwing out those fire spirits. You got the damage. Doesn't look like it. Mira's
minor mistake there by WS. So he actually had to hit the cogs first before he dove out. Because his dove got cancelled by the cogs, so he couldn't really finish off the kill onto Teams, and then as a result, Mira dies because of that. So a little bit of a misplay there by WS. He's still gonna move around. He still has his egg. He has a skill point save up, so he definitely has egg if he wants to use it. I mean,
it's one of those situations where you're Mira and you're like, come on, bro, like this. I set that up for you. You don't repay me with a death, man. Like,
yeah, he's gonna have a rough time now because he didn't get the XP shrine, and then he dies there. So he's gonna be quite low level for some time. You know, I think Lorinov just has to vacate the lane for him to just get XP on the next year. That's probably the best play they can make right now. He gets the haste rune on Lorinov. Phoenix is here.
I just don't know what they can try and do here, because Yopaj, I don't know how to break this to you. It's a fish in a river. He's got to swim away for free.
Yeah, you can swim away. but I don't care. I want your tower. Aurora wants to get the tower. They don't care about the fish. They want the bigger prize, Mike.
You reckon they can get it though? Because Yopaj is just up here clearing the way and nothing's happening to him.
Yeah, probably
Hey,
not.
to break it to you, it's a fish in a river. He just popped the puddle down right below his feet. That was weird.
A fish that makes his own water.
That's terrifying.
Hook shot.
Set up here. Cogs a little bit low there. I think Tim's actually didn't have the mana, and here comes a big team fight. WS looking for an opportunity to use the egg, but again, pushed away by the Cogs. Still, the chase is on. Aurora looking for their targets. Will hold 3 in place. Lornoff, that is a chains and a half, but after that's used, not a lot of other tools to keep the side of OG in place. Yes, they'll lose Tim's, but they use the egg for it, and Lornoff still chasing for more. Man, this is exactly what you were talking about. He knows how to push to his limits, and he gets himself a second support kill.
I mean, just the power of being able to secure the runes on your mid lane. You can play through the runes with the side lanes, and this is the impact of having supports that allow you to fight for it. Even though the Chen and the Claw will have their level 6s, but Ember gets the runes still, because Ember is one of the best heroes in the rune, and you combine that with the Nyx and the Warlock. I mean, I've oftentimes said the first couple of runes are very, very crucial. You need to be able to get them and contest them, and a lot of the times teams are drafting to be able to fight at the runes. The Xtreme setup, very, very important, and you can see here, Lornoff just making it count. And now the 12-minute rune, he doesn't have backup this time, so he'll be counting his lucky stars to get it on the bottom side.
Bruh, are you serious?
You make your own luck.
The past few runes, I understand why Aurora got them, right? Because WS and Nightfall, the other 2 calls in the side lanes, both rotated, while Natsumi and Nico were busy farming. So you lose those runes, I understand. But now you bring 4 heroes, you still don't get the rune. That has got to sting for Yopaj. He's just kind of, yes, a fish in the river and all that. He's still hanging on to his mid tower, but I don't think he's too happy about this situation.
Have you seen an arena yet? No, right? Like,
nope,
Nico hasn't really participated in the game yet. You know, I feel like I want to see him be more active. You know, take some proactive moves. TP to the mid lane, fight for the runes.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you were saying that if there's any move OG want to make, it has to be through the MOUZ. Can't they just run up to the top lane and pressure that lane instead?
This is the thing with Nico. Like his playstyle is a lot more greedy. They're gonna find teams here on the Automata, but like his playstyle is a lot more greedy. So he doesn't want to ruin his own game to enable other players. You know, most of the time. Bot lane, Nightfall.
Being focused down here, big crush. Not gonna be safe there in that situation. Stun off the mark. Yopaj just juking them. Had his dancing shoes on, but the question is whether he can get out. That's a nice crush, but the Fire Spirits connects and WS will dominate him. Meanwhile, mid lane, Scam just being run down by the AD Rune Ember. So I mean, Nightfall does go down. That is a pretty nice carry kill. But Lornoff, again, just doing so much for the team. And the tip comes through because I think it's exactly what you say. As much as that death on the Wind Ranger wasn't intended, this is such a different Nightfall from the one we know and love. Here's a setup in the mid lane, maybe punishing Lornoff. He's stuck around a bit too long this time, not respecting the TPA. And I see that.
He's alive.
Steal the chains away. How? How does he get away with that?
I mean, all the stuns were layered perfectly from OG. They speared into the arena. And they initiated with the hook shot, so they follow up with Arena Spear, and then he uses the cock pushback after the spear duration ended, you know. So it could not have gotten any better for OG. But Lornoff just being able to wiggle his way out, he used his spells really, really nicely. He uses the slide and Remnant at the same time here, so he pushes the Remnant out. So once he came out through the slide with the creeps there, so he was able to escape there. Perfectly done by Lornoff there. I don't think OG could have layered their stuns any better. That was perfect, but they just didn't have enough.
Finally, a nice pick off onto Mira in the bot lane, though. You can see a bit of that frustration start to set in for the next assassin. The early game laning stage went well for him, but after missing out on that Shrine of Wisdom and sort of dying a few times to Yopaj, he is now struggling, not getting the first purchase out of the Vendetta because of a nice entry.
He's also like maxing his carapace, right? So there's no way he can actually farm. So he's relying on all these kills, right? Like you say, if he's missing on the kills and if he's dying, it's gonna affect his game a lot.
Yeah, he's not doing too hot in terms of the network.
Oh, she got stunned already, by the way. I just noticed.
Wow. That has to be a giga fast timing. I wonder what the sort of item timing is on that. As I think that is the item that breaks the game, like you said. And makes it impossible for... Oh yeah, 4... Bro, 4 minutes faster than the patch fastest. This is the fastest Phoenix Shivas we've seen in the entirety of DreamLeague.
And let's see if they can actually use it to break the game apart, get some Roshans, get some objectives. They're coming through towards the bottom side. Mira is leading the scouting. Nightfall's trying to bait. He's using his
He's
wind
doing
run
a
to
pretty
run
good
away.
job. The most important part for him is to not die in this situation. Yopaj still on the prowl. But watch yourself. Find the slaughter with the Shivas,
how
but
is
no
no
follow-up
one dead?
stuns. Yeah, I don't know. They're kind of splitting up a little bit here. Mira is trying to interrupt the TPs. Finds Natsumi, but quick blink away into the TP out. And they know there's no more stun for the TA. So TA will get out.
Whoa.
And that's kind of what happens when you pick a bunch of heroes with no disables, I think. And Lorinov is, for the first time, not participating in this. Nightfall,
First
still getting
Arena.
gone on here. Arena is down, but the rock to counter initiate. Beautiful shackles, and now they're turning things around onto Yopaj. The egg right in the middle means there's no fight. And Lorinov, he's shown up to claim a couple of heads. Nico will drop as well. And Aurora just using Nightfall as a bait, man. They're dangling that Wind
strange.
Ranger in front of OG, and OG just can't do nothing about it.
But why are they going in? The TA blinked out after the Nyx stunned him and he TP'd. And the Clockwork did the same thing. Both their teammates TP'd out, but then after they TP'd out, they decided to go in on the MOUZ. That was really, really strange. You look at it here, both of the other two heroes already TP'd out. It was just the MOUZ and the starter. How on earth would they have enough damage with 4 heroes being there or 3 heroes being there?
I mean, I think they thought that Aurora had left. I think they thought, okay, they saved Nightfall the first time. Maybe Aurora, they went to somewhere else on the map to try and hunt our heroes down. Perhaps they went through the Twin Gates because that's the last time they saw him. They didn't expect Aurora to still be sticking around and they get punished for it big time. I also noticed in that replay, I don't know if you caught that, Winter, but there was a bit of hesitation there from Nico. He put the arena up and then he kind of pump faked the spear, waited for a second before finally throwing it out. It's almost like he didn't even really believe they could get that kill,
Yeah,
or why they were making that move.
He is definitely not comfortable on this hero. I know he prefers to play the other greedier heroes, and here Yopaj getting caught out by Mira. He's going to take out. There's no way he lives here. This is falling apart right now for OG. They're gonna lose control of the runes. And Ember Spirit is going to have a Crimson Guard. Holy shit, they are actually so damn farmed on all the costs on Aurora. This Crimson is actually a brilliant decision. It's very good against the Starter and TA. And we've seen the rise of this meta where the mid laners would contribute with one aura item. Sometimes you see Pipes, sometimes you see Crimson, sometimes you see Greaves, you know. And then it just completely speeds up the game. And it makes it very difficult for your opponents to handle all the mass auras coming out so quickly.
And this is definitely one of the best Phoenix games we've seen of all time, right? I think, man, Shiva's Boots of Travels at this juncture in the game, WS is absolutely shitting on them, and this is a brilliant last pick. Maybe OG won memeing after all. Just to sort of remind you guys, before we got into the game, there was a bit of all chat between the former teammates Natsumi and WS, and Natsumi kind of jokingly admitting they forgot about the Phoenix. Now, they're never going to forget about this Phoenix with what it's doing to their TA.
The rule of regeneration.
I think it's quite normal to forget about Phoenix. There are only like a few players that actually play on offlane, you know, so it's not something that is very, very common in the current day and age of Dota, you know. So I think it's pretty understandable that they totally forgot about that here. We didn't even discuss about that here when we were talking about the offlane.
I mean, we saw the Warlock come out, we're like, okay, that's the Kaori hero, I guess that's that, right? Like, I don't even... That's crazy. I mean, now we have to sort of note down that Aurora still have this bad boy in the repertoire. And boy, is it looking good. It's not a crazy gold lead at the moment, but Winter, you already said during the draft that OG need to snowball. Their pace has to be faster than this. They want to be securing the Tormentor, they want to be securing the Roche, but they haven't gotten anything done for themselves on the map so far.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough couple of minutes. They need to be able to get something, either one of it, the Tormentor or the Roshan. TA has Desolator Dagger Dragonlance building into BKB. I don't think you can really wait for the BKB. You have to find a moment to get something done here. They need to strike right now. They can't afford to wait. Either they trade for the Roshan, give Aurora the Tormentor, or they have to run up and fight at the Tormentor right now.
We'll say the one downside about the Aurora lineup is that they don't They don't really do these objectives very quickly, right? You're not really considering Wind Ranger or...
Not that slow. Focus fire kind of deals with the objective.
Yeah, but then after you use Focus Fire, I feel like you can't take a fight.
It's not a long cooldown. It's like 50 seconds, the level 2 focus fire.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see OG actually try and rush that Roche or at least pressure it. But I guess with the duration that it takes for Roche to move from top to bot, I mean, he just now enters the pit. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, you can make it walk faster. You need to just arrive there
throw your
early.
bodies in, right?
Yeah, throw your bodies in. It would speed him up like at least by 7 seconds, you know, when I tried it in demo.
Oh, you did some testing.
Yeah, if you do it one time, if you let him toss you and you immediately go over the moment he's transferring to the other pit, you will speed up by 7 seconds. But if you can do it 2 or 3 times, you can go even faster. But minimum one time is 7 seconds faster.
Interesting tech here.
Nico, spear.
Nice catch. There was a sentry available in the bot lane, but Mira's not even going down yet.
Where's
the follow-up?
What?
Where is the follow-up? OG? And Nico thought he was getting himself a freebie there. He did not know that he was the one for sale.
Under attack.
Wait, what on earth was that arena? I thought he had somebody next to him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Blessings.
The only people next to it, I mean, the only people next to him is all Aurora heroes. He was alone.
I mean, hey, look, don't discount the Chen creeps. They're slow, but they were there. They didn't do shit, but they were there.
Alright, man.
The Chen creeps were just looking at him dying, though, and that particular, I don't know.
This is definitely not their hero,
Radiant's middle
MOUZ.
tower is under attack.
I mean, I can kind of understand why they like Yopaj playing the MOUZ a lot more. They will pick MOUZ and they will flex it to the mid lane. Because Nico is not very comfortable with this hero. Yeah, this is looking really bad right now. It might seem like it's just a 2k goalie. Why is it bad, you know, for OG? Because of the scaling and the lineup, you know, this PA Slada is very early mid-game centric, and Aurora have better scaling with the Phoenix, the Warlock, Windrunner. All these heroes are very, very strong against TA and Slada.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I couldn't even hold back my laughter. Kaori is so funny on the Warlock. Every single time he has any excuse to press his R button, he just slams the golem down. No questions asked. Yeah, no, for real. Why not? I think everyone who's played Warlock in the past, there's been a real transition in terms of mindset, right? People used to think, oh, it's such a long cooldown. I need to conserve this as much as possible. And then Kaori comes along, popularizing this hero along with Kidara, and they're just like throwing golems at anything. Someone walks in front of them and farts, they throw a golem down out of anger, you know what I mean? It just never stops.
You should always use it as much as you can, yeah. I think this is just a new way of playing Warlock. Scam's alive.
Good moves here from Aurora. They see the TPs and they immediately run away. The question is whether they can get away from Yopaj. Beautiful double crush. Spike carapace doesn't land them out on the Croaker, but Nico's there to claim the kill that he lost earlier on. God's Tribute will finish the job on the Nyx, and Aurora still around the area with 4 heroes, but without that golem, I don't think they want to fight.
Yeah, hitting a big timing on OG right now. Triple BKBs. They have 1 on Natsumi done. Slada is halfway there. Nico almost has his recipe. So this is going to be, I feel like, the best timing that they're going to have with their lineup. They could maybe try to wait out the A's. It's 3 minutes and 40 seconds more. And try to fight with a BKB. Or they could just take a fight right now. They have double BKB. They won't have the third BKB for another, I think, 2 to 3 minutes. So they have 2 choices. Either they try to take a fight now with the double BKBs into the Aegis, or they finish the third one and wait out the Aegis. I feel like they are probably going to wait out the Aegis and just play it safe here.
No reason to rush, right? At this point, if you sort of charge them down right outside your base, you lose a fight, you lose a Rex. It's not going to be nice.
Yeah, very risky stuff here. But at the same time, it definitely does not feel good if you are the side with the Slada and TA, with the Chen, and you're dodging fights.
Oh, I think, Winter, I'll be real with you. I think we're well past the point of talking about what feels good. I'm sure this feels like shit for OG. Like with the current situation, 4 to 10. Again, it's one of those games where the scoreline and the goal lead don't tell the full story. You might think, oh, they're just 6 kills behind. They're just 1 team wipe away. And maybe there still is a chance here for OG. They're not out of the game just yet. when they do connect with the Slada and the TA, the damage can be overwhelming.
Hang on, Mike.
They just haven't really found that chance yet because they're too busy being picked off. 2 more easy support kills, fatal bonds and the vision in the area means that Tims and Scam have no chance of surviving. And when we've seen OG succeed in the past winter, it's always when their supports are doing well. But you look at the score lines, 1-4 and 0-3. This is not the impact that you expect from Tims and Scam.
I mean, it just goes back to losing out on the runes. They weren't unable to fight for the runes despite having the double shrines in the 7-minute mark. They just couldn't really find a lot of impact in the game because they couldn't really play through the Slada with the runes. And the second thing is the MOUZ wasn't able to, rotate a lot with the arena initially. And those are the few contributing factors which brought us to here right now, where OG is kind of struggling at minute 25. They don't really have a lot of momentum in the game. They are looking to fight here. Spear back. Doesn't connect on that. But this is not looking very, very good anymore, for OG. They have to be... Oh my god, the Nyx! Alright, he got scared for a little bit. Things out.
Mira played it a little bit close to the wire there. Doesn't get caught by the sentry down though.
If you're not doing things like this when you play Nyx, you're not on the right hero,
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta be a little cheeky with it, You gotta be a little funny, you gotta push the limits.
You need to take some risks if you're playing Nyx.
Yeah, bro, no one ever pick Nyx just to farm jungle, okay? When you play Nyx, you're out on the map, you try to ball up. Try to set things up. You play Nyx, you ever hit a jungle creep as Nyx, uninstall the game. What are you doing?
That was the reason Nyx was really strong before, because you could actually jungle.
yeah, with the mana burn, right? It was so dumb. Mind flare, insta killing. What the hell were they thinking, man?
They were just trying to introduce more fun heroes to the game. Make them
Nyx
viable.
is already fun, bro. I don't know what that Nyx is. I feel like Nyx is one of those heroes where every time you pick him, you just have a good time regardless of what happens. Golem dropped in the mid lane just to pressure the tower, forcing a reaction again. Here comes Nico looking for an arena, finding Kaori. Warlock's in trouble. Natsumi able to just side-blade him down. An overextension from the Aurora support might leave Aurora in a bit of trouble. Lornoff still on the front lines, feeling confident with his Crimson Guard though.
Okay, I think he just totally forgot about the TA trap scouting him. They don't have a gem. I mean, they are so far ahead. I think they're just a little bit relaxed. The game is too easy. They have to still focus. And I still feel like there's a chance they might lose the game if they give away a couple of very, very key kills. They need to get a gem against the TA, remove all this vision, make sure they control the map. But now OG sends blood in the water. Rock is on cooldown. Warlock is dead.
V5. Right. Oh, but the crush is off the mark. Mira jumps in with his own big initiation. And the surprise move from OG. Again, it's just Lornoff. I don't even think he's dodging these on purpose. He's just kind of getting away with some crazy slight dodges on the crush.
Yeah, luck is definitely on his side at the moment. They're going to pick up the 28-minute Wisdom Shrine as well. There's Ember Spirit. So even if they land the stun, I don't know if they can kill him, The man has Lotus Orb. He has Crimson Guard. He's so tanky.
Yeah,
he's building
these are the kind of games.
Bro, he's building a Skadi on Ember? What?
Why not? Why not? Healing reduction, max it on out. Max it on out. I don't mind it at all. Here's Mira scouting out Nico. The MOUZ in trouble. He has not had himself a game at all. This 9-pick MOUZ was supposed to counter the Wind Ranger. And instead, he's being hunted down all over the map. The arenas haven't been landing. The spears have been a little bit of a whiff. I just don't know. It's not looking too good.
Radiant's middle tower.
They don't really have much time right now to change the fate of the game. They have to do it quickly. One fight is all it takes, but they need to find it soon.
I mean, MOUZ still dead for 27 seconds with no buyback, so however fast it's going to be, and they have to wait for him to show up. Surely no fight without an arena. That's going to give Aurora ample time to start striking out onto the high ground. Have their Warlock back by their side. No Golem for a little bit longer, though. 30 more seconds on that clock.
10 seconds. MOUZ is alive. 10 seconds. They have triple BKB mic. They need to go.
Yeah, it's now or never. OG had a really rough day number 2. Starting day number 3 in a kind of similarly sucky position. It's so hard to play Dota from such a deficit, especially as a draft that needs the tempo. And now they're trying to come out with the MOUZ finally back alive, but Aurora are gone.
They're just taking no chances. They got the Rex. They don't have to overstay their welcome. Roshan is going to spawn pretty soon. So, but they're just coming back. They're using a smoke. They know that they are going to have a chance to catch this OG heroes coming out of the map trying to farm their next items. You know, they're setting up in the position. Nyx is scouting. They might find a good opening here.
WS has that gem picked up. It's Tim's on the front line, not the hero that they want. They want a bigger target. They'll just have to settle. Clockwork getting caught. Laurenov on the front line. Arena on the back. That's a big spear. But WS with his Aeon disc staying right in the middle of everything. Burning OG up alive. They have to get out. But Tim's not going to get that privilege. Nico now trying to turn his back for the bulwark. But he just gets focused fire down. Aurora, they were so ready for the response. And even finally with that arena that we've been waiting for the whole game, it's just not enough for OG.
I mean, this is the thing that we were talking about in the, I think during the draft. You know, you drop an arena, but you're against Phoenix. Hang on, they're jumping in.
Yopaj, they're still trying to fight. Both supports are down, and Tim's is back in the fray. That's a buyback from the Clockwork, trying to look for a target, but the problem is the Claws are a lot harder to kill. And Tim's, he just gets burned down again. I don't know what you've heard about fire, but it goes up in flames there for the Clockwork.
This Ember is so difficult to kill. He's so tanky. Even if the Slaughter amped him and the T is right-clicking him, he's barely taking damage.
Bro, screenshot this inventory right now, put it in the guess the hero, because what the damn hell is this build? It looks amazing for Laurenov this game.
Who would you guess it? If you don't know it's Ember, like who would you guess? Who buys
I have no idea.
The Lotus and Crimson and Vessel? Like who? Literally, which hero does this?
I got no goddamn clue. Because anyone will buy
some offlane, bro. It has to be some offlane hero, right? Because it's Crimson and Lotus.
Yeah, but then you're getting faced with maybe you think about like I don't know, a Centaur War Runner who casually got a Spirit Vessel or something. I don't know. That's the best thing I got. It's crazy, but it's working out. And Aurora showing us exactly why they've been on such a hot streak, right? Laurenov playing that Ember Spirit to perfection. He's just frying OG up on a platter, and they have nothing to respond with. All OG have really found this game are support kills. They killed Nightfall once, and that's it. It's just Kaori and Mira going down. And you gotta remember the ways that Mira and Kaori died as well. Kaori randomly died dropping a golem in the mid lane just to do 100 damage to the tier 3. Like, that's one of the 7 deaths that OG have managed to claim for themselves this game. You compare that to Aurora, precise, controlled, the team fights are executed cleanly, everything you could ask for from this team right now. And OG, they can feel it, the desperation setting in. They had such a great start for their group stage, but now it's starting to fall apart. They need day 3 to pan out in their favor, and they're gonna try and make things happen with this smoke. 5 members all together.
It's gonna be the last one. If they fail this, I think the game is gonna be over here. They're smoking, they're trying to swing around because they know Roshan is up. They're trying to look for an opening. If they kill anyone, they have Starla and TA, so Roshan is gonna be easy pickings for them. But Aurora, they're not really giving anything up for free. You know, Mira is doing a really good job just scouting, making sure that the Starla and TA is not starting the rush. So the moment they get that information, Aurora goes back. You see Laurenov going to push out the top wave. They know he has some time to shove waves in, and the rest of the team just staying around Roshan. They're even going to use a scan to see if the Starla and TA is going to sneak a Rosh.
Pressure done for the Phoenix again. A new record here. WS. Record-breaking game for him on this off-lane Phoenix. Now Yopaj around the corner looking to try and break. Nice blink away. Slada still caught though. Mira's on his tail, and Yopaj going to get chained up and killed off. They don't want to use the BKB in that situation and will lose the gem for it. And right now, any hopes that you might have had on OG of sneaking away that Rosh after a team fight, it's not happening without Yopaj. Looks like it's going to be a free Roshan for Aurora if they want to claim it.
I mean, the best thing OG can do now is maybe hope for a steal from the Clockwork. I don't know what else they can do here. It's getting to impossible territory right now for OG. I think their fate is no longer in their own hands. They have to bank on Aurora making a mistake when they are pushing up the high ground here. I mean, even using hook shot for Nyx, you know, in Legion, you know, just shows you how desperate OG feel right now.
Yeah, they thought that was a Nyx walking right up to them, but Mira's not made any of those mistakes. The tip comes out, Tim's. And it's pure desperation mode. You can see it on the face of Natsumi. He's not feeling too good about this situation. I love that he pointed out the Phoenix scoreline 7-0 and 7 because he is definitely flying high this game. looking like a real treat and scary for the opponents because now you gotta worry about Aurora Phoenix as well. I mean, the threats just continue to stack up as if Lorinov wasn't a problem enough. Maybe Nico can try and find an opening. He'll have to land a killer arena though. Another spear miss, and Nico, he's on the front lines having to pop that BKB. Lorinov's just in front tanking everything. No one's killing this Ember. He's barely lost any HP. And you can jump in, get the action onto Natsumi. And Natsumi, he's just forced back into the base. Why are you forced back into the base on OG? You have to smoke back out. You gotta defend something.
They gotta try. They have to make a move soon. MOUZ, he still has his arena. He doesn't have BKB. Something needs to be done. They need him to land a pretty good arena.
It's not happening. Tims has already been caught. It's not a good look. And Natsumi, now he's being focused back into the base. Lorinov, again, he's just on the front. And nobody can deal with this Ember, man. Every single time you try to throw a spear out, the Ember's right in front of you. He's losing no HP. Mira's there blinking in with a spike carapace as well. And OG, they've just lost this. I think they've just lost this game. I don't really know what else they can do in this situation.
Yeah, I'm afraid this is the end for them, you know. They're gonna try one last attempt. They're coming in from behind.
WS still able to get the egg off though. And they were banking on the fact that the Aeon disc was procced a bit earlier on, but WS, the problem is he has a refresher. So he has everything back off cooldown. Nico gonna try for a spear, but he can't get anything done. The MOUZ has just not looked comfortable at all. Meanwhile, you look to the other side, Aurora on all their heroes, dancing circles around OG, chasing down the Slada. Another setup is there, and the fish again just gonna get burnt to a crisp. And there really isn't anything for Aurora to lose in this game. None of their heroes are even at risk of dying.
This is the scaling I mentioned. Late game, Slada and TA, you're not snowballing enough, you're not killing. The Phoenix, you're not killing. The Wind Ranger, I mean, all this team fight from the Rock and the Egg is just too much, you know, overwhelming team fight. Your arena doesn't do a lot, you know, in this sort of stage of the game. You can't dish out the damage into the arena because they have too much armor from the Crimson, the Skadi. I mean, this is going to be the first time I've seen Skadi on Anniversary. I don't even recall any other situation where I've seen this hero pick up a Skadi.
Bro, this is a screenshot. Guess the hero. This is the guess the hero. Put this shit on Reddit right now. Like, bro, this is crazy.
If you show me this item, I would say that it's maybe a Viper, you know? Like, it has to be some sort of ranged hero that's tanky, you know? I would never have guessed Ember Spirit.
I think, actually, if you sent me a screenshot of this inventory and you didn't tell me the context, right? You didn't tell me, wow, look at this cool new build from Lorinov that he used to beat OG. I would think you're complaining about a teammate who's griefing you in pubs.
60 armor on Ember Spirit.
Oh, it is ridiculous. Lorinov, he is putting on a show, that's for sure. Yopaj on the flip side, just on the receiving end of all the hurt. And now Aurora heading straight into the tier 3s. I mean, OG have not called the GG. They're still trying for some desperation.
Oh no, he's buying a Nullifier.
He doesn't have mana. Oh, and a Nullifier, okay. I thought he didn't have the gold for the Rapier, but I don't know whether they can do anything with the Nullifier. Maybe burst on Nightfall, try for a big rack up around, look for Natsumi, look for Yopaj. Who are they going in on? The Wind Ranger's the target, but they go towards the backline instead onto Kaori. Still manages to drop the rock though, and Natsumi now in big trouble. TA needs to get back to her base. The 4 staffs get her out to safety, and the walls of the arena will protect her for now. But you've lost your tier 4 towers. Lorinov is still in front, full HP, and Nightfall hasn't died just yet. Now you have a Shackle on the fish, gonna get chained down, and Sunray has been the bane of his existence. At OG, they get herded back like sheep into their fountain. Gonna try and put up one final fight. Bit of a spear back. Lorinov still got gas in the tank to get that remnant out, and GG is finally called. What a disaster here for OG in this first game. Picking a lineup that was supposed to go fast, and it was Aurora that dialed the speed up to 10 back on their opponents instead.
Yeah, what a play by Aurora. What a game. They did not panic, even though they lost the 7-minute Wisdom Shrines. Their supports were pretty low level, but they were really calm. They played through the Ember Spirit. I think Lorinov, he was definitely my MVP for Aurora this game. He made so much happened in this game by controlling runes, giving the support space on the map to get their levels because they lost the shrine. He was able to, I think, correctly identify that he needed to buy armor items, a lot of armor items, stacking the armor with the Crimson and everything else that he has, making him unkillable in a team fight so he can actually play so aggressive. And not to mention as well, Nightfall and WS on the side lane course, they were also doing a really good job securing the runes. Well, we've been talking about how Loranov was able to utilize the runes to control the pace of the game. He had so much support, you know, whereas you look at OG, where is the MOUZ when they were fighting at the rune? He didn't TP, he had Arena. And what is he doing, you know? And they didn't use Arena until, I don't know, like minute 10 or so. The first Arena came so late. He wasn't really trying to rotate, you know? He was just sitting in his lane waiting for his teammates to rotate over so he could get a kill and open up the tower. You know? I think this is the type of game where he actually needs to play for his teammates. And unfortunately, Nico didn't really realize that. And this is one of the reasons why they were so slow off the game, you know? They just couldn't really do much without the Arena in the early phases.
Yeah, it's just so weird because OG in their recent success, I think the biggest thing for them has been their ability to connect and enable each other. It feels like these moves for them happen so naturally, go through the twin gates, get those fights off. But I don't know what happened in this game, number one. It almost looked like, I'm sure that's not the case, but it almost looked like the comms were delayed, right? By the time Yopaj actually managed to convince his supports to come mid, they'd already lost enough runes that it didn't matter. By the time they connected to Nico, it was already 3 minutes after when you want to see the first arena. Everything just felt delayed for some reason, but hopefully OG can catch back up to speed because they want to try and turn their fate around here on day number 3. We'll see whether they're able to do so after a short break.
Bloody time.
It's been 6 long days since I saw you, baby. I've been counting the hours, minutes, seconds, until you're back in my arms again. Monday night staying with my baby. Tuesday night I feel a bit lazy. Wednesday night I'm hanging with the crew. Thursday night I go to the movies. Friday night it's time to get groovy. Saturday night the DJ spins the tunes. Saturday night feels right. Saturday night feels right.
Hi, nice to meet you. Are you ready for the bad gal sequel? When the beat's this tough, I turn a little rough. This is not a test, this a refill. So, turn it up some. Bassline kicking with the beat and of the drum. Bad gal rhythms, yeah, with the disco string run. Ooh, yo, we about to have too much fun, like. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Like, hi, nice to see you. When the song comes up, yeah, I feel you. We've been dancing all night, dropping that vibe. TikTok into the sequel. So, turn it up some. Bassline kicking with the beat and of the drum. Bad gal rhythms, yeah, with the disco string run. Ooh, yo, we about to have too much fun. Let's bust vibes on a level. Yo, me and my team, we incredible. Let's bust vibes on a level. Yo, me and my team, yo, we special. So let's go, let's start the show. Tonight, yeah. Turn it up. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. Who's bad? Turn it up. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. You mad. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. Turn it up.
Yes. Let's go. Right where I wanna be. Yeah. Let's go. Shades on, I'm deep in my zone. Spread love, yo, we making it known. I'm really feeling that we go together, cause it's all good times, yeah, now forever. In the booth or in the club, wherever I go, I turn the music up. Whatever the day, I make waves, make dreams, make moves, make love. Step to the left, yeah, move for the flow. Good times roll, yeah, we letting it show. Hands to the sky, yeah, feeling so free. Love in the air, yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cool breeze, I feel real nice. Star shine, you'll be light up the night. Good vibes, and I'm rolling like dice. And I'm cool like ice. Baby, when you look at me, it's a magic what you see. Tell me it's a love or just fantasy. Am I dreaming? Step to the left, yeah, move with the flow. Good times roll, yeah, we letting it show. Hands to the sky, yeah, feeling so free. Love in the air, yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Yes.
OG struggles seem to continue here on day 3 of the group stage for DreamLeague Season 28 as they pick themselves a fast draft again, so not really making the same quote-unquote mistakes that you were referring to, Winter. Yesterday, we saw them on a Natsumi morphling that we didn't really like. We're saying, they should stick to their regular strategy of trying to play fast, trying to play to enable each other. They had a draft that looked like it would do that, but they kind of got outpaced by Aurora, and starting to see some patterns here, right? The teams that are able to outpace OG seem to be able to get the better of them. Same thing happened with Pain in their one game yesterday, and Aurora, I mean, what's not to be said, they are looking spectacular. Ever since their run in Div 2, they've been on this big win streak. Especially with Lorinov coming in, superstar stand-in performance. I think it's exactly what you said, Winter. This team is really finding a perfect balance, a perfect blend.
Yeah, OG need to find that as well. They need to regain their perfect blend in the draft. I think Nico playing on MOUZ is something that I think the hero is good for the team, but just not good for Nico. He doesn't really feel like he knows how to play the hero. I think they're going to there's no Centaur. I mean, they're going to go back with the MOUZ. So I think this game, your Punch is playing the MOUZ. I don't expect to see Nico playing this hero again after what happened in the first game. If he does play it, kudos to him to try again in the second game. But I don't think he's going to do it again.
I will say that seeing something like this makes me very happy in a draft, because that means that OG, they're willing to confront whatever they think was the biggest problem head on, and they have identified it. Because I feel like if you haven't identified the problem, you just ban the Wind Ranger entirely or maybe take it for yourself, right? But the fact you're running it back, you're saying, okay, we know what went wrong, we just need to adjust these things, and then we'll be fine. And hopefully we see that from OG here, because I'd love to see them sort of...
What was the opening pick? It was Chen, right? The last time. It was MOUZ and then Chen.
Yes, MOUZ into Chen.
And then Wind Ranger, after Wind Ranger was what, Nyx and... Was it? Warlock? Yeah, Nyx Warlock.
Nyx Warlock Ember, yeah.
So let's see if everything goes with the same trajectory. Yeah, I definitely feel like the drafts are fine, for both sides.
Yeah, I didn't think the OG draft was bad at all, honestly.
It was mainly the play. But I think this game, okay, we're not going to see the Ember anymore, but I think this game we're going to see a different Mars player. They're going to take away the Warlock first. I think this is also a very nice way of dealing with it. I think Warlock is actually stronger against Chen. So if ever I'm taking the trade, I would always most often prefer to be on the Warlock spectrum side of things here. So let's see what does Aurora do here against Warlock. Do they go for the Phoenix as a way of countering it, or do they go for Undying? Those are the things that I think work well against Warlock. So they go for the Phoenix here. And now Mira is going to show his hero, his melee hero. What is he going to play here? Is he going to go back with his Nyx, or is he going to play something else? He's been playing Nyx, Dark Willow quite a bit, Hoodwing as well.
I mean, the really annoying thing for Aurora is that this Phoenix comes out, but right now, you have to consider it could be a WS Phoenix, it could be a Kaori Phoenix. If you end up picking two supports that don't do well into the Phoenix, they can just easily put it on offlane and dominate you again.
Don't think it will happen again, but we'll see. Okay. It's definitely something that will be on OG's mind for sure. And now the Tiny comes out, so it could be a mid hero, it could be a 4 hero. So things are still open. It's definitely an open pick, open-ended pick here for Aurora. Whereas OG, they have to decide their next two picks, one core and one support here. So what are they going to do? They are going to pick a carry here most likely, because they want to keep the Mars open, quote unquote open. Unless they feel like there's no more other heroes for Nico, But then again, I think if they do that, the last two bans from Aurora are going to be directed towards the carry, and then you might end up with not having a good carry here in this scenario. So I expect them to pick a carry that works with the Warlock. Some melee hero, like Ursa, Kaz type of hero, and then pick another support here, the position 4, whether it's range or melee. But
look, Winter, I get that. I get that you want to see a melee carry. I mean, all those heroes that you named don't sound like they do very well into a pause 1 Wind Ranger.
Yes, well, what else do you want? I think Wind Ranger is just OP hero, Like, he's one of the strongest carries. I think this is the fact that you have to deal with when you let the hero through. You need to...
So why aren't more teams sort of playing this as a pause 1? Because I feel like teams are experimenting with it.
It's not easy to play, Mike. This hero is complicated. It is a hero that has a high ceiling, like high skill ceiling. You need to understand how to use his spells. His spells are difficult to land. The Shackle, Power Shot. You need to know your limits. I think it's not as simple as like, what is a simple carry? Is Ursa, do you think it's Ursa a simple carry? Like, you just,
no way Ursa's a simple carry.
Bro, okay, Gyro, okay, Gyro.
Okay, sure. Gyro, you press flat cannon, you stand in the team fight, you build. Okay, sure.
Okay, whatever. Okay,
I can agree with that. Gyro is less complicated than Wind Ranger. I get what you're saying. We see the Kaz and the Snapfire, right? Is this good, bad?
I mean, I expected the melee hero with Warlock, and Snap is good into the egg. Very good with the MOUZ. I think we're seeing Snap return to the meta at the moment. A lot of the teams that are doing well kind of starting to go back to Snapfire. You know, I think Snap is just really nice with the lane, with a lot of the off laners. It provides you with a way of dealing with the egg in this game. And it's also really good at killing off the Wind Ranger. Like Wind Ranger is very, I think, susceptible to magic damage early. You don't generally buy BKB early on this hero. So a hero like Snap, I think will cause problems to Wind Ranger. And Aurora decide that, okay, I'm going to pick my Timbersaw here because I see the lane. It's a cast Warlock. Timbersaw can do okay in this lane. Once you have that second point in your reactive, this lane becomes easy for you. And Tiny is just going to pull the wave. That's what you usually do against Warlock, just pull and make sure that you can give Timber solo XP. It's very important. You remember yesterday I was telling you about, there was this one game, it was Big Nam, right?
It was Big Nam sapping too much EXP on the pause for Jakiro.
Yeah, he took too much XP away from the MOUZ, and MOUZ had like maybe like 30 seconds or a minute later, level 6, and that has huge implications in it. Especially for Timber, it matters even more. This hero needs points in your spells ASAP. You need your chain, you need your whirling death, you need your reactive armor. Everything needs to be skilled up as soon as possible. So you want a Tiny to quote unquote leave your lane after the first few minutes.
It's so funny because last game, right? WS was literally commanding his supports, stay by my side. I got a catapult wave. I want to pressure this TA. I want to make sure I never see her in this lane again. Yeah, don't take the wisdom. Don't even go for the wisdom. You come right here, make sure that I don't die. And then this game, by the 3-minute mark, WS is telling Mira, what the hell are you still doing here? I don't give a shit that you're level 1. You just get the hell out of here. I want my EXP.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe Mira is going to play another hero. Maybe Tiny is going to be a mid hero here. Let's see, you know. Let's see what Aurora decides to do. What do they need in the draft? I think they need more catch. They don't really have a lot of catch outside Tiny. Shackle is not reliable, so I wouldn't count that. So I think they need another catch hero that doesn't have too many bad matchups since they have to pick first. Ember is
the reason why they don't go back for the next hero, you think?
You mean put Tiny mid, right? So you pick a
Nick. Tiny mid, next 4. Because they picked it pretty early in the previous game, right? It can definitely
work. It's against Snap and Cass. I think it's pretty good. The stun from the Carapace can catch those heroes off.
Yeah. But I guess I'm trying to figure out Aurora's logic.
But this time you have a Timber instead of a range hero. I also mentioned that with Nyx, you kind of like to have a lane that you can dominate so you can get off to a good start. So Timber is not exactly a very strong duo with Nyx. I think they're probably going to pick a mid hero. Wait, they ban Shake? They ban Shaker? Okay, Shaker, so what does that...
They're protecting some sort of mid pick, I think.
Yeah, it's a mid hero. So what mid hero is afraid of Shaker? So it has to be another melee hero?
Yeah, right? I mean, Ember's banned out. What are you scared about on... Like... Slada?
I actually have no idea.
I don't know. What?
DK? Was it DK?
No, wait. Okay, Storm Spirit.
Okay, Storm, okay. That's okay, that's a little bit weird. I thought Storm Spirit does well against Shaker. Okay, never mind. Yeah, sometimes it's just pointless trying to understand it. We just look at the hero, accept that the team has picked the hero. Whatever the reason is, I'm sure they have their reasons. And here, this Storm works really well with their lineup. Like I said, they need another form of catch. So Storm provides them with the catch. He is very, very good against Warlock. He's very good against Snapfire. I think particularly these two supports are... You can't really do much against Storm. So you need to find a mid hero that can deal with Storm. They usually like to play Queen, but I think OG doesn't like your patch on Queen of Pain. They need him to be on a rotating hero. So this is the conundrum, right? Do you pick something that can counter the enemy mid laner, but it doesn't really fit your MO for your team? Or you pick something that works with your MO for your team? So they're picking something that works with the way they play. So Void Spirit here, why is it good? Because it rotates. It allows the Snap and Warlock to be enabled in the game. And the Aghanims, Vessel, those are the two main items on this hero. It's really good against Phoenix, Timber, and Storm Spirit.
Did you see the stats though? The win rate kind of looks like ass. 6 and 13 right now. Out of 18 games picked. So one of the most picked heroes in DreamLeague so far. But really, really abysmal win rate. What do you think is wrong with this hero?
average, I think. Like you're not really strong in any phases of the game. I think he's a good like blind pick. He's good at enabling others, but he's not particularly good on his own, in my opinion. Like you don't win your lanes usually. He's usually picked as a counter to like Invoker, Puck. Those are the ones. Yeah, those are the ones I know in mid lane. Storm, I wouldn't say like you want to pick Void into Storm. I think it's okay for the game, but in the lane, Storm Spirit doesn't struggle against Void Spirit. So I
guess the upside is that with the Void Spirit, they have someone who can kind of reliably make plays. I think one of the issues that I had, at least what it felt like for me watching as a third-person perspective, it felt like Yopach couldn't really make anything happen without that blink. And then when he did get the blink, there were some plays being made, but then it felt a bit limited, right? I guess the upside of Void Spirit, it took too long because of that power spike they were waiting for. But then with Void Spirit, as soon as you hit that level 6, you got to smoke with like a Snapfire, Multimus Kisses, or a Golem. At least you can get kills.
That's a very good observation, Mike. I fully agree with you. I think they work best when your Pudge is a hero that can rotate without dagger. So this is what the Void Spirit does here. They are picking heroes for the team, not just the strategy. So I think this was kind of the balancing I was talking about when I saw their draft yesterday when Natsume was playing Morphing, and the game just now when Nico was playing MOUZ. They need Nico to be playing more, but this game he's playing MOUZ again, but he has help from Yopach. Yopach can rotate early. I think when Nico needs to make plays on his own first, I think those are the games where he struggles as MOUZ. His MOUZ is gonna need some help usually. Like he's not a good MOUZ player when he's the only one that can initiate. I think some players can handle the pressure, but I think Nico's style, because he's a greedier player, so he needs somebody else to help him.
Yeah. Okay, one thing I will say, and this is, what is this? Legend? Scam Legend? Cute little all chat. Okay, but Winter, you won't agree with me on this because you do not believe in friendship and good vibes.
Why not? Why?
Okay.
Why would you say that?
Look, I'm gonna say something and you're immediately gonna hit me with the nah. Okay, we gotta hold that thought because Nightfall might be run down here, able to escape. Okay, you can hear me out and then you can let me know if you believe in me. Because you said that it's rough to see Nico go back for the MOUZ again because he had such a bad performance, he needs some backup, right? And he's probably not gonna be feeling too good. I actually think that if a player has a bad game on a hero, but the team encourages him to pick it again, they say, yeah, no worries, dude. Like, it was just one bad game. It's not an issue. Like, we believe in you. I think we're about to see Nico play the best damn MOUZ game of his life. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the power of belief in your team. You can't just have them have one bad game and then you're like, okay, you know what? Let's not let you have that hero anymore. Get your patch. You're on MOUZ, dude. You gotta let the guy give it a second try. You know, everyone deserves a second chance here.
Fair point, Mike. Can't argue with that. Everybody deserves
we got positive Winter on the stream today. Let's go.
Nightfall outclicks the Warlock there. They get 3 runes on the Aurora side, and
very nice.
Teams is just making it very annoying for Nightfall to return to the lane because he decided not to TP. So Corey gets a free level 2 here. Definitely Nightfall enabling his support. He's gonna take even more damage here. He gets blocked, but the Phoenix is like saying, thank you, sir. I am level 2. I will help you 1v2 zone them. This might not be too bad for the overall feature for Aurora, as long as Nightfall doesn't die here.
Yeah, Yopach, speaking of dying, though, my goodness. What is happening? Lord Nov's giving him a little bit of a spanking right now.
It's a melee hero into Storm Spirit, my friend.
Okay, well, I just didn't think Void Spirit would get kind of shit on this hard.
Isn't Storm the older brother or no?
Oh, we had this conversation. So
Storm is in a position to bully his younger brother?
I don't know who's older or younger, but I think the last time we had this discussion, I told you I feel like Void Spirit's got to be older just because of the color of his facial hair. You know, he's got the white beard.
Bro, you gotta give me something more concrete than facial hair, you know?
Okay, well, what do you have? Huh? You got the law on your side?
Yeah, law-wise or whatever.
You're telling me right now you know about law, Winter. You know about Dota 2 law.
Going by logic, because Void Spirit is older, he is from whatever dimension, you know, the 4th dimension.
You have no idea what you're talking. You're just making shit. Do you even know what you do? You do this. You need to go do a one-on-one law coaching session with Slags or something. This is embarrassing, brother. You know what's funny? I asked you about what are the latest changes to Void Spirit. You could probably tell me. I asked you, tell me anything. Could you even tell me Void Spirit's name? Because he's not a Dota 1 hero, right? So you don't have the benefit of nostalgia or Dota 1 on your side. Do you know what Void Spirit's name is?
No.
That's crazy. You know what? I could have told you his name is Peter and you would have believed me, maybe.
No.
Peter the
hell?
Void Spirit. Not cool enough?
No,
What's
you
wrong
gotta
with being
give
called
me
Peter?
He's from the astral plane, you know. You have to give me some cooler name.
Oh, Kaori. 2 games in a row, the Phoenix will draw first blood, and it's like what you said. Stupid Void Spirit names aside, giving Kaori that early level 2 ends up working out because the Phoenix is just 1v2 zoning them.
I love this strat. You know, this happens
I
a
don't
lot
know if
when...
it's a strat, but...
No, it's a strat, bro. Like when you have Ogre, you give Ogre level 2 first. I think Phoenix is kind of the same thing. Because, you know, every time we talk about Phoenix, I'm like, what do you think about Phoenix, Window? Oh, Phoenix is a weak laner. You gotta pick Gyrocopter to help him get past the weak laner. But what if you just give him the lane so he gets level 2? Aha, you fix the problem.
One of these days, you're gonna stop talking about this, this whole give the support the lane. It's not that I disagree with you. I just think you're really barking up this tweet.
Why?
Do you think that Nightfall genuinely in his heart?
Yes,
Kaori,
bro, he could have TP. Let me ask you, why didn't
he was
TP back to the
dying.
lane?
He was dying.
No, he chose to walk back to the lane after he picked up the rune. He could have just TP'd after he picked up the rune.
I thought he was worried about another stun coming out. To be honest, I wasn't really paying attention.
Bro, he ran back to the tier. I'm not gonna talk to you about this water rune fight.
Not much of a fight, more of a tussle. Yopaj getting the shorter end of the stick there. He does get the water rune, but that means the top side one will be secured for...
Hang on.
Wait.
He's gonna fight to the last health. Wait, he's not even gonna die. They fed him a Lotus.
Yeah, and Kaori had a Lotus in the pocket. And Mira's attendance wasn't even necessary there.
I think Dota has just got to a phase where you pick up the Lotus on a side lane and you go to the mid lane to use the Lotus. And then he fed him another Lotus? Like, how did he just get another... He got fed another Lotus.
That's crazy. Bro, Lornov is so hungry. Like...
oh my god. Oh no,
and can't even get the kill. Yopaj commits into the tower.
He is tilted.
And not a good look. Not a good look. Okay. So we've done a lot of talking shit in the first few minutes. We haven't talked about these lanes at all, but Lornov is completely dominating this mid lane. And you already said it's kind of, you know, melee hero versus Storm Spirit. It's always going to be difficult. I just didn't imagine it'd be this bad. Lornov's basically got 2 free kills his way.
Yeah, it was a difficult junction to pick their hero. They needed to balance out picking something that would suit the team and picking something that would be good in the lane, yeah? Because everything is banned out, so they don't really have a lot of options there. So I believe that's the reason why they ended up with the purple spirit, the older spirit in the game. Okay, don't come out, relax. It's okay, you know, calm down.
I haven't even said anything yet. Spear out onto Nightfall, but the wind run keeping him very safe, and even a blood grenade. Okay, they're trying to make an attempt on the Nico's life. He's so absurdly tanky here.
I mean, the more important thing is the runes coming up. If the Storm gets the rune, I feel like the game is going to be so hard for OG here. He does not have backup. Yopaj is alone. Where are the bodyguards? Where are the rune guards?
Isto? Denied by
At least they denied the rune. At least they denied the rune.
Trying to get a kill though. Mira's just waiting. Hostile, zip in. The Scam have enough mana to work through him. The remnants are not connecting. Slowly but surely, I guess. Scam, yeah, he's gonna get clicked down. Lornov on a killing spree. 3-0. No bounty rune for him, unfortunately, but maybe more Lotuses that the supports can feed him. Who knows at this point?
Legit strat. Save all your Lotuses, go mid and feed your mid laner the Lotus.
Kaori is being
and then
you freaking annoying.
You know what's the next level on that? Pick Mirana as well, so the Lotuses give more mana to the Storm.
We did see a lot of Mirana, right? We did see a lot of Mirana recently. It's kind of a big deal. Yeah, overall, the Aurora support's doing very well. And it makes sense, right? Because we already mentioned that WS very much wants to be left alone. So Mira making a bit of those early rotations just to head over, secure some of the runes.
He's level 6 on the Timber. So the Cass is not going to be able to stay in his lane anymore. And meanwhile, bot lane, a little bit of a tussle, you would say, again. And they don't land the spear.
Dude, I don't know whether you would call this a tussle because Kaori is literally sun-raying Nico off cooldown. Every single time he has sun ray available, he just turns that shit on, starts blasting Nico. And like Nico's like, what the hell? Tims, do something. And then Tims uses his entire mana pool just to stop the Phoenix. The result of that, Nightfall's full HP just AFK farming.
This is not looking good right now for OG. Your punch is getting bullied again.
It should be fine to get out here. They actually got around with blood grenade,
blood grenade. Okay. That is tilt right there, you know.
No,
like
they scared him. It's a scare tactic, okay? They scared him away as well.
Runes. They need the runes. Toss him back. Get the runes
back.
Oh, regen. Oh no, this is so huge for the Storm. Mira's gonna gladly die for this, you know. His Storm gets the regen rune, no problem. And nothing going OG's way right now. I mean, this kill is okay, you know. It's kind of nice. Their first kill of the game. This Storm getting the rune is like the bigger thing. Now you have to play so defensive on the side lanes. As the moment the Storm goes missing, he has no TP now, so they're gonna be safe for a bit. But the moment he is missing off the map, you gotta play so careful on the side lanes.
I guess the benefit right now is that both the Aurora side lanes are kind of shoved in, right? The safe lane, Wind Ranger has just kind of pushed that creep wave into the tower. And then Natsumi is farming very safely near his own tower as well. I think it's just a very clear adjustment for OG. They understand that now is a very dangerous time for them. We were talking a little bit about OG's Game 1 draft and how it felt like they were very much on a timer. Top lane, just a little bit of trading back and forth. But yeah, do you feel like it's the same thing this game? Do you think OG have once again sort of put themselves on a little bit of a timing draft, or is it a bit more flexible this time?
No, I think this is a bit more flexible. Like Chaos, Mars, Void Spirit, you have Warlock. I think they have a lot more scaling compared to having a Chen, you know, last game Chen, Stada, TA. Toss back.
That up in the bot lane onto Nico. Good heads up TP. He saw the Shackle used under the tower on the creeps for Nightfall to get that additional damage, so...
That was very good awareness by Nico. TPing him back up, Mike. Kaori is here. Secure the stacks. Lord WS has to get the stacks.
So true. Our young Malaysian overlord and all his riches. Yopaj being looked at again in the mid lane, but has the backup of both his supports. Since the OG like to see playing together, they're bringing for Egg available. Kaori, can he get it off in time? Throws it out. Tim's gonna walk forward but can't commit in, and they lose Yopaj instead. Now Mira's shown up, toss up Tim's. The Snapfire, one place she don't belong is in the sky, and Lorinov with a double kill. 10-minute rune is his as well.
How did that happen? How did that happen? I will tell you how, because the Phoenix is high level. He got level 2 quickly. It all started from that first wave where the Wind Ranger let the Phoenix get solo XP. Bro, I'm telling you, it is legit, and you're making fun of me. Someday, another team is gonna do this, and they're gonna win, and you're gonna remember what I told you.
I will. But until that day, right now, we're just seeing Kaori boss up on the Phoenix. Of course, it's no surprise. This is one of his signature heroes. We saw WS able to dominate earlier on in game number 1 with that off-lane Phoenix.
Made the rotation over, you know. He made the rotation to help the rune. He knows the rune is so important. And all of a sudden, the Phoenix is level 6 and the rotation that Cass made didn't matter at all.
Yeah.
This is insane.
It's crazy, and they tried to set up for the kill. They knew he was level 6, right? It's not like it was a surprise. They had the talent toss, silence, everything. They were hoping to burst him down within that period. But Kaori, everything from the early Pavise to the Ash Legion shield, keeping him alive, the infused raindrops as well. It's all adding up here. Stacking the cards against OG in this game number 2. And again, Nightfall, Twin Gates up to the top lane, focus fire the tower down to what feels like a 6 HP. And then as soon as the TP reactions come out from OG, they're out of there. Aurora just not giving OG anything to work with. You try and get into the triangle, steal some stacks, they're right there to defend.
Nico's gonna get sandwiched here.
Wrapping around, no one to toss to at the moment though. Trying to buy as much time as possible for the Wind Ranger to close in, but Bit too far off. Nico
Another
will be
rune.
able to escape.
12-minute rune fight.
That's me showing up again, but not in time to stop the illusion.
Did your patch even get any rune at all?
Nope. I can remember.
It's always top rune. Aurora always has the numbers advantage on the top rune.
Nightfall in the bot lane. Arena comes out, but the thing is they don't have the damage. They were thinking about maybe using the Mortimer's Kisses, but a quick interrupt from Mira with the Avalanche Toss combo prevents any further attempt. And that's just another ultimate used for no good reason, honestly. 6k gold lead and counting. This is not going OG's way at all. It has not been their past 2 days. They're looking really off their game right now, and I'm not really sure what the issue is. I kind of want to say Aurora are just outplaying them, to be honest. Like, Lorinov is doing so much work in the mid lane. I don't know whether you can actually blame OG for the way things are happening. It's not like the drafts are bad.
It's tough. They're trying to juggle between balancing the draft, having the right strategy, and picking comfort heroes for them, you know, without losing their identity. I think it's difficult sometimes to balance those two out. And here we see OG getting hunted again. If Natsumi dies here, it is going to be so bad for the game.
Got a golem. Try and keep them at bay. Now
Oh
he
my
has
God.
to get out, but the shackle. Nightfall, he does not miss, and Lorinov in for more. Not threatened at all by Yopaj as Tim's having to cookie back to the tier 2. Aurora don't care. They'll keep diving, get the golem to boot. 3 kills, a golem. And I mean, you use that was everything. You use Mortimer's Kisses, golem, Kes ultimate to try and get out, and you still lose heroes?
Tower is under attack.
I feel like the game is over. This is so bad right now, right there. They jump in, they have no choice, they have to try to save Natsumi. They drop the rock, but that shackle just, man, that is a dagger into your heart right there for OG. And it feels like the game just is too far out of reach right now for OG after that 2-man shackle into the Phoenix Supernova.
The crazy part is, with the way that OG were retreating, it almost felt like they knew the move was coming.
They knew, but they don't have the MOUZ there because I think his TP was on cooldown or something. He couldn't connect. Like, they need to be able to use the arena with the ultimates from the supports, the rock and the Mortimer's Keys. They can't just keep using their ultimates just to try to fight back, you know, as a reaction. They need to initiate their own fights. Start with the arena, throw your spells in, and kill off heroes. You know, they need to be able to do that. And I feel like oftentimes Nico is not really moving towards the fight. He needs to go there. Even without dagger, I think you should still join the fight. You need to do something. You can't just sit in your lane and hope that your team is creating enough space that you can just straight up farm your dagger, you know.
Wait, am I seeing this right? Do you see Nico's inventory? He only has 500. He is so poor. He has 65 CS this game. I was thinking, oh, it's around 15 minutes. Maybe he's gonna get his dagger in the next 1 to 2. He'll be lucky if he gets his dagger at 18 or 20. At this point, he's so much further behind than I expected.
I mean, he's having a rough laning phase. Kes, Natsumi in trouble.
Natsumi again getting caught. Parry in, Lorinov to finish. Nightfall in a little bit of trouble, but not enough to scare him away from chasing on for this second shackle. Between the Vortex and the shackle shot, they got OG tripped up right now. Aurora, they are feeling so good in this game number 2.
Looking like one of the best teams in the tournament at the moment. In this Aurora team, coming off Division 2, just getting a good run of games, a good run of wins, and now the team has figured out what they need to do, what they need to draft for everybody to be really, really comfortable in the game, you know. I think this Aurora is looking really, really scary right now. Feels like nothing is going to be able to stop this Aurora train at the moment if they continue to play like this.
They still got maybe Paravision left in their way and Yandex, if Yandex can somehow make a reversal, but
I mean, I
at
don't
least
know about
in Group
Yandex,
A, I don't know about Yandex either, because it really is just maybe Paravision that can stop them. If OG can't do it, Aurora might just roll over everyone else. Now, there are whispers in the wind that maybe Group B is a bit of a tougher group because there's obviously Falcons, Xtreme, MOUZ, Tundra, all those really strong teams, but that doesn't take away from just how good the side of Aurora are looking. Lorinov, it feels like no matter what spirit brother you put him on, he is making action happen. They have themselves a rock, silence up onto Lorinov. He's in trouble, might have overplayed his hand there. I'll admit responsibility for that, just was gassing him up a little bit. Raptors dance, allowing Natsumi to get out of trouble, and without their Storm Spirit this time, they'll decide to back off. Mira is caught in between a rock and a hard place, him being the rock, of course.
Yeah, they don't
Around
have
an
egg.
avalanche.
They need to back off. There's no egg.
It also seemed like
a little-
Nightfall had no way of connecting to that fight.
It's a little bit of over-aggression. I think Lorenov definitely didn't realize that egg was still on cooldown. They needed around, I think, another 25 seconds before they had egg there when he jumped
Dire's
in.
middle tower is under
So
attack.
a little bit of a misplay. I think that was the first mistake Lorenov made in these 2 games.
Yeah, agreed.
It's been playing perfect so far until this point. So we're all human after all. Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah,
Lorenov
even
is
the
human.
insane mercenary stand-in. I learned for sure human. Do you see him on this that camera just now? He was having a cute little pre-game snack and everything. Nightfall being looked at in the top lane, but OG a bit too slow. Aurora already have backup in the area too. WS just coming through the twin gates, ready to rumble. This Timber has a full Yule's complete. My goodness. Is Yule's
Interesting. Yeah, he-
a good
why did he
item
get-
built this game?
Yeah. Why did he get a use this game? That's really interesting. He wants a cheap spell for the vessel and the warlock debuff. I don't know. I mean, it's nice for the debuff. Yeah, you want to debuff the katana damage over time, the warlock fatal bonds, the heals, and everything. The vessel.
I guess it allows you to sort of set up for your team as well, because right now it's Nightfall and Lorenov sort of running in, right?
He's only doing it because they are so far ahead. You know? I can't imagine him doing this build if the game was like closer to 50-50.
Sure, yeah.
I don't think it's actually that good. You know? You can get away with it this game because you're so far ahead.
Now, level 14 on this Timbersaw, top of the CS, top of the net worth. WS, when you give him some time to just scale up, he looks phenomenal. Again, he's having himself a rough series. Not a good look. I didn't really mention this because of obviously it's completely unrelated to the game itself, but this is not a really good birthday for Scam, I'll tell you that much. Hero's gonna get caught. Last time we're seeing the arena and the kissers used in tandem, but Nico now being tossed back over to WS. Trying to TP away, but guess what? Guess what? Surprise! I got a use! Didn't see that one coming.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Definitely did not. Why on earth would you buy a use on Timber?
Nico's looking at that inventory like, bro, are you freaking serious? Like, why the hell does he have that?
Well, sometimes
Okay,
you do
on-
have
on the-
8 toss on Timber.
That's true. That's true. Undiscount that. I was gonna say, on the bright side, Nico does get his Blink Dagger before the 20-minute mark. It was in his career, it was flying out, he just didn't make it to him. But similarly,
but
OG are not
Tormentor-
going to make it to this Tormentor.
Yeah. So it doesn't really matter if he got the dagger before the 20-minute mark, if he can't use it for this fight. So all the objectives being claimed by Aurora. Aegis, Tormentor. Okay, at least the tiny shard is not exactly like a Phoenix shard, you know. So there is still hope. I mean, if Phoenix got the shot, I think okay. I think the game is probably gonna be close to impossible. Now there's still some hope. Maybe they can fight back. If they can get the arena with the kisses and the rock, try to make that happen again, they might be able to win the fight. They're smoking with the Void Spirit, trying to contest the 21-minute Wisdom Shrine here. Nico has the TP soon. He has arena in 5 seconds.
This is kind of a big deal because Nightfall has no way of connecting to this fight. Yes, you got 2 lives on the Storm, but if you keep him controlled, you could make it happen. Lorenov jumping up to the high ground, controlled up. There's Mira with the combo break. Lorenov able to zip on, zip back, and get back to the safety of his team. They can't get the kill. They couldn't chain stun it.
Oh boy, they missed the spear. That was an expensive spear to miss, you know. Even though Storm had Aegis, he needed to kill him off one time there.
No shot on the stun ray, but still does a good enough job healing Lorenov back up to half HP.
I mean, I don't know, man. I think Nico is just very off on the Mars today.
Yeah. I was talking about maybe his team believing in him would pep him up, but it still has yet to sort of come into play. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, but they've been known for how well they connect with each other. And then this game, we're seeing them have very similar to problems to some of maybe the tier 2, div 2 teams that we cast, right? A lot of the times these offlaners, they play a little bit more greedy and they take time before they connect with their team, or maybe the team feels a bit unpracticed in terms of going to play on the offlane. OG have completely avoided Nico entirely throughout the early game, and he's not had a good time as a result.
Okay, talking about ATOS, they also have ATOS on the team right now.
Sure, why not?
More
Why
catch.
not? Why
More
not?
catch. When you're winning the game, Mike, just buy catch items so that you can just keep killing your opponents until they are forced to GG out. Good strategy.
Writing that one down. Writing that one down.
Thank you.
Hey, don't need catch items to find this kill. All you needed was a blink on Mira and Lorna chased him for more. Hey, Storm Spirit. AD Rune Tims does not stand a chance. Last bit of mana for Lorinov makes it happen. This is a player who knows how to play to the very limits of his hero, and it shows.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's really not much OG can do right now. The game is just in such a bad state that even if they land their arena with Rock, with Mortimer's Kiss, I don't even know if people are gonna die at this point. I mean, they don't even have a pipe, you know, on Aurora. That's how confident they are. Like usually you would see a Timber pipe on this type of game, but he just feels like they're so far ahead. He's buying Gleipnir and Use on this hero.
I have a question for you, Winter, and this is a pretty important one. What the hell do you need a pipe for? Is anyone at risk of dying right now?
Nope. Nobody is
And
at risk of dying.
I don't know who's dying other than Lorinov just zipping in with the tail end of his age. It's another misspear. Good try there from Nico. Gotta respect it. He's just playing with them, man. This is cruel. Hey, you can voice line all you want. It's not gonna get you out of this situation.
Lorinov is too good this game.
Mira in with the catch. Found Nico. MOUZ in trouble. MOUZ shackled and MOUZ killed without an arena available. The Atos up scam cookie will save him, but Lorinov there to finish. Two easy pickoffs there for Aurora as they continue to trample all over OG. It's looking really lost here on the side of OG.
No momentum, no rhythm, no plan. I mean, at this point, I think they're already at a stage where there's nothing much they can do anymore. They have a BKB Desolator on the cast, but Natsumi alone is not going to be able to do much, you know. Your Void Spirit is pretty much irrelevant because you're picking this hero to enable the team, but he has nothing to enable now because the team is just so far behind. I think it's mainly the MOUZ, you know, he just needed to come early to fight, you know. I just felt like he was just sitting in his lane and just buying his dagger, trying to farm his dagger up, which is so detrimental to the team, you know. I'm not saying
Why didn't OG run to him though? Like why are OG not going to the offlane?
He's not supposed to be ran at from his team. He needs to go to his team instead of waiting for his team to connect to him. I think MOUZ is a very different type of hero. Usually Nico plays Darkseer, Underlord, those Aura type of heroes. I think it's okay when you play the Aura heroes and you wait for your team to run to you, you know, or bristle back. But when you're playing MOUZ, you need to also be available to run to your team TP to connect to the rune fights. Like, have you seen him show up to any of the early rune fights? I mean, Natsumi show up, but the MOUZ didn't show up.
And Natsumi showing up didn't even make a difference in those situations. WS still able to Timber Chain. Oh, Spear just dodged by the Yules. Very nice from WS. And he's at no risk of dying with that fresh new pipe. Tim's in trouble. Yopach manages to kill off Kaori. But now they got the focus fire onto Natsumi. The Kez is dead. And now you're rooted up. Yopach, any options to get out? Astral Step away. Nice jukes there. He will be able to escape on the Void Spirit. Looks like MOUZ, he's being run down. Nico caught again. Nice rebuke, but he's going nowhere. 4 more heroes going down. The Void Spirit, the only one with the privilege of staying alive. Aurora, this game, yes, they get the Phoenix, but okay, I mean, I don't know. Something's got to change fast if they want to sort of stay alive here, because they're in a good spot after their day 1 on OG. But they've got high expectations to live up to, and right now they're kind of falling short. Big Rock, keeping them at bay. Mira might have overextended this time round, but that's before Lorinov had something to say. Jumping in on the Storm Spirit again, just eyes on the key targets. Tims and Yopach will fall along with Scam. And OG looking completely out of sorts here.
Seems like Aurora has figured out how to break this OG lineup. You know, they know what heroes they need to prioritize. So this Wind Ranger is going to be a very, very key hero for other teams moving forward against OG. They know that they cannot let them get this hero, and if they can play the hero, it's going to cause a lot of problems for OG, because Wind Ranger as a hero kind of, I feel like, also puts a lot of pressure on the offlaner, which is Nico in this case. I think he's a player that doesn't do well when he's behind, so he doesn't like playing into the carries that are very strong in the lane. And usually he doesn't have to play against it because his own carry is picking the hero.
Yeah, but if you have a sort of carry of your own, I mean, honestly, with the way that Nightfall has been playing this carry Wind Ranger, at this point, I don't know whether it's OG's hero anymore. Might just be Aurora's hero if they keep this performance.
He's definitely one of the best carries right now, not just on Wind Ranger. I think Nightfall has improved tremendously.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this, you know, once again. I used to be a Nightfall hater, but he has been playing some very, very beautiful Dota in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is KP coming in, because I think for the longest time with Nightfall on Aurora and Bat Boom, of course, there are always these stories about how he's a very big voice in the team, right? He has this very clear idea about how he wants to play Dota, and he doesn't really break away from that as Nico. Able to break away out of this initiation. Still spotted he's probably going to go down here. That has just really not been this Masters game. But yeah, like I was saying, I feel like Nightfall, he's always been known as this guy. Okay, if you're on a Nightfall team, you play Dota the way he wants to play. He's going to pick his carries, you play around him. I just feel like this guy has matured so much in this current iteration of Aurora. It's amazing to see.
He's already tried that way, right? And he's not winning any tournaments playing his way. So now he's enabling his team, you know? Love to see it.
Yeah. And again, it's only the support of Aurora going down which paves the way for Lorinov to be wicked sick at this point. 30 galvanized stacks. The one thing about Lorinov is this guy, he's not scared of getting funky with the item builds. I know Lotus Orb Storm is not the most crazy thing in the world, but I do really have to give a tip of the hat to his itemization choices. I feel like they're always so apt for the game that he's in, and it just puts his opponent in such a tricky situation because like what do you even do? Like, you can't talent toss silence him anymore. The Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit is completely nullified. It's just so smart.
Roshan is going to go down. I think things are just going to slowly end for OGS. I don't think there's anything they can do anymore. Right here. It's just way too difficult. They're in a phase where they can only count on Aurora messing up at this phase. And I don't know if that's ever going to happen judging by how the game has been played so far. You know, Aurora as a team has been making very, very good decisions, very calculated decisions. They're not exactly overextending a lot. They're always very disciplined. They get an advantage. They already get the objective. They back off. They go back. They reset. They wait for their cooldowns. This is a very, very disciplined and stable team at the moment, you know.
Yeah. And kind of seeing that KP effect come in, right? Because Aurora, after TI, you know, they signed him as a coach, taking him off of Liquid's hands. And I feel like nobody really... People always joke about, oh, Liquid, 3 coaches, haha, they have so many different... But KP was very much taking the lead in a lot of Liquid's tournaments in the past year where they were still doing decently well. The TI and everything. And then now he sort of has this chance to sort of build with a brand new set of very talented, very promising players. And it's clear that those ideas are carrying through, right? He's managed to sort of transform Nightfall into this different beast altogether that we've never really seen from him. And it looks amazing. It is such a treat to watch. And the Div 2 storyline started to heat up. I mean, at this point, I feel like everyone's got to go to Div 2 to get their training in. Come
I
on,
want to go to Div 2.
Let's go. Put me in Div 2, bro. Let's sign up. I'm trying to get it. What a brother got to do to get into Div 2. I don't know. You win Div 2, you win a couple of tournaments, I think. Happened for Yandex, might happen here for Aurora with DreamLeague Season 28. But of course, I still want to hang on to this undefeated streak that they have not only in this group, but across the board in their competitive game so far, right? They're on what, like Series 22, where they've managed to win, which is crazy sad.
Sign me up. Sign me up, Div 2.
Where's the application form, man? Where is the application form for real? This looks like maybe a final hurrah for OG, but again, a missed spear because of a Yules, and now Nico in trouble. Forced to pop that BKB and Arena defensively. Not what you want to see as he manages to get back to the base. Natsumi will be able to do so as well thanks to his BKB. But once you've used all those spells just to survive, what do you have to actually push Aurora back? Nightfall still got an Aegis for 2.5 more minutes.
I mean, look at the build on Loranov again. Lotus and Crimson got Lincoln.
Oh, he has a Crimson again.
Yeah, just guess the item, bro. Like, you can just do another guess the hero challenge. You will not get Storm Spirit with this build. Like,
You
no
will
way.
not get Storm Spirit. No.
No way, man.
It's crazy. It's kind of mad. Maybe the Soul Ring will give it away. I feel like not a lot of heroes like to go for that Soul Ring. You know what? This looks like it could be like a Largo build.
Yeah, I would totally
OG
buy it.
on their last legs here. I feel like they've been on their last legs for the past 40 minutes at this point. Nico getting cut down again. Natsumi now BKB-less. They don't got detection though on Aurora, and the Kez will escape. Scam Glimmer Cape away. Glimmer Cape best item confirmed. Glimmer Cape gets Tim's out as well. Oh my goodness. Yeah, somebody buy Lauren off a gem. What are we doing here, folks? Here comes Mira, another setup, easy toss onto Yopach. Nice block onto the rock, but he manages to dodge it with the Yules, and now Kez in the thick of things, not really where he wants to be. Focus fired and blown up. And it just kind of feels like OG, they're at the stage of the game where they're just pressing buttons here. I don't think there's really much for them to do. Hanging on till the very end, maybe discussing what went wrong, because of course they still have a second series today. That's how the DreamLeague schedule works, but they don't have a lot of time to figure things out. They don't have a lot of time to try and turn their fate around. And if Scam wants to have a happy birthday, they'll need to figure things out quickly. As Aurora still looking like the top of the dogs here. Arena comes out. One final fight. Mira is dead, but nobody else really is. And Natsumi, he's got to swing his sword around, but still getting focus fired down by Nightfall. Yeah, there's nothing much you can do. That was a dieback. GG is caught. Natsumi is out. Nightfall will die finally to a spear landed by Nico for the first time in 3 minutes, but that will just be right as his Ancient falls as well, and full focus here. You can tell Aurora, they are locked in, they are in the zone. Not even really breaking a sweat, just taking some sips of water. Just another day in the office for these boys.
And what a beautiful game, played by Aurora. Both games, this series. I think this is some of the best Dota I've seen from them, from any team in this tournament. This team is here to play, this team is here to win. Aurora is totally on a different level compared to 2 months ago, a month ago. They look like a very, very dangerous team right now. They have the cohesion on point. Their droughts are amazing. They have a lot of small little plays here and there to enable each other. I love how Nightfall is totally transformed to a very enabling carry player instead of being a more selfish, self-centric carry player. He's very, very good at enabling his team. He's not afraid to die. He's TPing to tank. He's doing all sorts of things to enable his team in the game, and I love it.
And I think it has very much shown this evolution of Dota a little bit, right? In the past, it was always like, okay, maybe we play these 4 protect 1 strategies at most. We're gonna have a semi-carry in the safe lane and then a semi-carry in the mid lane, and you kind of play that strat. But right now, we're seeing a completely different evolution. You don't need the pause 1 to be the one winning you the game all the time. You don't need to wait until your pause 1 is BKB, certain item timings. You can hit those timings early. 40 minutes, 20 minutes. You think about what heroes are strong at those points in time. That's why we're not really seeing all those typical hard carries anymore, right? All those old school PAs, anti-mages, faceless voids, just taking way too much time to come online. It's all about the carries that can make those gate rotations, like you said, put the pressure on the off-laner so they can't hit their aura timings. It's crazy to say, but it almost looks like Aurora Gaming took a page out of OG's book. If you just covered the team names and you told me these are the stats and this is how a team played, you just bring it back maybe even a month, 1.5 months ago, I would tell you the teams probably flipped, right? OG, they were playing this very style of enabling each other, playing faster than teams expected, going innovative item builds that no one was really seeing. But it seems like that sauce has passed over to Aurora, while OG, they've lost grasp of it a little bit. I'm not really sure what's happening with them. It's a little bit unfortunate because, of course, as we all know, OG, big fan favorites, not just of the OG organization, but the Filipino community and the Southeast Asian community as a whole. So it does sting to see them sort of struggle like this. But at the same time, you got to give your flowers to Aurora because they are playing some of the best Dota that we're seeing in this tournament, quite frankly.
Yeah, this is this is very, very nice to watch, the way they function as a team. I think OG, you have to go back to your drawing board. You have to figure out what do we need to do right now. There's some clear problems with the internal workings of the team. Why is the team not functioning well? It's not even from the draft. I think the draft was fine. It's just they need to make certain adjustments. I feel like it's a very small detail. Like Nico just needs to be able to rotate, be willing to sacrifice his game a little bit when he's not playing his Aurora heroes. If Nico refuses to play that way, he's not comfortable, then he shouldn't be on a hero like MOUZ. He should be just playing his comfort heroes. I think they have to either choose one side. Because right now I feel like they're kind of sitting on the fence. They're trying to solve the problem by giving him the hero that he needs to rotate, but he's just not seeing the angle to rotate to. So this is causing a lot of cascading problems in a game. It might be a very small little detail, but I think all the problems in the team right now are caused by this small little detail.
Yeah, that's kind of how it usually is when it gets up to the highest level of competition, Winter. You always like to talk about it. In reality, even though you can say this team is so much stronger, these players are so much better, a lot of the times the players are very much at the same skill level, and it's just all the small details of how they function as a well-oiled machine. That's the difference that made OG look so good maybe 1.5 months ago when all the gears were clicking, and then you fast forward it to now, maybe the gears are a bit rusty, maybe there's some stuff that needs polishing, and that's kind of where you feel like the captain or maybe even the coach, they have to sit down, have these difficult discussions, start pointing out what the mistakes might be, whether it's the comms. It really does kind of feel like a in-game sort of frequency off type thing, right? I can't really fault the drafts that much. I think it's easy to look at it in isolation and be like, oh, they look so bad because their heroes don't really have any options. But this is the same type of drafts that OG were winning with just a month ago. So really rough for them. But of course, we got to give our congratulations to the man joining us for an interview right now. It's none other than the superstar offlaner from Aurora himself. WS, how you doing, my man?
Hello guys, it's me again.
It's you again. We haven't had the chance to interview you just yet. Did you hop on a couple of other interviews already? Sorry for asking for you so much. I mean, I'm sure you can't blame us because you've been doing so amazingly with Aurora so far.
Yeah, I just got interviewed I think yesterday and today again. Yes. They just like me.
Yeah, who doesn't? I mean, with the way that you're playing on the Phoenix, with the way that you're playing in the Timbersaw, I mean, you are a shining star right now. And I think Aurora, you guys have done so well. I have to ask, what started this insane streak for you guys? What happened to kickstart this momentum?
I have no idea. We just play and win.
Okay, as simple as that. I guess the skills just speak for themselves. Winter, do you have anything to ask WS here?
Yes, you said that you guys just play and win. So how much do you think the Division 2 experience has helped the team, because you were able to play a lot of games during Division 2 on your way here. So what do you think about Division 2 for the DreamLeague? How has it helped you guys?
Yeah, we actually treat the Division 2 DreamLeague as like a practice. Like we just everything on that tournament. A lot of draft, a lot of stuff.
And what do you think is the key thing that allowed your team to improve, and go to the next level?
I guess everybody just good.
I mean, I think it's easy to say that, and maybe it's a very difficult question to answer because, like, if we look at the way the team was maybe even 2.5 months ago compared to now, it's clear that something has changed within Division 2 to now. Maybe it's something to do with KP. How much of an impact do you think he has on your growth as a team?
Yeah, I mean, KP doing a lot on this team. Like, he teaching me how to play off lanes, and he prepared a lot for the draft.
What's the most important thing that you've learned from KP about playing off lane? What did you not know before that KP taught you?
The basic thing. Just eat the tango before you trade for the enemies.
Were you not doing that beforehand? What the hell?
I mean, I'm doing that a lot, but it's just so funny when you say that.
I guess it's all just the small little things. It's all the details that make the difference. And we definitely see that here. WS, I know it hasn't really been the easiest period for you. You've been playing on Southeast Asia for so long, and then you sort of went into China for a little bit. Now back on sort of a more mixed European team. What would you say are the major differences? I know some of your teammates are still similar, but is there a different vibe with this Aurora team that you'd like to tell us about?
I would say the Europe teams, they have more, like, they compared to C teams, they are like more serious, more try hard.
Okay.
And for China, I think I have not much to say because I just been there for like only 2 months. So I would like to say for China, is everybody just chill, comms, and just farming all the games, you know, like it's more that play style.
Okay. So would you say that the comms in Aurora are a lot more sort of active? Everybody's talking, everybody's kind of sweating it up a little bit?
Yeah, the comms is so chaotic every time.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I think even in the draft when we were looking at your camera, we saw you talking a lot more than we are used to seeing you. So maybe it's bringing out a different side of WS that we haven't seen before, but we're all here for it. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview, WS. We won't waste more of your time. Good luck for the rest of your series.
All right, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful. You know what? He's a shy young lad, but you know, I think he's growing into it, much like Aurora are really growing into this peak form that they have for themselves here. Really nice to see. And I think Winter, even though he didn't really explain a lot, he's a man of few words. It's true, right? Like with Division 2, they got the chance to practice so many different strategies and we saw it. They had some moments where they looked a bit shakier, but in general, they were still very much building towards that same synergy, building towards an identity. And now it's fully polished and now it's looking amazing. Now they might even crush DreamLeague Division 1. They might just take away the entire thing with the way that they're playing. But of course, there are many more teams vying for that title, and Aurora are not the only ones. We're going to go into our next series very shortly. It's XG versus GamerLegion. And before we step into that, we've seen GamerLegion struggle a little bit in the past few days, right? Winter, what do you think they need to change? What's the one statement, what's the one piece of advice you want to give them to hopefully see a bit more of a competitive series against XG today?
Fate needs to be playing an Aura hero. He's sort of the same thing with Nico. I think the offlaner on GamerLegion, his hero is very, very key for them. They need to give him the right hero, Aura bot hero.
Okay, let's see whether Mangusu heeds your advice. Let's see whether GamerLegion are on the right page to go up against XG. We'll get that series ready for you after a short break.
This is the story of a mortal man, an angry man driven by revenge. He struck a deal and became a tool for the unfortunate souls condemned to hell. This is the story of Razor, a story of hatred and anger. Find out how this came to be in Tales from the Lore Keeper, Episode 4, brought to you by DHL.
stress. I'm feeling lighter. I'm finally feeling like I can breathe. The night is calling. Tension, come blowing the breeze. We're rolling downtown. We're grooving to the sound. We're rolling downtown. The weekend's here and it feels so right. I think I'll break the skins out tonight. I'm gonna go out and have a good time. Ain't nothing gonna stop me tonight. Ain't nothing gonna stop me tonight. Gonna throw my clothes on, tell my crew what's up. Just wanna party, ain't nobody looking for love. The music's popping, this beat has got me feeling alive. Head to the strip, these wheels gon' light up the night. I'm living in a fantasy, come on and take a ride with me. I'm tryna put your mind at ease, let me know that you're feeling me. I'm living in a fantasy, come on and take a ride with me. I'm tryna put your mind at ease, come on and get down with me. We're rolling down, grooving to the sound. We're rolling downtown. The weekend's here and it feels so right. I think I'll break the skins out tonight. I'm gonna go out and have a good time. Ain't nothing gonna stop me tonight. We're cruising by the city lights. Can't wait to break the skins out tonight. I'm gonna go out and have a good time. Ain't nothing gonna stop me tonight. It feels so right. Ain't nothing gonna stop me Just wanna be with you, just wanna groove with you. Don't care about nothing else, just wanna night with you. Just wanna be with you, just wanna groove with you. Don't care about nothing else, just wanna night with you. It's all I think about and nothing else on my mind. All I really need is just to have you, girl. And I like to take you for a ride that you can never forget. All the places that you never seen. Let's have a good time, we can't forget. A time we'll always remember. 'Cause we're all the way live. We're all in a world. Gonna stop us, we just can't stop. 'Cause we're all the way live. All the way in a world. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah.
Just give me the beat, that's all I need. Just move your feet and let it breathe. Cause all you see is all you need. Don't be cheap, don't do it for free. Turn up the heat like an oven, baby, give me that love and make me wanna lose control. Cause when the beat start pumping and the party get jumping, everybody get on the floor. See if you lose your mind and you lose your cool, then you know that you're doing it right. And if you ain't in the mood, I tell you what to do. Got something that you just might like. Just give me the beat.
Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah.
Just give me the beat.
Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah.
Just give me the beat. I don't wanna step on your toes when I see you moving. I don't wanna let this go unless that's what you're choosing. Everything that I've done is the truth and it's already proven. I just wanna make you laugh, wanna do it for your amusement.
DreamLeague Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Chex.
Group stage for DreamLeague Season 28 rages on here as we move on to our second series of the day. It's GamerLegion versus Xtreme Gaming, brought to you by Permsneeze and Winter here on the Storm stream. All the streams are kicking off at this point, and GamerLegion, they still need to try and salvage their current situation, sitting at 1 win, 7 losses on overall map score at the bottom of Group B, not where you want to be, especially when the opponents are so terrifying. But maybe against Xtreme Gaming, they'll stand a chance. As we look again at the groups, you gotta remember, out of this first group stage, it's not a very friendly situation because only 4 teams from each group move forward, which means by the end of this, we're down from 16 to 8. That's rough news. And GamerLegion, if they want to avoid a similarly disappointing placement from DreamLeague Season 27, of course, in case you guys don't remember, DreamLeague Season 27 had 24 teams, and they still kind of ended up at the bottom rung of that. So they're hoping to try and change their fate around. They'll have to do a lot of work, though, compared to what we saw from their previous series.
Am I correct to say that if they lose even one game here, they're out? Like, they need to win this 2-0 to have a mathematical chance to get to the next game.
I think it depends on whether Spirit shit the bed. So if Spirit just start losing all the rest of their games, even if GamerLegion draw some of the series, it's fine.
If they win their last, so they have 3 series right now, so they can get 6 more points at the moment. So bare minimum, it should be... I think they can only afford to lose one game. Just one game, maybe.
Yeah, and then they also have to hope that Spirit either tie or lose all their games, because the second Spirit gets 1 win or 2 wins, then they're in a lot of trouble. But yeah, I think regardless of how it mathematically shakes out, I don't think you want to really be considering, oh, we can afford to lose 5 more games. No. Lock in. Come on, folks. Show us what NA Dota is all about. On the other side, we got Xtreme Gaming showing us what Chinese Dota is all about. The best team right now, currently, to come out of China. I mean, after TI, they changed out XM and SinQ retiring, of course. And then there were many questions being asked, right? Everyone was thinking, XM is obviously the better mid compared to Nothing to Say. And that was true at the time. And then you bring in FY. Yeah, I know Dota players in China love unretiring. But really, is FY sort of still got the skills to pay the bills? And at first, it didn't really look so good, right? XG post-TI, it was rough, especially for this man on your screen. But in the past few weeks alone, I feel like he's really sort of come into his own and he looks a lot more comfortable and confident right now.
Yeah, he was definitely looking rusty in, I want to say, September, October last year. But now I think he has improved a lot. There's definitely still a lot of things that he could work on. If you compare himself to a couple of years ago when he was in the TI finals. But he's on the right track. He is making a lot of progress, and I think they can only get stronger from here on. I think Nothing to Say also, I think he's in a very similar position with FY, where initially he looked like he was struggling to gel in with this team, but right now he's in a very, very nice spot. I feel like things are coming together with him, XXS, FY. The mid laner interacts a lot with the post 4, so the moment the post 4 plays better, it makes it easier for your mid laner as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, this is 3 out of 5 of the TI finals LGD that almost like took that Spirit year by storm, right? At that point, everyone remembers TI10 as the year that Spirit were these big underdogs, first Eastern European winners in a long time. But then you kind of conveniently forgot that the entire year up till that point, LGD were these unbeatable monsters, piloted by Xiao A, the director behind the scenes, and at that point in time, it was Bark and Sin Q on the track. So right now, a bit of a different complexion, but XSS definitely, we've talked about it at length. We think he is the best player on Xtreme Gaming. Enough about the Chinese side though, let's talk a bit about North America. GamerLegion, again, sort of the one remaining pride of the region, I want to say, and they haven't really given fans a lot to be cheering for, I want to say. And as harsh as that sounds, I think you guys would understand what I mean if we've been watching their games. They've been somewhere, you just kind of feel like they're floundering a little bit. They're not completely sharp on their idea of how they want to play Dota. Sometimes they end up picking heroes that feel like they don't really fit the players themselves. But a lot of it is going to come down to our featured player, right? Big Num. So we're looking at the POS 4 of Xtreme Gaming. Of course, we need to look at the POS 4 of GamerLegion as well. He is not only the POS 4, but also, from what we know from interviews, the in-game leader and the captain of sorts, right? He is sort of the biggest voice, dictating their early moves. And I would argue to say GamerLegion, especially in the early to mid games, some of these moves that they've been deciding to make have actively lost them games, even the ones where they're ahead in the laning stage.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a huge problem that they have to kind of solve, you know. I mean, I mentioned a little bit about the Fates hero, like they need to be careful with what type of hero he's been given. And I think he needs to play like the Aurora bot, like I mentioned before, and Bignum has to kind of take more responsibilities in playing the initiating heroes. But the problem is he likes to play the range heroes. They have this issue where I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing necessarily when you have two range supports, but you kind of have to balance things out with your off-laner and your mid-lane hero. So they need to find the right setup. And I think a lot of the problems they had in the previous games that we watched them play came down to Fate's hero and Yumsum as well, when he's always having, I feel like he's always dying a lot in the game, like random deaths, you know. It's like not like a good death, it's just he's trying to push out the wave and he's not really aware of where the enemy is going, and then he just randomly dies, or sometimes he just overextends because he's too cocky with his play and he gets punished, you know. So those are the things that I feel like are holding GamerLegion back mainly. I think the standout players on these teams are the mid laner, RCY. He tends to have games where he could maybe even carry the game on his own, or Speed and Bignum doing so much in the game on the supports where they actually just make the game so easy for their cause. So those are the things that you have to look out for if you're a GamerLegion fan. They need to be able to do well in the early phases through the support or through RCY.
Yeah, I really want to see GamerLegion, even if it's two range supports, I want to see them pick heroes that help RCY because they've shown success when they enable him on the mid lane. Nothing to say, I think historically has also been a player that is a bit more, okay, this is gonna sound a bit wrong, but like abusable. I feel like in moments where Tidebound, back in the day when he was still on that team, even Xtreme Gaming in this state, in the earlier sort of few months where they first sort of started with this roster, when Xtreme Gaming looked bad is when Nothing to Say has just been shut down. Because apart from XSS, he's kind of the main person initiating a lot of the moves, right? It's not FY or X Nova, they're more of the follow-up most of the time. And you're kind of looking at this mid player to pick these tinies, pick these primal beasts, start the fight, set everything up. GamerLegion, they're going for the Chen and it gets met immediately by a Phoenix. We're really seeing this Phoenix rise in popularity.
Very good hero against the Chen, because of the stun ray and everything, team fighting heroes are always very good against Chen. Like heroes like Warlock, Phoenix, Undying. Like Chen doesn't really like to play against those heroes. At least in my opinion, you struggle a lot when you're pushing the towers. They have this rock or egg Undying Tombstone on you, and then you just have to back off. You can't really fight into that, you know. So I think it's a pretty logical response towards the Chen. Let's see how they're gonna build their draft with the Phoenix. He's very good with heroes like Mars, heroes like Primal, but they're all banned, so the replacements would be Centaur. I think it's kind of okay with Centaur. It's also decent with
Centaur and Axe, like things that can protect
DK.
the egg, right?
Yeah, DK is also fine. You want stuns, so you basically want stuns with Phoenix. So any sort of like frontline stunning hero which sets up the Sunray is amazing with Phoenix.
I mean, they didn't even have a lot of stuns, but that previous game, Aurora, they were using Shackle Shot to set up the Phoenix Sunray and everything. It was crazy. So that might just be an Aurora thing though. We're on to this series and GamerLegion starting out with a Chen. Is it right to say that when a team drafts Chen, they are looking to try and exert themselves in the early game? So is it right to say, I see GamerLegion first pick Chen, they're going to try and play fast tempo?
I think most of the time that's the case, but you can also utilize Chen to protect like a hard carry and to have like later timings, because the other thing that Chen brings to the table is he secures the lane. He's a very stable laner. You don't really bully the Chen's lane most of the time. The carry is going to farm, so you can definitely still use him as a lane secure, a bodyguard, and play for the late game. It's not something that I think you should do all the time, but in some games you can look to do that.
Okay. And what value do you think this, I guess this pick brings GamerLegion? Because I think we've criticized in a way, you know, the sort of support what they're able to do in the early game. Is this sort of more in line with what you want to see? Like, do you think the Chen is going to be able to help RCY in that mid lane?
Chen definitely helps you secure the runes with the creeps. I think part of the game plan to allow RCY to succeed is the rune control. We've been saying this again and again. The runes are so important. You need to help your spirit heroes get the runes so you can dictate play. You contest the shrines, you contest the Roshan, the Tom. Everything comes from the runes. So you need supports that secure the runes. And I feel like with Chen, usually you need a melee position 4, you know. So I don't know if GamerLegion is going to do that, because they are more known to pick double range, and the closest melee hero on range is Dark Willow. I know Bignum loves to play that hero, but I'm not very sure if it's going to work with the Chen. Shadow Demon, on the other hand, this works with Chen. I've seen this many times. So I think this is a very, very nice hero with the Chen, with the Beast. You stack for the Beastmaster. The stamina is really good with this Beastmaster. You have a save, so I think this is a very nice setup for GamerLegion. And XG right away picks the Largo. You have a way of, I guess, saving the initial raw target with the Lake. And the Storm is also kind of maybe acting as a pseudo block pick, right? Because Storm is such a good pick for GamerLegion most of the time. It's RCY's best hero here. And Storm is also, I think, a very, very good hero against Shadow Demon. You need a hero that can just find him on the backline and just kill him. And I can't think of a hero that does it better than Storm.
Does Storm do okay into Beast? Because I feel like we've seen a lot of mid Beastmasters just running down Storms, right?
He does. Storm is really good against melee heroes. You can kill off the ball. So they're going to go with a counter. So RCY is going to go with Quap against the Storm. This is definitely a very annoying matchup, but they do have Largo. So I think Largo can definitely help out the Storm. You dispel some of the daggers. I think what you should do as Largo is you have to try to contest the 2-minute runes, the water runes at 4 minutes, so you can conveniently dispel some of the Shadow Strike away. It will actually help the Storm Spirit a long way in this lane matchup. So I think they have options to deal with the Quap here. And GamerLegion, now they have to kind of pick, I think they're most likely their carry here. I think Beastmaster, Chen, these are heroes that are going to allow them to play a very, very fast-paced lineup. A fast-paced game, so I would like to see Yamsam playing something that can come online early as well. They need an 8
Thanks Weaver would have been really nice, but they're the ones sort of banning it out. Is there a reason why they're
banning this out? So it means that they think that they think that the Weaver would pressure the Beast, and they don't want Weaver, so they want to pick something else with Chen. A melee hero, I assume Ursa is available. Cass is available, but Cass is not exactly his type of hero on Yamsam. I feel like he likes to play the range heroes most of the time. But XG thinks that they are picking an off laner. They think Beast is carry or Corp is carry.
Could be.
I guess Beast is the carry because they're banning off laners. Interesting. I mean, Beast can definitely be a carry. Some of the teams are having some success with it. I don't know if it's.
By the way, both Viper and Razor are still in the pool. Just completely ignored at this point.
Honest man game, you know. Okay, so they clearly know something we don't. So GamerLegion, they are picking another offlaner. I guess maybe Beastmaster is not exactly something that Fate wants to play. So some sort of information that actually already knew beforehand. And now they have this tight Beastmaster channel. This is a timing lineup, man. You don't snowball in the first 20 minutes. You're going to run out of gas with this lineup.
I don't know where GamerLegion are boot camping, but hopefully they got an alarm clock because they are going to be on a big timer.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like it's like some god tier Slug game. Yeah, Slug is so good here. It's very good against the Beast. It's very good against the Tide. Very good against the Corp. Very good against everything.
Then what? You go XSS offlane Phoenix and then Slug 1? It feels a bit awkward.
No. Largo on offlane. Wait,
okay.
The Wind Ranger, and then you just pick a new carry.
I just don't know if Xtreme Gaming do that because I went to look up all their Largo games. They really prefer the Largo on support. Every single time they've picked Largo so far, they've run it on support.
By GamerLegion, they're banning the carry heroes, so they think that it might be possible that the Largo is a core here. So we'll see what XG decides to do ultimately. I think they should pick another carry. I would like to see another carry hero that can work wonders, a melee hero against this Tide to counter his lane. There's no Ursa, so Spark is I think it's probably one of the next best thing they can pick here. The hero has a very high win rate in pubs, but not so much in pro scene. Keeper of the Light. Very interesting. So it's Keeper and Largo. Some kind of like abuse going on. Reusing cooldown, giving the Largo mana, because Largo has mana issues on core, because you're rushing Aghanim Scepter most of the games, and after Aghanim Scepter you will get the Kaya to help you and a Soul Ring. So before that happens, the Kotal definitely enables the Largo. Largo loves clearing stacks, you know. So if you have a support allowing you to get massive stacks, that's going to be very, very beneficial for Largo. And Largo also likes levels, so he loves the support going to stack and leaving him alone in the lane.
Yeah, and I mean, not to mention, this Kotal is going to be great with the Storm. This Kotal is going to basically mean that every single time the Beastmaster roars a target, you just blinding light and suddenly you can just outlast the roar, right? Yamson is not going to be able to get a lot of these solo kills as long as FY is around.
It's very slow though. Like the one criticism I would have for the Kotal is the whole lineup is slow. Because everybody takes time to farm. Largo is a hero that's gonna take a long time. You need to farm your eggs, and after the eggs, like I said, you need to get Kaya, and then you get your Sage, and then you get your Soul Ring, and then you need BKB or Shivas, you know, to be fully online. You need 3 items on this hero. Storm also kind of is farm heavy. You can make the rotations if you get the rune, sure. But all their 3 cores seem to need a little bit more farm. And I think that the key thing to bind everything together is the early game needs to go well. They are going to have to try to fight for the runes, secure the runes for Storm. But Kotal and Phoenix, they're not the best heroes fighting in the runes, you know. And I think GamerLegion is going to have the advantage when it comes to the rune fight with the Shadow Demon Chen duo.
It sounds like GamerLegion have a recipe that they've used for success, right? RCY, the big player for GamerLegion here. You talked about Fate getting on an Aura bot. This Tidehunter is more than just an Aura bot. Going to be pretty fine into both the Phoenix and the Wind Ranger. Gives them good team fight. GamerLegion looking like they have the pieces for success here in this game. Is it fair to say that you're liking their draft more, even though it is a bit more timing centric?
Yeah, I like their chances here because XG is slow. They have a very slow lineup, and I think GamerLegion has a pretty good chance of outpacing them with the Chen, the Beastmaster, the Tide. I think the moment you get Pipe on Tide, that is a huge timing for GamerLegion. Because if you look at XG, outside of the Focus Fire, everything else is spell damage. The Phoenix is magic damage. Keeper of the Light, magic damage. Storm Spirit, magic damage. Largo, magic damage. So what do you do, you know, when the pipe comes out on the Tide? I think that's going to be a huge challenge for XG to deal with the pipe timing from Fate here.
Yeah. This is also the first time, at least from what I can see, that XSS is showing this Largo. Maybe there's information from scrims or whatnot that GamerLegion have that they know this is going to be played on the offlane, but kind of a little bit of new tech that they're showing off here at DreamLeague Season 28. At a pretty important moment as well, right? XG, we were talking a lot about GamerLegion and their current standings in the group, but XG, they're in a spot where they are tied up with some of the other pretty strong teams as well. Currently sitting at a score of 2 wins, one draw and one loss are both Xtreme Gaming, Falcons, and Na'Vi. So 3 teams kind of in the same spot. They need to try and wrestle for those top 4 placements if they want to move on here. And I mean, apart from them, it's just Yakult Brothers who don't look like they're having the best time in Group A. So want to represent China here. Want to do the region proud. Early rune fight, big blast being set up. GamerLegion bringing the numbers. They might be able to catch X-Nova off guard. Went for that level 1 Fire Spirits, doesn't have the dive, and he will fall for first blood. Speed will get the last hit though. Not ideal, but at least it's something. It's a good start regardless.
That looks strange, you know. They had a ward. They know that there were at least 3 heroes to 4 heroes on top there. Like somehow they decided to go down and fight the rune even though they only have 3. I mean, I guess they felt like the Kotal Blast would just be so strong that they would be able to win the trade, but ultimately that wasn't the case, you know. And so that went in favor for GamerLegion, and they also placed a sentry earlier to block off the camps for the Kotal. I think this is something that you need to do when you're playing against Keeper of the Light on position 4. You need to stop him from making stacks in the jungle. So I like this play a lot.
They picked this Kotal last after knowing that the Beast sort of would be in this position with the Chen. And XSS, you know, understandably suffering a little bit because both of these heroes just have summons and they are just kind of auto-attacking the frog. There isn't really much that FY can do other than blast the range creep. So I kind of wonder whether the Largo's actually going to be fine here because I feel like he's going to be taking a ton of harass.
Yeah, this is not a lane where you're going to be happy as Largo. I don't think you're going to be getting too much out of this lane.
Bro.
I mean, Kotal is not a is not a lane hero, you know. You're just playing for your own game, you want your levels. You're kind of like a very greedy hero that you don't really enable your offlaner, but you just play for your levels and you get your level 6 quickly and you can impact the other lanes. So let's see if it actually works out for FY this game. Obviously he saw something that allowed that he feels like the Kotal will be allowed to do his thing in this game, and we'll just see if he's able to execute it here. And in the mid lane, this Corp is starting to already put some pressure onto the Storm Spirit. I mentioned that maybe he's going to need some rotations from the Largo initially, because I thought Largo was going to be a support. Since it's an offlaner, you are not going to be getting some casual dispels off, you know, as from the Largo as the Storm. So this matchup is going to be difficult for the Storm Spirit, but nothing to say so far. Doing good. 11-2 against the 7-2 on RCY. So he's still doing fine.
That's a bit annoying though. I was gonna say, I think the one tricky thing about Queen of Pain in the lane is it's going to be very difficult to commit to one side for a water rune, because the second she sees you walking over to one side, she can just beat you to it by blinking or just kind of threatening to blink. And then at that point, you either have to full commit for it or back off. And because of an early big num rotation, Nothing to Say actually misses out on both runes. So he's not going to have that regen available, brings himself more tangles just to survive. You see this a lot in the Queen of Pain Storm matchup. You just, at some point, you might even just have to die just to make sure you reset with full resources for the minute 6 rune.
You have to go home. Normally you have to go back once to the base to refill in the fountain. So we'll just have to see how it actually plays out, but most of the time, Corp against Storm, the Corp will get a 6-minute rune because the Storm has to go back to base around 5 minutes, and because he does that, he can't get level 6 and he can't fight the power rune.
Not just the power rune, right? The minute 6 is so important because it might actually set GamerLegion up to contest for the Wisdom Shrine. You talked about how Kotal is a bit of a weaker laner, he plays for his own game. Not much he can really do to help the Largo if Speed and Yamson are just running at him with creeps. You got RCY sort of getting the power rune, rotating over. Even if they TP in like Phoenix or hell, even Wind Ranger, I don't know if they'll be able to defend that spot. So something to keep an eye out for. I'd love to see GamerLegion try and push that advantage if they get the power rune. Still early doors though, as Big Num sort of walking over again. We didn't really talk about this just yet, but with the Largo Croak of Genius and the Kotal mana, this Storm is honestly set up to have a pretty terrifying game, right? He's gonna have explosive magic damage and all the mana in the world to put it out. But the question is just whether he can get to that stage, because right now he's being hampered.
Yeah, as long as they are going to be able to slow down the game and the Storm has ability to farm, they should be fine, you know. But it's going to be a tall order against the Beast type. I already mentioned the pipe timing. That's something we have to really watch out for. The pipe timing is going to be very crucial. And actually, if they can somehow find a way to survive the pipe timing, they don't lose too much on the map, they don't lose too many objectives, then they should be in a very good position going into the mid game. So those are the things that we are going to have to look closely, you know, in the first 20 minutes of the game. And right now,
a quick question: if
yeah,
Fade gets his pipe right, like you're saying, this pipe timing is so strong, and I can see why, because the Wind Ranger doesn't scale in physical damage for a long time. What happens for Xtreme Gaming once the Tide gets the pipe? Do you just need to back up and give up the map? Like, do you actually have any options to farm? Hold that thought. Looks like aggression in the top lane. Big Num making a rotation over, trying to kill XSS, but a nice timing on the lick. Gets him on the Dispel, and FY with enough move speed to maybe get on out of here. A speed actually prioritized walking over to auto attack instead of trying for the body block. They got the Cobalt move speed. One last bit of access. FY not getting cut down at the moment. Might be able to deny himself to some jungle creeps here. No, the last hit. No miss on the high ground. Nicely done.
It's the Cobalt speed allowing them to chase there. That was very nice, abusing that aura to get the kill there on the Koto. Very, very nicely done by GamerLegion. So this means that they will have the numbers to control the power rune.
Are scanning.
Nope,
50,
Chen
50.
doesn't. Yeah, Chen can't really bring his creeps over, so it's going to be 2 against 2 here. Quap even blinking in, keep wow the shield. That, oh my god, that was like a crazy play right there. Like if he have gotten any other rune or not gotten a rune, I think maybe he would have died. Somehow.
Maybe Invis saves him?
I don't know, man.
Because there's no sentry on the Phoenix.
Maybe he felt like the Storm had like only 100 mana, so there was no way he dies, even if he doesn't get a rune. That was some ballsy play right there.
Yeah, the Storm walks up and then he just gets a Sonic Wave in the face, right? It's not going to look good. But yeah, back to the question I was asking, like with this pipe timing, because it sounds like it's going to be this big be-all end-all timing for GamerLegion where they get the pipe and then it's boom or bust. Every single time I talk about the pipe, they make a kill onto the top lane. Looks like XSS is being run down. TPs come in. Looks to be too late though. XSS, that last bit of damage to the creeps. Kill him with his own illusion. That's cool.
Shrine. They have to bring heroes to defend the shrine, but Storm has no status at all. Windrunner might have to TP. Ame has to see if he can help this.
Can't afford to give this one up. The supports will be way too far behind on the levels. And GamerLegion securing the shrine in the bot lane. The Tidehunters walking over to his own shrine. This is the play that I was asking for. And GamerLegion, they take advantage of their early game power.
I feel like Ame had to TP to salvage the situation, and surprised to see he didn't even, you know, make a rotation there. That was such a crucial defense on the shrine there that he needed to come. And now the supports are going to be really starved of levels, and they already have a very slow lineup on XG, and this is going to make things even slower right now. And in the meantime, Speed sneakily walks up the jungle and he places the ward. And Yamsam, he's in trouble.
being run down. That might be the cost though. They got good information on the stacks, but Yamson going down to the 3-man of Xtreme Gaming, so getting themselves on the board finally.
That is a really bad death. Like when your support leaves the lane to do something else, you have to play safer on the core on the lane, you know. That was like a free kill right there, you know. This is what I'm talking about Yamsum. He always has one of those bad deaths in the game, 1 or 2 in the game, you know, just dying, being not careful, not aware of where the opponents are going, and just paying a huge price. He TPs back to the lane, and if he somehow dies again here, this is going to be really bad. Actually, they are still in the neighborhood.
I guess the upside of that is Speed managed to steal away all of those stacks lovingly set up by FY. So a lot of that recovery EXP that is going to be especially important for these supports given they lost the Shrine of Wisdom. It's just not going to be available. The Largo's going to walk back up to his high ground. He's going to see that ward because of the sentry and he's going to be like, ah shit, okay, Speed's been around. That's where the Chen was this entire time.
Focus fire.
Full shot. Yeah, they're trying to commit onto Fade.
It's gonna take a while. Okay, he's doing the right thing here, TPing out. He doesn't take a chance because he can't see the storm on the map. And maybe he dies if the storm already TP'd or he is near, so taking no chances there, TPing out. I like it. I think it's a good call by Fade.
Also, I think even if he doesn't TP out, if he tries to walk it off back to his tower, I don't think he survives. Because he was taking quite a bit of damage there from the Phoenix and the Wind Ranger. They'll now come back to find their stacks completely stolen away, so Sentry wards cleared out. They can resume stacking eventually, but it's just a very sour feeling. GamerLegion hitting all the right notes in this early game. Beastmaster and his net worth, my goodness. Yamson, he's doing very well for himself despite that death. in the top lane. The rest of the calls as well, keeping up for the most part. I mean, Fade, you get the feeling he'd probably want a little bit more out of his lane. But given that the Phoenix has been putting a lot of attention on trying to bully him out, I don't think he's too sad about it either.
Ame is sleeping top.
Radiant's bottom tower
He's making a
is under
rotation.
attack.
Yamsam, does he know this? You know, he
Dire's middle tower is
he
under
does
attack.
not have any vision, but the 3 heroes showing bottom, not seeing Ame, might actually just tip him off that something might be happening to him. Like, is he
You might get the idea that Ame is just farming safely in his sort of inner jungle area, but now Yamson's gonna get caught. Shackle off the mark though. Still pulling him back in. Hand of God, Yamson is completely fine. Between the chipped vest and the brawny and the ogre axe, he has a
the other
lot of
side.
HP to work with, and nothing to say actually gets a kill onto Bigna. XG able to strike back a little bit, but nothing to say, has just sacrificed his life for it. Zip up to the high ground with the soul ring, but RCY there with the chase, and with that shadow strike, they'll be able to finish the kill off. So 1 for 1. Meanwhile, the Phoenix also seems to have dropped, trying to contest in there. So a little bit of a weird sequence. XG trying to make a play both in the top lane and the bot, or rather the mid area, and kind of both sides not working out.
And GamerLegion is definitely really happy with this.
Radiant's bottom
They didn't lose the
tower is
Beastmaster
under
top, he
attack.
survived, they got a kill bot with the tide. Things are looking very promising right now for GamerLegion. They're gonna be hitting a ball soon. Mag pipe timing gonna come. They have a 3k advantage at 11 minutes. This is the dream start that they are hoping would happen.
This is what you drafted for, and I think this is where we're reminded a little bit of your criticism of the XG draft, right? Very slow. You know, you were talking about Ame TPing in for that Wisdom Shrine defense. I'll be honest with you, I feel like even if he TP'd, I don't think they'd be able to flush GamerLegion away. It's just so lacking, right? The damage from the Wind Ranger in these early stages. Maybe you kill a support, but then you put yourself in the line of fire for RCY. Was very ready to let that Sonic Wave rip.
I mean, remember I was telling you about my opinion on how you actually should get Power Shot on carry Wind Ranger early, just for situations like this, so you can actually help the team, because it would matter a lot. If he has 4 points or 3 points in Power Shot, he comes to this fight, I think maybe XG survives that, they defend the shrine, they get a kill, and the game could have been completely different, you know. Right now they are struggling, they're kind of behind, they're getting pressured, but somehow Nothing to Say finds the rune, so this is... I don't know how this is actually happening. How is he actually getting the rune when they're behind, you know? Felt like this is not supposed to happen, this is illegal.
Yeah.
Like
well, I think part of it is the fact that XG have control in terms of vision in the bot side, right? While GamerLegion don't. So they haven't brought a support over to make sure that side of the river is dewatered.
Yeah, but they're
a bit worried.
They just needed to bring heroes over to secure the rune. I think this is actually a huge oversight. You're 2 to 3k ahead at this stage. It's a co-op against Storm matchup. You cannot allow the Storm to just get the rune without contesting it. You know, sure, if he comes and contests and he somehow manages to get the rune, that's whatever. But they didn't even do anything at all. You know, Chen was just jungling.
Yeah.
I think Bignum was the only one that actually went over, you know, and it wasn't enough. And now Storm is gonna be okay. He's smoking to clear some stacks. Never mind. I thought he was gonna use the arcane rune to get a kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, right now, it's clear that Xtreme Gaming are in no position or have no interest in fighting, right? They're just trying to recuperate from this early disadvantage they found themselves in. And I think GamerLegion, I get what you're saying. I agree. I feel like they should be contesting all these runes a little bit more. But I think the top thing in their mind right now is just hitting these timings. They're just going to wait for that pipe, wait for all these items to come out, and then that's where they're going to ball up. So for now, the focus is on farming. They're trying to hit that tempo as fast as possible, which is why we probably see Speed just full on jungling. He's not bringing his creeps anywhere to scout or apply pressure. Just completely zoned in on finishing up that item.
Trouble.
XSS.
Oh.
He has a phase boots though, and that's going to give him the move speed to just slide on out of trouble. The rest of XG are connecting in for this play. Nothing to say, spotting out Speed. Disruption from the high ground will save the Chen for now, but XG rotating over Speed in big trouble. Think about the Hand of God, won't end up using it. Just accepts his death. And that's going to leave GamerLegion with not much else to claim. XG, they've showed up in full force, and they're going to take this tier 1 for it.
You were absolutely spot on that. The Largo actually escaped because of the phase and the wind lanes. Normally you see arcane boots, you know, on off-lane Largo, but the phase boots is giving him enough speed there to avoid the disruption and just turning the fight around.
GamerLegion still trying to brawl here, but Yamson, not a lot of mana to work with. Has enough for one raw. Ravage gonna catch the field. They're onto the egg. They need to try and focus him down, but they're splitting sides. Nothing to say. Does go down. Nice sonic wave, but it doesn't really catch anyone other than XSS, who's escaping to the side. Eats a demonic perch that's gonna stop him from hurrying off, and the Frog Stomp isn't gonna save him. The ball of GL is still too strong when they're all put together and they recognize they can take the fight there. Great shot.
That was a pretty good egg, I'm not gonna lie, by Xnova, but it was still nowhere near for them to be able to fight. I mean, you can see here in the replay, you know, very, very nice egg when it came out during the Ravage. But because of the fact that the nature of the lineup, they are just way weaker on the XG side right now. Sonic Wave, and that's it, you know. After the Ravage for Sonic Wave, you have nothing left in the tank, you don't have damage at the moment with your heroes, and you lose the fight. So this is the reason why I was so worried about this XG final pick with the Kotal, which is the lineup being slow, it takes time to come online, and you have to give up all this objective on the map, you know, towards the GL side. Aghanim's already done on Beast. The pipe is going to come soon because of that fight. So things are going to get worse and worse for XG right now.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I see from GamerLegion, and it's because of a very small detail, right? I think earlier on, when XG rotated all 4 heroes up here to the top lane, we saw Speed getting picked off, and he was thinking about popping that Hand of God, but he cancelled it at the very last moment. I like to believe that that's because he made the call, okay, we're going to come back and fight them again, and then I'll have Hand of God to bait. And that's exactly what happens. XG, they pop a really nice egg, they're starting to do decent damage into GamerLegion, but that Hand of God just denies them everything, just like how RCY just denies another rune from Nothing to Say. They're keeping the tempo going, they're playing to their lineup, they're not rushing anything, they're not pushing the issue where they don't have their abilities or their strength, and I like that a lot. I think this is a really good sign for GamerLegion in maybe trying to topple XG in this game number 1.
And now towards the more important objective, Roshan is going to be on the table because GamerLegion has Aghanims on Beastmaster. So they are going to be looking for an angle to get it right now. They are so strong that they should just go in, you know. Like even if XG comes over with the egg, I'm not sure if they can actually contest it.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the Shadow Demon passive as well, right? The Menace stacking up the damage amp. Really, really strong stuff. The Beastmaster as well, 1-man unit. FY trying to do what he can to blast away into this pit. Just maybe try for a cheeky snipe, but in reality, there's nothing much he can do. Okay, sorry, FY, I wasn't familiar with I wasn't familiar with your game. How did he do that?
That is just luck, but good for him. He tried. If you don't try, you miss all your shots, you know. So he tried there, he got lucky. That is actually a huge, huge deal. The gold injection into their lineup helps them so much. I mean, he's building an Aghanims on the Kotal, so he definitely needs the extra injection of gold on the Kotal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think better to break a ball than a ball yourself, right? Throw the ball at the ball and they all start staring at it. What the hell is that light green doing here? I like this choice a lot. I think it's pretty solid. I'm kind of surprised that Ame is this poor on the Wind Ranger. It's not like he died or got ganked or anything. He only died once.
He has no space on the map. This is what happens when you have a Largo or Post 3, you know. Largo Post 3 takes up a lot of farm on the map. I mean, it's not
he does have his Aghanims now though.
I mean, he's still not ready to fight. You need the Soul Ring, and then he has the Soul Ring and he's building into Kayana. And even after that, he's still gonna need Shivas or BKB for the game.
Way too much potential damage coming out from GamerLegion. Trying to play off this Aegis timing. Sonic Wave still clips onto Xnova. You
nice
popped
try.
the A? It might just work.
Okay. I mean, they can't fight anyway, so I guess that's a pretty decent choice.
That wasted time, I guess, like, right?
Yeah, waste their time, make them commit on you, just whatever, you know. You're not fighting anyway, so the egg is not going to be too useful.
Is that army smoked there? Do you see that? They're smoked up on XG trying to do something.
I mean, they know that the Phoenix brought a lot of hero spots, so they're trying to get a pick on the top or the mid.
All they see in the mid is the Tide Hunter, and they're not picking him off, that's for sure. Chen's a bit too deep into his own tower, just kind of using the creeps as a body.
His Tide is unkillable right now, and he's going to get a shot, which is going to counter the Storm very, very heavily.
Yeah, it is a really, really nice Tidehunter pick. Not only dealing with the Wind Ranger and the Phoenix in the lane, but building exactly the items that GamerLegion need to succeed. Space on the map really starting to shrink for XG. The top lane is just kind of permanently occupied by the Largo, right? So you can't really go there because he's trying to farm everything in that general area. The Storm Spirit only has the mid lane to work with. The bot side jungle is being completely controlled by GamerLegion, so all Ame really has to farm is the wave that pushes in and the small little camps around that area. You don't really have any way of expanding the territory for yourself either. You haven't even had the time to place any vision past your own side of the map other than that one ward in the bot lane near the Wisdom Shrine area for the Dire. This is looking really good for GamerLegion. I feel like with this Aegis, they can just walk over to Tormentor, get that for free, and then maybe look at some tier 2s to boot.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen for them. Actually, there's no way they can fight at the moment. They're just going to happily sit back, farm, get your shard on the Phoenix. You want your Aghanims on your Keeper of the Light. You're just going to play the long game, you know. Just look for pick-off, split the map, and just wait. They need to be very, very patient with their lineup, and they have to be very careful not to give too many easy kills away towards the GamerLegion side. So Bignum gets the shard. That is a very, very nice shard for the Shadow Demon. And X Nova manages to TP out. So I think the game is still kind of okay for XG. They need to keep doing this, make GamerLegion move around the map, pull them around, split the map, and just try to buy as much time as you can before the Chen can group up and push down all your towers with his team.
Bignum setting up on the top lane, looking at Ame. There'll be a disruption from the tree line that he's not prepared for. XG, they're around the corner to try and help their carry out. There's the Raw. Here's the damage. The heal coming through. It's not going to be enough to get the Wind Ranger out of trouble, but nothing to say in XG. They still want to try and fight with this Largo. Damage raining in, the egg to cover them. No one can go focus it down at the moment, but that just means GamerLegion kite back into their ball, walk away from the egg, and now they can hit straight back in. XG, they have no grounds to fight on as RCY continues to bring forward, looking for more action. No stuns, no catch, no way of locking them down. Nothing to say, really low on mana, but we'll get a nice boost from FY. And the little hot foot hustle, getting them back to safety. But XG, it just really goes to show they can't stand up right now. They just can't stand up to the full ball of GamerLegion.
In 10 minutes, maybe. But right now, no. They're going to need BKB on Ame, BKB on Storm Spirit, and I think at some point BKB on the Largo, which is he's building right now. He's not even finishing his Singe with the Kaya. He's just straight up going BKB. He knows that there won't be a lot of time for him to farm. The space is getting really scarce on the map, so he needs to be able to fight right away. Oh, wait a minute.
Why halfway towards his Aghanims.
He actually bought the Singe. I thought he was going to skip it. Okay, never mind.
Maybe they still feel like the game is okay.
This means that they're going to farm for another 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Gosh.
Winter, I don't know what to tell you. This is Chinese Dota that we're talking about here. Why are you surprised?
Doesn't mean I can't complain, you know.
That's true. You can complain about everything. We know that to be true. Bit of a play here made by Ame in the bot lane onto RCY, but with the backup coming through for GamerLegion, Yamson's just going to come through the Twin Gate, get a Raw, and Ame punished for trying to make something happen. Not sure what he thought was going to occur there. Meanwhile, Fade in the mid lane, big Ravage. Yamson there with the Blade. He is everywhere on this Beastmaster. That's what you want to see. Chopping through the front with the axes. That is animal cruelty. It's supposed to be a friend to the beast, not a foe.
I mean, look at that. The Tide against 4 heroes just with a pipe. Not even close to dying.
Oh, not even close. Yeah, it was kind of rough. They were giving him a nice little back massage, if anything. Now FY is going to show up in the bot lane, try to blast the wave, but Fade will not let him have the privilege of doing so. A really nice rotations from Yamson, right? He was farming in that top lane, defending his tier 1, comes through the Twin Gate, gets the kill onto Ame, and then immediately TP's mid to back up the Tidehunter. I think we've had our fair share of criticism for this player just not really meshing, but on this Beastmaster, he's looking very comfortable. I feel like other than the one death in the top lane that you said was kind of bad, he's been doing a really good job.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And RCY is making sure that he picks up all the runes. He's going to get another regen rune for his troubles here. Things are looking really, really solid for GamerLegion at the moment. They're going to be I think looking to farm the whole map, get the next Roshan before they go high ground, remove the last towers. The last two towers, oh no, RCY. Oh no.
In trouble, sticks around in the mid lane, not respecting the damage and from XSS and nothing to say. And now they're chasing on to speed. How did that happen?
It wasn't even a smoke. They just walked
They just walked at him, yeah. Bot lane though, Ame does go down a second time. Another raw for Yamsun. There was a smoke with him and Big Nam, so they're still getting good kills on the map despite that death from RCY and Speed.
It's bad, dude. This is still really bad. I mean, the scaling from XG is going to get to a point where it will be overwhelming, right? You have this 5k, 6k lead, but it's not gonna be enough if you drag it too long. The Pin Ranger and Largo, they are going to outscale even the Phoenix, Storm, you know, with the Keeper of like GamerLegion, they have to cut down the mistakes, they have to make tight plays, they have to be together. They can't really give away pickoffs because the heroes are just too split up on the map. They need to play tighter, they need to be near each other so they can save each other with the auras and wait for the next Roshan.
I think the kind of weird thing for me is we were talking about how this tight timing is going to be so huge for GamerLegion, but ever since he got the pipe, I feel like Fate's just been playing alone in the mid lane. They managed to connect to him with a TP move once. Oh, Ravage! Fate finds the mark onto the Storm, nothing to say, in trouble now. No TP away, Centaur gonna come through, try for the Storm. Zip to the low ground, this could be a big escape if nothing to say, it gets out of here, but GamerLegion heroes everywhere you look. Nothing to say, hunted down in the tree lines, and a really nice Ravage from Fate. Knew exactly where the Storm was and pins him down.
But they're still not really pulling ahead in terms of the map because when Nothing to Say is dying, XG heroes, they were able to farm up the whole map. They push out bot, they push out top, mid got pushed out by the Keeper of the Light as well. So I'd say that it's not like a free death, you know, on the Storm. Losing your Storm sucks, but he's getting something in return because he's dying on the far end of the other side of the map. So it takes a very long time for GamerLegion to come back outside of the map to regain control of these lanes. And Roche is going to be up, so GamerLegion going to be looking at it and trying to hope that what happened in the first time didn't happen again. The Koto's stealing the last hit on the Roshan. They're going to scan to check, you know, just make sure FY is not around.
Cheeky little old man on his horse, not going to take this away from us this time. I guess the benefit of you know, the fact that FY stole it is that there's no Roshan Raw to slow it down or buy time for XG to maybe come back on the Storm. So they scale that Aegis for Yamsun, no problem. Very, very nice. But yeah, I agree with you. Maybe that's kind of what XG were playing for with this Kotal pick the whole time. Because Kotal, apart from playing well with the Storm and the Largo, obviously he can push out the lanes really well. It almost feels like XG, they knew from the start that they would be struggling in these first 20 minutes. You can see in the item build of X-Nova as well, right? He goes for Midas on the Phoenix. Bit of a solo play, nothing to say. Trying to kill speed, but a bit too tanky on the Chen. Oh, they're on the hard GamerLegion.
Not even close, man. This Chen is so tanky. Locket, Grease, Essence Ring.
A little bit awkward there. I thought they could get the disruption with the Vision or nothing to say, but maybe nighttime, the Vision not lingering as long as they expected. And XG, their item timings are coming up. Aghanim's there to keep RCY in place. You have a disruption available. Can he blink out? Away to safety. Back to his team. There's a Raw. Yamsun there. Full focus down onto the Frog. No more song for you. And Ame, even with the focus fire, barely scratching Beastmaster. 28-minute Wisdom Shrine again having to be given up with the Frog going down. Didn't get the chance to even pop his BKB, man.
That's not respecting the Raw. And now your egg is down, your Largo is dead. He farmed for the first 28 minutes of the game. He got his 3 item timing, Kaya Stage, BKB, and Aghanim shows up to the fight and just dies to the beast.
Yeah. And they've given this Beastmaster a bit too much space, I think. Yamsun is absolutely popping off in this game, right where GamerLegion need him the most. We talked about how they're struggling in terms of the standings. They have this one chance to turn it around today, and they need to be keeping up this level of performance. Even though they haven't necessarily pulled ahead as much as they want, I think they're still kind of leaving XG in a trail of dust right now. Ame especially, his Wind Ranger has just been struggling a little bit in terms of net worth this game.
Yeah, just not really having enough space to farm. Like I said, you know, having a Largo, position 3, is going to soak up a lot of farm on the space. This hero just drains away a lot of resources, and Ame gonna get caught out. Purge.
Who's catching out who? Nice perch there. Big Num up to the high ground, back to safety. RCY there to follow up. Where you gotta go, Ame? Big Num not even going to die. But that got a little bit closer than expected.
Yeah, I was surprised that he actually came up and showed himself, you know, like he actually almost died there. That was too close.
The B, I don't know if you know this, Winter, the B in Big Num stands for balls deep. He don't give a shit. He's in there.
Yeah, always nice to have a player that's willing to put his own body on the line. Makes it easy for the rest of the team to play.
Yeah, you gotta respect the work.
I think it's always mandatory to have one player on your team to be like this. You can't play if you have a team of 5 players that just want to stand behind and cast spells.
Bro, don't get me started. Everybody hiding behind each other. No, you go first. No, you go. But please, someone just go up there and die already. Please. And here comes Big Num. I mean, low cooldown death timer, right? Doesn't even really matter. He's back into the fray. Big Zip out.
Trouble.
Big Num, this time he didn't put his body on the line on purpose, but he will get caught out.
I was surprised they didn't try to check the high ground. They were playing under Radiant Vision the whole time. That is a pretty big misplay there by GamerLegion side, not checking the high ground there. You can't hold this position if you don't have a sentry checking the high ground.
It's kind of those things, right? As much as we sort of want to root for GamerLegion to turn their fate around, even in the games where they're ahead, there are these like small, I want to say like fundamental mistakes.
A lot, you know, it's not from one player, it's from multiple players. They always have like one bad death on Yamsum, one bad death on Fade, or Big Num does something, or someone, you know, they're just not really clean enough executing this sort of timing drafts where you need to end the game at a specific time, you know, and things are not looking good for GamerLegion if the lead doesn't grow at a bigger rate. The lead,
hang on,
30 minutes.
Tormentor getting scanned out, BKB TP out. Not really the best use of the first BKB, but it's what you'll have to settle for.
This is not looking good for GamerLegion. The game has slowed down way too much, you know. The goal lead is just getting smaller and smaller because Largo, Storm, Kotal, all these heroes, they are just better at farming the map compared to what GamerLegion has right now. And the Aegis is running out. 10 seconds. They're gonna lose it. This game
has the comparison between Yamsun and Ame again because Yamsun. He's doing well in terms of the XP, but
it's not panning out well for Yamsun. He's not snowballing enough. He's really fat, but his team is just not fast enough.
It might not matter though if they're able to sort of push up to the high ground now. Raw onto Ame. Ame in trouble. Sonic Wave not even needed. RCY knew he had enough damage, so as much as we're talking about how bad it is for GamerLegion, they still are doing well enough to punish XG over and over.
Yeah, somehow they just die in front of their base. Yeah, XG also not playing very cleanly, just making mistakes here and there. And now this is a big one.
To the high ground, pulling back RCY, but it's an easy blink out. They still had the Grief, still had all the healing from the Chen. A full Glimmer Cape and a fully charged Holy Locket ready to back him up.
It's so good at killing off the Whiz. So much attack speed, you know. Kotal places the Whiz to try and defend, and then 1 second later the Beast just kills it.
Yeah, it's almost like it was never there. Fade trying to make this Storm Spirit disappear. Big Ravage, no save, nothing to say, goes down. Trying to stand in front of the tier 3s and no carry, no support. I don't know what that was about, but they severely underestimate the GamerLegion burst potential as if they haven't been bursted down multiple times this game already. And as much as you say GamerLegion might not be playing the cleanest, neither are Xtreme Gaming, it seems. First lane of Rax going to fall completely, but they might still respect the buyback from the Storm Spirit. There's the Ignis Pathos in the middle, but easy dodge away. They just kill X Nova for free, okay? One Gush, one Sonic Wave, all the projectiles in the world shoot down the bird from the sky. Now they'll get this building into the ground as well. That's way too much sustain and they can just keep this going. Buyback there from the Phoenix. They're trying to go in with XSS. Doing a good bit of magic damage, but they don't have lockdown. They don't have any way of keeping these heroes in place. GamerLegion are just dipping one toe in, dipping one toe out. It's almost like they're just kind of having a nice little time at the pool. No real need for any commitment. It's just Fade jumping in with an anchor at certain times, and that's about it.
Yeah, like you said, very, very messy game from both sides. You know, a lot of mistakes, a lot of misplays here and there. But GamerLegion, they're still in a position where they are controlling the game. They are still trying to pressure XG, and we're gonna see a little bit from here. Tide just goes in, just initiates, gets a good Ravage on. Storm has no BKB, so he has no way of taking away the anchor on his ass, you know, so he's just gonna die there. There's good realization by Fate that the Storm is going to just die if you get the anchor on him.
Storm opting to go for that Linken's rather than the BKB, and he's getting majorly punished for it this time.
GamerLegion on the prowl. Mike, they are coming in with a smoke. They want to end the game.
Actually picked up Bloodthorn from Yamson just to chop these heroes down even faster, as if it wasn't already enough. Korea's not even spared here. FY was trying to get himself a Linken's to double Linken's the Storm, but can't get the courier to the secret shop. And now nothing to say, dangling himself on the front lines. Very, very juicy target. Ravage back up in 4 seconds. GamerLegion don't want to force the issue without it. Heard Aurora come out. Looks like Yamson's found the bird. Cut him down from the sky. Ame with a shackle shot over though. It's a lot of damage raining into Yamson, but the problem is he's just way too tanky. Meanwhile, RCY just scaring the rest away with a Shiva, so BKB used on Yamson for that pickoff on the support Phoenix. That is the dieback for X-Nova. With the Ravage available, maybe they can still try and fight.
Raw is coming off cooldown 30 seconds, so they're gonna have like 15 seconds when they have Raw and Phoenix is still dead. So small window here for GamerLegion. But on the other hand, Roche is up though. They could also just go back and finish the Roche. That will probably be the safer play here.
GamerLegion, like you mentioned, maybe we have a difference in perspective here. I think, yes, they're messy, but I compared to, you know, trying to compare it to like the ideal gameplay, I think the fact that they are stepping towards like an improved game state and just an improved level of discipline, I think that is a really good sign. And I think especially bring it out against XG. XG are no easy opponents, but maybe they've kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit with this greedier draft like you mentioned.
I mean, there's still some chances. I think it's not all over for XG. If they can pull together like a good fight, the Roshan fight, I think they should think of contesting it. If the Beast gets another Aegis and runs up the high ground, I think they're gonna lose the Rex, you know, so they have to leave the base and try to fight outside, ideally on Roche. GamerLegion still hasn't really made a beeline there, you know, I don't know why to finish it. They're just shuffling out lanes still. If they don't get the Aegis and somehow XG gets it on the Storm, they are going to be on their way back into the game, you know, so this is really weird that GamerLegion is giving up the position on the Roche. Like, why is this
GamerLegion, they now know that XG are in this area. Again, it's a vision advantage for the Radiant side because they have that cliff ward. Kind of challenging GamerLegion to come and take this triangle back. That's what XG are playing for at the moment. A second smoke up. The backline supports to make sure they don't get jumped, but GamerLegion just trying to bait them in. Shackle's not going to connect. In comes Nothing to Say. Trying to commit, but Yamson's quick with the BKB. Got the Frog on the front lines, popping his own BKB. So BKB is used on both sides. Now this Ravage is going to be a lot more lethal, and Fate showing off that new Hex. Many, many ways for them to single target disable these heroes. Finally, GamerLegion will walk into the pit, but why didn't they just start it sooner? Maybe they're just confident that they can bait XG in. And now things are a little bit hairy because you're gonna have these non-stop Cotto Blasts coming in, the power shots and whatnot.
Mid-wave and bot-wave, they're all going in. The Chen is pushing the waves.
Initiation out from Nothing to Say onto RCY, but the Queen of Pain is completely fine, and silenced up is the Storm. He doesn't have a BKB to work with anymore, but GamerLegion kiting away from the Ignis Pathers, giving over this space, allowing XG to clear out the sentries. But like you mentioned, the waves are pushing in. The map state, not a good one for XG to keep on contesting, and they'll just have to give up this position. Too much time wasted by GamerLegion and Xtreme Gaming. They need to at least send their supports to fix this lane situation.
They're doing a good job delaying with the Wind Ranger, like having all this annoying Gale Force, Shackles, Power Shot. I don't know, man. I felt like GamerLegion could have gotten the Roche a while ago, you know. They were just late. They didn't realize the Roche was already up. They were not paying attention to the timers, you know, and this is going to maybe cost them, you know, if they can't get the Roche here.
Gold lead up to 13k, but like you mentioned, I feel like if Xtreme Gaming somehow able to topple this Roche in their favor, they'll be right back into things. And GamerLegion, we've seen them fumble around the pit before. This has been one of their weak points. RCY jumping in, Big Ravage onto the Frog, trying to focus down the Largo. The Hex is there, and the heals narrowly keeping him alive, but they'll last minute use the Rod just to secure that kill. That's XSS out of the picture. Fate now being pulled back in, but an easy 4-staff. GamerLegion able to kite out, and now they're chasing in for more. RCY using that BKB and his body on the front lines just to give GamerLegion more space to chase. And Xtreme Gaming again pushed away from this triangle area, and finally GamerLegion can settle up this Roche.
Refresher shot on Tide? Oh no, not on Tide, on Beastmaster. Okay. I feel like it's maybe better on Tide. Double Ravage, double Hex. Yes, Hex, you know, Hex. Double Hex is a game-winning combination.
X-Nova being run at. Magic damage flying out. Even needing the heals, he'll be able to get back to the fountain, but now on this final lane of Rax. Again, it's just nothing to say who has to try and zip in here, but Yamson can so easily come through with the Raw. A nice Lincoln's attempt there to try and protect Ame, but he's pegged stuck and killed. No chance for the Wind Ranger. They just have way too much damage. Even with the healing from FY, they cut right through it. Our GamerLegion, they've assembled the bowling ball, and it is knocking down all the pins on Xtreme Gaming. Sure, some mistakes came out, but I think overall, GamerLegion looking a lot more comfortable. Buyback here from Ame. Last stand, Yamson will lose that first life. Looking at Fate now, they got a Gale Force pushing Fate back into an awkward position, but the immediate refresh. Yamson is being pushed away. BKB, 4-staff, hiding with the Glimmer Cape, nothing to say. Still trying to chase, but the cheese pass over. Yamson's back up to full HP, but he's dropping way too low. The disruption comes out, but he's still in a really bad spot, and they need to give up the Beastmaster. Off of the buyback of Ame, Xtreme Gaming are able to hold at least momentarily. Looks like they'll find Big Nam, pop that Aeon Disc, and kill the Shadow Demon as well. GamerLegion, they were pretty disciplined and pretty cautious about approaching that high ground up till this point and the objectives, and we can kind of see why. Xtreme Gaming still very much have what it takes to kill the heroes if given the chance.
Yeah, I felt like they had to just TP out. The moment they lost the Aegis on Yamsam. Second life, just refresh BKB and they have to just leave, you know. I think we're gonna see it here. I think after the Aegis here, I think he just needs to TP after... Try to TP. Okay, maybe he doesn't have time. I'm not sure. Like, they were trying to save him. They stayed around. They passed him the cheese, and then everything just looked really bad after that because you have no Ravage. You have no way of fighting back. You know. So I think if you don't TP when you have BKB, you're not getting out.
Yeah, GamerLegion kind of used everything for that first kill on Ame, right? They dived the tier 3 in the top lane. And then, even though they had the Aegis, maybe misassessing how much tools they still had in the box.
Yeah, this game is.
So because of that, Xtreme Gaming, absolutely not. Still given a bit of a lifeline here. Now the Tormentor's available for them to grab as well. It's not the biggest of deals, but every little bit is going to matter. Just a small shard here, more net worth there. Anything to get them up to speed with GamerLegion. I got 2 solar bind charges. And the Illuminate heal being buffed up as well. That's going to make these heroes even harder to take down on XG.
Ame. Does he know? If he dies here, it's going to be over.
He's being looked at. Hex, Purge, RCY in with the Sonic Wave. The Lincolns and the BKB and the Sunray. The very last moment, they'll still pop in with the Purge damage. Ame just not paying attention to the smoke move coming out from GamerLegion. And despite that little fumble on the high ground, an attempted TP successful for the Phoenix. Has himself a refresher, so he has an egg for the fight, but they don't have their Wind Ranger anymore.
I'm surprised they didn't actually pop Ravage, you know, to kill off the Phoenix. That could have been also like a pretty big thing because Phoenix didn't have buyback there. So now they're going to go with the high ground push. They know Wind Ranger has no buyback. They're going to try to force the issue here. Okay,
straight in with the Ravage. Nothing else for them to do here. They can't save the Frog. Immediate buybacks there. Maybe Xtreme Gaming can put up a bit of a fight. Nothing to say. Still on the front lines. Ignis Flatus pulling them in, but this time GamerLegion won't fall for the same trap. They'll back up, hide away, learning from their mistakes here. And back out to safety, forcing a buyback for XSS for no good reason. You trade out the Ravage for that, but you're happy to do so. 45 more seconds until the Wind Ranger's back in the picture, and every single time the Storm zips in, GamerLegion kiting away, resetting, making XG waste time and energy to try and address these threats. Jumping in again onto RCY, not even needing the disruption. They got themselves a raw onto the frog. He's being focused, he's in trouble. RCY is completely fine because the rest of his team is just dealing with the cause. RCY gets the kill on FY, nothing to say, just has his hands full with Yamson. He can't even get that Beastmaster. He buyback now on FY. 10 more seconds until the Wind Ranger is up.
That was crazy, that blinking. Thought he was going to die there.
The young master RCY knows exactly his limits. He knew his team was keeping the Storm Spirit busy, and he could make that play, forcing yet another buyback out. So they don't get the racks, the last lane that will get them megas, but they do force out a lot of buybacks between the Largo, between the FY Kotl, and now the gold lead really starting to matter. 20k, right? You're starting to get to the point where these heroes, RCY, Eternal Shroud, looking at that refreshers, the items are all starting to stack up.
The Chan with the Lincoln's Glimmer, 4-star Locket, just keeping his teammates alive. And also RCY has a pretty interesting build with the Shroud onto Quad, because he knows that there's mostly magic damage from the Xtreme Gaming side. So as long as you can survive, your Chan gets some heals on you, you're gonna be able to turn the fight around. And this is a pretty smart item choice given the state of the game on RCY here. Not something you see a lot on Queen of Pain, or at all, you know?
Yeah. Definitely the right situation that calls for it in this game. We saw how much influence the pipe had as soon as the Tide got it, so they're sort of barking up that same track here. GamerLegion, not wanting to rush things. They've made a few missteps already on the high ground and just wanting to make sure they at least secure this win in a clean fashion. Been so many throws on the high ground in recent Dota history. Ravage out, nothing to say. He doesn't stand a chance, man. I don't know what he was kind of expecting to save him there. Maybe a lick, but it's not like they have a disruption on their side or anything to stop that full initiation from blowing him up. Maybe they thought the Lincolns would be enough. Maybe they thought that Fate wouldn't just straight up ravage one guy, but...
He has the buyback though, so maybe there's still a way for them to fight this. They need to bait GamerLegion in here. There's no raw ravage. That's a refresher though, so that's the second one.
Should know that this is the case. RCY really just kind of using himself on the front lines to buy time. Xtreme Gaming, there's the buyback. Storm zipping over. Look at Yamson, quick Manta dodge away. They can't get their hands on him, and the full BKB completely wasted for nothing to say. There's Megas.
Rex is down. That's Megas. They've gotten what they wanted to. They could just back off and just reset. Wait for their Ravage. There's no need for them to force. Actually already committed buybacks on Storm.
Yeah. This disperser is so cool from Yamson, just uses that to escape here. They might have multiple Lincolns on XG, but now Yamson has so many ways of breaking it himself, he doesn't even need to wait for his team to make that commitment. Not only just offensively, right, but defensively as well. Just now when the Storm was zipping in, he just dispersed himself and ran away at max move speed. And nothing you can really do about that.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
GamerLegion.
Yeah. I like it. The Shroud on the co-op, the Dispersal on the Beast, they are working wonders for GamerLegion in the team fights.
Yeah, I really like the way GamerLegion are playing in this game. I think it shows good signs of growth, and clearly from the previous days, some of the mistakes that they made, sure, you can argue that it's not the cleanest, but I think they are sort of slowly going down the list, right? They're sorting certain things out. The lanes didn't go poorly for them. They're drafting in a way that fits their players. Definitely a lot more promising than some of the performances we've seen in the last few days, so... Still need to close this one out though, like you mentioned. Game's not over. Even against Mega Creeps, Xtreme Gaming, I mean, it's a Storm near the fountain, right? So you kind of still have to execute perfectly. It's not like you're just going to go in and bowl them over. This is where it gets perhaps a little bit trickier, but presumably you have the full map. You have control over everything outside the Radiant base. You should be able to sort of out-farm. Maybe they're just going to wait for this Roshas to play it absolutely safe. It is coming back up in 35 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll wait for the Rosh. They've been playing pretty disciplined so far. They're not really over-diving. They're not taking too many risky moves. Let's wait for the next Rosh. There's no hurry. I don't think there's anything they they need anymore on their heroes. Just wait for the A gates, make sure that everything is secure, and then end the game. XG is the one on the ropes here. They don't have buyback on the Storm, so they're gonna be very, very afraid to leave their base. I think the best thing that they have on the XG side is this double egg. Maybe the double egg can save them here. Double Sunray, double egg. I feel like that is kind of the only hope in the team fights right now. Xnova, if he can get 2 eggs off at a very, very clutch timing.
I mean, the issue is right now with GamerLegion, the way that they're starting these fights, I feel like they're jumping in with Ravage and blowing people up before an egg even has time to pop, right? You think about the egg, there's no way to like manually detonate it. The second they see that egg come out, GamerLegion can use all these defensive tools that they have to just run on out of there. You're gonna have a third Aegis that way. Make very quick work of that. Second life on the Beastmaster, Refresher Shard, all the other items picked up by the Chen. I just don't know if you have time. By the time 2 eggs pop, that's gonna be like at least like 12 to 15 seconds in a team fight. At 12 to 15 seconds, GamerLegion can team wipe the rest of your homies. You have level 25 or nothing to say though, that's kind of a big deal.
It's difficult, but I think this is the only way right now. Like the Koto and the Phoenix, they have to carry the team fights. The cores can't really do too much anymore. Maybe if the Storm is allowed to farm eggs, then they have some sort of combo into the egg. Maybe. But they need a couple more minutes to get there. I don't think GamerLegion is going to give it to them.
Well, they have been playing pretty slow and reserved so far. They haven't been necessarily in a rush to end this game. 50 minutes on the clock. This was supposed to be a timing lineup, but GamerLegion have very much taken their time. I think it makes sense though. Here's the Disperser in, looking for a target. Xnova immediately bursted down. They're happy to just grab that kill. Buyback immediately, there's nothing to say. Putting the damage out. Disruption there to save RCY in the refresh for Fate. He's looking at a second round of the Ravage. RCY just knows there's nothing to really stop him from blinking out and BKBing. So they bought back on Xnova. Xnova will now refresh for the second round of the egg. But Xtreme Gaming, they're just kind of being pushed back slowly but surely, manhandled back into their base. You still got a refresher for the Queen of Pain should she want to use it. Roshan Banner coming down to protect the creeps. Xtreme Gaming, they need to try and make something happen. This Storm level 25, a second Ravage in onto Largo. They can't respond. Largo's gone, no buyback and nothing to say. He comes in far too late. There you go on the backline with the Sunray. They've killed off somebody. It's the first life on the Beastmaster. RCY still able to blink out. And the anchor now on Fate. Yamson back with his BKB, being focus fired down. He might be in a little bit of trouble. Turn around the Raw Reflector with the Lotus Orb. They're trying to save the Beastmaster. Beastmaster in trouble. Beastmaster dead. Speed is being hunted down as well. Nothing to say is doing it here on his Storm Spirit, but the creeps are still putting the base in a really rough spot. There's only so much that the Storm can do, but RCY now will be focus fired down. Arme finally coming alive here after 50 minutes on his Wind Ranger. Gets it done with the buyback. But GamerLegion, they want to put an end to this. The immediate TP out, nothing to say. He's gonna get stopped with a Hex. He doesn't have a buyback and the Storm is down. RCY with an ultra kill off his own buyback. And now Xtreme Gaming, 2 heroes left. The Koto has the buyback available, coming back in. 5v3 situation. He's strumming to his heart's content here, but it can only do so much as GamerLegion will focus down the throne and secure themselves a game #1 win.
Keeping their hopes alive in this season's DreamLeague, man. They have to win. They have to get as many points as they can. Their backs are against the wall, and GamerLegion come up with the goods this game against XG. They finally found a formula that works for them. Fate on the Aurora board. They need they need a Aura hero plus a fast-paced lineup with the Chen. So this is what I think GamerLegion excels at, this sort of draft. And I think props to them, to find a solution after what happened yesterday. And today they look like a very different team. Obviously, XG also didn't really play very clean Dota, but still props to GamerLegion. They were in control from the start of the game. They were able to get the objectives. They were decisive at certain points. They were sometimes maybe overly careful, but I think overall they are taking a step in the right direction compared to what we saw yesterday.
I think if we put it down to a spectrum, I'd very much prefer if a team is overly careful compared to just taking risks that they have no business taking, right? I think in some cases, GamerLegion, they suffered in the past few days from not being careful enough. I think, Winter, your biggest criticism from them is that they were always kind of pushing out waves where they're not supposed to, getting caught out on these random deaths. And sure, there were 1 or 2 of them this game, but overall, GamerLegion kept it pretty tight, kept it pretty clean, and managed to take down Xtreme Gaming, which is honestly not what I expected. I thought Xtreme Gaming were looking like in a good spot right now, especially since they were able to sort of de-rust a bit on FY, sort of grow into their form. They were looking a lot more comfortable. So this result, I'm sure the NA fans are very, very happy. But GamerLegion, they still, you know, you weren't entirely happy with their performance. There were still some small things that we kept looking back to and pointing out. Do you think maybe XG kind of maybe just misplayed their draft a little bit? Because from the very get-go, even though they did manage to drag it out so long, it felt like they needed so much time, XG.
I remember the only criticism I have, mainly for the heroes. I think the draft is not to my liking, too slow. But in terms of play, it was a 7-minute shrine. I felt like Ame had to TP to fight for the shrine. The game just got completely unbearable because they lost the shrines. The supports were really low level on Kotal and Phoenix, and they were in a very defensive position after. They couldn't really do much. You know, they had to just trade on the map. They did a good job farming. They were farming really efficiently on the map, but just giving up objective after objective after objective just does not feel good, you know. And the only reason the game sort of felt like they maybe could have come back is because GamerLegion made a couple of key mistakes of their own, you know. That's why I felt like it was closer than it should be. But if GamerLegion played clean right from the shrine at 7 minutes, they controlled the shrine, they controlled Roche, controlled Runes, controlled Tormentor, I don't think XG would have gotten the same opportunities to come back in the game. It should have been like a pretty clean sweep from GamerLegion if they played things correctly.
Still some props to XG though, being able to farm the map somewhat efficiently. I feel like this is one of the games where the scores on the core heroes, especially Nothing to Say, doesn't really tell the full story. He had a difficult time against RCY, but still managed to almost pull off some miracles in the team fights. But we'll see whether Xtreme Gaming are able to tie up the series, or whether GamerLegion will take their first series win here at DreamLeague Season 28 after a short break.
Bloody time.
comes over me. Cause I know it's time to dance. All you gotta do tonight is so baby, tonight won't you get into the groove? It's a perfect kind of night to make our dreams come true. So come with me. You wanna leave those kids behind? Let this party go on and on and on. Dance, dance, dance tonight. This night away, girl. Tonight's the night we fall in love. Tonight is all. Dance, dance, dance tonight. This night away, girl. Tonight's the night we fall in love. Tonight is all. Dance, dance, dance tonight. Don't ever stop now. Tonight's the night we fall in love. Don't ever stop now. So baby, tonight won't you get into the groove? It's a perfect kind of night to make our dreams come true. So come with me. You wanna leave those kids behind? Let this party go on and on and on. I'm so into you, girl. Can you feel the groove? So into you. Can you feel the groove? Don't stop the music. Don't stop the music. Don't stop the groove. Dance, dance, dance tonight. This night away, girl. Tonight's the night we fall in love. Tonight is all. Dance, dance, dance tonight. This night away, girl. Tonight's the night we fall in love. Tonight is all. Dance, dance, dance tonight. Don't ever stop now. Tonight's the night we fall in love. Don't ever stop now.
I never dreamed that this would ever end, but here I am, turning away every night. It's the one thing I fear, our love disappear. You know I'm not one to pretend. This is the day that I must say goodbye to you. It's what I got to do. Enough, enough, I can't hang on. Enough, enough, it all went wrong. Enough, enough, I don't know why, but it's over now, so let's just say goodbye. I wanted more of you than anything. I remember the days we couldn't stand being apart. Now the distance we seek and the words we don't speak, we lost everything that we had. I have no choice, our love has no voice, and all I know is
Day 3 of DreamLeague Season 28 Group Stage here, and GamerLegion are on the cusp of turning their fate around here in Group Stage 1, starting the day off at a pretty rough score, but if they can win this series here against Xtreme Gaming, that's gonna mean everything for them.
Definitely. After what happened yesterday, they are definitely gonna need this win. They are gonna have to win all their remaining games to have to give them the best chance of making it through to the next stage. So this game is very, very important for GamerLegion.
5 seconds remaining.
And what about Xtreme Gaming though? Because I think as much as they have been finding their form a lot better in recent times, they still kind of
Radiant team back.
I don't know, fell for the whole we drafted too greedy again crap that a lot of these, I want to say, I don't even want to say it's a Chinese Dota thing, but I feel like so many teams keep falling for this trap of too much greed.
It's hard to
Do you think
why. It's hard to say why, but I think from my experience, I can maybe shed a little bit of light on this matter, because sometimes the coach is doing the drafting, right? And it gets to some point where then somebody has to, or somebody wants to give an opinion about what might be good here. And the direction of the draft takes a very different turn because that somebody made a suggestion that maybe looks kind of okay, but on paper it's just not really good for the overall picture. So as a coach, you have to really be careful about listening to ideas during the draft. I think it's okay for the players to give some suggestions if they see something that they feel like might work in their particular game, but it's up to the coach or the drafter to decide whether it's going to derail the whole direction of the draft, you know, whether it's too greedy or it's something that doesn't really work with their lineup, and you have to kind of decide with that. Actually go with the Shadow Fiend opening this time. It's kind of also a pretty strong hero in the current patch. A very strong laner, very good safe laner. But I feel like there are ways to abuse this hero because he's really weak at the beginning of the game. So you have to use your bans wisely. You need to take away certain melee bodyguard heroes away in the second draft, a second phase ban phase. So to make sure that the SF is gankable, you need heroes that can gate and kill the SF here. So let's see, you're looking at MOUZ. MOUZ is like a good lane. I think Centaur is also kind of good against SF because you can actually have a stun to catch him out in a lane and kill him off. So those are the heroes that I would be definitely looking at.
Keeping the bans this time. Surely GamerLegion have something they want to trade out for. It'll be the Jakiro. First most picked in the entirety of DreamLeague, and it's not difficult to see why. Just a really good lane secure, always stable in the game. I feel like, especially late game, we've seen some pretty crazy Ice Path Macro Pyre setups.
He's also a very good gate ganker. He's not the best gate ganker. So this SF has to be very, very careful of that. So let's see what type of bodyguard he gets. It also might be like a flex pick, right? Maybe they want to put it on mid for nothing to say. But I have to say I'm not really a big fan of the mid SF right now. I think it's even more abusable on the mid lane. It's easy to pressure and gank him if you don't have the right supports, and depending on your lane matchup and your support matchup. So there's a lot of things that will come into play if you decide to put him mid. It's a very risky proposition, I would say. So for GamerLegion, the Clock is the hero that I think you need to really ban out. I think this is the hero that will enable the SF in this game. So that they're taking up time to discuss which melee support to ban out. There's a couple of them, but I think Clock is probably the best, you know, with Shadow Fiend.
What are the other options that we're looking at?
They took out the gyro. Okay, other options would be like Marcy, Tuskar, those are decent. But Clock is hands down the best. So if they ban the gyro, does that mean they want the Clock for themselves? No. So they picked the Razor. Okay, interesting. So XG are presented with the option, do they pick the Clock right away? Clock is kind of...
Is there any reason why you wouldn't pick the Clock right away?
I mean, I guess maybe the lane, because the Jakiro, she just kills your cogs in one shot with a double hit.
True. And this Razor can be played mid by RCY and also safe lane, or rather off lane. So there presents this like scary lane duo, Razor, Jakiro. You put a Clock into that, it's going to be very difficult for him to survive.
I think out of their 3 cores, I would prefer this hero on Fate. I think it fits the way Fate wants to play. Maybe it's okay for Yamson to play it, but I prefer it on Fate after watching quite a bit of their games in the last couple of days. I think this is the type of hero you want to give Fate. Aura carrier, some sort of scaling, not exactly an initiator, just like a semi-carry. So actually, what are they going to do here? The clock I mentioned, it's going to be an option. Other supports that are good against Razor, Jack Hero, maybe a Muerta. Muerta, you can use Deadshot to push the Razor away. During the team fights, that's definitely something that I've seen teams run against Razor. What else? I mean, Phoenix is not the hero that I had in mind with the SF. So this leads me to think that this is not a carry SF. It's probably going to be a mid SF here. Shaman and Phoenix. Yeah, this is, I think, very likely a mid SF. Mid SF with Phoenix and Shaman, especially with Shaman, makes a lot more sense. You catch someone in the river, then you get double raise, then you just get a kill. So I think this is very likely a mid SF coming out here from XG. And GamerLegion, are they going to sort of soft react to SF potentially going mid? I don't think you want Razor mid against SF, so I feel like RCY playing the Razor is definitely going to be out of the picture. I think the safest approach is to maybe blind pick a carry, or you just pick a mid hero that works well with SF and keep the Razor kind of on a flex between your safe lane and off lane. So this, okay, they pick the Clockwork for themselves. Very good against the Shaman, very good against the SF. Mid heroes that are good against SF here would be the... I kind of like lane dominators, like some sniper type hero, or even a Queen of Pain, so you can actually get kill potential. I don't really mind picking a co-op here. There's no
does RCY want to play? Okay, Enigma means that it's a mid Razor. Okay.
You don't think they'll put Razor on carry?
True. Maybe they want to save the RCY pick for the mid matchup. Because they have last pick, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Like, they want to see what Xtreme Gaming put the SF2 first.
With Enigma, the SF carry looks okay again. Because you want SF carry to deal with the Eidolons. But the problem is the supports are not really ideal for SF carry. Phoenix and Shadowfiend is not a very good lane. So this is a tough decision for XG to make right now. Do we put the SF or revert the SF back to the carry, or do we pick something else to deal with the summons that can lane with the Phoenix? So they choose Bristleback. So I think this is what Army is going to play here. And they're going to pick a XXS last hero, a team fight hero. So there's no Mars, there's no Brew. So what is remaining? Slada is in the pool. Team fight heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
It's kind of tight.
No
I don't
chance.
really like tight against Razor.
Radiant
You feel like there's no chance it might be Bristleback in the offlane?
I don't like it though.
I mean, I can understand what you mean by, like, they probably picked this Bristleback to deal with the Enigma in the lane. But then, can't you also, I guess in a way, like, if the Razor chases you too far and eats too many quill sprays, he's gonna eat shit. You could pressure him in the lane without static link. Maybe? I don't know. It's also pretty decent into
But the composition wise,
back.
I feel like composition wise, they need an offlane hero. SF and Bristol, you have no stuns and you have a Phoenix. If they don't somehow get some stuns, I don't know, it'll be hard to play. Like safe lane stuns are Dragon Knight, Alchemist, Sven. So Alchemist and Sven are the one. Fuck. I don't even want to give you a response. So Alchemist and Sven, those are probably the better ones against Enigma.
Okay.
So you can deal with the summon, so you can maybe see that happening. But they need some catch. No matter what, they need some catch. Off lane, safe lane, whatever it is, they need some stuns. It's tough, you know. I think
Stuns
it's really
win game.
tough.
GamerLegion got a lot of stuns right now. They're in a good spot.
The thing is, even if they pick the stuns, I still feel like GamerLegion could pick some like sniper to ruin the SF game, you know, later. You know, there's also things like this you have to worry about. It's tough, you know. This pick is really difficult for XG, at least from my perspective. Difficult decision here to make. Not many good stuns. Maybe they just have to put Bristol on the off lane and pick a safe laner that has stuns here, because that's probably the easier way to round up the draft here.
I mean, I feel like the Clockwork and Enigma are such nice picks as well because they just square off some of the potential like stun heroes that like let's say you imagine it's an offlane hero. What does XSS like to play? Some of the other options like Primal Beast, it feels awful into the Clockwork. You don't really have that BKB piercing disabled because if you jump in and try and pulverize the Enigma and his BKB black hole, you're gonna get sucked in. Just trying to think what other XSS heroes there are right now.
It's not many. I think you might be onto something. You might just play the Bristol here.
10 seconds remaining.
Because like, what options do they have? Maybe you still put the SF carry and then you pick a last pick mid from Xtreme Gaming that has like the disables that you're looking for. There you go.
That's what they're gonna do. But is it good? I have no idea. I think if I'm GL, I'm picking a new mid hero against Sand King. I make sure I win that lane. The strategy is your opponents are relying on the Sand King to rotate. They are playing through the Sand King because they're BB and SF side lane cores. So if the Sand King loses his lane, they can invade the stacks with the Razor later. This is going to mean that the game could just snowball and be over for XG because it's a very slow lineup once again. I would like to see a mid hero. A new mid hero against Sand King.
What mid hero are we looking at? Queen of Pain?
Yeah, Queen is pretty good.
There's Park.
There's Queen, there's Puck, there's Lash. Those are all pretty good. I'm not sure which one has the best matchup in Sand King. Like, you want to be able to win the lane. Probably Queen, I want to say. Because they don't really need stuns. I think Clock, Jakiro, and Neymar kind of got that covered. They have some catch from those heroes. So I think they just need to prioritize winning the lane. They're taking time. This is a very crucial pick. What? Is Omni mid? Oh no, Omni is carry.
It's Omni carry, baby.
Okay, so
Yamson carry
Razor,
Omni.
Razor is still mid. So they must think that this is still a very advantageous matchup, right? So as long as they can bully the Sand King out of the lane, invade the triangle, and Omni Knight seems like he's going to be able to, I think on paper, do well against Bristol. Pushing out of the lane with the pure damage with the hammer and the heal. Jakiro Omni. Sounds scary, and then you have the Guardian Angel against the physical damage from BB and SF. Actually, wait. Sand King's off lane. SF is mid.
Yeah.
This is actually much better for actually the lane matchups.
It's still not great though. Like your Sand King is into.
But Sand King against Omni is a lot better. SF against Razor, I think SF can survive this lane. BB against Enigma Clock. Yeah, so I was kind of right initially when I thought they picked the BB against the Enigma. So I had a hunch there. So now with Sand King being the offlaner, I think the way to abuse this is they need to abandon the Enigma. They need to mess with the Sand King. I think if they can actually figure that out, because if you just help the Enigma a little bit, you can just leave him alone and you mess with the Sand King. Because I feel like if both the offlaners somehow get messed up, they get poor, it's going to benefit GL a lot more because the XG offlaner needs to do so much for the SF and the Bissaback. Whereas the Enigma doesn't really need to come into the game too early. I think the Razor, Omni with the Clock, this trio, even with the Jakiro, they can fight without the Enigma. They'll be taking over the map. So if they're trading both offlaners early game, both are going to be poor. This is going to benefit GamerLegion immensely, with this Sand King pivot changing the lanes up. This is just my theory.
Really. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying and everything. I just kind of still feel like, yeah, they got the Bristol back into Enigma matchup like we were suggesting. Nothing to say is going to survive. But this last pick Sand King doesn't really feel like it solves the problems that XG have, right? We wanted more stun.
It's a stun.
You have a Barrow Strike. Yeah, but the thing is, like, Sand King, I feel like he's such a greedy offlane hero, right? He needs to farm so many stacks. He takes some time to come online. He doesn't really want to get involved before his Blink Dagger, kind of like a MOUZ in a way, but just that MOUZ, if you have an arena, you can move on the map. But Sand King, it doesn't really feel as good to start running around without your Blink. I mean, I guess the early stage is going to be XG playing through like nothing to say, mostly, right? Like, I assume the supports are just going to run mid, make sure this SF is fine.
They have to. Shaman and the Esther has to be holding hands a lot this game. It's not going to be easy though, because their initiations they're pretty short range initiations. And how are you going to go near a Razor clock, you know? I think early game wise, I'm still going to favor GamerLegion, even though I'm not sure about this Omni Knight. But I think judging based on the setup, my intuition tells me that GamerLegion still has a better setup compared to XG. XG is again slow, very slow. Maybe not as slow as last game, but still slow. And if GamerLegion can somehow repeat what they did in the early game the last time, we are probably going to see a similar outcome.
We'll see whether Army is able to get a bit more done on his bristleback carry. Last game, Wind Ranger wasn't really looking like his best game. Let's just put it that way. Also, why did it not look like his best game? I don't even think it was really his fault. 3 runes for the side of GamerLegion, as Big Num was able to sneak in there under the cover of smoke and steal it right from under their noses. So really nice start here for GamerLegion. No level 1 shenanigans as well. So the strong lanes for GamerLegion will, I guess, on paper, help them get this early game advantage. Now, you like the GamerLegion lineup, but you didn't really seem very convinced about the Omni Knight. Talk to me about this pick. What exactly do you think GamerLegion are thinking by running it in the safe lane?
I'm not sure though. I don't really understand this hero. I just feel like it's a very volatile pick. There are a couple of players that played. I've seen Nightfall play this hero in a different matchup. I feel like it's very good in the lane, but it has like an expiration date, but it's very good at helping your team, enabling your team. So I think it's something that I kind of agree with. You need to enable your team with just carry heroes right now. So I think there's potential with it. So we'll see what he is able to do this game on the Omni Knight. Definitely an interesting pick.
I kind of like the concept of repelling your Razor, because every time we see a Razor, as much as these days we talk about Razor more in the context of an Aura carrier, I think for the longest time Razor has always been this hero that really functions best when he can BKB run in and steal all the damage and be this huge anti-carry in the fight. And the way you sort of help him get both auras and reach that stage is just a repel, right? 40 or 30 second cooldown. RCY is going to be able to very fearlessly charge into the fray against Xtreme Gaming. All he really needs to worry about is the armor aspect against maybe Bristleback, but even then, your Omni Knight can come through with a Guardian Angel. Kind of feels like GamerLegion are setting up for RCY to be the be-all and-all carry, and I think I don't mind that.
I have to always remember there's a BKB Black Hole which you can't really reliably cancel, you know. It's only the egg, you know. So the Enigma is also silently a win condition behind this draft. In a way, you know, if it goes late.
I like this GamerLegion draft. I think I agree with you. I mean, this Enigma also one of Fate's signature heroes. Definitely one that he's very comfortable on. Although the Bristleback counter pick is making it so that the Eidolons, as you can see here, are taking so much damage. X-Nova, ooh. A little bit of cog soccer there, Big Num. He's been practicing his kicks.
Now this hero, I feel like it's gonna be a staple now. A lot of teams have been going back to the clockwork. We didn't see the hero for, I want to say, a couple of months towards the end of the year. And now it's kind of like back, you know, it's a flexible hero. I feel like it secures the lane a lot. It gives you initiation. It gives you kind of the catch that you sometimes need. And I think the biggest advantage of having a clock is you initiate without having to buy dagger. So you're fast, you're a very fast-paced hero. You don't have to farm. It works very well when you have a greedy offlaner like Enigma.
Yeah. I think the difficulty, right, with Clock is in some of the games where we've seen Clock lose, it's like if you're playing Clock from behind, it feels so miserable. You don't really have ways of playing the map. You don't really have good ways of shoving out the lanes or farming creeps. So you just, you basically are banking on just getting kills and nothing else. And maybe that's why teams are not the most comfortable with it. But if you feel like, even if your early game doesn't go well, the rest of your cores are going to scale very nicely anyway, then maybe this is where the clockwork has value. And Big Num, he's going to try and lay out the red carpet for this Enigma to have a free-ass time. For now, still struggling in terms of the CS though. Counterpicked by the Bristle, like we said, and kind of seeing the repercussions of that in the CS score. Fade is sitting at 12-3. You kind of got to imagine most of those denies are probably on his own Eidolons.
Yeah, they're gonna get both water runes on Big Num and RCI, so this is good. I think okay, Omni Knight dies here, okay. I didn't expect that to happen.
I don't really know how did that happen. You just chased into Sandstorm, is it? He died all the way up there in the lane, like next to the hard camp. I think maybe he was trying to commit onto FY or XSS or contest the pool or something. I mean, I guess the upside is that he doesn't lose any creeps, but still, going down there is probably not what you want.
Yeah, definitely not.
Ame in the top lane, double quill spray, gets the kill onto the Enigma, so Big Num not in place to get that bodyguard duty off.
This is not the start I imagined would happen for GamerLegion. This is kind of looking rough, especially like the bot lane. The top lane, the Enigma go counter pick. I guess that's a little bit more reasonable, but bot lane, the Omni and Jakiro, having Jakiro Omni in a lane, like even if you're not bullying the Sand King as much as you want to, I mean they're kind of bullying in terms of CS, but you definitely shouldn't be dying in this lane.
I actually think you should be bullying the Sand King, but I guess that's the effect of the Shadow Shaman next to you, right? He's a very strong laner.
They are bullying the Sand King. Look at the CS. Omni is 31 and 7. Sand King is 21 and 1.
Okay, question for you then. How important is it for Sand King to get CS in the lane? Because my impression is, as long as he doesn't suffer too much in the early levels, he just goes back to the stacks and then he's fine anyway.
Yeah, that's not wrong either. But you don't really want to lose the lane too much, you know. You also need your levels. The denies matter because if you want to clear your camps fast, you need levels on Sandstorm.
FY trying to contest Pete, who's running to the triangle, trying to stop a stack. Will find a free kill on the Shadow Shaman. Instead, RCY able to rotate over, but neutral creep deny. How unlucky for GamerLegion. And meanwhile, nothing to say, able to just walk in and swipe away a regen rune.
Yeah, that is very, very unlucky. That's actually a pretty big deal. They committed 2 heroes all the way there, and then they didn't get the kill, and they lose the rune. That is the very, very bad news for GamerLegion.
It would have been fine, right, if RCY got the kill. Even if you lose the rune, it's like, okay, it's a regen rune. The SF can't really do much with it. But yeah, that stings a little bit.
This feels really bad.
Early lanes.
Top side, you might see some action. X1 behind.
They're setting up for the Wisdom Shrine contest here. First with a dive onto the Clockwork. He doesn't stand a chance. Seeing red on the Bristleback amps up that damage and makes it so that Fade just can't show his face in the lane. They're gonna need TPs to try and defend this Wisdom Shrine area. Maybe GamerLegion will make a play for the bot one instead. You can see Yamson and Speed making their way over there. Looks like GamerLegion, they've given up on this top Wisdom Shrine. They're gonna play for the bot side instead. But XSS beats them to the punch.
Oh boy, that's gonna sting. Double shrines going the way of XG. Oh, cancel his TP. Bignum just not feeling comfortable walking down. And this Bristleback is balling out of control. 3.8k net worth, 7 minutes in. Double shrine. This is a dream start for Ame.
Yeah, this is a ball into the levels of KD on the court at the Olympics, man. This guy is hooping up here and making this Enigma look like a fool. You pick Enigma, you kind of want to be winning the lane. I don't think this is a hero that plays very well from behind. Sure, you can always play for that late game black hole timing, yada yada, but you were talking about how XG's draft is supposedly slower. They're the ones with the pace right now.
Yeah, because they're winning the lanes.
Oh yeah, they are. RCY going down in the mid lane. Nice rotation from FY.
All 3 lanes. Okay, maybe not all 3 lanes. The Sand King's not doing as well. But the Sand King is not meant to do so well against Omni. So I think on paper, it's still really good for XG, the early game. SF doing well, Bristleback doing well. They're controlling the runes. This is the 2nd rune for nothing to say. He has the haste rune now after the regen. And Sand King has some stacks to go back onto. You know, he needs to just slowly get towards his dagger. They're going to be playing through him. But overall, XG are very, very happy with the first 8 minutes of the game.
I like what they're doing as well, giving FY that EXP in the mid lane to hit his level 6 and maybe put the Serpent Wards down in the bot tier 1 tower. Start to pressure out the map. Bit of an unfortunate sentry there, doesn't see the ward that's perched right to the left side of our screen. What do you think of this item build? RCY going drums first onto the Razor. We've seen some Guardian Greaves, we've seen some sort of more...
Crimson.
I guess, yeah, Crimson, all that stuff, but what do you think of the drums here?
I can't say I like it, I'm not sure. I think he needs to have some sort of armor item. It's SF and Bristleback, it's all physical damage. Like if you're snowballing, the drums will help, but if you're not snowballing, like, I don't know if you're gonna get a lot of value out of these drums.
Yeah, I guess it feels a little bit awkward to full commit towards making the Crimson because that slows down your farming speed by a lot. I guess the drums is like a bit of an intermediary item that will still help you farm, but help you teamfight if needed. X-Nova's just gonna get a cheeky low free courier kill as they group up for another dive onto Big Num in the top lane. X-Nova, is he just gonna get this kill by himself? Here comes FY for the wraparound. They've already created the distance. Looking a bit messy as they find Enigma first. Fade in trouble as RCY, he's TP'd in trying to influence the situation, but now it's just a Razor alone under the tower. Can XG try and punish this? Big Num still around the area. The Razor will try and scout out on the high ground, find some Serpent Wards. It looks like XG will be able to escape after losing X-Nova.
Yeah, that is tough, losing the Enigma. Very tough. This is not a hero that you want to be so far behind from the get-go. He needs to win the lane on the Enigma.
Hook shot in the mid, trying to control, nothing to say. Get him under the tower. Requiem, not really possible with the battery assault going and the ice path to follow, nothing to say. He's overstayed his welcome. Great TP in from Yamson to punish the Shadow Fiend.
Big punish there. Nothing to say. Got a little bit too cocky there, just getting caught out in a very bad position. I guess maybe he wasn't aware that the clock hit sticks, so didn't really respect the fact that they could just initiate from a far range. I mean, this is what you bring to the table as a clockwork. You hit level 6, you can set up kills like this.
Yeah. Clockwork, excellent into the Shadow Fiend because you just rock up, press Q, and then the SF literally cannot cast a single spell. Looked very sad for nothing to say. Gold lead's pretty even, all things considered. You get the impression that XG are pretty far ahead thanks to how well Army's been doing, but you gotta keep in mind Yamson's having himself a pretty solid game as well. First black hole of the game, RCY getting in front of the Bristleback to rain the damage in. Still manages to turn around though, but there's no healing anywhere on the horizon. Army should be run down. Hook shot, looking at maybe a second, but doesn't want to throw it out willy-nilly. X-Nova still full HP, and they punish the Bristleback.
Yeah, very good punish, very big kill. That's some comeback goal for Fade. He's been struggling, so that's gonna help him a little bit. Yeah, they are still quite far behind right now, given the state of things with the heroes. But not something that they can't really come back from. I still think it's manageable. A couple of more good plays by Big Num on the clock is going to get them there. Mid tower is going to go down, so Big Num rotates over to defend it. And XG, they are definitely looking still pretty hot here. SF is pretty rich. Stanking almost has dagger. They're gonna drop the wards to get another tower here. So after this tower goes down, XXX is going to enter the game with his dagger.
Yeah, I think on the normal side of things, GamerLegion, Yamson might feel more comfortable defending here, and he's waiting for the backup of his team. Swooping around, finding FY, the Shadow Shaman in trouble. One of the stuns used already will force a hook shot out. They'll at least get themselves the tower last hit, but they lose FY for their troubles. Do they? Ooh, even Macropire used just to burn that Shadow Shaman up. He almost got out of there alive. But that tower kill is going to give XSS his Blink Dagger, and he might be able to look for some plays with his Epicenter.
It is totally worth it. The Shaman dies to a smoke, they had to use hookshot, they had to use Macropire, and they still got the tower. This is totally worth it for XG to give up the Shaman there. And now the Sand King is going to come into the game. I think if they can get a big core kill here, that would be amazing with the first Epicenter. I mean, Bristleback also finished the top tower, so things are looking really good again for XG, and the mid tower is close to dying. So all the tier 1 towers are going to go down here for the GamerLegion side.
The thing is that XSS does show in the lane with a Blink Dagger, so GamerLegion know that he has that item.
Though. He might have misled them that he's at the bottom lane. This might work.
Sure, but I mean, the thing is now GamerLegion know that he has a Blink, right? So they probably have an idea that a gank is coming in the next 1 or 2 minutes. No one is showing, and look at the way Fade is moving. They have read this move completely. They're gonna go through the Twin Gates, play in the safe part of the lane in the bot. Actually, just even go deeper into the top side, yeah. They're not gonna find anyone. Completely deserting this Wisdom Shrine area. A second set of Wisdom Shrines lost for this team. And the supports were already suffering, but Big Num and Speed, unfortunately, they're going to stay pretty low level this game, at least in the early stage.
Speed, he is going to be the recipient of the first dagger gank. Very nicely done. They realize that nobody is going to contest the shrine, so they can leave the area and they move mid and still able to utilize the final moments of the smoke to get a pick off here. And now, another ward, you know. This is going to be really hard. I don't think there's anything GamerLegion can do. After losing the early game quite substantially, this is the price you have to pay. Every time the wards is dropped, SF is wailing on your tower, you just have to give up the tower. They have so much damage to claim objectives, and Roche is going to be moving to top, and this should also belong to XG in a couple of minutes time.
Scary business here for XG. All they really need in terms of physical damage is this Bristleback. A 3k gold lead, but definitely feels like way more than that given the heroes and their respective timings. Thoughtwork finding XSS, but able to easily barrel strike away. The hookshot comes in, but the TPs are flying through. No way of cancelling the TP of Big Num. He gets out. RCY should be fine to just walk this one off here with the drum's move speed especially. So Xtreme Gaming able to defend their triangle and their offlaner. Reactions forced, I guess. Not too bad.
Yeah, Radiance is going to be online for Yamsun now. So he's going to start to accelerate, he's going to start to push out the lanes. He is going to be a very key hero in the team fights. He is going to have to stay...
What do you need to do as Yamsun as this Omni Knight? Like, what's your focus?
Save them from the physical damage of PP and SF. Your Guardian Angel. Very crucial this game.
Is there anyone specific you think he'll be looking at to play behind his fights, or...?
Definitely the Razor. He has to keep RCY alive because RCY is going to be the true carry.
Big epicenter onto Speed, counter initiation, backing FY up, and the Jakiro will drop before the Shadow Shaman does. So even in that move with the two supports of GamerLegion, they lose out on the experience end of things. In these early epicenters don't really do the most damage, right? So if you can get a support kill or two with them, not the end of the world. It's pretty decent actually.
Yeah, actually, right now,
all your items are actually coming up.
They don't need any more items for the Roshan. Lotus on Bristleback, very nice against Razor. Gives you that armor as well. You get to, I guess, also remove the Jakiro debuff. It's not like the biggest deal, but it's useful. Mainly for the
it's just Razor static link and like Malefice, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the build up is just nice for BB. You need an armor item this game against Razor. Sanking building into Axe. SF has Kaya, Yasha done. Gonna finish his dagger. He's already starting to stack the race onto the Roshan. And who is going to get the Aegis? Yeah, go ahead.
It's the Bristleback, right?
I'll make a strong argument for the SF because SF is the one that's going to be doing a lot of fighting. He's going to go in, play aggressive with the dagger.
Oh, you think they're not gonna just run army at the towers, like after getting this Aegis?
Yeah, I guess they could also. I guess they could.
We'll see what they think. Big raise stacks, big goose stacks, army with the Aegis. So maybe just a decision to try and push the issue while they can. Oh, XSF, he's about to be found behind the trees here. Needs to barrel strike up to the high ground. Goes over to the right side. I thought RCY was waiting for him there, but the Razor had already retreated.
Yeah.
Not wanting to make a play before his BKB.
A little bit of miscommunication there. I think if Razor is a bit nearer, they just easily get the kill on Sand King. Because you already know that XG is doing Roshan. It just died. So there's no way that they could bring back up so quickly. You know? So I felt like what Cloud was trying to do there could have worked.
They found Fate. He's been farming in this area far too long and he will be punished. FY taking a lot of damage though from all these creeps and getting a cheeky little return kill. Not the worst thing in the world for Fade here as he's still trying to use the Croaker to body block. We'll finally lose all these little babies. But yeah, honestly, not bad, right? You force these heroes all the way over there while they have Aegis. You weren't gonna fight anyway. And you get a kill while you're at it? Okay. That's the you, Fade.
This is gonna give RCY time to finish BKB. With the BKB, so they are going to be able to maybe potentially consider if they can fight into this Aegis. But maybe the Razor with the Omni Knight behind him is going to be good enough.
XG not really furthering their gold lead yet. I mean, we talked about it from the start that GamerLegion, their scaling is pretty solid. they kind of are in a flipped situation from GamerLegion Game 1, right? Where GamerLegion were on the timer, they were able to execute it, hook shot. Who have they found here? It's like just a free escape. Sand King able to wind up the epicenter. Look at Yamson. He's in trouble, not able to cast his spells, but a big black hole onto 2. GamerLegion, they're doing it here. Off the back of RCY and his BKB, but an epicenter trying to punish. It won't be enough damage. RCY will strike down his foes, but he might have just paid for his life. Xtreme, they at least get themselves that return kill on the Razor, but this is not how things are supposed to go, because Ame, he's busy in the mid lane pushing while this whole fight is happening.
Yeah, why is the hero with Aegis not even part of the fight? Like, what is XG actually doing away from the BB? You're supposed to play with the hero that has the Aegis. This is a pretty huge misstep here. This trade here, there's no way this is good for XG. They're supposed to be the ones winning all the fights with the Aegis. This is an excellent black hole by Fate. He caught them by surprise with the dagger, sets up a big fight, and XXS tries to be a little bit too greedy here, going back for the kill.
XXS does a good job putting the damage out onto RCY, but X-Nova basically has to give up his own life to make sure that kill is secured. Jumps back in, but that sets up for Fade and Speed to clean up. And yeah, like you said, XG kind of, they got 6 heroes, but they're willingly taking a 4v5. Meanwhile, looks like XSS and FY were able to get things back on track, kill off the Enigma. That's pretty nice.
Okay, and another smoke coming out from GamerLegion. They know that the Razor with the BKB timing is very, very strong, and it's going to be off cooldown soon, and they want to keep the ball rolling, looking for the SF. They get it.
Just say, still doesn't have that BKB. He is in trouble, trying to turn around and fight, but there's no way he survives this one.
That's
all the damage drained away by RCY.
Huge kill. That's going to give them a tower as well. Things are starting to look okay for GamerLegion after those 2 exchanges. I mean, XG is definitely slipping up big time, you know. Fighting away with the Bristleback that has Aegis, giving away another kill on the SF, which is about to finish his BKB. And sure, they get the Tormentor, you know, but this is not something I expect to be going on in the game. I felt like all these objectives should be going to XG with no trades at all, you know, because they are so strong.
The fact that they're being picked off around the map here is not a really good sign. Started with that sort of Aegis Bristleback pushing the mid lane by himself. It almost feels like Ame is saying, I'm trying to make the most of this Aegis, guys. Can you guys stop feeding, please? It's like his team is just kind of... It's one of those things, right? Your carry in the pub is telling you, guys, let's go here, and everyone else is fighting on the other side of the map. It's like, I already told you. Nothing to stay in trouble again, forced to pop the Requiem defensively. This time round it works out as XG full commit to try and save him. RCY still has that BKB and will use it to escape. Nice ice path to keep the rest of XG at bay, and they don't have any way of stopping the bailout.
Alright, maybe there's a move here for XG. No BKB on Razor. They have to try to take advantage of this scenario. A little bit of an overextension from GamerLegion is bidding more of what they can chew. Going into so deep with only 2 heroes beside the outpost, so not something that I would recommend.
I think that's fine, right? Because at the end of the day, you're still wasting that Aegis timer. It's now completely expired. And you force the rotations from XG back there, all you lose is a clockwork. And I guess technically a Razor BKB charge if that counts for a big loss. I'm sure every second matters here for RCY, but I think at this point it's more important that he lives in these situations because dying would be so much more detrimental.
Yeah, but still, it definitely matters a lot in a team fight. For a hero like Razor, your ability to do damage is really tied to your BKB timings, you know. But fortunately for him, he has the Omni Knight in the game. So Yamsam has to take care of his brother here in the team fights. I don't even feel like the Omni needs to be doing the majority of the damage, you know, as long as he's keeping the Razor alive. His job is more to keep his team alive.
Epicenter trying to go for the Enigma, but the Enigma is the one jumping in. Black hole out onto nothing to say, but brother, you don't have a BKB. You get turned into a chicken, look like a fool, fried up under the fire of your own teammate. That's rough.
Oh, that is a big mistake there by GamerLegion. Like, this is always happening, you know. They make like a couple of good plays and then all of a sudden mistakes happen. Like, they're not really consistent as a team, you know. Because all of a sudden they just send 2 heroes into the... Why are they even like playing here with the Enigma and the... I mean, I get if Jack Hero is trying to shove waves alone or play some vision here, but why is the Enigma playing here and trying to go in and save him. He should just let the Jakiro die. Jakiro is just basically scouting and looking for information to place wards. Like Enigma has no business being around there.
To be fair to them here, there was an observer ward spotting out nothing to say, so they smoked out to try and get that kill as a duo. We were watching that fight obviously from the perspective of XG just farming in that area, but maybe they thought XG would have been positioned a bit more aggressively on the map. You know, when you're behind, you always think, okay, we go into the enemy jungle, maybe there's just one person farming there. In reality, they didn't realize that XG were prepared and TP responding in for the move, so I can kind of get it, but yeah, still big misplay for them. Ame now with the Lotus Orb, not a viable target to static Link. They'll turn towards XSS instead, who's in a decent degree of trouble. Ame dropping low as well, but a big Requiem to scare everyone off, and Yamson now being right-clicked down, hiding under the cover of Glimmer, but there's Egg right on top of him. There's no god for you here, as RCY still, he gets the kill on the Sand King, but the rest of GamerLegion just have to run. And that was his BKB used as well for the Razor, so all you can really do is just shove out this wave while XG, they're on your high ground.
I have no idea what just happened, man. They didn't have black holes, so why are they even trying to fight? I mean, after the Sand King died, I think it was time to disengage, you know, they can't really take the fight. RCY used his BKB, they committed for the kill on the Sand King, and then after that it means that they're not going to be able to take the subsequent fight, right? They can't really take the fight and they have to run. But Omni Knight somehow decides to go in, they were taking the fight, he didn't have GA, like why, you know, like I don't understand.
I mean, I will say those two things happened in tandem, right? Because RCY was solo chasing the Sand King away, but the only reason why he wasn't disturbed is because the rest of XG were destroying his teammates. So
yeah, but they have no black hole, they have no GA. Why are they even trying, you know, to go in, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe they thought they wanted to defend the triangle outside the base because this high ground would be a bit too tough, and it's seeming to be the case right now. One lane of Rax going down. Shot off the mark, not the initiation that you want, but you got the hands onto Ame. Big epicenter coming in, finding both supports, big number and speed, dropping right to the deck, and Yamson can offer them nothing because they have nothing on GamerLegion. Big black hole onto 2. Here's FY with the hack. Still no way of cancelling that Hex from coming through, but big Ice Path Macro Pyre doing the damage. They've killed off Ame, but a Requiem back the other way. Nothing to say, he's trying to turn this one around. The BKB TP out. The last bit of duration, he didn't have it. Oh, XG, they've dove a little bit too far this time round.
It's their turn to throw the advantage back. They don't have their egg, they don't have their epicenter, but they got a little bit too overzealous and then get caught out by the buyback. It was a very nice black hole cancel by Shaman there, but after the initial kill, once again, you know, they needed to run away. They just overstayed, then they got killed. After that, they got punished. I think after here,
the way
the epicenter was nice. They killed both the subs here, and I feel like after this, you have to be careful, right? Whether you want to stay because you don't have your ultimates.
Yeah, really nice black hole there. And it does get cancelled, which is rough, but Speed, I think he's the real hero of this fight. Buying back, coming in at a really insane angle. And Yamson doesn't go down. I think nothing to say, trying to get the finish onto him. Yamson managing to survive through all of that with that last second purification. And the key detail there, the last minute of the last second, sorry, of that BKB, timing out on nothing to say. And now would you look at that? It's GamerLegion in the Roche pit. XG, they're too late to deny this. It's going to be an Aegis for RCY. Just like that, things swinging back over to GamerLegion's side. I mean, they're not out of the woods just yet, but this is a big punch to XG.
Yeah, they're getting to a timing where they're going to have BKB Black Hole. And there's only one thing to stop that, the egg. Nothing else.
Shaman has been the foil in Fate's plans for far too long. Gonna finish up that BKB in just about 400 gold. The question is whether he has the time. XG already knocking on your high ground. The one important note is that XSS, he also lost his BKB recipe on the courier, so he doesn't have that for another 30 seconds. By the time his courier gets to him, probably a minute or so. But Ame, he's not gonna wait. He's on the high ground. Ready to rumble, ready to put an end to this last lane. They didn't finish off the top lane as well, so at most they're gonna get 2 lanes. BKB complete for the Enigma. Watch for Fade. He's got to be the difference maker in this fight, but they're feeling a bit too worried about committing onto Ame, especially if he's freshly picked up hard. He has way too much HP for them to really burst through. Hook shot, Razor, starting the static link. Can you get Ame on out of here? There's the Sun Ray. It's not going to be enough. He's facing the wrong direction, and that's a great setup. Epicenter, wasted, and backing out XG.
Yeah, once again, good punish here. They only lost the range rack, so this is still really good for GamerLegion. They can still definitely win this game, and actually they are getting into territory where this one good black hole, because you have no cancel right now, this is going to be an issue. So they have to try to initiate and find the Enigma with the Shaman or Phoenix. They can't really wait and just allow the Enigma to get a very nice black hole off. Things are
because if you're just
dicey.
standing on the high ground with the Bristleback, like that gives GamerLegion all the time in the world to chain their setup and get in onto him, and you don't really have a save, right? You don't have like a Shadow Demon Disruption or a Ringmaster Escape Act. Your closest thing to that might be some sort of Phoenix Aghanim's, which is nowhere nearby. And now X-Nova might just be caught. Gonna lose the gem. Really painful stuff. GamerLegion are kind of doing it here, not gonna lie.
They're getting to the phase where their Enigma, that only their Razor, is starting to feel very strong. Like getting to the point where they're gonna overpower. I think they're already at the point where in the team fights they should be able to overpower the BB, SF, and Sand King if they cast their spells correctly, especially the Black Hole. And you're kind of hoping that with the BB up front, he can still do a lot of damage during the Black Hole with the close.
BB's gonna eat and hook shot. In with the stun, in with the black hole. They get themselves the full commitment onto Ame, and he's all alone. His team is nowhere nearby.
There's no buyback.
Oh, Xtreme Gaming. He doesn't have buyback, sure, but GamerLegion, they're gonna get a decent amount of leverage off of this. Maybe a tier 2, maybe a second. They can't really go up to high ground just yet, but Xtreme Gaming, they're starting to let things slip away from them here.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
They are going to need some Wind Wakers or Aghanims on Phoenix. They need a save. There's no way they can play the game anymore without a save. Shaman is working on a Wind Waker, but Aghanims is nowhere to be seen on Phoenix.
Now, after the Roche into the Tormentor, GamerLegion, they've just wrestled back control of this game entirely, and you're reaching the point where the Razor, he's armor stacking to a great degree. He's up to 32 armor right now with that AC complete. He is just going to be able to run into the Bristleback, tank a lot of those quills, and with the help of the Omni Knight and the Repel, he might just run them over. That's kind of what it's looking like right now. We were so sure that GamerLegion, they were out of this game, but that buyback from the two supports up on the high ground defense in the top lane, that really swung things around big time. And you look at the win probability now, GamerLegion, they were down all the way to like, what, 6% at some point? And now it's slowly but surely climbing back up again. Not out of the woods just yet. If Xtreme Gaming are able to execute and catch GamerLegion off guard, it's still going to be them coming out on top with their big teamfight ultimates. But it's that BKB Black Hole, man, Fade. He's landed a few sick ones so far. 1 more minute for the next one to be available. You gotta imagine GamerLegion are gonna want to try and put this to work.
Yeah, Xtreme needs to rely on the Sand King initiations or the Shaman to blow someone up with the SF. I think if they can find the Enigma, that would be the best case scenario. If they don't find the Enigma, they need to combine the initiation with just the egg. You have to pre-pop your egg behind so the Black Hole doesn't come in. Or if he comes in, you can cancel the BKB Black Hole with the stun from Supernova. So the execution has to be on point for Xtreme Gaming in the team fights.
It just feels so hard, right? Because the Black Holes tend to come out within the blink of an eye. It's not like you can recast egg or something in anticipation. If you cast egg, they just back away.
No, he has to predict it. So the Sand King goes in, you have to blow the target out with the Requiem, and then you have to put the egg behind that, just in case the Enigma comes in.
Right. And what's stopping maybe, I don't know, Fate or sorry, what's stopping like Yamson from just BKBing himself and walking in and pressing Repel Guardian Angel on the guy you're going in on the Sand King? A big num? You gotta get caught here. Clockwork, that's a dieback for him.
He's alive still.
Not a dieback for him. He's healed.
Ame
on the front lines, chasing. Might be able to get a setup here. Barrel strike onto RCY, instant repel there. They're still kiting Army away with that beautiful psychic headband. Epicenter completely wasted as they have eyes on Fade. They want to try and focus down this Enigma and not allow him to get that ultimate off, but he still finds it onto the solo Sand King. Meanwhile, Yamson going down here to the full Requiem, and the retreat is sound at GamerLegion. They escape, but not without their carry and not without RCY.
What just
Looked
happened?
a bit messy, but a decent
What's so
wraparound.
messy?
I'm gonna be real with you, I have no idea.
Why was the Enigma black holding a Sand King alone behind? That was a solo black hole. And his Omni was getting killed in front. His Razor dying alone. It was such a split up team fight from GamerLegion, and that was like costing them so much. You know, they need to be together with their heroes, especially with the Omni and the black hole. XG doesn't mind fighting a split up engagement. Their heroes are good at fighting split up.
I just have to buy back on RCY now. This is rough.
This is very rough. You know, you have no black hole. What can you do on this base defense right now?
They are burning all of Armee's mana, and I think we've seen before what happens to Bristleback when he's out of mana. Shout out to that TI True Sight. They're going to try and come in, no black hole for quite a while, no Omni Knight as well. But they are able to drain away a decent amount of his damage. Armee just kind of tanking through it. Has to be careful though. The heart region helping him out for now. They're looking towards Big Num. X-Nova finally popping that egg. In comes the Requiem from nothing to say. But the BKB is there from Yamson. Standing his ground and fighting, but now the repel is out. He's getting shackled. Meanwhile, backline Armee again control RCY, able to just stab him down. Armee's dead, and now GamerLegion chasing on to nothing to say. The Shadow Fiend's gonna drop as well. Xtreme Gaming, what are you guys doing? I mean, you got Mega Creeps, that's something, but GamerLegion able to set up a beautiful defense, and it's a full team wipe.
I mean, actually just staying a little bit too long that they got the Rex. It's just time to back away, you know. They still try to be aggressive. They try to go for kills and paying a huge price for that. It's not really being disciplined enough, you know, as a team. I mean, we're going to see here, like, Armee is going to finish. He's going to finish the Rex. Omni Knight is going to respawn. He gets bonked around. They kill the Rex and they just need to back, you know. Like, why is the Phoenix going in with the egg here? Like why? You know.
I mean, worst case scenario, you just like you just press the egg, right? And then you press the egg and then you let the Phoenix die. And then everybody else escapes, right? That's fine. You don't like, you're trying to take this fight right now. You're just kind of underestimating GamerLegion and the damage potential. Now, with that being said, Xtreme Gaming, they still managed to secure that Mega Creep. So it's going to put the map in a really rough state for GamerLegion. But GamerLegion, they still have what it takes. It's such a narrow margin at this point. They can't afford to mess up any more of these black holes.
Yeah, FY, one-on-one against Big Num.
Easy hook shot out, back to a teammate, drums move speed away. FY won't be able to chase for more.
Yeah, time to refocus, time to think about Roshan. Roshan is up. So actually you could just walk over there since there's already Mega Creeps. GamerLegion has to stay in the base to defend. So they could just go back to the state of the game, get Roshan, get some runes, and then decide when to push again. They have to kind of reset a little bit. Finally, X-Nova is queuing up the Aghanim's, but I don't think he's going to have time to finish this item.
He doesn't have time because Xtreme will win before he finishes the X? Thinking?
Probably.
Xtreme is still in a good spot, right? Even with that overextension, we were making it out to be this whole big thing, but GamerLegion very much on the back foot. They even come out and contest this Roche? Maybe they have to.
Refresh on Razor.
Xtreme Gaming by surprise.
Very, very strong.
Came out on the front
BKB.
lines. RCY wants to fight. Almost gonna run out. It's halfway through the duration. Armee just kind of dancing around on the low ground. Could be a big fight. They find XSS first, forcing the barrel strike out. Hook shot to chase on the Sand King. He's in big trouble. Fade's gonna chase. Force that BKB and Black Hole again. They eliminate the Sand King, but it's a solo BKB Black Hole on Sand King. They force the egg out. XG now in an awkward position as they're looking towards chasing down speed, but they can't find him. Fight split up in a very weird way now. Looks like X-Nova focused down, will be able to force staff and dive out to the high ground, but now FY in trouble. Yamson with the chase, finds his mark and gets the kill. At GamerLegion, they are finding a way to get through in these fights it's not the cleanest spell usage, but it is slowing down XG from putting an end to this game that we thought was very much in the Dire's hands.
Okay, Roshan is still up though. There's no black hole, so actually could just wait. They have the mega creeps. Just wait for everybody to be up and then go get the Roshan. I think it's definitely getting dicey for XG here. Very, very messy last couple of minutes from them.
Yeah, even with all these things though, the win probability is not really going up for GamerLegion, and I can kind of understand why, right? Yes, you can win these fights. Yes, you can take down some of these heroes, but you can't really get anything done on the map. It's still a really difficult game state to be in. I don't know what it's going to take, how many more mistakes XG need to make for GamerLegion to fully be back in this game, because you haven't even touched the tier 2 on GamerLegion.
Bingham's
no black hole.
He's gonna try to steal.
Yeah.
He has to try something.
And maybe if he steals, he extends the game for a little bit. What's gonna come out? He's come through. They see FY on the sidelines. Looking towards the pit though. Roshan dropping low. Where's Big Nub? Need another scout. Rocket Flare. Yamsun's in. Yamsun grabs the Aegis. They get themselves a second life. They need to bail out now. Big Num is gonna die for it. Ame trying to chase on, but Yamsun with his BKB will get out. And they deny the Roche kill from XG.
Bro.
Very, very clutch plays.
He got the shot. He got the banner. He got the Aegis. So
he picked up every damn thing. Yamsun, big hands on that man. Snatches it all away.
He even gets the last hit on Roche. What the hell?
Yeah.
It's daylight robbery right there.
Yeah, Yamsun, someone arrest this man right now. We got video footage of his crime. How did he even get that done? And that was almost an instant hex from FY as well, so it must have been on the first auto attack. That's crazy.
This is going to extend the game to maybe 50 minutes or even a 60-minute game right now. I don't know.
What, you think they're going to wait for the Aegis again just before they push?
Like, I'm pretty sure they're not going to risk it. They're going to wait.
But then isn't that going to give GamerLegion a lot of time to sort of get more items?
You don't have the shot, you don't have the banner, you don't have anything. Like, you have a cheese, that's it, you know?
You can't even protect your creeps. It's just gonna die. It is mega creep, so again, GamerLegion very much forced into this area outside their base. The furthest they can go is into that triangle before they are dragged back to the base to make sure the creeps don't just kill their fountain. Maybe if they still had one lane of Rags or something, it would be a bit easier to play. But the mega creeps constantly coming in is making it rather difficult, to say the least.
Yeah, also all the tier 2 towers being up. You win one fight, it's still not going to be guaranteed that you can just push up the high ground with all the towers. It's tough, you know. They are going to need to win, I think, at least 2 fights in a row. Maybe even 3 to end the game. A long way back for GamerLegion, but there is still hope after that play. Yamsun, the hero to keep his team in the game.
It's so funny to hear you say there's still hope, because I feel like most of the time when a game looks rough at like 20 or so minutes, you're like, it's over. In this game state, I mean, is there really a chance here for GamerLegion? The win probability is not going up at all. You're really just kind of banking on this BKB Black Hole and Yamsun popping off, but Xtreme Gaming, they still are so damn far ahead. And Ame's going for that late BKB. That's going to help him out a lot, because as we've seen in the previous fight, all these little mini stuns with the Cogs, Ice Path, Malefice, everything, they're really tripping him up.
But at the end of the day, he's a bristleback, you know, he's not like a super hard carry. I think in the team fights, he's just going to die with a Black Hole. They're going to have a Wind Waker soon. Okay, they already have it. He's buying out on FI. This is a big item. He doesn't have buyback on the Shaman, but he can actually save the Bristle this time in the Black Hole. This might change the team fights, potentially.
Yeah. Level 25 for SF, so that Requiem's going to pop real fast. And he has a refresher, so he can get those done really quick, blow up a hero. Yamson would be a great target to start off with, but he has that Aegis. Looking at the Razor, hookshot off the mark. Requiem blows up RCY, no buyback there. Big Num now in trouble, being beaten away back by Ame, able to force stuff up to the high ground. They made that execution look quick and easy, and nothing to say with that instant refresh. He's ready for another round.
Yamsum has to use his Aegis to buy some time here. 1 minute on it.
I don't even know how he does that though. Like, even if he runs in, he just gets insta-killed. It's not like someone's going to come in and do the damage.
Objective gamer right now, Ame. I'm not going to chase this time.
Ame has been objective gamer this whole time. The one thing he's been interested in is punching these buildings and putting an end to this series, getting the draw and moving away from here onto the next. Yamson's gonna try. Jump in, hookshot onto the SF, but no one's doing the damage. Try for the black hole. Got nothing to say in Ame, but the Wind Waker save, like you mentioned, FY, he bought out for that, and he's gonna be able to save the Shadow Fiend, get into the BKB, and the second black hole doesn't catch him. Fade off the mark, didn't expect that nice little 4-star from the supports. And X-Nova and FY saving the day there as Ame will just bear the full bath under the fountain. Yamson's gonna try and come through, do what he can, but it's just an Omni Knight against the wall. And Ame, like you mentioned, objective gamer there. GG is called as GamerLegion. It felt like there were moments in this game where they could have done something, but at the end of the day, XG able to outpace them. Both games kind of following a similar trajectory, right? It feels like the team with the tempo lineup kind of makes one too many mistakes in certain instances, and then they end up in a weird spot where the game gets dragged out longer than they expected. There are some slightly uncomfortable moments, but at the end of the day, they're still able to execute the timing. And unfortunately for GamerLegion, they never got to that point where they were able to scale up and defeat XG. XG, you can see on the cameras that they're not entirely happy with the way that game went. Like, it can't have felt too good for them.
Very topsy-turvy game, you know. A lot of mistakes on both sides. I think both teams have kind of similar issues where they don't have good enough discipline. They're making a lot of like overextensions. They're making mistakes here and there. They're dying randomly on the map. They just have a lot of issues to solve, similar issues that they need to solve. I think anyone could have won this game. I felt like when it mattered, Fate kind of also fumbled the ball there. He dropped the ball. He could have won them the game. He had some very, very good black holes, but he also lost them a couple of very key team fights. Right? This is always the thing with playing a hero like Enigma. It's very volatile. You could make mistakes at the wrong time and just lose your team the game off one mistake.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate.
Enigma, it's always going to be a really, really difficult hero to execute. And Fade, I think in the early stages, there were some pretty shining moments for him, some pretty nice black holes where he caught them by surprise. But at the end of the day, just not going to be enough here. GamerLegion, I don't think they're out of things just yet. The fact that they were able to draw this series does keep their hopes alive, but it almost feels like they have to be flawless from this point on to avoid another disappointing DreamLeague finish. But Xtreme Gaming, like we said, it wasn't the cleanest series from them, and they'll need to shape up as well if they want to stay in the top half of their group. We're gonna wait to see who we get for a cheeky little interview, but we're gonna go for a short break first, so stay tuned. You don't want to miss this. Warm welcome back, folks. We have for you here something very special, something that you don't get very often. Of course, after that brilliant series between Xtreme Gaming and GamerLegion, it was pretty tight, right? Went 1-1 either way. We have none other than Nothing to Say on the line with our translator, Jin, as per usual. Nothing to Say, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello, nice to see you. Glad to see you're happy. Of course, that series, we'll talk a little bit more about it in our subsequent questions, but I did have to ask. So overall, this team, this new version of Xtreme Gaming, you're kind of reuniting with Ame X Nova. It was back to that LGD team that won TI, but just with a different offlane duo. What would you say are the main differences here with this new two players?
那莫言，你现在相当于你们现在这个战队很像当年的老干爹战队，你现在也算是跟萧瑟还有 FY 给和他们都重逢了，包括查诺瓦。那现在你感觉你们目前这个战队跟当年的LGD 可能有什么样的一些区别呢？
就之前大家对游戏理解都比较深吧，然后现在就又是新版本什么，那个就都还在摸索吧，就感觉现在没有以前那么强吧，现在。
I feel that back in LGD, we had a much deeper understanding of the meta of what heroes are strong. Nowadays, even though most of our teammates are the same members, but it feels like a different game now. It's a different patch, completely different meta, and we are still trying to find out exactly what suits our playstyle, what heroes are strong. So honestly, right now it feels like we are much weaker compared to back then.
Yeah. So on the playstyle thing, I think. XG has been regarded as a much slower team because you pick cores that are slower to come online. Why do you think you guys like to play like this? Do you think that the game should be played slower, or there's some hero limitations in the team, or whatever reason it is?
那超级战队，你们也说到这个阵容方面呢，超级战队确实就是解说也觉得你们算是一个比较喜欢打到后期，就选那种后期的大核的一个战队。那就想问你为什么呢？是因为你们觉得这个游戏可能就比较适合拖到后期，还是说由于可能阵容上面的一些局限，英雄池上面一些局限，导致你们被迫相当于去选这些大后期的阵容呢？
可能是因为我们就那个进攻打得不太好吧，然后防守可能也没那么好，所以就导致对面没什么压力，然后就一直在刷钱，然后对手进攻了，我们有时候防不住，就又是只能刷钱，所以就导致会一直往后打。
I'll say that the main issues that we feel that we are really lacking in terms of playing aggressively and defensively as well. So a lot of times the game just ends up being both sides are just farming into the late game. Like personally, I think that we a lot of times like we want to make some plays, but it doesn't work out, and the other team makes some plays, and then we can't really defend it really well, so we are forced to drag it into the late game. So since this happens so much, we end up just drafting more towards the late game.
Yeah, and of course, thank you for all that insight here. Nothing to say. One final question for you. It's a bit of a cheeky one, so forgive me. But there's a lot of people on the street saying, man, I don't know why Xtreme Gaming replaced XM. Why did they bring in Nothing to Say? Can you say one big sentence as a message to all your haters? Tell them off. Go ahead. You can say whatever the hell you want.
那就是这个解说呢，就说网上的舆论呢，有很多人就是尤其是在你们打的可能不太好的时候，他们就说就是想念毛神，然后并且要带回毛神，那稍微有点串吧，就是想问你，能不能就是大声的说一句话，让所有这些毛白相当于理解为什么你是一个更好的选择呢？
就没有什么好说的吧，就现在就尽力打好自己的嘛，先把自己该做的打好。
I don't really have much to say towards all these fans or haters. I'll say that right now I'm just focused on doing my job, making sure that I play the best that I possibly can and bring the team to greater heights.
Of course, as per usual, it is in your name after all. You're too nice of a guy. Thank you so much for joining us, NTS, and we hope for the best of luck in your upcoming series.
Okay, thank you.
Nice
He
one.
I had to. I think like the thing with this guy is he's too nice, right? He's always so earnest. I genuinely cannot understand why people hate on him. Like I genuinely cannot. I just think it's exactly what he says, right? He never really thinks about these kind of things. He's always just focused on trying to do his best, trying to improve and trying to bring the team together. You kind of see that in his hero plays, his personality as well. We saw that in True Sight. Maybe that's why Xiao 8, Ame and Xnova like working with him so much. Of course, no flame to XM. XM was great, but it's clear that the team's moving in a different direction and they need a lot of evolution. So that's going to be for them to figure out. For us though, we're going to be hopping off and giving the way for Gareth and Lacoste to come in with our upcoming series. It's none other than Yandex versus Pain. That's going to be a pretty spicy matchup between two teams at the bottom of the group right now. But we have a little bit of time before that starts. So we'll leave you with them. Thank you so much for watching. Keep on watching more Dream League Season 28 after this.
reality. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the skies. Yeah, fella, yeah. Stepping in smooth with a shine on me. Go crowd lean when I slide on beat. Little rim silk, that's the vibe I keep. Confidence loud, let it talk, don't speak. Got a baseline walking like it on these streets. One step sitting like a victory sweep. No cap, I'm the squad when the lights are fed. Blow so bright, make the jealousy shade. Hey. Yeah, we go high. Watch how we shine. Turn up the vibe. Whole crew alive. I'm the spark in the room when the bass go boom. Energy, that's my lane. Drip so clean, let it talk my name. Got a groove so slick, make the doubts all drain. Can't dim what's built, that's a permanent flame. Hands up, feel the pulse when the kick drum hits. The type of flex that'll cut through mix. Every move locked in like I planned that script. I don't brag, I just walk like the crown don't slip. Yeah, we go high. Watch how we shine. Turn up the vibe. Whole crew alive. I'm the spark in the room when the bass go. Ooh.
Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance.
DreamLeague Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Chex.
Welcome back. DreamLeague Season 28 here as we get into another day of groups, the latter stage of the penultimate day Lacoste, and we get ourselves into a situation where for some teams it can be do or die. Every little win counts to try and keep yourselves in the groups and at DreamLeague.
Yeah, most definitely. And like even the previous series, it was fun to watch. I thought we are going to be seeing potentially some mega creep comebacks, but then Ame just tanked the fountain and sprayed them all over, killed 2 people, and the game ended. But yeah, I thought this might be potentially the comeback. We need to see how Yandex is going to get out of this trench that they put themselves into, considering that they did not have so far the best performance at DreamLeague Season 28.
No, they haven't. And some pretty big expectations from them over the last 6 months. They've been rising and proving how good they are, but currently down at the bottom of Group A at 2-8. With Aurora going 10-0, really showing how dominant another team coming through Division 2 can be.
Yeah, Yandex, I mean, their next series is going to be against Pain Gaming. Pain Gaming, unfortunately, is already out, so they can't proceed further. And Yandex has another series that they have to play against. That's going to be against very strong team, as you said. They need to play against Aurora, who is on like 23-24 win streak at the moment. Pretty insane to think about this, but Yandex, good team. They had very good results. One of the best results by the underdogs, I would say, at the end of the 2025, getting that 3rd place at Fisher Playground, then 2nd place at Blast Slam, then finally getting a full tournament win at DreamLeague Season 27, and thanks to some really good performances. I think for me, the standout player in a lot of these situations, other than Saxa, of course, is Chira Jr. I think Chira Jr. is very interesting as a player. I think some tournaments maybe had a little bit of LAN nerves when they were playing last 2 LANs, but other than that, he can definitely pop off, and he also has a very interesting hero pool. He's bringing some like newer stuff, playing all the meta stuff, but he's also going to be playing some like Kunkka from time to time from the mid lane. Earth Spirit pretty much plays all the spirits as well.
Yeah, and we've been watching him for a long time, right? The fact that he was on that Klimstanich 1-win team that didn't get to Birmingham. We were super excited to see him, but they didn't get to make it due to visas. Now, of course, proving himself on the big stage in a team like this. And you bring up that very important point. They are reigning champions of DreamLeague. They won DreamLeague Season 27, but now, how the mighty have fallen down at the bottom of their group. This is it feels like a must-win series for them to try and stay in the running in the group stage here for DreamLeague. You know, against an opponent like Pain, you'd kind of expect Yandex to pick it up. But Pain have also, you know, even with their own challenges and difficulties, been able to put up some pretty good performances. You know, they swapped out their carry at the last minute. Smiling Knight comes in. We've got a video that we can take a closer look at Pain Gaming with.
Pain Gaming recently made their return to Dota after several years without a Dota team by picking up the Peruvian squad of Peru Rejects. I guess they're not Rejects anymore. The new roster of Pain Gaming is Parker, Dark Mago, Frank, Schofield, and Almisho. Clearly, the team is quite stacked with some of the best players South America has to offer. As the team is brand new, their main experience together so far has been in various qualifiers, under the Peru Rejects name. The good news is that they won pretty much all of the qualifiers for the South American region, beating out the more experienced Team Heroic in the qualifiers for both this season of DreamLeague as well as ESL 1 Birmingham. Based on this, Pain Gaming clearly has potential.
They do it from the upper bracket of Domo. They take the series 3-1.
How they truly stack up against international competition remains to be seen, and DreamLeague Season 28 will be their biggest test yet.
Well, the man who appears several times in that video, Parker, the shining light of Pain Gaming, no longer part of the roster, you know, kind of subs. Well, technically, he's been subbed out and put on the bench, but I don't think there'll ever be.
I'm sure he's coming back.
I think he's going to be warming that bench for a while now. But Smiling Knight has come in, you know, a very strong player, and has shown that Pain Gaming can, you know, put up a fight against some of these teams. They've dropped all but one game so far. The only victory they had was against OG in that series where they got a default loss in game 1. So maybe challenges power them up.
So if they only show up for like one game, they only manage to win that one. I can see a pattern here, Gary. But yeah, they had the very atrocious draft, probably the worst draft of the tournament yesterday when they played against the BitBoom team. That game number 1 where Clockwork had 15 deaths. Very difficult to play a game like this with Medusa, Viper, and Bristleback as your 3 cores. Legit impossible to play the game where you rely everything on Clockwork or if enemy somehow overextends. But yeah, some of the drafts later on, like earlier today, the drafts are fine. Like this is, you know, nothing too crazy. There's a good amount of synergy the way they played it. When you think about the heroes, amplifying damage for Clinks, Windranger, and then you had Slaughter, you had Tag Team from Tusk, which allows you to get those procs from the Focus Fire, extra bit of damage from Corrosive Haze, of course, and Mars to tie it up together. Again, another 30-minute game that they lost to Occult Bros, and then they had almost a 60-minute game that they played afterwards, which they did not manage to win, but one of the closer ones, I would say. Yeah, so do you think it's... I mean, obviously now it's kind of a matter of pride, right? You're on the international stage still. You still want to be playing to the full extent that you can. So a chance for them to show off some of their signature heroes, show off some of these kind of flare drafts and see if they can outperform Yandex here, who are a team that have been struggling. You know, if we think about expectations and morale, you'd definitely think that Yandex are underperforming and their morale's pretty low given their results, whereas Pain Gaming, maybe at this point, kind of happy to be here. They're still around with 4 members of their roster. Yeah, I think this one's going to be what we call morale booster for Team Yandex, where they still have very strong opponent to play tomorrow, but this one should be much easier for them. Even though they've been not doing hottest, they also managed to win only 2 series, which is, by 2 series, I mean 2 games, and it's not looking too hot for them. But this team can definitely bounce back. And I want to see how they're going to be approaching the draft. I know a lot of teams have banned out Lifestealer when they were playing against Pain Gaming, because this is something that Smiling Knight loves to play, and he plays it really well.
He sure does. And it's pretty good against a lot of these, you know, tanky meta core heroes, as well as against some of those agi carries. We'll see what gets picked, though, as we get the Centaur, Slardar, Razor, Shadow Fiend, Viper, Shadow Demon, and Treant Band. And Jakiro's out there. Windranger is going to be the first pick, though, for Yandex. something that we've seen Saxa enjoy a lot over the past 6 months to a year.
Watson can also play it, so can Chira Jr., so it's a triple flex for this team, which is not something that you usually see. Sure, you're going to be seeing maybe some carries playing it, and maybe someone's willing to play it from position 4, but during the slam, they played it across 3 different roles. Watson didn't find much success on the hero. Neither did Chira Jr. I think Saxa was the only one. Yeah, Saxa actually had 100% win rate on the hero over 3 games, and they lost every single time they played it as a core. So I assume they have the stats as well, which means that this most likely is going to go to Saxa. He gets to be very active. He's like that type of very annoying player. I think he's one of the OGs that were kind of breaking the meta with his like moving across the map, his bounty hunters, his Rickies back in the days where he was just creating space. Windranger is a bit of a different hero, but also I've seen Saxa just power shot enemy carry like 4 times in a row, and then he gets a first blood after that.
Yeah. It is a different hero, but I've been thinking about this as well. It also kind of isn't, right? I see this Windranger, in the hands of Saxa anyway, this Windranger hero is kind of like old Rubik in lane in terms of being one of the best traders. But yeah, right, you've got Windrun, you trade, you're super good. You zap creep waves, you secure range creeps, you harass enemy carry. Then you're kind of like old Enchantress, where you're scaling, but you're also able to frontline somewhat, break up a high ground, break smoke, Windrun away. And then you mentioned these Ricky bounty hunters. Windranger's a pretty quick hero who's able to get out on the map and scout things out. It covers a lot of bases, honestly.
10 seconds remaining.
It really does. And Pain Gaming, it took them a good amount of time to figure out in which direction they want to go. So they did take Jakiro for themselves, which stabilizes most of the lanes. Jakiro just gives you that kill threat, whatever you pair him up with. Pretty much you always have stun, you have good harassment in the lane. Impossible to de-ward against Jakiro if he's in vicinity.
Yeah. So of the big ones out there, in terms of pick rate, contest rate, Batrider has been left open. We've not got the Shadow Fiend or the Viper or anything like that. There's also MOUZ as well, who's been very high priority and even slipped up into the second phase of bans, and there he goes.
The Underlord is the big one if we talk about the offlaners. This hero is just insane. But I also think that at least Yandex is going to be looking potentially to take Beastmaster for themselves. Been very surprised that Beastmaster is not getting that much priority. I'm going to check his win rate. Yeah, sitting at 66% right now. This hero is just insane. What it brings you to the table, like you can't TP out. Super strong laner. I'm talking about Beastmaster mid, who comes online super fast, allows you to get early Roshan between 12-15 minutes, depending how good of a timing on that axe you're having.
And it feels like you can kind of pick him whenever, right? Well, I'm looking at this draft and thinking, okay, Yandex have that 18th pick. They've got Shira Jr. Maybe they're thinking about the puck.
Yeah.
But in another world, you're thinking, oh, they can just slam the Beastmaster here, without any real thought about it.
For Yandex, I could see potentially, some Tusk coming out, maybe even Chen. They are a Chen team. Pain Gaming, they do have pick out of the phase, and then double pick for Yandex. If they open up with Tusk plus another core, and like if they pick up offlaner, let's see if they've been playing Beastmaster from the offlane. Not really. So everybody's playing it from the mid. Yeah, everybody's playing it from the mid lane. So it's not really a flex, but I was thinking maybe just Windranger plus Tusk or Windranger plus Chen, because you can still flex this Windranger to carry role if necessary. It has a lot of synergy later on with the tag team. It just procs every single time. Insane amount of damage, gives you Roche taking potential.
Or even just come back to like a Warlock or something, right? Give you lane potential, give you team fight, and have these double range supports that are very good at backing up the tanky cores at the front. And they do ban out the puck, so they remove that problem from later down the line.
10 seconds remaining.
It's really hard to guess what Pain Gaming is going to go for. They've been all over the place. A lot of their drafts were just straight up losses. Like, these drafts can't really play against what the enemies do have. It's just very difficult to execute. Like, all the stars need to align perfectly for you to be able to be even in the game 20 minutes, and not even winning the game, is just be even.
Well, in that case, would you like to see them just bring out Tiny? Say, Dark Margo, here's your Siggy hero. That's a difference maker, right? That Tiny tossback can swing games.
Yeah, either that or take Tusk for themselves, something along those lines. Just have put melee position 4. And speaking of that, they will pick up Clockwork. 2 strong supports, a lot of kill threat between these two. But also Schofield, he just enjoys to play that hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't think there's a hero that even comes close when I think Schofield. It is Clockwork.
It might be a bit like wonky. I know a lot of people love to just have Morana 5. Maladich plays it. You're playing against Clockwork. You don't give a damn about getting trapped inside of the cogs. He's been... I think there was one game where they actually last picked Dazzle, and it worked out amazingly. I think it was DreamLeague Season 27. So he's definitely familiar with him, and they're going to take Axe as a counter, so double picking and protecting that Dazzle with Axe.
10 seconds remaining.
And then if this is the Dazzle 5, he's also very good at stopping double melee lanes. Like, if this is Clock 4 and he was going to be Clock plus Underlord, whatever, Dazzle kind of stops you from wave dragging and being a nuisance in that regard with the Poison Touch. It also opens things up to maybe
10 seconds remaining.
grab one of those illusion heroes. We've seen a few teams try these Shadow Wave bombs.
Yeah.
And Phantom Lancer came back a little bit. We've seen some Naga
Watson
Siren.
loves Naga Siren. He's a big fan.
Oh, DK and Enigma. So securing some massive team fight auras, push power through the Enigma and his auras. And then Dragonite, just the all-round solid carry.
Yeah, that Naga Siren does look juicy now. They could go for Gyrocopter themselves.
10 seconds.
Clockwork Enigma, it's a strong lane. And then you have Gyrocopter plus Dazzle, which is not going to be carrying too much. Like, you can easily clear the Eidolons. Not sure if they can flex Enigma. I know there's been a good amount of Enigma flexes. People swapping Enigma to the mid lane. Heroic did it. Some other teams did it before as well.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Pulse 5 Enigma, but maybe there's a chance for that to come back. I don't know if anyone can pull off the mid Enigma if you're not Tai Long. Alright, what's your poison then, Watson? Is it one of those illusion heroes? Is it the safe, solid Gyrocopter? The world is pretty much his oyster. We're going to leave him till last. Storm Spirit gives them a lot of gap close that they were needing. So now you've got heroes that can actually get on top of this Enigma and find him before he's able to surprise you with a black hole.
Not too much team fight coming out from Yandex. Their pickoff is strong. But I also want to see something, because it's very, like, there are not many AoE spells as well. On Yandex, it's more like we blink in, we try to focus the target, Storm Spirit pulls him, power shot, and then we go for a kill. Their pickoff game is kind of strong, especially if Axe is going to be picking up earlier Blink Dagger. We will see, depending on the whole setup of Pain Gaming, whether he needs to buy an Aura before that, whether he's just going to be getting Pipe and then getting a Blink Dagger. And we can see Yandex. You did mention Tiny, potentially coming out for Dark Mago. He had a good game yesterday, even though he did not have that good of a start. He was 0-3-0, but still the impact of Tiny is always going to be good, no matter what. Once you pick up that Blink Dagger, you can always just toss back people, and they are removing Hoodwink as well, potentially thinking that this Hoodwink can be played from the carry role, or they can play still Wind Ranger from the carry role, where you can run away from Clockwork, you don't get trapped, you don't care too much about Eidolons, and seems like that's gonna be the case for Yandex.
Yeah, mentioned Bat Rider all the way at the beginning. He was one of the big ones that was left in. Kind of surprised that he wasn't taken out through the process of that draft. So Saxley gets one of his classics. As Pain finished things off with a Queen of Pain. So swap into the Storm. It's a good matchup for Dark Margot. Not sure how I feel about that top lane now, though. Axe plus Batrider, a lot of damage over time. Dragon Knight doesn't really offer much in terms of like trading with the Jakiro. Jakiro usually wants to 1v2, trade and harass on his own, but he gets outdone by Axe and Bat, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Like you're playing on the side just by having ranged position 4 with Axe, who can always use Battle Hunger on you.
Yeah.
And your damage is so bad on Jakiro because of your double hit, so you can't even deny. It's very difficult to deny or get a creep kill. So most of the time, you will have that Battle Hunger on Jakiro.
Maladich was swapping between his facets pretty quickly there. What does he want? Poison Bloom or Nothel Boon? Gotta be careful though. You know, what if you lag? What if you disconnect? Did you ever get told as a kid that if you make funny faces and the wind changes, your face would get stuck like that?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's universal.
Melody,
I think I did a lot of faces, and I think it is true considering the way I look today. And yeah.
What do you mean? You're not wrinkly?
You haven't seen me in a while, Gary. Oh. It's the age. I am wrinkly.
Age has hit, has it?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm starting to bald. I don't want to admit it, but there is a crater appearing at the back
at the top. You have a nest.
It comes for us all. Time is evil. Well, here we go. Game 1, 2-game series. Pain already eliminated, so pride on the line for them, while Yandex are looking to keep themselves in the tournament. It feels like, I'm not sure what the numbers say, but the vibes are they've got to win this one 2-0 to stand a chance because their next opponents are Aurora, which is going to be a very, very difficult matchup. So goal here for Yandex is a 2-0, and Pain, well, maybe they can just make it a bit more challenging.
Entertaining, yeah.
Yeah. A smoke break and a run up the staircase. Going to start out with a big old fight. A 5v5 around this bottom rune spot. Never mind. Yandex do not want to go any deeper into the darkness. Then we get the re-smoke. And a pause.
Now, you said he's going to disconnect. At least he took the facet, not for boon. So extra bit of barrier, the overhealing, and extra bit of heal amp coming out from Dazzle. Yeah, the team fight is really not strong. Like, this is very single target oriented lineup coming out from Yandex. And on the other side, you have Queen of Pain, you have Jakiro, Enigma. So 5-on-5 is not going to be as easy to take fight for Yandex. Most of the time, they are going to be looking for some kind of a pick-off into a team fight potentially. Watson, look at his items, just a lot of stats. This is carry Wind Ranger, get the Bracer, get Null, get Magic Wand, get your Treads, and then starting to look for the damage item most of the time. It is, Mjolnir, Maelstrom into Mjolnir, BKB, Hurricane Pike, depending what you need. There are some BKB piercing tools, actually 3 of them in this game, but you still need BKB to be able to lock onto a target and kill it.
Hopefully Stats has got his cam sorted out as well. But yeah, once we get out of laning stage, this game could break open pretty quickly. Yandex don't really rely on any long cooldowns to fight. Like, you're right, they don't have any big cooldowns and don't have any big team fight. But they can just keep skirmishing basically forever as long as they've got mana to spam their spells. Pain much more focused on playing around Dragon Form, Sonic Wave, Black Hole, Hookshot. When these spells go down, you could get walked over.
The battle begins.
You said if they have mana, they can continue fighting. So I want to see what kind of build Storm Spirit is going to be going for. Watson, nice cogs.
Schofield God. Just bouncing Watson around, playing with him. I mean, can I get this kill? With
another blood grenade.
Oh, the wind run's coming up in a second. Oh, Watson ticking low, 10 HP, under tower though, and healed by the Shadow Wave. So no kill. Very close, but quite a lot expended there with the blood grenades.
All right, Watson is like, I'm mid now, guys. Sure, Junior, go top. quickly. I'm gonna get level 2 and then we can swap. Yeah, he's coming back to a lane where he has no regen. It's coming on the courier. And Enigma's getting some solo levels. So this is definitely gonna affect the way the lane's gonna be played. Sure, Maladich has some tangos for him, but you're not getting the full value out of it, plus extra couple of heals.
Yeah, I was... go on.
No, I was just gonna say that not the way you wanna start this lane, because you are giving free lane to Enigma, who's currently sitting at 2 and 3, a lot of denies already. 2 range heroes though, so there's gonna be some extra pressure onto these Eidolons who don't have as much HP. And Schofield with the boots of speed already trying to make something happen, try to pull that wave, give Enigma even a better lane.
Even though he's half health, still gonna be able to get the job done. And then peeking into that mid lane, Shiro Jr. 9 and 5 against the Queen of Pain's 4 and 0. So Dark Margot coming up short against this Storm so far. I thought this was meant to be maybe not a hard counter, but I thought this was Queen of Pain favored, no?
Yeah, you gotta put point in Shadow Strike. That's the only way you win lane. Sure, Scream of Pain level 1 is fine for securing the range creep, but also if you are not going for Shadow Strike, you're not winning the lane against Storm.
Yeah, curious. And holding that point as well. Yeah, that kind of conversation around starting items and losing your HP early on. There was an interview with 33 yesterday. I think it was Jenkins of 33 in an interview after one of Tundra's games. And 33 was nerding out about, you know, his old wand triple branch starting item, not really viable anymore. The whole economy has shifted with branches and stuff being more expensive. And he said it's kind of hard. You know, people are still tinkering with the idea of what to start with. And if you do go all these stats and lose your HP early on, it can be pretty disastrous. As El Misho is feeling the burn in his bottom lane, Notice picks up the first blood, stacked up with 10 sticky napalms, and finished off with a battle hunger.
Yeah, I want to go back to that point about starting items. This was, for offlaners, myself included, the best, like most cost efficient. You have 0 gold. You have so much stats with triple branch plus magic wand, and then the shared tangles as well. So people are trying to figure out what is good now. I think the good adjustment to it really depends on the hero, but you can still go for magic wand, branch, and fairy fire, because fairy fire heals you for 85, so good turnaround potential. And then you bring the tangos. Schofield's just playing his own minigame as always. Level 1, of course.
Well, Melody's like, I want to join in on this. Let's bring a flag bearer creep over here and try and deny some of the creeps. Get some good damage with the poison touch. Maybe break free of the cogs if he can. And he can't go and continue for the kill. And the wave will double up in the end. Yeah, Fairy Fire was an item that 33 mentioned for sure. We see even 1, 2, or 3 Fairy Fires being bought or ferried out on the courier early on. Just to have these slight advantages in the laning stage when you're trading early on.
Yeah, but to go back to your point about the healing and everything, the reason why I mentioned Shira Jr.'s itemization is maybe he wants to go for Guardian Greaves. It's a pretty popular item on Storm Spirit nowadays. And then with Dazzle and everything, you have kind of infinite sustain. Schofield making a move to the mid lane. Clockwork level 1. This is what I also mentioned yesterday. Schofield, you'll see him 6 minutes in, he's like level 2, level 3, then he picks up the rune, they get 2 kills, suddenly he's level 6. Let's see if he can replicate that.
No cogs play. I got chased out here, but he's got boots advantage over the Dazzle, so there's no way of catching up for Malady. And then with all this going on, Enigma 15 and 6, win range of 21 and 9, so Watson is able to recoup in this top lane, but is dropping pretty low in terms of regen as the Eidolons chase him. Well, down at bottom, Notice getting poked at by Smiling Knight and El Misho. A quick little stick back up to half HP, and the fact he's got that Ring of Health already means he is in laning shape for the next while. And in that time, Batrider was stacking up some camps as well. Misho taking a serious chunk of damage again from this Batrider. And straight up dies.
It's so much damage over time, so much slow. You turn around against Axe, sticking a palm. He's also maxing it on Saxa. It's very difficult to play a side lane as a support, playing against Axe plus pretty much any range
Watson's
position
getting
forward.
blinked on by a Queen of Pain. Level 5 rotating in, but the shackle shot keeps her
And
at
a
bay.
deny, Maladich. One more
There's another
hit.
Shadow Wave in a second, but going for the deny. Under tower, hello, goodbye. Rocket Flame was coming in as
almost
well.
sniped
Dark
him.
Margot blinks forward aggressively. Looking to try and finish off that kill, but Malady says, nope, not happening.
Radiant's bottom tower is
One of the few things you can still deny in this game, huh?
Yep.
2 of them in this game. Schofield get jumped on by the Storm Spirit. Shiro Jr. out of resources. Should burn down to the Jakiro. He uses the Fairy Fire, but he's going to die anyway. While Saxter, also low mana, baits out the Ice Path, but with Dark Margot coming in, blinking forward, but not able to get the Shadow Strike just yet. It's going to be a longer chase to get the Bat Rider. But eventually they'll chip down Saxter and hopefully get him as he tries to deny the neutrals. Queen of Pain with another move, another kill.
Hey, not too bad of a move for Queen of Pain. Got involved, level 6. Ideally, you want to make some kind of a rotation, and notice he is here. He can't really TP out Jakiro. As long as he holds Ice Path, he's going to be fine. Dark Mago, they should let him grab this kill.
Axe buys Vanguard, thinks he's invincible. It does get a courier kill and a couple of waves though, so well worth drawing all the attention of Pain down into that very obscure part of the map. Means Wisdom Shrine gathered by the Bat Rider, the opposing one by Frank on the Enigma. I'm still trying to figure out the Queen of Pain decision to go, like, scream level 1, then hold the point, and then go back to max dagger.
Yeah, level 1 Shadow Strike is not that great. You use it on Storm Spirit, but you're kind of missing out the harassment. If Storm gets up to a really good start in that lane, you're missing out on a window where you can actually put pressure onto Storm Spirit. Your CS early needs to be good, but Storm Spirit is also going to be pushing out the wave with Static Remnant, with the Static Slide facet, and then Queen of Pain. Like, it's already like minute 2 by the time you get level 3.
Well, Dark Margot guessed correctly, goes for the bottom rune, but is met by 3 Yandex heroes, while Shiro Jr. went top rune and sees Schofield as a freebie. Level 3 clock, easy pickings, while a Sonic Wave and good damage on a Saxon nearly kills him off. But Maladich was there. Heals him just enough.
Tranquil Boots also just got delivered on Batrider, so he will have that extra bit of regen. And also some pressure relieved from Watson, considering that he was playing into Enigma, but he was also left alone, which he doesn't mind, getting that level 6. Clockwork is going to be in a lot of issues. Schofield, again, 2 deaths on him, 3 CS, 8 minutes. Doesn't have anything, any way of coming back into the game, so he needs to be around the kill. He also can't really set it up. These heroes are not the easiest to kill. Batrider, he can bounce him back. He has Firefly, Storm Spirit as long as he has mana, Wind Ranger with Wind Run. So quite difficult for Schofield to gain levels in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Like, I was watching him just now. He walked out of Fountain, saw that someone was dying bottom, TP'd from his tier 4s to bottom lane to try and, like you said, right, he wants to be near kills. Tried to get near the kill, but wasn't fast enough.
And now he's running to the top lane. There's this thing called Twin Gate for 30 mana that gets you instantly behind him. And they also have Observer Ward behind Watson, so potentially they could go in and maybe try to get the backstab. For now, it's just going to be Triangle, soaking up the experience for Schofield. This man is unbothered by anything. It feels like he's just chilling.
Relaxed. Moisturizing in the river. Waiting for the 10-minute rune to spawn. Try and guard that for his Queen of Pain. Shiro Jr. going to zip down bottom to pair up with his Saxter Bat Rider. Sees El Misho, but it's going to be a trade out at least.
There it is.
Offering
XP for him.
The damage.
Kill.
Storm zips away, and yes, Schofield, you're right. Secures the kill. Now up to level 4.
When you said waiting for minute 10, I got flashbacks from having to buy Tome of Knowledge back in the days. 10 minutes in, you gotta buy it. If you made your mid laner angry, you're not getting it.
A Book of Wisdom. Put that shit on quick buy. spam your quick buy button. A fun little mini game to play. Now you've got so much to focus on. Wisdom shrines and bounty runes. Blocking camps and dragging waves. Oh, there we go. Schofield kills an observer ward.
Got almost half a level in.
Halfway through level 4 now. It's the best thing that's happened to him in the last 11 minutes. So far, though, dead even game by the numbers. No net worth lead, 5-5 in kills. Enigma has hit this period now where he's got the drums and a catapult wave is here. So tier 1 tower, Radiant team moving into
getting
position.
initiated on.
He is being run at and burnt down. As top lane, Storm's going to give it to Clockwork. They'll lasso and dunk Smiling Knight down south, while Chira Jr. has to zip away from this Macropie. Nearly got burnt alive. Dark Margot, with only level 1 blink, couldn't keep chasing, while Frank has black-holed Watson and then died. A very disparate, spread-out fight. Pain wanted to come and kill the tower, and they were met with some resistance. Tower dead, but Enigma, Dragon Knight both falling, and then the rest of them, Dazzle clipped by the ice path as he tries to go through the gate, graves himself and goes for a second play, but that's not going to work. Schofield is there with a cog push.
And Watson immediately to the bottom lane, but they gotta respect the twin gate rotation that could potentially come out. Schofield and El Misho, plus Dragon Knight, Smiling Knight, also keeping bottom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Watson gates bottom, then TP's top as the lane pushes in. He sees the farm up there. He wants to go and gather it. Chira Jr. also using this moment to go get the shield rune. While Dark Margot dips into jungle to try and finish off Kaya.
Once you get Kaya, it feels so much better on Queen of Pain because you are using a lot of mana. I mean, same goes for Storm Spirit, but Queen of Pain, you don't get to see too much of the hero. It was very popular a couple of months back, played from the off lane, played from the mid lane, even from the carry role. Some teams ran it as position 4 if they felt like the hero was countered, but super strong hero, got nerfed way too many times, and now it feels okay. It feels like very situational. I also don't remember the last time where I was like very impressed by Queen of Pain after the nerfs, where it's like, this hero is still good, you know, maybe underrated, but never had that feeling because maybe I tested it way too many times as well.
You've given me flashbacks, remembering like 10 years ago casting some Chinese tournament. And I don't know who it was, probably like CTY or someone, playing safe lane Queen of Pain with Shadowblade. I don't know if you remember that meta for a while. Invis Quap.
It's not in my brain. Shadowblade, Queen of Pain.
Shadowblade, Queen of Pain.
Dire's bottom tower
It was a very, very short period. I can't remember exactly why it was happening. But it was Shadowblade in and then blink out. And Queen of Pain wanted to blink out of this mid lane. Zipped on by the storm, called by the axe, pushed around and finished off. Schofield couldn't quite do enough to save his Quap. Dragon Knight has now arrived to try and punch back, but this Yandex side very strong, just cruising over the clock for a secondary kill. And even though Pain brought every hero mid, they couldn't mount a defense.
You saw Dragon Knight trying to attack people, but noticed he brought Crimson Guard already, second most farm hero in the game, farming those stacks that Batrider was making for him. And it seems like he's going to be going for Pipe next and then into the Blink Dagger. So there's going to be a lot of damage reduction coming out from Axe plus the Dazzle heal. This is the way that Yandex wants to be taking these fights. Try to initiate on, play super aggressive. Sucks up. He's in trouble.
He is. He's stealing jungle away from Pain. Trying to drag waves into jungle camps, but Roshan into something outside his pit. So Batrider dead to Roche. Sax's Courier dead to Dark Margot.
Radiant's bottom tower
In this moment, though, Yandex moving pretty swiftly across towards the enemy Ancients. Not that many stacks over here, so nothing really to steal. While Windranger, is that just a straight-up solo kill on Frank? Well, it almost was. Black Hole with the Eidolons going. Frank tries to get something from this, but Watson is just too tanky with the Strength Treads and Bracer.
This is the second time Frank uses Black Hole and doesn't get anything done with it. Dark Mago trying to find the angle. Oh, gets shackled.
Yeah, stunned up. I mean, Clockwork's come across now to hookshot in. Sonic Wave across, but Watson's Grave goes and turns on the Dark Mago. Damage, not quite enough. Chira Jr. and Watson both incredibly low. Just a little bit more damage would have done the trick. El Misho stepped forward to try and do it, but Notice is there with Saxa to frontline, block them out, and make sure that Smiling Knight and Dark Mago are in a challenging spot now. If they blink forward aggressively like that, they can still get found as the stun on Axe holds back the call, doesn't get the Queen of Pain, and now is being turned on by the Dragon Knight. More Eidolons coming, and Smiling Knight will finally get a kill for Pain, while the Rocket Flare gives vision on Saxa. He's very quick.
Smiling Knight attacking Axe for like good 30 seconds. Barely managed to get a kill. I want to see the damage coming out from him. Yeah, 3,000 damage, and I think Axe tanked like 6,000 damage in that fight with Crimson Guard. Has so much armor as well, already sitting at 20 plus armor.
It's very strong. Now he's got his cloak heading into that pipe. And Storm Spirit, they just keep on going. This skirmish lineup from Yandex don't require any cooldowns. So when they know the Black Hole, Sonic Wave, Dragon Form, Hookshot, all these very vital tools are on CD, Yandex just have complete freedom.
Dazzle's getting a lot of levels from these engagements. He died only 2 times. This should be the hero that they want to initiate on, but you still don't have that many gap-closing heroes. Sure, there's Clockwork, there's Queen of Pain, but there's also a lot of sustain, a lot of help. You initiate, you're going to get pushed by Flame Break, and Axis Vanguard protect you from these right-clicks coming out from Dragon Knight. So level 9, almost level 10 on a support, 17 minutes into the game. Very good levels, which means your spells are getting maxed out. Your Shallow Grave is going to be extra heal amplification per HP missing, and lowering the cooldown. Smiling Dragon Knight, he is very farmed. 1,000 at 17 minutes. Defiant Shell as well on him, BKB. No Blink Dagger. We've seen pretty much the similar build yesterday when Dragon Knight was struggling in one of the games that we were casting. Storm Spirit, he's in.
That's a pretty heavy commitment from Yandex to go for that. They're being backstabbed by Schofield and Smiling Knight with a good Sonic Wave cogs. They've caught out Maladich. Noticed Essence Ring to try and heal himself up as Saxa dies to Frank, but now Pain, they come in with another flurry of stuns to catch the Axe and get a 3rd kill in a row. This was Yandex playing aggressively but getting turned on as Dark Mago and Schofield trying to pair up onto Chira Jr. I know he's pretty low on resources here. A Soul Ring could top him up a little bit to give some mana to zip away and get out of the Black Hole, and Frank just throws it into the river. He hates water. And Dark Mago, is he dying to Chira Jr.? There's no way this guy can't be allowed. He blinks away, somehow escaping. Panic and chaos in this one as Chira Jr. is going to get chased by Frank with a shackle shot now from Watson. Turns on the Enigma. Schofield can't finish the storm because the grave is there. The heals come in and Pain, oh, they get sucked in.
Chira Jr. save him. He's dying to Searing Signet, okay? He was just chilling there. Oh, almost managed to get a kill, but Frank misses the Black Hole. Last 2 did connect, but they also didn't get anything out of those Black Holes. Oh, this has to feel bad. Like, they make one good move, and then they make even a worse move compared to what they just did.
It starts with a dive on the Queen of Pain. This Macropie did a lot of work. Then the retreat, and then this is the good
Sonic Wave on the 2 of them, yeah. They're going to be able to kill Axe, kill Saxa, getting 3 kills, and then they're not done. It seems like Queen of Pain is the one who's making the move. He's the one who's pinging it out, because you would see Queen of Pain blinking, trying to get maybe close to Storm Spirit, use that Shadow Strike. Chira Jr., he found El Misho, hookshot doesn't connect.
Yeah, Schofield's being run down by the Dazzle. El Misho is dunked by the Axe, so both of Pain's supports fall quickly. And again, it's a situation when Pain don't have these big ultis. It is all Yandex. So Tormentor, minute 20, in position here. I can quickly take this one down, get the shard for Saxa. Oh, not the best.
I definitely would prefer the one on Dazzle. He is bringing out Holy Locket on Dazzle, so that's going to be quite a lot of healing. This Dazzle is fairly farmed. Level 11. And just like that, 4k gold lead for Yandex. I want to see them fighting around Dragonite. He should be the one where, like, they have good amount of control. Enigma, Clockwork, longer fights with the slows from Jakiro and Queen of Pain. Even Dragonite himself. Crystallis now down on Dragonite. He feels like he needs slightly more damage before he can pick up that Blink Dagger.
Every time I think, oh yeah, Blink would be good, it feels like that time just comes and goes so quickly for DK. It feels like he needs more damage, as he is the one true carry here for Pain. I'm really curious to see how they do, though, into the pipe Crimson that Axe has. Yandex can use this time
from Dazzle. They need to be able to kill this Dazzle.
Gofield puts down the cage. Tries to hold back Notice, but the Axe just keeps walking high ground. Frank is there.
Where's the follow-up?
Black Hole onto two of them. Wind Ranger Dazzle both caught out. Sonic Wave thrown in as well, but Watson and Melody both still alive somehow. Graved and healed back up, while Frank gets pummeled by Chiro Jr. and Saxa. Dark Margo will jump into the back, looking for Watson to try and finish off this Wind Ranger. They'll get the job done, but it was a bit of a struggle.
That's
3 for 1.
Fight around Dragonite so that he can actually pump in the damage. This time around, Frank, he lands a really good Black Hole, finds 2 of them. A bit of a slower reaction from Queen of Pain. I think they, with the right targeting, they could have potentially deleted 2 heroes immediately. And nice reaction time from Watson. He does grave by Watson, I mean Maladage, who graves himself. And feels that they have enough for potentially Watson to survive in this fight, but Queen of Pain is a very maneuverable hero, jumps the back line, finds Watson, and now the trade that they are getting. This is how I would say this game was supposed to be going for Pain Gaming. It's just that they made so many mistakes. Now Schofield, he does have Orchid, no Dispel yet on Chiro Jr. He is building into Lincoln Sphere, still needs to farm another 1,500 gold to finish it off.
When you have your Dragonite who's able to stand there and just wallop people, feels pretty good. Smiling Knight this time, though, has the BKB and run away. Doesn't have all his team nearby. They are trying to reinforce the area, but Elmisha already dying, and the lack of Black Hole probably indicators that Pain don't want to continue fighting.
Yeah, Black Hole. They don't have it. Saxa, he's in.
Right, onto Frank. Jakiro buys back, and his Queen of Pain with the damage nearly brings Saxa down quickly. Malady keeps them all topped up with the Shadow Waves, but the chase is on for Smiling Knight. Dragonite catching up. Saxa dead. Dazzle about to fall. Malady graved, but just being chipped away at by the Dragonite, while the rest of the Pain team, they're onto the Axe. Notice trying to turn around and fight. He knows that he can't TP or run away, but there's no walking back into that. 2 fights in a row.
Schofield did a lot in that fight. He did manage to use Orchid on Axe, who was potentially about to call Enigma, maybe even get a dunk. But with the freshly bought Orchid, he's the one controlling them. And in a longer fight, again, as long as they're staying close to Dragonite, they are going to be winning these fights. This is also a fight where no Black Hole has been used. We did mention it during the draft. Yandex, their pickoff game is strong with Batrider, with the Storm Spirit, but if they hold hands together, if lanes are in good position, Pain Gaming, they should have the upper hand in these team fights.
It is a really strong statement, right? That bottom fight in that bottom jungle was into the Axe pipe they just purchased. The Yandex felt strong, then lost the fight. Top lane, no Black Hole. Yandex felt strong, lost the fight. And now Pain with Black Hole ready at this point, and Roshan going to be moving from pit to pit shortly. Could be looking at a big team fight into Aegis for themselves. They've got past this point where all the little skirmishing, gap closey, catchy heroes need another round of items to feel comfortable.
I'm also okay with Dragonite skipping this Blink Dagger, at least for now. He felt like he needs more damage fighting into that Crimson, fighting into all that heal, so wants to have that explosive damage. He did finish off Daedalus, has Blitz Knuckles, extra 35 attack speed. This is like very cheap upgrade for your damage. Of course, he's gonna turn that into MKB playing against Wind Ranger. Saxa Needs to be careful here. Let's see if he reads the situation. Blind Dazzle.
Malady opens the book for him. Storm Spirit with Axe. They're trying to wrap around, maybe find a play. They've gathered up there to smoke as Yandex. And Pain have wandered into the pit with his dragon form being popped. They want to try and kill Roche quickly. But a dire scan in the positioning from Yandex here, really indicating they want to contest this and get in the pit. Malady buys back, storms it towards the back lines and finds the Queen of Pain first. Not enough follow through there to really threaten Pain, and Schofield comes in with a hook shot, push back, get down the top.
That by Stockstone.
Well done to save the Storm Spirit as Pain they reset, wanting to take the high ground over on the Dire side and play under their own vision. While Yandex really lacking information right now. Another smoke though could help them.
Smiling Knight, he wants to take the fight. The Dragon form is about to expire. 10-15 more seconds. Kira Jr. is in.
Into the pit, ice path up, Shaka shot towards Dark Margot. Macropire and damage into the pit to try finish the Roshan off, but notice that Kira waiting to jump in. Smiling Knight and Frank, they've got the Aegis and the Black Hole. Sonic Wave is good. They've taken down Sansa and Shira. What's been the next focal point too? BKB's up on the Wind Ranger to try and finish off Frank, but the Essence Ring, the dodge behind the tree line, he's fine. The TP out from Watson will get him to safety, but another massive victory for Pain.
They got Aegis, and most importantly, Frank this time around finds the right opportunity. They do see them, this observer ward on the high ground, pretty much seeing the whole pit, seeing the whole entrance. So he blinks in, and this was pre-BKB. For the next fight, he's going to have BKB available, and there are things that can cancel it potentially, but you need to be like very close on the edge with Axe. Batrider does have lens, so it's going to be much easier, but overall, things are looking good for Pain Gaming. MKB about to be completed on Dragonite as well, and we're gonna see that again. This observer ward is just controlling them, providing vision so they can get the jump. And this time around, Dark Mago is on the same page with Frank. They understand that they need, and look at the hookshot cooldown. I think Schofield just got it at the last millisecond. Look how close he was, and then the green light turns on. Needed like 0.1 second.
Such a tight timing as well with DK ulti that you pointed out was expiring. And just after that black hole and the kills, Dragonite turned into a normal little man again. Pretty much perfect from Pain. Now a 4K lead for themselves. Aegis on the DK. MKB. Pretty close to coming.
Nature loves me.
19,000 net worth Dragon Knight. Just monstrous stuff from Smiling Knight. Get a fair amount of these performances. Like Lorinov comes to mind. You know, he's a stand-in merchant. I've seen some people call him.
Yeah.
But you come to these tournaments, you know, you're on a team which isn't really touted to win or do well. You show up and you put on some sick performance like this. It's a real good showing to say, hey, I'm a carry. I'm here.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, this could be big. I don't think Avulus exists. I could be wrong though. Wikipedia, let's just double check.
I was wondering if he was a free agent or not.
Yeah, Avulus doesn't have active roster. There's only 3 of them.
Okay.
And he's not on the roster.
Well, they might be soon. After performances like this. Watson has the BKB TP. He's going to turn and focus fire Dark Margot. There is nobody here from Yandex to try and help Watson. So eventually he'll get whittled down. And Smiling Knight continues that streak. 7, 1, and 6 now for the Dragon Knight as they aim to go to the tier 2 top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
At this point, it feels like Team Yandex just trying to drag this game out a little bit. Cut waves, open the map for themselves, get to a next round of items, and think about next Roshan.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let Pain have everything that they want on the map right now because it's very difficult to fight into this DK.
They're ready to go for the high ground. 30 seconds, no Wind Ranger. Everything is ready for them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dragon form is expiring, so maybe they're gonna back off a little bit. have that for the next fight. They also have Aegis on Dragonite, which is not the best, considering that he is a transformation hero. Ideally, you would want to have that on Queen of Pain.
Now a Tormy for them. Jetpack for Schofield. One of the first players I saw really utilize the jetpack when the shards came out.
It was him.
Yeah, no one else was buying it. It's like, jetpack is garbage, these shards are rubbish. Schofield was like rushing it. And he's got a hook shot here. Stances up Malady. Smiling Knight trying to catch up with the Dragon Tail stun. Even pops the dragon form to try and give him the range for it. Schofield flying over the top with the help of Dark Mago. I'll get the kill with a big old 983 crit. Pain Gaming in a real solid position now, though. Level 20 Queen of Pain with Aghanim Scepter. Tons of Shadow Strike, Screams. Dragonite, we've already gone over his items. See Scales and Scales. Even this Enigma, though. Aghanim Scepter, 600 gold away, so Blink, BKB, Ags, Black Hole. In the cards here for Pain momentarily.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they've done a good job clearing out the waves which Yandex had set up and pushed. But this is kind of interesting. Batrider Wind Ranger, smoked and coming in from behind. So they've just seen a couple of Pain players push out this wave and they're looking for this individual pickoff. Hoping to find a straggler, looking to see if smoke breaks, and they're going to catch on the Enigma. That is a prime target, a big one there as they blow him up. And this is where Yandex's draft excels. The individual pickoff, into skirmish, into chase.
That's what Yandex needs to do. They need to be able to split the map. You could see them showing heroes in the mid lane. Good wraparound. They get 2 kills. And they kind of stabilize. There's a next round of items coming out from them. Storm Spirit with Shiva's Guard. That's going to slow them a lot. Dragonite doesn't like to play into that because he does have Satanic. He's relying only on attack speed to be able to deal damage. And then you also have Daedalus. That's going to come out from Watson soon in the next minute or so.
Stupendous.
Sax is also starting to scale. He's starting to feel himself. Every single time I watch this guy play on Batrider, he's just a menace. 2,000 gold saved up, 1 component of the Aghanim Scepter, and then you could have multiple people dragged in, potentially into Shackle, into Call from Axe. Notice he did slow down in the last couple of minutes, because without Blade Mail, you can't go for these pickoffs. You're more like... It's a bit of a different play style. You're playing more like a Centaur with these items rather than playing with the old school classic Blink Blade Mail, try to dunk people.
Less Legion Commander, more Centaur.
Yes.
Things do chill out a little bit. Again, back into a very even map state. Roshan is at least 40 seconds away. Dragonite maybe wishing he had a Blink Dagger there as Saxa walks right in front of him. And currently, Pain can see the Axe farming top. They see the Batrider up there. So I know they're pretty comfortable to farm this Enigma towards finishing that Aghanim Scepter. Really no rush to go do anything.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Think about how you want to prep for this Roshan. What are we, 35 minutes in? So, let's do that nighttime Rosh. Pain already in a good position.
Dire's middle
Just
tower
need to
is under attack.
reward, keep the vision game strong. Almisho's got plenty of observers and sentries to play that part of the map.
Radiant are scanning.
Might be a time to pick up Gem.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They can get rid of
Dire's middle
vision.
tower is under attack.
And
Radiant
maybe try to put a little bit more pressure. Roshan could be alive soon.
The Clockwork Assassin is coming.
Dire's middle
Look at
tower
him, he just hunts. He gets an Invis rune, he's hunting.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Thinks he's playing Nick. I see Roshan's up. So they've got triple observer wards. A nice barrier of vision there.
Radiant's bottom
I'm
tower
assuming
is under
Schofield is going to do his classic business of putting his body in harm's way.
He's just cut down a lot of these trees, put another observer ward that won them the fight in the previous Roshan fights, and let's see how they're going to approach Jira Jr. Shiva's Guard could be used to provide vision. Roshan down to half HP already. Doesn't seem like Yandex wants to take this fight. There it is. Finally a Blink Dagger for Dragonite.
That's been a long time coming. No contest at all from Yandex. Yeah, cutting waves, pushing mid to bot. So Aegis for Dark Margot this time.
As expected. It's so much better on Queen of Pain. Dragonite, like if you die once, you're gonna get kited. And I don't think you're gonna be able to deal damage. Caught Batrider. No buyback on Stoxa.
Especially with the way that Dark Margot has been playing. Blinking very aggressively, low resources, really playing this tightrope act of the Queen of Pain to perfection. Non-stop battle to keep maintaining the lanes here from Yandex. They've got two shoved out, but that third one is a major problem. Pain approaching the high ground with Dragon Form ready. Eidolons, drums, and the damage will begin.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
At some point, you've got to do something to stop this. The banner is up. Dazzle go forth.
Dire's structures.
Try and clear it out before any serious damage is done. Lift the tier 3, keep it alive. Storm. Onto the DK. A bit of poking here to try and make Smiling Knight a little uncomfortable or get a response from Schofield. But Pain don't get sucked into that trap this time. Very disciplined retreat as well. They force the hand of Yandex to all come back.
God, I just gotta say it, Gary. I hate Giant Small as a neutral item. It is on such a long cooldown. Windranger does have it, but I guess he didn't find better options. A lot of the time, like some tier 3 neutral items feel better unless you can find Flare's Dota as a neutral item. That's a really big one on Windranger. Once you pick up that, maybe you can get to level 25. So it resets once you get a kill, and then it lowers the cooldown by 18 seconds.
Notice. Jumped by Dark Margot. Has to pop the pipe. I don't know if he has to BKB. He gets back into the tree line and disengages. Still a little awkward for Pain to get out across the map with all these lanes trending towards their base.
Radiant's middle tower.
Still looks like they want to focus on that top lane. But Jira Jr. here with the gems in a D-ward. Turn this top jungle into a dark, scary area. Even though it's been a really strong passage of play from Pain, it's still very close. We've seen how quickly Yandex can get in, kill a hero, turn that numbers advantage. Ooh, hook shot.
There's that gem
of the storm
that I wanted to see on Umi show a couple of minutes ago, just to make sure you are de-warding, you are entering the fight with vision advantage. And we did say Yandex has very good pick-off potential with the lineup that they do have, but now it's gonna be even better. Windranger about to crack level 25, and also Aghanim Scepter completed. So they should definitely try to break their formation, maybe cut into back lines, take out this Enigma, because they have no saves. I think if they manage to kill Frank, that's going to be pretty massive, or just try to split them up, try to make something happen. For now, I feel like Pain Gaming understands that they can't be split up, but in a lot of these situations, at least one lane is always going to get pushed in, and you're going to have a disadvantage. Somebody's going to need to react to it. They will provide you with vision. You see a hero or two TP, and then Yandex wants to strike. They want to go for the heroes that they are showing on the map.
Oh, they don't catch the storm. They only get the dazzle. A hook shot. Attempt to get towards Watson. Not successful. Pretty close with the ice path and the cogs, but not close enough.
But you see what I'm talking about. They are moving as a unit. They are not being away from each other, and now they got a pick off. They are starting to spread a little bit. Smiling Knight TPs to the top lane. They need more heroes. They need like 3 heroes to be able to kill him. And they need pretty much cores. Maybe Batrider needs to be one of them. And immediately rest of the team backing him up. El Misho. Frank immediately playing behind him.
Lasso on Schofield. Watson still trying to hide his positioning here and keep hidden away while they turn on the Dragon Knight with a shackle shot and focus fire. Schofield still survived and make sure Watson doesn't get the full damage onto DK. Now has the BKB as the Wind Ranger to turn back on the Clockwork. And there's a black hole straight on him from Frank. Low ground to high ground. In comes Smiling Knight to take Watson down. In the back lines, Dark Margot's also picked up Sancta. Another round of nice kills around this Tormentor from Pain.
Wind Ranger, she tried to focus fire Dragon Knight, but it's not enough damage. Like, she alone can't really kill him, and we might be at the point where this Dragon Knight just doesn't die. They only managed to kill him once in this game. They have good ways of saving him with the black hole. Gonna see it again. BKB forced by Watson. Not sure if he needed to use it straight away, and then runs exactly where Frank is standing. Smiling Knight just evaporate, like he just disappears. 2 hits,
gone. Let's turn to the buildings. Disappear on that top lane. Now, with that, Pain swing quickly into this mid lane, and they can start playing from these Dire Ancients. They grab the outpost for any buyback plays. Yandex going to try and poke them back and stop the push, but Shiro Jr. has to expend a lot of resources there just to bring Smiling Knight down to a quarter of his health.
Their lockdown is good, but not sure if it's good enough to kill Dragon Knight from 100 to 0 with the team around him, and they're also waiting for cooldowns to reset. A minute for Enigma's refresher. Dragon Knight does have another dragon form in 40, so they should slow down. Let's see if Yandex wants to go for a smoke, try to pick them off, because this would be the right time. They should be able to maybe find someone, unless Pain Gaming, as long as they stick together, I think they're gonna be more than fine.
Yeah, the only awkward thing then is this warding battle where they put a lot of emphasis in that top lane with like triple observer wards, playing top jungle, killing the barracks off. I didn't really have any vision in the bottom part of the map to find these lurking heroes or the guys cutting waves. But now Pain do have this, it's not really a lane ward, just like a jungle ward near the bottom right corner. Yeah. So they do have something to play into. We'll see if they're able to utilize that. But overall, just a natural position now for Radiant to be in. You've taken top out. You can play into that Dire Ancients outpost area, pivot from bottom tier 2 into the mid. It looks like first, though, before going for objectives, they're going to try and prep for a fight. Axe is the first target. Lasso on the Clockwork, though. Frank is in with a huge black hole. He caught all of them. Oh, it's glorious from Frank. Oh, what a beauty. Just call it. You don't stand a chance against that big boy.
Oh man, Frank, Dark
Jr. buys
Mago.
back and then zips back to Fountain.
Oh, that was beautiful. Such a massive black hole coming out from him with Aghanim Scepter as well. Like, this is the game ender. This is this is also a statement, considering that he missed like 2 black holes, didn't do anything. 3rd black hole completely missed, and now he lands this massive black hole. It does get easier when you have insanely good front line, but Frank, he really nailed it there.
The fact that Roshan was spawning bottom and they all went to fight top kind of surprised me, caught me off guard, and it caught Yandex off guard as Chira Jr. has zipped in. Ice Path stunned, hook shot in, caught out, still graved and gets back to Fountain. Survives while Smiling Knight blows up Malady. No dazzle for 100, and yeah, GG called. They can't fight back into this. It got to a point where Pain just outscaled, out-team fought, out-pushed, and Yandex couldn't find those individual pickoffs anymore.
Man, beautiful execution at the later portions of the game. Their laning stage is not the strongest, I would say, for Pain Gaming, but the moves that they make, they are really there. And look at this little fella. The level 2 Clockwork, 7-8 minutes into the game, but still doing quite a lot of work throughout the whole game. Dark Mago only dying once, and so is Smiling Knight. The Smiling Knight had one of the better performances that I've seen him have, upgrading Blink at the later portions of the game, standing his ground, never overextending.
It feels like that last point is a pretty key one here, right? There were very few mistakes. Everything was very deliberate, very decisive. Even that high ground push, they'd kill tier 3, then they backed away, went to go push out the map and regain resources. It was clean from Pain Gaming, which is a word I don't think we've used this entire tournament for them. So props. Great victory over Yandex.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe because you're playing with no pressure, you're already eliminated, so... It could be it. I'm not sure. I mean, sure, they had some issues. Day one with what happened with Parker, and now you needed to play like with stand-in. After a couple of days, suddenly things are kicking in. Smiling Knight finding his own groove. 13-1-9 on this Dragon Knight. Al Misho also did a lot of work on Jakiro. Love the itemization between them. You have Enigma going for these crumbs. You have Jakiro going for Solar Crest. It's the way to pump out the damage from the Dragon Knight. Just cast all the auras on him, and he will right-click.
All of a sudden, yeah, their draft's looking way more cohesive, way more coherent, and doing some great stuff there as they take Yandex down another notch. So maybe dragging Yandex down with them, right? Pain, you said they're already eliminated. Yandex now looking like they're getting closer and closer to that elimination. I think if they get 2-0'd by Pain, it might just be lights out for them as well. They desperately need a victory to stay in the tournament. As Yandex, they've got another shot at it. Second game in this 2-game series coming your way. We'll take a quick break and come back with it.
Bloody time.
affection, then come and sweep me off of my feet. If we could just solve all this confusion, if we could sort it out, we get through this situation, no more hesitation, focus on what we're about. Don't say sorry for who you are, endless apologies won't get you far, 'cause I know that you know that we're in love, that we're in love. I don't believe it when you tell me that you think everything's going fine. You sure got a funny way of showing it, so this is where I draw the line. If we could just solve all this confusion, if we could sort it out, we get through the situation, no more hesitation, focus on what we're about. Don't say sorry for who you are, endless apologies won't get you far, 'cause I know that you know that we're in love, that we're in love. Don't say sorry for who you are, endless apologies won't get you far, 'cause I know that you know that we're in love. Don't say sorry for who you are, endless apologies won't get you far, 'cause I know that you know that we're in love, that we're in love. Ooh, yeah.
different way. So sad that we'll both be moving on. Yeah. So sad that we are giving up. Remembering when we were on top. So sad, things have come to an end. When we met, my life was a mess, but you took me out of loneliness. Now we're parting. Tomorrow it seems just as hollow as it used to be. So sad. You tell me you can stay. You wanna live your life a different way. So sad, things have come to an end. Hear the sound, relax tonight. I wanna be where the party's jumping. We'll take our time to know you well.
Welcome back here to Pain Gaming versus Team Yandex. Game 2 in a 2-game series where we just saw the already eliminated Pain take a game off of Yandex, who now pretty much eliminated themselves, honestly. It's a real rough battle for them to even have a chance.
I don't know. I kind of like this where one team is eliminated and they're like, we're going to drag everybody. They're just going to make everybody feel the same pain we are feeling right now. I guess that's why they called Pain Gaming. And want to see how this is going to affect Yandex, because something is just not clicking. You could feel for at least this DreamLeague, they had some great performances, as we said, getting third place, getting second place, then winning the previous DreamLeague, and suddenly they are out. So something is just not clicking, at least for this one. Pain Gaming seems like they are playing without pressure, and it makes them play so much better. As you said, Smiling Knight, he wants to add another good performance to his resume that he's going to be sending out probably to other teams. Imagine if it worked that way. If you had like the manager of the team, he's like reviewing the replays, you send him the replays. He doesn't see any of the replays because that's just how it works in real life. Nobody looks at your resume.
No one watches them. Here, put your highlight reel through this AI chatbot and then write out every single kill that you got in this reel and explain it in great detail. And hopefully he's got an agent or something, because he's definitely going to be getting some phone calls after that performance. Great stuff from Smiling Knight. We'll head into the draft for the second game and see what is in store for us, as we previously had some pretty big, heavy-hitting ultis and scaling from Pain. And yeah, like you said, this skirmishy pick-off draft just didn't click for Yandex. So maybe they've got to go back to some more simple caveman-style stun and kill Dota.
I like how you call it caveman style. Some big beefy boy in front that can blink initiate. I think this was not necessarily an issue that Axe didn't go for like blink BKB, because things were working out for them. All right, this guy, he comes in, he brings the whole team in, builds into same items, builds into Crimson, builds into Pipe, just does it better, I would say. He has more damage in the fight compared to Axe, who is playing off of the Battle Hugger in the lane. The bottom lane was fine for them. It's just without Blade Mail, you're not having that impact. Like you're not dealing as much damage as you would like to, compared to Centaur, who is starting to scale. We saw the other day, who was it? It was, I believe, Yakult Bros that had like 14, 15 minutes Shiva on Centaur, had a great impact. Sure, they lost that game, but also different ways that you can itemize the hero if you want to go for the Helm of the Dominator and then pick up straight Shivas. If there's no need to go for Crimson or Pipe, most of the time it is, but we'll have to see. And also Shadow Demon, you don't care too much about his ulti. It's basically another save. It's basically how teams are thinking. We might actually see even Weaver coming out for Yandex in this one because teams really love to run it against Shadow Demon because it's not affected by ulti.
Yeah, true. And I'd much prefer that Weaver in the hands of Watson than the Wind Ranger, because that was also a topic of discussion during the last game draft, right? You talked about Saxa Wind Ranger, or its ability to maybe even flex it mid for Chiro Jr., and then Watson was the third option as like they can, but it's not the best in his hands. And that was a first pick Wind Ranger into like last pick flex, and they swapped it into carry Wind Ranger, then a possible Bat Rider, and it just felt kind of weird. This time around, they ban Bat and Wind Ranger themselves. So maybe an indication there, like, nobody gets their hands on them.
Ember is a good ban. I like Ember. I just like Ember in general, period. But it's also very good against Centaur. Low cooldown ability to keep you from moving. When I was talking about Shadow Demon versus Centaur, sure, you can still use Disruption during Centaur Stampede to get some value out of it, so they lose some value out of the Stampede, and then you can use ulti and probably catch them. Big fan of this Centaur plus Chen combination with Hellbearer Convert fasted on Chen. Allows you to play, I assume it's going to be Chen plus Centaur in the lane because it has so much synergy. You have high base damage and you're getting so much attack speed, 16, 17% aura, and then when you die, 120% attack speed plus penitence once you get to level 2. That's going to be extra attack speed on the target, plus that pure damage you were talking about, very important to mention.
Yes. And it's, like, in addition to that, it's also, you're playing Radiant, you want to be taking that top dire tier 1. This, you know, like you say, this, like, Malady Chen probably going to be playing quote-unquote position 4. And then maybe we see Saxa playing one of these Tusk kind of heroes that can twin gate play and get active with these tower diving heroes with that Hellbear. Pain Gaming, though, with a response. Razor, going to be their nice flexible carry hero here. Can go across multiple lanes. 1, 2, 3.
Give me Tusk, give me Tiny, anything along those lines, which allows your Razor to also be flexed, because you have melee position 4 that can be very good in lane against Razor. This is what Razor needs. One of the best, probably the best pairing with offlane Razor is Tusk, because you have slow, you have stun, and you also have block.
I just hit F5 on Liquipedia, and I know we've semi-confirmed it, but it looks like the red bar for Team Yandex is there, so I'm pretty sure mathematically they are out of here. So nothing major on the line.
What do we want for Yandex? Something that could push them away. I'm fine with Saxa potentially playing Muerta in this one. Maybe even Dark Willow. I feel like they need a little bit of control. Even Tiny is okay, because then Tiny is not the best if we're talking about Chen going in the lane with Centaur, and then Tiny kind of needs to play 5, bringing extra regen, bringing extra sentries. But I would be okay with Muerta, even Dark Willow, just to be able to push Razor away. If this is going to be the lane in a Centaur, and most likely it is, because Tusk plus Razor is a lane in a safe lane. You do prefer to play the longer lane. So you need to have some kind of a protection for him.
Radiant team pick.
Storm Spirit.
I'm still banking on the Chiro Jr. Storm. And looking at these two supports, I mean, all 3 heroes of Pain Gaming struggle to control the Storm. And you always want one of these heroes that, when his eyes are opened up by a Chen creep or a Stampede or a bit of vision, you can see the Shadow Demon and jump on him. That's going to be Storm's primary job through this game.
5 seconds remaining.
Make sure that these saving supports don't have that multi-layered setup. Still trying to find Saxa's hero. He definitely doesn't play Chen, right?
Like, no, he's not. He's not a Chen
he's not a
That's,
Chen player.
That's Malady. want to see if they can cook something up other than the two that I would prefer them to have. Either Tiny, Willow, or Muerta. So that's 3 of them. Tiny would be my like 3rd option.
Yeah, because then Muerta would be like, you want to put Muerta with the Centaur, then Chen goes back to Pos 5. That's a Keeper of the Light. That's a cool pick. We're going mounted here.
Oh, it's a really good Mars game. Either Mars or Underlord, and then you can protect the pick for yourself. The reason why I like Mars so much is you have catching Coddle is easy, catching Chen inside, trapping them inside, so the Stampede is not as effective.
So what's the Coddle for? Refilling Storm?
Pretty much. It
Running
can
around
be active.
looking pretty on a horse?
Yeah, it can be active if you're off to a good start with some Urn, maybe a Spirit Vessel as well. You could also go for Holy Locket route if you feel you need to keep the distance, if the enemy doesn't have that much gap closing, and then you can just keep blasting, sustain the enemy.
The Solar Bind Urn, right?
Yes.
It's been a long time since I've seen the other one. In game, you're going to have to start deciding where they want to slot this Razor into. And do we want to go back for this Queen of Pain against the Storm Spirit, which they had in the previous game, and did all right. It wasn't the crushing lane performance that maybe I expected from Dark Mago, but it was still solid. And he came out good from the lane stage.
Dire team back.
Templar Assassin. A pretty heavy farming hero. Not much like minus armor to play into. Still brings you that silence through the shard against Storm, which is nice.
I'm not sure if I like it too much. This feels like on 18, you kind of want to have your strongest hero.
Yeah, I'm trying to find like the reason, right?
Yes,
you want
exactly. Like what is this TA trying to do in this game? It could be like overall good for the game, but I do feel there were better picks to go with.
I think we just Occam's Razor. We come to the simplest conclusion of Smiling Knight, Templar Assassin. Comfort hero for him. It's one of his best heroes. It's 18th pick. They said, what do you want? Here, take it.
It's also going to break a bit of a draft in terms of we could have had overwhelming team fight. This Razor can still go to mid lane. Most likely it won't. But if you had carry Razor, it's really good in the lane against Centaur. Sure, maybe Blinding Light, but then if you put Tusk and Razor in the safe lane against Centaur, either Chen or Keeper of the Light, you are winning that lane. Like, you are getting kills from that lane, and then with the Mars that I mentioned, it could have been the team fight that you need. Now you have single target oriented heroes. Templar Assassin, a lot of burst. There is an okay synergy between them with the minus armor, Eye of the Storm, tag team. So a lot of the damage is physical. Crimson Guard is going to be amazing this game.
Sorry, I'm really struggling trying to keep up with what lane setup we're going to have. All these heroes are so flexible between the side lanes. Any combination of these guys is valid. Is it Coddle Centaur? Is it Chen Centaur? Do we keep Malady in the safe lane to play with Watson? Who lanes with a Razor? Where does Razor go? And Underlord last pick tells us the story of Razor mid, Underlord off lane.
Yeah, I wanted to see either Mars on 18 or Underlord and then protect one of those two and pick something different from the carry role. It's still an okay lineup. I think this Underlord, I thought that they might mess it up. Underlord saves the draft because it gives them control. It's, again, great against... Most of the damage that they do have is magical. So you build pipe, you're rushing pipe on Underlord this game. You have Bit of Malice, something the Storm doesn't like to play into. You have two supports with saving tools, plus Bit of Malice. Storm doesn't like to play into that. That's why I thought that they might pick an offlaner, potentially pick a hero to see this Ursa coming out. I feel like Morphling could have been replaced. I know that Watson loves to play it, but maybe they thought if they had a different 5, something that could potentially slow them down, slow this Underlord, provide them with any kind of stun, then they wouldn't need to be afraid of it. Now, still, throughout the game, you're going to be able to kill Underlord, but the problem is you have two supports, which are Chen and Coddle. Not a big fan.
Yeah. I honestly kind of like that Klink's Morph ban and allowing the Ursa pick, because you've got this Razor, Shadow Demon, Tusk, right? So when Ursa has this Battle Fury blink timing, he wants to jump and kill someone. But you've got double layer supports, plus Static Link, plus Pit of Malice. It's not an easy game for Ursa. He might have an okay lane, but the actual game, getting into fights, is very difficult.
Playing into Shadow Demon is really not easy for him. Then you have Snowball save, Razor, as you said, stealing your damage. You need to be able to deal more damage. You're playing against Underlords, so that Atrophy Aura is going to be reducing it. And then playing into Pipe to reduce pretty much all the damage coming out from the rest of the team. Might even pick up the Crimson Guard later as his second item. But I mean, he could even pick up Heaven's Halberd in this game. It could be good. It's good against Storm. It's good against Ursa.
Yeah, it's like I like these individual heroes from Yandex, but I just don't see how they function in that mid game together in unison. They don't have a massive amount of damage. They do have some decent catch and tankiness and lots of auras to keep themselves alive in these skirmishes. But it's a very, very delicate balance that they've got to strike to get out of the laning stage and look strong. Whereas you look at Pain's lineup and it seems almost as if it plays itself in comparison. Much more simple to set up with supports playing from Fog, saving people up, farming on the TA, playing aggressively through the Razor, get the Underlord his auras. Everyone has that identity and purpose in the draft.
Yeah,
whereas
one thing
Yandex feels like a collection of heroes.
Exactly. Pain Gaming, they do have one issue, is they can't really start a fight. Your mid laner, your safe laner, they have no stuns. Your off laner is super slow, and two supports as well. I think it needs to be Schofield making stuff happen. And also grouping up, like their group up is strong. This is a lineup that can potentially steal away Roshan from Ursa. We're probably going to be expecting Roshan to be killed between like 16, 18 minutes because both of the teams do want to have it. And you can just park yourself. You have good amount of damage. TA, Razor, even Underlord, like they deal great amount of damage to towers. What are you laughing
That's a bit
about,
rude.
Gary?
You can parker yourself, can you?
What?
Just to park, when you said you park yourself, it's not like you say parker yourself.
No.
I think he's already done that to himself.
Yeah, he benched himself, parked himself at that bench for now.
Sure did. Storm against Razor mid lane. Battle of the Lightning. The weather effect coming in. Dark Margo going to start with a Static Link and force Chiro Jr. back. I don't think I've seen this matchup in a long time.
It's good for Razor. It's really good. I could see Razor like getting a kill level 3 if Chiro Jr. makes a mistake. Dark Mago, he blocked the wave nicely, allowed him to get the Static Link, dealing 21 damage out of him, which allows him to get more denies. Storm Spirit doesn't care too much. If he really wants the CS, he can use Static Remnant, of course, with Static Slide.
So it's kind of like a soft Huskar.
Yes.
Bottom lane was a nice deny from Melody, as Elmisho tried to kill his creep and banish him up. Our top lane, Saxa dewarding and pushing Schofield down to low ground. Gets the access of the large camp again. And Melody's gone chasing Elmisho.
I think Elmisho's dead.
Jungle. Yeah, another creep brought out by Melody and a blood grenade thrown in. Elmisho's trying to body block with illusions and cut through the trees. But 10 seconds until disruption. A fairy fire to use. I don't know if it's... Oh, he's got no TP. He's denied to Boglet. The Polywogs maybe can finish him off. No, Melody takes first blood. The Penitent's pure damage.
50 pure.
It's huge.
I guess he was not expecting Chen to have boosted speed as first item. Usually we don't see that.
I guess not.
There it is, Dark Mago playing very aggressive. Another plasma field. Oof, was very close.
Not comfortable for Storm at all. I was just watching bottom lane. El Micho, again, loses 70% of his health, and then Malady denies his creep. So all of that resource wasted, basically, for the Shadow Demon. He has kept the Underlord in a decent spot here, just laning naturally into the creep wave. His Firestorm keeps the Ursa away. So 14 last hits for Frank. That feels pretty nice down in that bottom lane. Chira Jr. just keeping eyes on him. Has to bring out a salve. Bottle's empty. Water Rune's ready for him to grab, but they've lost El Micho down in the bottom lane again. Watson? He's okay.
El Micho, I feel like he should not be struggling in this lane. Maybe got a little bit surprised by Boots of Speed, but after seeing Boots of Speed, he played way too far away from his Underlord. He can play slightly closer to him because they have no stunts. They have really no slows. Earth Shock, it's okay. And now you're playing against 2 Boots of Speed, which makes it much more difficult for him. Let's see, maybe they can do some body blocks, try to get something done, but it's not enough.
Literally walks away.
Start keeping them low. Yeah.
There's all that action mid and bottom. We've not really checked in top. Templar Assassin 16-2. Notice it's very close, pretty much dead even in terms of farm. So it seems like Sakta has done his job stopping any pulls and trying to reclaim that large camp over and over again and forcing Schofield to spam sentries. Which is not a good lane mid lane for Storm. 12-3 being doubled up on by Dark Margot's Razor. Walking all the way back to Fountain. Yeah, needs to refill somehow.
We haven't watched top lane too much. Also another lane where there isn't much happening. Centaur is also not a hero that is using that chakra magic. So most likely this is going to be used throughout the game on Storm Spirit. Maybe on Ursa it could also be okay. Just lower the cooldown so he has another overpower, maybe like 3rd overpower. Saxon was trying to stack in the triangle, but there is sentry ward there, so nothing happened yet.
Yeah, all blocked up. I'm just thinking, it must be boring for Schofield. He's hit level 3, minute 5. He's got no challenge anymore. He's playing pos 5, getting levels. Hasn't made any twin gate rotations yet, which I'm a little surprised at. I thought maybe with the low HP Ursa Chen bottom, he could go through the gate. That's kind of hard when Frank and El Micho have had a rough time keeping Shadow Demon in the lane.
Yeah, they misplayed that lane, and now you can really feel the downside of it. I see that Frank is trying to go for a bit of a different item build than what we're used to seeing. I see Yule Scepter. I guess he wants protection against Ursa, good against Stampede. But not sure if this is gonna like really pay off. We'll just have to see, especially because you're playing from behind. Maybe if you had like good amount of farm, I would be okay with that, but you are playing from behind, and then your pipe is also getting delayed.
Yeah, nice blinding light. Gets the Kothel out of a very dangerous spot. We saw El Micho try to get the body blocks around with his illusions, but it didn't quite work. And then noticed, cutting wave up top. Schofield tracking back to deal with him. Not really a fight that the Tusk can win, but they're going to bring the TA up top with a TP to tier 2. It's a lot of Ts. And Schofield body blocking to try and get some more creep damage. On notice with a tag team and Snowball, they'll take him down to half. Smiling Knight bringing the damage. Will eventually take the Centaur out of here, but not before he clears the entire double wave.
I admired you.
Slower game, as we expected. I think having no stuns or no slows makes it very difficult to grab kills. These are, of course, professional athletes, so they know the limits.
Like, the more and more I think about this Yule Scepter, I do like it.
It's good in theory, sure.
Yeah.
Like, it's good, like Storm Spirit, you can Pit of Malice, Yule Scepter, then Pit of Malice is going to proc again.
Exactly.
Of course, great against Ursa, Dispelling, Overpower, great against Enrage, not affected by status resistance. A little bit of protection, great against Stampede, someone's trying to run away, maybe removing that Solar Bind. Keeper of the Light. A lot of things to dispel, great value from the item.
Radiant's middle tower is under
We'll see it in action.
All the offensive ones are great, but I think that defensive one, buying time, is going to be huge. Because you layer it with the Snowball, Disruption, and the Yules, you've got 3 ways to kind of delay that damage, which is already pretty slow from Yandex. Now, they rely heavily on extending these fights with Ursa and Storm chasing and catching. If you're able to delay things and allow the rest of your team to come into position, could be a big difference maker. Bottom rune guarded there by Pain to get Dark Margot the Arcane. Some pings up on Smiling Knight top. Saxo just saying he's farming camp. Not much they can do against it though. Razor and TA really racing out of the gates to the top of the net worth. 4,000 already for Dark Margot as he rushes towards the Greaves. He's the tempo hero, so him having a good game, very important here to allow Smiling Knight to just keep accelerating and farming. He is very far forward though, Dark Margot, in the enemy jungle, forcing a reaction out of Chira Jr. Saxa Malady to come into that bottom jungle to contend with him.
He's Chira.
Yeah,
Raindrop, Bottle. Very fire on top of him as well.
A Snowball back to the Chen creep though, dodging all the danger and damage as Watson's come across to contend with Frank. Quick Pit of Malice and a move to high ground though, gets the distance for the Underlord. And Yandex bring all but the Centaur to this mid lane to try and defend the aggression from Dark Margot.
Yeah, look where Centaur's playing. Again, behind enemy lines. Sitting at 56 CS, 3.5k, 9.5 minutes in. Not too bad. Ideally, you would want to have more. And Schofield plus Elbisho, knowing that there is no Stampede available, they have to just wait until he TP's out, and he's not going to be able to TP out of here.
Well, I like the mind games. Very patient, deliberate move by Schofield to wait a couple of times for that stomp animation.
It's just a matter of time when someone's going to come when you play like this.
Just clear the creeps you've got. Hope for the best.
Structures are fortified.
More stacks being made by Saxa. Has reclaimed the medium camp and stacks up the Ancients. Not really the best heroes to go clear it just yet. Ursa Battle Fury or this Centaur with maybe Helm and Vanguard could go do it. He has max Retaliate. I guess Control and Storm just go in and spam it, but it's going to take a little bit. The entirety of Storm's resources is going to be used.
Bit of a slower game. Yeah, not much happening because, again, they try to make a move on Razor, and he's going to be tanky. Mech now completed on him, going for Guardian Greaves. This is a bit of a newer tech ever since we buffed Guardian Greaves, so it's not as expensive. It's not a support item anymore. We've seen some Guardian Greaves from the offlaners, but now cores are also not afraid to pick it up. Mid Leshrac, mid Razor, even Storm Spirit in some cases.
So nice and cheap. When things do slow down, Chen and Ursa players, they thrive. Malady is in the jungle hitting creeps and getting to his own mech. And we can see that support Chen, given all that time, does get ahead of his counterparts in the net worth department. Over time, in the past few years, Ursa has gone away from being that win lane, lose game, dominating hero to being much more of a timing hit hero. You get the Battle Fury, Blink, Basher, BKB, and what, minute 20 to 25 is when he really starts to feel comfortable playing aggro.
He's a bit more aggressive hero now compared to what he was, especially with the shard change. Because his Earth Shock now applies 3 Furies, 5 enemy hit, which was his 15 talent, swapped to level 20 talent. And doesn't have that Enrage anymore on Earth Shock, which is pretty massive. So you are not as tanky, not as annoying as you were before. As long as you have mana, you're going to be fine, but I don't think Coddle is going to be fine.
No, caught in the pit of malice. Hand of God comes in. Got a disruption there to slow things down and find Malady, but the continuation just isn't there from Pain. The heals are good enough from Yandex to stay alive. And now poking a Dark Mago with that Solar Bind on him. Yeah, business has to pop the wand, but he's holding the mech, so wasn't really in too much danger. That all started with them going on Shiro Jr.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A gentleman's agreement. Everyone gets farm. We'll just wait for that. Just wait for one fight, guys. Minute 20. Everyone gather at the Tormentor. We'll have a party over there.
And I'm really glad that Frank swapped the itemization. He's not going for the Yule Scepter, even though we explained some of the good things with Yule Scepter. Double Aura is too strong. Getting Pipe, getting Crimson. I would prefer if it's the other way around. If he picked up Pipe, because you have two saving supports. Like, you don't necessarily need to be afraid of Ursa as much. Even one Demonic Persian Ursa is going to relieve the pressure when he's trying to play aggro on you.
Malady with triple Hellbear wandering through the jungle.
One thing I hate about this Shen facet is you can't, like, a lot of the times you would want to have the yellow one.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because you can't choose. Like, at level 3, level 4, you are getting the big tomato. But if you had the combination, then it would be so much better.
Aurora. No potato, only tomato. Very quietly farming top though, Smiling Knight. He's getting out ahead of everybody. Already with that Despo done. Shiro Jr. goes for a quick little jump. Forces Schofield to grab the shield rune, so Dark Margo cannot get the bottle refill.
Despo's done. 14 minutes in. They're waiting for Roshan to move to the top side of the map, and then they can potentially smoke up, get a kill, turn that into Roche. Shiro Jr. Saksa and Notice lurking around, thinking maybe we can find Smiling Knight. Misho's in a good position to break that movement.
Yeah, gets jumped on. In comes the gate. Self-disruption from Shadow Demon as Smiling Knight moves over to swipe in onto Saksa. Kotal dead. No Stampede used yet, but Notice might have to. As Dark Margo, Static Link, then Stampede, well timed by Notice to break free. Shiro Jr. out of mana. 7-1 charge is ready, but no escape available. Schofield just clears him out. Very important move from Pain, because it felt like both teams were kind of comfortable. But the Radiant, I think, would be happier for this stalemate, drawn-out game to get their items, whereas Pain can just go and do stuff now.
I mentioned Roshan. Let's see if they're going to be going immediately or if they want to make another move like this. Kill the mid tower. They are going to be playing with Catapult. A lot of damage coming out from them. Smiling Knight. That's a very good Deso timing.
They're already with the stacks on it as well. I've got to say, I still hate this Helmet of Dominator bullshit. Notice as the Dark Troll doubling up waves top, dragging them through the jungle. And there's just nothing you can do to stop it, really. Yandex still looking at this mid lane as a potential go. Smoke on Watson and Saxa. Shiro Jr. ready to pull the trigger. They start with a Hellbear Smasher, but Schofield Elmisho, they're behind Dark Margo. They're ready to save him. Disruption first up. Schofield can snowball second. Now they can turn around and fight if they want to. Dark Margo with a link up will force Team Yandex to back away.
They need Ursa on that Razor if they want to be able to kill him. Only 2 Fury swipes. Storm going in. Doesn't get it.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Chira.
Dark Margo, though, getting munched on by Ursa. Watson in the bubble, enraged up, but has to run now. The Pit of Malice blocking his path, but a Stampede gets him the distance he needs. No ball, just about connect. Brings Frank along with him. And he shards in a second. They're ready for Schofield. Give the vision, find him, but a blink away. Watson gets out of range.
Dire's top tower.
Pain refocus.
We can see some of the issues from Yandex not having enough damage, fighting into this Crimson Guard, fighting into double saves and Greaves on Razor. So you will have 3 auras coming out in the next couple of minutes. As long as Frank doesn't die. So far, Frank doing a pretty good job, even though he did not have the best laning stage, catching Storm Spirit off guard. That's why we said it's going to be a very good pick for the game. Bit of Malice, reducing the damage once they go in. This hero is just insane value at the moment.
It's a beefcake. Smiling Knight walks into a hot spot. Tries to kill Saxa off the trap. A couple of hits would have done the trick. But they're going to respect the potential turnaround here. Saxa gets aggressive again. Moves forward, but is caught by the pit. And Razor's arrival should secure another kill here for Smiling Knight with more stacks on the Deso. While Schofield did find notice. No stampede, so a quick move forward from the rest of them, gathering all their forces up in this northern part of the map to bring down another couple of Yandex heroes. You're absolutely right. It's time to go pit.
And stealing away Roshan from Watson is going to be massive. Ursa playing without what this hero does really well is fighting with first Roshan, getting the Aegis, and then playing super aggressive with her Blink Dagger, Battle Fury, even Bastard at that point, and you're not afraid because you don't necessarily need to get a BKB or anything so early. And now this Roshan, 4 points in tag team. Underlord has massive damage. He's hitting at 300 plus damage at the moment. They will secure Roshan for themselves.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It really just feels inevitable that this Dire side is going to accelerate, get their timings, move forward, kill objectives, jump and find kills. And I'm still just really scrambling to try and figure out what the combo is for Yandex, right? You want some kind of combination to go do stuff. But so far, the Chen has just been farming, Kottle's been pushing waves.
They haven't
really had a series, never mind a game.
They don't have playmaking support. Stormspirit, as you said, getting shut down. He's not even going for BKB. Sure, you have like some heals coming out. Chen, you have auras from Centaur, but I don't think it's enough. I feel like he needs protection of his own. Once he goes in, if he gets caught by Pit of Malice, even Trap Silence that is coming on the Courier, you're gonna die. And supports on the other side, Pain Gaming, they don't care too much. Fighting around 2 auras, Guardian Greaves, Pipe about to be finished. They can take care of each other. Like, if one is in trouble, if one is getting jumped by Ursa, the other one can easily snowball. Both of them do have Blink Daggers, so they can actually keep the distance. So very difficult couple of minutes for Yandex to be able to try and force a fight. And there's going to be another objective taken by Pain Gaming.
Very systematic. Just go from one area to the other. Group up, hold hands. And yeah, this triple blink threat from both supports plus Smiling Knight allows them to play aggressively anywhere on the map. So they've got that kind of micro movement through the 3 blinks. The global movement out of Frank and his Fiend's Gate to join fight, so he can sit bottom, push waves, and join quickly when needed. And of course, Razor is just a naturally fast hero himself. Manta, Windlace, Greaves, very speedy. So able to shift into position when needed. Very tight group here from Pain now. Playing with this Aegis to gain more control of the map to the tier 1 bottom. An easy objective. They should gain access to that southern jungle. The heavy weight resting on Watson's shoulders. He is farming well. He is scaling. But there are a myriad hurdles in front of him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
Bottom tier 2.
Stupendous.
Frank and Smiling Knight take about a third of his health.
It's a lot of damage. Like Frank, 300 plus.
And he's been gone on. Quick little pit, and even a gate there if they want to slip through the door. Tark Margo and El Misho have arrived. Storm has zipped in. Quite low mana already, though. And Yandex thinking about this next round of fighting as Pain just gather all their forces and continue pushing this tier 2 tower. And again, it's just Storm has to make the jump. And if Storm jumps, someone saves. It doesn't feel like they have this multi-level attack process. They just go in and all in or they die. And Malady has the hand of God already. They zip to the tusk in the back.
There it is.
There's the stake. El Micho buys time for the tusk. Good stomp though. Both supports do get brought down thanks to Notice and his stomp. Focus on the Frank now as Watson opens up. Smiling Knight and Dark Margot trying to deal with this and fight back, but the bash and the stuns control the TA up. Aegis gone and surrounded, meaning Pain. They lose this fight, they don't kill the tier 2, and Yandex find a way back in the game.
Oh, that's what they want to find. They want to be finding these two supports, put them in a position where they are using defensive abilities on themselves, but Pain Gaming, they need to be playing around their supports. You see Razor, I think we're going to be seeing that again. Like, Razor is behind enemy lines, and Ursa has a Blink Dagger, and Storm Spirit, he naturally can jump. So you end up with two supports. Even TA jumped in, leaving two supports vulnerable in the back lines, which you can't allow to happen. Like, two supports need to be around these auras. They need to be around the damage-dealing heroes, so the other heroes are going to be afraid of them.
It all started...
Massive mistake.
Yeah, it all started with Dark Mago kind of screwing up his static link. He put it on the Chen and it broke immediately. And then they still decided to keep on chasing. That's a pretty vital part of Razor's ability to fight. He will come up top and deal with Watson, though. It looks like they've got a pick off on the Ursa in the meantime.
It's really not worth it to use static link on Chen in that situation. Like, there's Stampede. I think you just have to wait until Ursa jumps in and then try to steal his damage. It's the only way. Shadow Demon ulti, steal his damage. He can't move.
Yeah.
Purge, but Stampede, not affected by it. Still gonna be slowed. Schofield, they're in deep.
Diving tier 2? Classic Schofield. I really do think that setup on the bottom tier 2 is a, you know, even just stylistically, a pretty big mistake from Pain. We've been talking so much about how Pain can be reactive. They don't have to be proactive. Where Yandex do. Yandex have to make a jump. They've got to find someone. So if Pain just be a little more patient, like you say, play with their supports, just wait things out. Don't chase a Chen behind a tier 2 tower. If they just hit the tower,
exactly.
Things would have gone so smooth.
Yeah, I was about to say, just park yourself in front of the building, hit it, you have Aegis. You're not going to be the one getting jumped, but you also need to protect your supports. And then you have Razor, as you said, breaking the link. TA blinking in, leaving the vulnerable supports in the back lines.
Well, this game has a severe lack of kills. 7 to 8 minute 25. It looks like both teams going to be waiting for that next Roshan. For the big clash. Pain smoke up 3 behind the TA. It's going to get broken by Chira Jr., who's in a good position to zip into wave and then ball away. Schofield nearly found him. Might still, but Disruption there catches the Tusk instead of the Storm. I'm not sure which way around it was meant to go, but Pain are going to retreat nevertheless. Throw all your spells in there and see what happens. Saxer with his scribbles saying, hey, let's loop around, push out these side lanes. They've all shown mid. 5 heroes are here.
They don't have a way to start a fight, so they need to group around, group together. Last time, it was an okay way to start a fight. Frank being the frontliner, and then bringing in the rest with Fiend's Gate. So they brought in numbers, but they don't really have that jump. Tusk also, maybe he finds a situation where he wants to blink in and jump first, but this is more of a reactive hero instead of being the blink initiator for the team. Some back.
Ackerman? Setting false. Oh dear. Oh, hello. We'll turn the lights on for this. Turned all static.
It's going to be...
We'll get back in.
Radio broadcast.
It's fine. It's Schofield behind enemy lines.
Yeah, you're not going to be missing out on a kill anyway, because it's hard for them to start a fight, but they are chasing Schofield. Gary, hype it up.
He somehow managed to get away. With a snowball, blink, Tumbler's toy, he breaks down to low ground in that top left corner of the map, gets into the sauna, bypasses the Wisdom Shrine, and escapes. So Yandex sent 3 heroes up there and don't get a kill. But they do slow things down, and Roshan's respawned. So we are in this position now where both teams are going to be vying for control over that top left pit. It is nighttime. Dire have a lot of vision up here as well. So they can see Yandex prepping in the area. So Shadow Demon, Razor, they're at the top tier 2. Ready to smoke and play towards Roche. Yandex have gathered all 5 around the pit, but no one started taking Roshan just yet. It is going to be a big smoke into smoke. Hopefully we can get the Observer PC back because the action is about to kick off. Smokes. They break. Schofield gives vision. Chira Jr. Storm is on the high ground in that top jungle on the Dire side. Killing traps. And trying to give information to his team. No one kicking anything off just yet, though. Watson, he's walked into the pit and he started killing Roche. Pain are going to have to do something. They don't see in the pit right now. So Yandex the ones with the slight vision advantage through the Chen summons, the Storm Spirit, and his remnants. But TA with traps and a shards forward, tried to give vision there, but Watson has killed Roshan and taken the Aegis. No fight actually breaks out, surprisingly enough.
Yandex making something happen out of this one. Not getting a kill, but also gaining quite a lot of advantage in the last couple of minutes. Shiva's guard now completed on Storm Spirit. Still no protection. He's solely relying on him getting in and not dying. I think it's also very easy to itemize when you are playing against 2 cores that have the same type of damage. It's all physical damage coming out from Razor, some magical of course, but you're playing against Razor and TA, so him building in Shivas, you're kind of double dipping, reducing their attack speed and also getting extra armor from the item, which is good against both of them.
I mean, even Noticed is thinking about Shiva's card. I don't know if they go for double Shivas. He's already got that Crimson, Helm, Lotus, so stacking armor up himself. His double Shivas isn't that bad. Armor's good, active is good.
Yeah, double Shivas is fine. Like you don't want double AC. That's the one that you don't want.
Back to pushing waves. Still 7-8. A very mild lead for Yandex as they've dragged this game out and actually got to some massive key item timings. Ursa with Aegis for 3.5 minutes. Has his Link BKB Basher. The threat from Yandex is here now.
I have PTSD from the threat of... I always feel like it's going to be the threat of the black hole.
The threat of Frank and his Fiend's Gate. They scan around the Tormentor. They know someone was there, but it was the Centaur dipping through the Twin Gate.
Illusion!
I haven't seen anyone in a while.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant Vision might catch a glimpse of the Underlord up top. So at least Yandex know the Tormentor's being taken. A very slow, deliberate macro game here from Yandex, though, just trying to clear out waves, push all the lanes across the river. Make it hard for Pain to group up as 5. Because, again, like you've been saying, Game 1 and Game 2, they need to play tight together. So you've got this vast area of the map to split push as Yandex. And they found a spot here where they've pushed 2 lanes in. They've scanned on that right-hand side jungle. They know someone's there. And a smoke to pivot, but Watson and Sachs are close to Frank, but they've seen Schofield first. Send the storm into the sky, but Tusk dies, gone for 45 seconds, and no real response from Pain. Starting to bleed out now as every little cut from Yandex starts to add up.
We got a kill. That's all that matters. Considering how patient and cautious they're playing, you would assume that they're battling it out for who's getting the first spot in that group stage, but both of these teams are eliminated.
Nobody wants to be last, huh?
Yeah, I thought we might get an action-packed game where there's going to be like something interesting happening, really pushing the limits, you know, who's better. A lot of the times the game develops in that way where you can, you know, see someone makes a mistake, suddenly you have like 40 kills 10 minutes into the game or something, but this one really slowed down.
I think it comes back to Yandex's draft, right? They don't have a draft to, like, out-execute the opponents or out-teamfight them. This is very much farm, split push, take it to late game. Just Eternal Envy-esque. Who cares lane stage, early game? We just take it into that madness of the late game where I would assume Yandex have the most experience and would be favored. But you never know with Dark Mago heading into late game, the chaos that he can bring will definitely surprise you.
They are starting to scale. Storm Spirit finally has BKB queued up as his next item. He was thinking about picking up something else, but then realized I need a defense mechanic against this Pit of Malice, against Aghanim's Scepter, another Pit of Malice. It's also massive. The AoE is 500, pretty much covers the whole screen. It's so odd to see Razor's items.
Yeah.
Guardian Greaves and Butterfly. And also Regeneration Rune on top of that. Plus the casual plate mail. I think it's just a combination of Guardian Greaves and Butterfly.
I think the plate mail ruins it. There's a nice kind of bluey green theme going on there, and the plate mail is silver and red.
Yeah, I should have gotten Hyperstone, Orb of Venom, and Gloves of Haste.
No, he should take his plate mail to RuneScape and get it trimmed. I know a guy. Just hand it over to him. He'll get your gold trimmed armor in no time. Don't fall for it. Are we waiting for next Roshan then? It feels like that's all this game's about. Oh, just wait for Roche. Try and fight around it. 2 minutes to go, at least.
Seems like Yandex wants to take a fight that they have. MKB on Ursa against Butterfly from Razor, and they also have Serrated Shiv. So most of the attacks from Ursa are going to go through.
Storm again, straight onto Schofield. Blow up the Tusk. Dead with no ability to really respond. And this has been an absolute dream for Kothel and Chen players to be able to farm in a long extended game. Just comparing the net worth of the two Radiant supports to the Dire ones, you can definitely feel the difference with the auras on Chen.
I mean, look what
with all the utility
Maladich has in his quick buy. He's like, I get a BKB, like all of you get a BKB, but I also need a BKB of my own. And he's actually gonna have that Aghanim Scepter because he has GPM enchantment. Frank
disrupted. Razor's come across with a nice long duration static link, but a stampede and a runaway from Ursa breaks free of the Razor. So Tusk dies, then Frank dies. 70 seconds with no Underlord now. Another tier 2 for Team Yandex. And this lead is just building and building. They spent 30 minutes doing bloody nothing. They got one Roche and they've turned this into a commanding lead.
Apparently, Frank is not the tank. He's not tanky enough. You're playing against Ursa, Storm Spirit. Now you're starting to feel the damage. Like, these two auras, they were very annoying for the most part of the game, these 35 minutes. But now, once you get isolated by these two heroes, you're gonna die.
Notice pretty alone down here. No stampede for 15 seconds, but it seems like he's super tanky, and with a force staff from Saxa giving him a little bit of aid, it does get some distance from Dark Mago, but that's quickly gap closed by the Tusk. Notice as he's stampeding in a second. Oh, he's already dead before he can. Nearly bought himself enough time. This is 5 seconds before fast spawn of Roche. It is nighttime, so it's a long journey for Pain to head towards that top pit again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
2 minutes spawn time anyway.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, if you were waiting for first 10 kills, it took 36 minutes. Apparently.
Everybody's getting Ags on Yandex. Keeper of the Light getting close to his. Chen just finished his. Centaur also wants to get his. So you have another way of maneuvering through the fight and also being able to save people. Whoever gets initiated on by Razor, it could be pretty massive. Saxa dies. Oh man, this game is out of control. You gotta slow down a little bit. You can't catch all of these kills.
Oh, sudden flurry of action. A kill and a tower? We're so blessed.
Under attack.
Another tower, maybe? 10 stacks on Deso here for Smiling Knight. Gets to work on the buildings.
He had Desto at 12 minutes.
Is under attack.
So in 25 minutes, he gained 5 kills.
Well, he had Desto, and then he immediately got like 2 kills. Because he had 4 charges pretty much straight after it. So he's, in 20 minutes, he's getting 6 charges, basically. Oh, poor guy. Next fight, Watson's going to have Abyssal Blade. Storm will have Parasma, probably. Because yet again, like you've been yammering on about, there is no way for either team to start a fight.
It sounds...
We can't do anything.
Like you're going to say yapping about it.
Just yapping about Pain can't start a fight. That's what we're watching. They walk into an area, they hope to find someone. If Schofield can blink them, they get gone on and killed. But equally, it means Schofield's putting himself out in the danger zone, and we've seen him die twice in the last couple of engagements, very, very early on. The Rotary spawns. Chen Creep sees it. Storm. He gets initiated on. Snowball, Lotus Orb back. He's going to get dragged in here to notice with a blink stomp on the tusk. Shira Jr. Hex, Stampede away, get out with a Pit of Malice and try and break free. Razor, Underlord, can't really gap close or catch anyone, so it's a hello, how are you doing? And then walk it back.
Interesting choice coming out from Schofield. He does have Tumbler's Toy, still keeping it, plus Vast, so has 110 attack range. So his punch can actually be used from further away.
He's got an initiation tool. Well, Roshan roars, and Pain are going to know that it's been started. First, they've got to maintain the lanes, though, as Frank deals with that top wave. Does have the Fiend's Gate Aghanim Scepter, though, to come into play if need be. A very delicate balance needs to be struck here by Yandex to not just go rushing into the pit, because neither team has a lot of vision in the area. TA has traps, but they're going to get cleared out quickly. Schofield keeps eyes in the pit as best he can. With basically all the waves pushing in, Pain are the ones who have to kind of come back and deal with it with Frank, and they can't make a swift move just yet.
Maledict has 5,000 gold saved up. So he can pop his BKB, use his Hand of God to make everybody have debuff immunity. Let's see it in action.
They've jumped on this Dark Margo Razor.
5-second cooldown.
He's got a static link to go, and he's on the Ursa. They're trying to get out of this Pit of Malice, but Watson's dying pretty quickly. BKB and Earthshock's over the Igloo to get out of the shards. In comes Smiling Knight, though, to chase the Ursa, blowing up Watson and gets the kill. Schofield now in with the control on the Storm Spirit. Snowball, a punch into the sky, kills the Storm off as Watson buys back and TP's forward. He wants to fight into this one. With Shira Jr. also buying back, Yandex will use all their resources to regain control of the area. Swing into action, ball onto the Razor, and Shira Jr. gets Dark Margo with Notice alongside him.
That should be Roshan for them, unless Pain Gaming decides to buy back. I think they should buy back and take that fight.
They've got 3 buybacks to do it.
They do have it available.
Don't have Fiend's Gate. And Roshan already half HP. It looks like Pain are giving this one up.
No, I thought they might be able to do it just for the memes, but the Storm Spirit doesn't have buyback, so if you kill him, that's gonna be a massive one. Parasma, queued up for him. Witchblade also does have True Strike, very good against Razor's Butterfly.
Even though Watson is like 6k behind this TA, you don't really feel that gap. And Smiling Knight was able to get a lot of damage in on them very quickly. But now you're dealing with multiple lives, multiple rounds of enrages and the cheese on Watson. As we see Schofield die, trying to clear out the wave and stop the push. He's now down for 40 seconds. And his courier also sending the gem in there. A couple of freebies. Oh, someone's recovered it.
Yeah.
Underlord, Frank, got a courier also killed, and Storm Spirit will zap in to get the gem.
Double gem. Somebody take 1 gem. He's gonna throw it on the ground. And they are pushing. Some buybacks are available for Dire team. Seems like they want the XP runes. They want to be having level 25s. Ursa already level 25 from the previous fight. 3 overpower attacks. Storm Spirit just got his.
We've got to wait for next Roshan though now. We've had a fight. Now we have to wait 10 minutes for the next one. This is a farming Aegis. Back into the jungle, gather up the runes, farm it up.
Gold and sweet.
A lot of map space to inhabit here. And Yandex still have those 2 observer wards in the Dire Ancient with their own outpost as well to move into that area. And
I like
play out multiple lanes.
I like what Saxa did. He was thinking how to survive against this Templar assassin who has Nullifier, so he purchased Shadowblade. At one point, you can't have enough reveal. Cores can't hold him unless you are holding onto Gem. Maybe Razor could, but he's also not going to be the one jumping the backlines. He's not going to be able to catch Keeper of the Light. So Shadowblade, very good item of a choice for him.
A big smoke here from Yandex as well. Potentially looking to close this game out. Buyback-wise, it looks like Pain have got everyone with buyback ready. Smoke is going to break on his high ground as Watson moves in. Sees Schofield first, yet again. Tusk first focal point. Disruption is there to buy time for El Misho to re-emerge and turn to battle alongside this Razor. They've got good damage onto the Chen. Nullified and killed as El Misho dies and buys back. Utter chaos inside these pits of malice and Illuminates flying. Watson and Shira Jr. though standing strong. Blinding as Frank Underlord. Well, the Aegis gets claimed up. Now, what has Watson got left? BKB, Blink Dagger ready. Inside the pit, he'll turn and fight. Battling into Schofield and Smiling Knight. Watson's dying, though, as the TA opens BKB. Up. There's the bubble, saves the TA, but Dark Mago's dying. The overwhelming damage from this Ursa, just too much to handle.
He's got a bit of cooldown.
They'll buy back. TA and Razor come back into this, but you're right. The Ursa pops the cheese, back to full HP, evacuates the zone, but Storm died, and he's gone for 2 minutes now. Blood in the water as Pain, they sense a chance here to strike with a double damage rune spawning and the Centaur moving into the pit. Smiling Knight is going to find his man. Kill off the Centaur and an opportunity now to run it down mid.
Dire's middle tower.
Dark Mago, he has amplified damage available. Let's see, run it down mid. No buyback on Storm available. A bit of a longer fight. How much damage was that coming out from Ursa and Storm? 10,000 damage from Storm, 5,000 damage from Ursa, but a lot of buybacks. Pretty much everyone bought back on side of Pain Gaming, and let's see what they can do with it.
Yet against Schofield, always that first point of contact, and El Misho just too slow to save him. To bubble himself instead. Honestly, just utter chaos in this fight.
It's these pit of malices. It just gets so chaotic. He does have a refresher orb, so we might be seeing 4 of them. Not necessarily at the same time, because 2 of them cover pretty much anything, everything. And Smiling Knight, Divine Rapier purchased. He has Swift Link and replaced his treads.
Are we going for it?
They're going for it. 50 seconds. Centaur, he needs to buy back.
4 tower time. Rapier arrives in the inventory of Smiling Knight, so TA goes to work on the buildings.
The Centaur can't let this happen. He needs to buy out. Pit of Malice.
Tier 4 down. The defensive Pit of Malice put in place.
He refreshed.
Refreshed up. How many pits have we got? All of them. Triple pits out there. Jump on in from Watson. Razor dying quickly, but the punch and the disruption saves him. Keeps Dark Mago in fighting shape while Smiling Knight tries to dish it out onto Watson now. BKB and Enrage, but the static link drains all his damage, and Watson, he's out of here. Gone for 2 minutes. That's got to be it now. Pain have got this one in the bag. Throne falling, lift up for now. Team Yandex, 3 heroes alive. They're on Dark Mago, but the Razor, he's kept up and running some way, somehow, while Smiling Knight looks at the throne, hit the building. Frank is going for it.
He's disrupted.
He's got the building in his sights. Victory is there for Pain Gaming.
Oh man, Pain Gaming really clutching it up in this series. It looked that buyback on Storm Spirit from the previous fight. It was still on cooldown, and Smiling Knight understanding that this is gonna be the way of them potentially taking the game, buys the Divine Rapier, and utilizes it correctly. They didn't have ways of starting the fight. You could see them smiling in the end. Schofield, of course, even though they are still eliminated, this was a good showing from them in this series.
Yeah, just 2 drafts that like struggle to do stuff. Sit in the farm for 30 minutes, get some Roshans, and hope things work out. In the end, we get to that classic buyback into buyback scenario, though, where yes, you buy back to get Rosh and Aegis, but then you die. Your long respawn time's just an avenue for Pain to take the game, and a 2-0 victory for them in this series. It doesn't change their group stage standing. Both of these teams eliminated, but at least some pride there for the South American team to go home with.
Yeah, for sure. I want to see who is going to be picked up by the team, whether they're going to be sticking with Smiling Knight because he doesn't have a team at the moment, or whether they're going to be going with somebody else. There are some issues that they need to fix because this wasn't the best showing. I think this team can do better. I think some of the drafts looked really wonky, very difficult to play. I'd say that they had the worst draft of the tournament yesterday, where they couldn't actually play Dota, or the day before. And today, they also managed to win a game, especially this second game, but also struggling. Like, when you have a draft like this, sometimes you feel that something is off. Like, it's not how it's supposed to be, but also I love to see Schofield, man. I just love to see this guy, what he is able to achieve, even with no farm, like running around the map, level 1, level 2. Always pleasure to watch this guy in action. Always a lot of things that you can learn from him, but a lot of things to improve as a team, for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe get on the phone to K1. Bring Hector back. Get him into the carry role. We've seen Moon, Yang, a couple of other players from the olden days return, come out of retirement. You know, there's people like Arteezy still streaming who kind of want to get back in.
Yeah, get
pro play as well, potentially.
Get Chris Luck back.
Oh,
HFN, you know, there's a lot of them that still ring a bell in the head. We always have a lot of nice things to say when we mention those names from South America.
Yeah, I was trying to remember Chris Luck. We were talking about him the other day about his like Snapfire mid, his Mars mid. I remembered that he used to play Underlord mid, right? With Underlord being such a big hero now, maybe we could see him return. But anyway, there we go, wrapping things up with that third series of the day. Both teams unfortunately eliminated, but at least putting on a good show in game 1, and then an interesting head-to-head in game 2. We'll come back in a bit though with our final series of the night. We'll take a break and see you then.
This is the story of a mortal man, an angry man driven by revenge. He struck a deal and became a tool for the unfortunate souls condemned to hell. This is the story of Razor, a story of hatred and anger. Find out how this came to be in Tales from the Lore Keeper, Episode 4, brought to you by DHL.
Dire's top tower is under attack. is under attack.
Nothing gonna stop us if we unify. This is what they're gonna mark the future by. Everybody got to get together.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are falling. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Everybody get together, let's start living life. Am I connected? There is balance. Alright, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Let's get connected.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's stay connected.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Let's get connected. I can feel us getting closer. Let's get connected. Let's stay connected. Let's get connected. I can feel us getting closer. Nothing gonna stop us if we unify. This is what they're gonna mark the future by. Everybody got to get together and do this right. Nothing gonna let nothing get in our way. Wanna change the world and start the day. Everybody get together, let's start living life. Let's get connected.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Once we were both so happy, just hanging out. There was no doubt. Why did we take for granted all that was good? I wish we could find what we had and bring it back on track. Don't wanna Let's give it one more try. Don't wanna say goodbye. I know we both had moments. We're both the same. No one to blame. No, I'm sure that you agree. It's not over yet. Let's not forget. No, most of the time is knock on wood. So
Radiant's
one more try. A love like we once
Radiant's
had
bottom
just
tower is
can't
under
be
attack.
denied.
Radiant's bottom tower is
If we both feel this way, then
Dire's middle
come on, let's do it
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I saw it first.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
First time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. Trying hard not to stare, don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool. Gotta show you that I'm worth it. You walked in all the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you.
Radiant are scanning.
Checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wonder if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm figuring it out. Wolves howling at the moon, peacock and acting like a fool. I'm bothered as you sit through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance.
Radiant's middle
Extended
tower
cut, DJ, make
under
it
attack.
last. We're the only ones in here we're so into this groove. Intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Hey, chance I'm satisfied. Hey, I'm in the middle of your mind. Don't wanna mess me up, cause I'm running the kind. So, checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on, if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm figuring it out. Chance I'm satisfied.
Dire structures are
Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight.
Hi, nice to meet you. Are you ready for the bad girl sequel? When the beats this tough, I turn a little rough. This is not a test, it's a read-through. So,
Radiant's top
turn it
tower
up
is
some.
under attack.
Baseline kicking with the beat and of the drum. Bad girl rhythm, yeah, with the disco string run. Ooh, yo, we about to have too much fun, like.
Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight.
Like, hi, nice to see you. When the song comes up, yeah, I feel you. We've been dancing all night, dropping that vibe, TikTok into the sequel. So, turn it up some. Baseline kicking with the beat and of the drum. Bad girl rhythm, yeah, with the disco.
DreamLeague Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Chex.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 28. We didn't leave you for long. We've got more Dota for you. Don't you worry. Another 2-game series coming your way shortly. As Lacoste, we get to the tail end of the group stage, and we're already seeing people get eliminated and qualify for the next stage of DreamLeague.
Yeah, we have a couple of teams locked in already from Group A. Group B, not yet decided, but Aurora Gaming, Paravision, and Team Liquid are already guaranteed for that second group stage. And in the bottom, Pain Gaming, Team Yandex, and I also believe Yakult Brothers are also mathematically out.
Yeah, looks like it. Now we shift our focus over to Group B, where our next series up is going to be MOUZ versus GamerLegion, where MOUZ currently up at the top, 8-2, with GamerLegion down in the dumps, 2-8. I think you ran the math on this, didn't you? What needs to happen? For
yeah, but you always
GamerLegion
have to double check that one. But GamerLegion currently they are 2-8, and they're still playing 2 series. The one right now is going to be against MOUZ, so they need to at least win one game, because both Xtreme and Falcons are currently sitting at 6-4. By winning at least one, I mean they have to win all of their games to Team Falcons and Xtreme Gaming. And also their next series is against Team Spirit, who's also not doing too great, but not an easy task considering that MOUZ has been playing so well.
Yeah, so it's a here and now kind of situation where, you know, MOUZ, if they 2-0, they are guaranteed through. They're already looking pretty good. Whereas GamerLegion, well, we'll come back to them in a moment, because we do have to listen to Jenkins talk about MOUZ, apparently.
the legendary MOUZ made their return to Dota 2 a year ago by picking up Celery and building a team around him. The team didn't really work out at first, so they scrapped it and they tried again with Celery remaining behind the wheel. They ended up with a team of Crystallis, Mid1, Boom, Yamich, and, of course, Celery. As pretty much the entire team had played together on Team Secret, their shared experience led them off to a flying start, with their most standout result being first place at PGL Wallachia 6, followed by a 16th place in the last season of DreamLeague. Surely it can't get worse than that. Well, the most recent event for MOUZ did in fact get even worse, with the last place finish at Blast Slam 6. Nobody's really sure what happened there, but hopefully Celery and the gang learned from whatever went wrong.
I cannot remember anything.
They do have moments of brilliance where they look incredibly strong. If MOUZ can discover the Gaben secret sauce that allows them to tap into that more reliably, they may just be one of the best teams to watch out for in 2026.
Well, it seems like MOUZ have gone down to New Zealand, jumped on a yacht, grabbed some of Gaben's secret sauce, and found themselves in this tournament. After some highs and lows, like Jenkins was saying, they've got into a bit of a groove and find themselves at the top of the table.
Yeah, this is the team that, as he said, won Wallachia, got good placement at Blast Slam 5, DreamLeague Season 27, not the greatest result. Seems like this team is either hit or miss. When they're doing well, they're doing really well, but when they're doing bad, they tend to bump out. Currently, they are on 7-game winning streak. They lost against Team Spirit. Could have been like almost a 10-game winning streak, but very explosive team. I think we've been experiencing a lot of brawl coming from them, the way they won that Wallachia, pretty much playing the same style, where they are just running at people, pretty chaotic. Like, it's slow first 10-15 minutes, I would say, the way they're playing, and then bam, like they just completely shift. Suddenly they're in your face, and they tend to end games pretty early on. There's a lot of these 25-minute game finishes against Execration, against Navi, even against Falcons as well. This was the big victory where they managed to completely outclass Falcons, especially in that game number 1.
Yeah, especially in a meta which had revolved so much around like key item timings at like minute 15, minute 20. MOUZ came out and said, we're going to fight you with bracers, with nulls, with just a level 6 on a support, and hitting some more minor timings and getting into position that way. But of course, enough about MOUZ. We've had Jenkins talk about them. Their opponents here, GamerLegion, on the other side of the table. We've seen them down at the bottom at 2 and 8, and you were saying they've got to win all of their remaining matches to have a chance at staying in DreamLeague, right?
Yeah, they had pretty bad start of the tournament. They lost 6 games in a row. They lost to Execration, Navi, and then Tundra. A lot of these games are not as competitive. Yesterday, they did manage to beat and even outclass Falcons in game number 1. Pretty insane performance coming out from all of them. Great itemization. RCY on pocket didn't die a single time, really pushing the limits of the hero. Second game wasn't as competitive, and then earlier today they did manage to win against Xtreme Gaming in game number 1. Game 2, they were kind of making a comeback against Mega Creeps, but not really. Still showing the strength of this team.
Yeah, maybe just blooming a little bit too late in the season. You know, dropping that series against Execration early on definitely hindered their progress. And then 2-0'd by Navi, 2-0'd by Tundra, maybe more expected results. But like you're saying, against Falcons, against Xtreme, picking up games there is definitely a move in the right direction. And it feels like GamerLegion also have their own cool identity and individual hero picks and unique drafts. You know, we see this Omni Knight come out as a carry, or the carry Viper, or this Fade offlane Enigma. Yes, it's a conventional hero, but he showed some pretty good success on it recently. We'll see what they get their hands on, though, as we head into Game 1 and find out what the draft shows as MOUZ take on GamerLegion in this kind of do-or-die scenario. Top versus bottom of the group.
10 seconds remaining.
Already Viper, Shadow Demon, Huskar, Chen being removed.
Gotta ban Huskar against this team. I also want to see what Yamich is going to be playing. This guy, if we keep going back to this Wallachia that they won, he loves to play Tusk. This is his best hero. I think during that tournament, he had like 90% win rate on the hero, and he played it like, I don't know, like 15 times or something. Pretty insane. And they do remove it.
You can't remove them all, though. There's still the Yamich Pudge, which is a very scary hero.
10 seconds.
What's first pick worthy? Is it Jakiro, Warlock?
5 seconds.
MOUZ probably gonna go with some like. They like Chen, they like Shadow Fiend. These are the two heroes. Oh, Treant Protector's in the pool. Oh, in my head, it's always banned. It's Celery. This is the Treant Protector. When things were not, nobody wanted to touch this hero. This is how he kind of came into the scene as well. And the trade-off is going to be Shadow Fiend. There's a lot of these heroes that you can pick with Treant Protector. There's also Razor in the pool, which is insane lane. I mean, pretty much anything that you play with Treant Protector in the lane feels very difficult to beat. It's kind of auto-win hero.
Yeah, it's so strong. It's a big old bodyguard. Yeah, we were kind of talking, when BetBoom were playing, right? We were talking about Kataomi. Both him and Celery kind of came up at the same period, it felt like. This Entity, Gaming Gladiators era, where there's a lot of Winter Wyvern and Treant and stuff like that. Heroes which, until recently, were kind of unpicked and unplayed. But now, very, very strong.
5 seconds remaining.
So the bans progress. Batrider, MOUZ, they get removed. I'm trying to figure out what we get to lane with the Shadow Fiend. As the Tusk is already banned, Chen gone, no Treant for him. I don't know if we get a Clockwork or something for GamerLegion.
How do you feel about Clock? I feel like Clockwork 4 is horrible. Like, it's just nothing you are doing on the map. If you're playing Clockwork 5, you're actually playing the hero. You are putting points in Battery Assault. You are getting a kill, then trading, getting XP, coming back, making stuff happen around the map. I really hate this position for Clockwork with no points in battery, like 0-2-1 build. It's just, you can't jungle. Before, like Clockwork, he was bad. He was bad for a long time. And then we added that his battery assault deals double damage to creeps. And then we removed it. And then suddenly the hero feels kind of shitty again.
It does. I fully agree. In my head, I had already put Shadow Fiend and Clockwork. Like, Shadow Fiend safe lane, Clockwork's going to go with him. That was my 1 and 5 for GamerLegion. But of course, this could be mid Shadow Fiend. That is a flex that they could put into the hands of RCY if need be. But I think Shadow Fiend carry has been incredibly strong recently. It's hard to discount that. So no Razor and no Slardar. We're still left with a pretty nice support hero pool with all of your Warlocks, Phoenixes, Largo, Tiny, Clockwork, the ones we mentioned already out there. Curious to see how this develops now.
Yeah, it could be some like casual Jakiro coming out from them, but it is Clockwork. I just hope it's going to be 5. Doesn't matter where Shadow Fiend's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, with Jakiro in the pool, this would make me assume it's Shadow Fiend Clockwork safe lane, right? Because if you could theoretically have gone Jakiro there, and then flex the Shadow Fiend, picked up a melee safe lane hero. But like having Clockwork, you kind of want a ranged guy to lane with him. MOUZ, yep, they go for Warlock. Treant Warlock. Wait, so that I mean Treant's going to play 4? Warlock 5?
I just gotta double check what they've been playing at Slam. They were not playing Warlock at all. They were playing Treant Protector once and they lost.
Just Warlock's not a Yamich hero, right? That's a Celery hero.
Yes.
Plus we're getting some carry Treant? Question mark.
Could be some offlane. Yeah, could be. I mean, you can't really play it offlane into Clockwork and Shadow Fiend. It sounds disastrous.
Mid?
Yeah, they're having fun. Mid one, Treant Protector. Somebody probably said it.
Yeah. I think so. Well, they've got to show something. Give us an idea of what you're going for. You know, grab your Underlord or something like that at least. Give us a glimpse into the minds of MOUZ. It's the Brewmaster. So they do show their offlane hero for Boom. We're still kind of assuming this is now Brew Treant lane. Then you've left your Warlock +1 open in the safe lane. And of course, mid versus mid, we've got no idea yet.
10 seconds remaining.
This Brewmaster,
5 seconds remaining.
it has never been good against Shadow Fiend and Clockwork, just Clockwork in general. You can't use Split while you're inside the cogs getting battery assaulted, but there's a lot of sustain. There is quite a lot of sustain coming out from Treant Protector and Warlock. You have an extra bit of global. Also want to see how they're going to be laning this.
That's a lot of healing, isn't it?
It is. But there also isn't a way for them to start a fight. So I want to see something active. For mid one, some Storm Spirit, something that can start a fight. Puck, Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit can be countered heavily by Shadow Fiend. In the mid lane, it can get quite difficult. But then again, you could potentially pick it and force this Shadow Fiend to go to the mid lane, relieve some of the pressure from the side lanes. I don't remember seeing last time where Ember just didn't have impact in games. That's how highly I value this hero.
Yeah, he's so good. All he needs is like to get one of the active runes in the first 10 minutes and he can pop off a bit. Seems like a decent Largo game. You're looking at all the sustain and heal. You give yourself some more as well. And I guess you can lick off some of these spells too. Dispel a bunch of Warlock stuff. Curious if he's going to be position 3 for Fade or if that's the 4. Because we have seen some POS4 players grab it. I don't know if the Phoenix gives us any more information there, because I think Largo and Phoenix could both be... Ooh! Hello! What's going on there, Celery? Disco time! I love that he's just leaning back, being absorbed into the disco lights.
Oh yeah, what does Yamage have as his background as well?
No, I wasn't paying attention. He got a green screen as well. Meet me in the... Oh, clinks for MOUZ. Feel like I'm in Disco Elysium, in the whirling in rags, with all that behind them.
10 seconds remaining.
So clinks for Chrysalis. A ton of physical damage. And a lot of ranged hits to kill the eggs. Outrange the Shadow Fiend.
I can't take Celery seriously with this with this green screen behind him.
And just start singing the Bee Gees or something.
What's
see how well he does.
Yeah, they are the ones banning out Ember Spirit. So let's check what they could potentially pick for mid one. It could be some Tiny. I think Tiny fixes some of their issues, something that can actually play the game. Because right now, again, they have no stuns. We've seen that time and time again in the last couple of days as well, where you don't get the chance to do stuff. And they're going to ban out the Tiny that I just mentioned.
Radiant team banned.
And then both spirits banned. Leaves the Storm in the pool.
I think Puck. I think Puck's gonna get contested.
Remaining.
There just isn't that much lockdown, is there? What, overgrowth on one side, hook shot on the other? Very free for some of these slippery heroes. I kind of missed that period where we had mid-one playing Nature's Prophet every game, though. The speed at which he's able to join the rest of his team and just play actively was super nice.
I keep going back to this Valakia, where mid-one was playing Storm Spirit. He bought back twice in first 15 minutes.
He won the game.
Yeah, he won the game.
Yeah.
Selflessly. And there it is. Puck that we said probably gonna get contested because both of the teams are looking for the same archetype of the hero. They remove Puck. Suddenly MOUZ uses this opportunity. They take Storm Spirit for themselves. And now they need to find something for RCY in the mid lane.
Yeah, like we used to see Monkey King in this kind of position. Low lockdown, you're against the Storm in this matchup, but I just don't know where Monkey is nowadays.
It's an okay spot. I saw GPK playing it. RCY did play it during Slam, but it's just going to be Queen of Pain.
Yeah, more standard option. Mobility, magic, pure damage. And that ability to play with your Clockwork, Largo, and Phoenix while the Shadow Fiend farms. Oh, some pretty nice rounded drafts here. Team fight for GamerLegion, good lanes. Great ways to get out of the lane and into fights with this Clockwork and Largo. MOUZ equally adept at team fighting, though, with Overgrowth, Fatal Bonds, Chaotic Offering, and this Brewmaster split. Especially with this, screw Radiance Brew. I'm so happy Brew is now buying real items for a real hero.
Oh, you don't like...
That was so good.
You don't like Midas Radiance back in the days? Now that I'm thinking about it, I did say something about Clockwork being the counter to Brew. Now with the Brew's new innate ability where he gets status resistance with Liquid Courage when he drops below 50%, he might actually be able to get the split off.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get the many chance to play Brewmaster. I am playing Brewmaster again, Gary. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, nice.
Because it was shelved. It was shelved for years because muscle memory. I couldn't remember that I have to micro Fourth Panda.
The purple guy?
That purple dude.
Why do I have a purple guy?
Like everything was mixed up. I tried. I failed miserably. And changing the stances was like also having like multiple stances and everything was just too much clicking. It was actually mentally draining playing Brewmaster. Now it's not as bad.
Just gotta spam the stances. Cycle through them. Pretend you're playing Invoker. Just keep spamming that Invoke button over and over and over again. And here we go. Game 1. 2-game series. MOUZ, again, at the top of the table. If you're just joining us, they are looking to secure their position in their next group stage. If they haven't done so already, while GamerLegion, they need to win 4 of their next 4 individual games. So a 2-0 here, and then a 2-0 later down the line, you said against Team Spirit, I think?
Yeah.
A difficult task ahead of them. Smiles on their faces, though, and ready to go. We'll see if they can put up a fight against this monstrous MOUZ. And GamerLegion and get themselves into game. And they've got some pretty good lanes. Queen of Pain against the Storm Spirit. Shadow Fiend Clockwork, always strong. A solid setup. The one I'm not sure about, Largo Phoenix. How do you reckon that's going to do?
It's a lot of damage over time. If you think about the Frog Stomp, the Fiery Spirits, if you can keep them inside with Dive, use Lick on them. Gary, I'm just thinking, Dire Squad doesn't have fastest. Like 3 of their heroes don't have fastest available. It's nothing. It's like the recent change. Hungover, Trial by Pyre, and then Uprooted. Doesn't do anything.
I think that's how you know the heroes are good, right? Like they're super overtuned. They don't need facets. They're good enough without them. That's what you do. You just pick all the heroes that don't have facets or Aghanim's upgrades or whatever.
It was a meme 20 years ago. Buys Aghanim Scepter, doesn't skill ulti because Aghanim Scepter only worked on your ulti back in the days. I believe there's a lot of boomers in the chat that will still remember what I'm talking about.
And not everyone had one. And specific heroes to buy Aghanims.
Mostly intelligence heroes. Zeus, Lina, Lion.
Who had the most important Aghs back then? What even was Lion's Aghs back then? Because now it's the AoE Finger of Death.
Yeah, I think it was just damage.
Just more damage on the plus 400 damage on the finger.
Seriously, I think it was just more damage.
Man, very rarely gave us fun interactive stuff. Already setting up in his bottom lane. Thinking about the dive or an attempt. But Speed and Yamsen able to stick it.
It was mostly
tier 1.
To bring in numbers, making sure that they can actually get those body blocks. And they are swapping things around. They are playing Clockwork. Oh, it's going to be a lot of minutes stuns. If he decides to go for Battery Assault. Battery Assault plus Frog Stomp keeps him inside.
So yeah, a complete shift, right? Phoenix Shadow Fiend bottom against Brew Warlock, and then Clockwork Largo into a Treant Clinks. Bignum does have this Quelling Blade to cut down all these trees and make sure it's not super easy for Yamich to play the Treant forward in that little pocket of trees to the right of the lane. But no boots Clockwork, just a Windlace. Means it might be a little difficult to go and drag waves if you need to reset equilibrium somehow. Imagine Treant and Clinks are, yeah, just going to chase you down in lane and give you the damage so you can't show up in wave. Well, Brewmaster and Shadow Fiend trade farm down south. Speed and Celery. They're in a little head-to-head battle, which for now Speed is winning with the Fiery Spirits in his level 2.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Bignum does get a courier snipe.
Yeah, now we can look at the mid matchup we saw it in the previous series as well, where again Storm Spirit was kind of doing the same thing. RCY used quite a lot of his mana where he can't really put pressure onto Storm Spirit. Mid one already has his bottle. 2 minutes 15 seconds. Yamson, he's gonna be okay. Has Fairy Fire, has 7 Magic Wand charges, but they don't have stun. They don't have anything in this lane to be able to set up for raises.
Feels like a farm trade between Brew and SF. Do what they can on the supports. And see if Celery decides to go and stack some camps or anything like that. For now, it is just play the lanes. Largo 16 and 5. Honestly, surprising me how well Fade has managed to pick up all these last hits. Now, lane against Clinks and Treant.
Treant is not doing much. He's hiding in the trees, trying to get some damage, but also Bignum, as you mentioned, does have that Bowling Blade. He brought extra tangos to the lane. He actually bought 9 tangos total, 3 sets of tangos. Speed, putting a good amount of pressure onto Celery. Not going to be able to do as much, already used that dive, but also relieving some of the pressure from Shadow Fiend, who is currently sitting at 14 and 1.
Yeah, they also had to use Living Armor there. That's on cooldown for Yamich now, so if anything else was happening, if he needed it for mid one, for example, doesn't have it for a little bit. Level 2 Shadow Strike now in RCY, so the lane gets a little more challenging for the Storm. The last hit values right now look pretty even. And the Queen of Pain should be able to pick up the pace a little more in the coming waves. And Fade has full access to this large camp, which he keeps pulling across as well. Chrysalis and Yamich much more focused on just farming their own wave. Haven't really been able to do much to stop Fade on his Largo. And we're seeing this cool little play, which we've seen from Boxy and 33 and a number of other players with the Tranquil Boots.
Yes. I think the Primal Beast one is also pretty big, because at first level, like level 1, level 2, you're really not doing much. It's hard to get a kill unless somebody makes a mistake, so you go for Tranquils, and then you disassemble them. Gotta remember, gotta disassemble them, and then, because you're getting harassed quite a lot, and then you can disassemble, get phase boost, keep that Windlace, because you want to move speed. And now Yamich in the top lane, he is dying. This is the combo that we said it's gonna be good. Frog Stomp, those mini stunnies coming out from Battery Assault as well. It's gonna be good. If you get trapped inside of the cogs, you're most likely dead. That's why I said I want to see Bignum play the normal Clockwork, no shenanigans like Schofield is doing.
That just looks super simple. Trapped in the cogs, nowhere to run. A very good offlane here from GamerLegion. It's going to be a quick set of items for Fade. Already has his Soul Ring and Tranquil, so he basically never needs to go to Fountain again. Has all the resources he needs. And then quickly, like you said, Phase Boots and Aghanim Scepter. The big items queued up for the Largo. Minute 6 approaching shortly. So Bignum's made that move across to guard the top rune. Warlock doing the same job down south. Looking for the D-Ward at the same time. Treant's going to try and make the wander over here as well. Treant and Warlock don't strike me as the best roaming, helping heroes. Clock, Phoenix, and Queen of Pain offer a lot of damage. And Speed is going to be the one who's forced to take the invis, though.
They're here, though. Okay, Gary? They're here. Pretending that they're doing stuff, exactly. Soaking up some of the XP. Black Grimoire, only one charge on Warlock. They didn't get a single kill yet. 1k gold lead for GamerLegion. Things are looking good.
Two sentries with no D-ward from Celery. They've not been able to find the vision. Now Bignum has placed a little deeper in that jungle. Well, up at top, they've got this combo going again. This fire on Crystallis. Not such an easy kill, with the Clinks having 1,300 health, plus the living armor. All thanks to this Death Pact. I think Clinks is pretty close to unkillable for the foreseeable future. With raindrops, a full wand.
Once you reach level 5, 2 charges on Death Pact, as you said, makes you almost unkillable. Raindrop, Magic Wand charges, maybe you have a Lotus.
It's like such a big gap as well when you're leveling up Death Pact. It's like, level 1's fine, level 2 kind of sucks, level 3 is incredible, then level 4 is like, eh.
At level 4, you don't want to even get it. Because the creep max level is still the same amount of charges. You get 75 extra HP, that's about it. 150 if you count in 2 charges.
That's not great. Well, another reasonably slow and steady game. And we had that first flood. So far, everyone's been pretty content just to farm themselves up. But this has led to a nice lead here from GamerLegion. While we see the Storm forced out of lane and back up in jungle. The Brewmaster also a little behind since he's had to lane solo into a Shadow Fiend and Phoenix. But this has given a little bit of room for Warlock to make some stacks. While Yamich, contesting top rune, will not get his hands on anything. Big Num dived on by this mid one Storm because Crystallis has also rotated here to get MOUZ their first kill. Speed, funnily enough, finds himself a haste rune. Two active runes for the Phoenix.
Now let's see what he can do with it. He can fly faster.
It is speed.
Brewmaster's level 6. I want to see them try to make a rotation, make something happen in the bottom lane. Power of Brewmaster is, you said, he can buy real items. Bignum, making a move. Let's see that status resistance in action.
Yeah, there it is.
He can actually do it.
He can pop the ulti, and he knows that this Phoenix, level 5, doesn't have Supernova. Cyclone on the clockwork, force the dive out of speed, and boom, looks like he's just going to give up on anything else here. Can't go for a solo kill 1v3. Staying alive was enough of victory for him.
With this kind of move, you are relieving pressure off Shadow Fiend, knowing that this ulti is going to be on cooldown for 2 full minutes. Man, it sucks to play Warlock in this game. You being Warlock enjoyer, Gary, tell me about it. 9 minutes in, you have that 1 stack that you get for free. And you have Treant Protector being your position 4, so you can't really play the game, huh?
There's no one to play with. no one's doing anything. Your Storm's in recovery mode, your Brew is in recovery mode, Clinks isn't a roaming ganking hero, he wants to go mid to late game with items and scaling. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Celery's job right now is stack. Sit behind some cores to try and save them, leech experience where you can. Hit level 6 and maybe just drop a golem to kill a tower.
Double TP.
They're going up top. Fade, strumming away, trying to get out of range of mid one with the help of the Sun Ray. He's getting topped up, and that Sonic Wave is big from RCY. Yeah, mid one and Yamich, they both die. Now Crystallis in reticle of RCY with a Requiem wound up by Yamsun. They've got the TP cancel. Beautifully set up and executed by GamerLegion. 2 core kills plus the Treant. And now a celebratory pause as well. Go pat yourselves on the back.
It was nicely executed. Largo is a very tanky hero. Going for the phase boots allows him to have that extra bit of move speed, and then also getting extra bit of heal. We're gonna see it again. Them diving, Storm Spirit, like I like the TP rotation, TP order as well, because Storm goes first, and then you see Warlock coming in, but he's not level 6 by any means. They would definitely love to have that rock dropped immediately, have extra bit of a damage, securing the kill on Largo, but it never happened. And then Yamsun gets the Requiem, They get double kill for Shadowfiend. Getting involved in some of these early engagements is what Shadowfiend wants to do. Has 3 lasting presence, increases his farm. Because he is farming much faster, killing the neutrals, killing the creeps. This Orchid on Brewmaster, I'm not sure if it's going to pay off. Sure, it's a bit of control for Queen of Pain. But where's the Damaggio? Like, who's going to be dealing? Sure, you can, like, Orchid, but then what happens after your Orchid?
Storm zips in, I guess, is the only real reasonable answer I can give you, honestly. See if we can get maybe like solo kills on the Phoenix. You know, definitely can open the map for the Brewmaster to play behind towers and do some cheeky stuff. Let's see what Boom has in store for us. That fight also unlocking the potential of RCY. A great Sonic Wave to kick things off. Good first rotation. Then picks up an amplified damage rune as he's getting close to finishing off Kaya. We could see another big move for him in the next 30 seconds when a Sonic Wave is off cooldown again. It's important for MOUZ here to keep tabs on this Queen of Pain. Figure out where Big Num and RCY are striking. So having these observer wards, you know, from that top Tormentor area, around the Roshan, around the runes, super vital here from Celery.
He is level 6. Both of them are. I think best play they can have is wait for them to initiate on them and then counter-initiate with Golem and Overgrowth. That's gonna be their play most likely, because they can't really make aggressive moves other than Storm Spirit zipping in, and he also doesn't have that follow-up hero. Your offlaner is not Blink Initiator, so he needs to close the gap somehow. Orchid about to be completed, 350 gold. This is gonna be the big reveal timing, and they need to do something with it.
Just checking quickly. Yeah, no Observer Ward, D Ward. So that's 6 sentries from Celery. Like 4 of them in the mid lane, 2 of them in that top jungle, no D Ward. He has spent an inordinate amount of cash trying to find the Radiant Vision, but Big Num has been placing, and RCY have been placing these Observer Wards in very hidden nooks and crannies. Smoke out of mid one and Celery though. Pivoting down bottom, looking to finish off this tier 1 tower. Long zip from mid one towards the Twin Gate though, estimating where Speed would be sitting. The Golem dropped on him as well as Speed will supernova. Ulti gets forced out there. Gonna die in the end, and this tower's gonna fall no matter what, while Big Num up at top. As the cogs around Yamage and a hookshot on towards Crystallis. RCY with Fade finishing off the Treant, while Big Num nearly gets dispatched by the Clinks. They need reveal. And they see Crystallis. Well, he pops out of Invis with a storm zipping over. They want RCY.
Oh, he misses both of them.
He misses both. Tragedy for RCY.
Oof. That's what happens when you try to hit both of them. But they also didn't have any reveal. You could see them trying to figure out, do they have any reveal? Is there dust available? Because Queen of Pain didn't really want to go for Treant Protector there. But also was thinking, maybe I can't really get a kill on this Clinks, and in the end it ends up as a disaster. And also Speed, you saw it on camera, once he popped that egg, he's like, did I really click that? Was that really necessary there?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, now has to wait a minute still for the ulti to come back up. Arcane Rune spawns top for mid one as well, so the last remaining seconds of the shield protects him against the Phoenix damage, and an Arcane Rune with MOUZ gathering up behind him. They have Primal Split. They've got this Orchid. So in fighting shape, minute 15, this is, like you said earlier, right? That victory in Wallachia. It was kind of a quiet first 10 minutes, and then they burst out of the gates and looked for aggression. Now it's non-stop from MOUZ. With a catch on Speed, the Phoenix Orchid silenced and about to be finished off, popped by the Soul Burn. And the retreat out, covered by Yamage and his Nature's Grasp, allows MOUZ to reset. And while these 4 play forward, they've got Clinks farming jungle.
I like how MOUZ is playing. They understand how important it is to play around mid one, so they bring in 3 heroes just to make sure he is getting that 14-minute rune. He gets Arcane Rune, and then he doesn't have Orchid, but Brewmaster does have it, so they're kind of playing together, which is not the 2-hero combination you would expect to happen. And they do get a kill. They're trying to go for it again.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, because Storm usually, like, this is the old school Storm build where you were buying Orchid, you're playing against Quap, you're playing against Buck, so you get the silence on them, you get the kill. Now, he's just following and clicking Orchid on whoever gets initiation on mid one.
He's blinked into this. Mid one, onto the little frogs, getting mini stunned up, but the overgrowth doesn't catch the Queen of Pain. They can't finish off Fade either. Now with the Yamstone coming forward with a Mask of Madness, Yasha, Shadow Fiend whacking down your tree. And MOUZ thought they could stick around there and punish GamerLegion. Not quite executed correctly.
As long as you have Largo behind you, that Orchid is not going to be doing much. Largo is very annoying to play against certain matchups. Like, you're not going to be following your supports because you still want to be getting some farm. You are playing core Largo after all. But against cores, like if Queen of Pain gets jumped by this Orchid, so far, Orchid, they got the value out of it. Like getting 2 kills, making sure that mid one is continuing to get those galvanized stacks. Crystalist wants to get involved.
2 kills, 2 towers, more pressure coming. They are in behind here. Big Dumb did not expect them to suddenly appear around the corner of that tree line. There's no business for them to be, pushing a tier 2 or anything at this stage, but they come out for another kill and they control this southern jungle. So it's not safe for anyone to farm down here, any of the neutral camps, or defend their bottom tier 2. Quite a nice period of the game to be here as well as the Dire team. Down in this bottom jungle, taking a lot of the effective net worth away from your opponents. And then your natural move is going to be to go through the twin gate towards the Tormentor, right around minute 20, to then reclaim that top left corner. Celery, classic, golem drop, kill a tower. Mid one.
Thinking about jumping in.
Giving info.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Seemingly, GamerLegion a little bit shell-shocked from this sudden burst of energy out of MOUZ.
We said that MOUZ doesn't have that many stuns, but look at also the way GamerLegion wants to play. Oh, Blue Master mid.
Yeah, they start on him. Boom, can't get his ulti off. Does get chain stunned inside the battery assault with the frogs.
Yeah, those mini stuns, like we did see it before. We talked about it. Before, you could never use a split as a Brewmaster, but since we added this Liquid Courage as his innate ability, he does get status resistance. He can get it off, but I believe the mini frogs were on him as well. So it's just overlapping and you're not getting it off.
Rough for him, even with Living Armor and Shadow Word. They had enough damage to break through the brew. A big fan of what RCY did as well. Straight off the back of that, just down the throats of MOUZ, chasing people all the way back to their tier 1. And that he wasn't under any threat. Doesn't really lead GamerLegion to anything though. They are defending on their side of the river, playing by their tier 2s. Getting a kill on Brew is nice, but they don't really regain control of the map. It's still quite slippery out there, and we're approaching that Tormentor time. And there's so much regen on this Dire side. We've got mana drafts on multiple heroes. We've obviously got Treant and Warlock with a ton of healing. It feels like they never need to go back to Fountain or get runes or anything. They've just got infinite Fountain regen.
They have 3 big ultis. Both supports have long cooldown ultis. Brewmaster as well. That's more than 2 minutes. But Storm Spirit and Clinks, they can play the game all the time. As long as they have enough mana, as long as they have HP, they can be very active. And now, inside the Roche pit they go. They don't want to give this Aegis to MOUZ. They don't want Clinks to be holding it, or even Storm Spirit. Both of them are very good Aegis carriers. It's going to be Yamson picking it up.
A pretty big surprise for MOUZ, honestly. They're the ones who are feeling strong and probably wanted to go Tormentor into Roche or vice versa. They were setting up for the Torm, but a swift move into Roche Pit. Very well done by GamerLegion just to sweep it from under their noses. Can't really contest the Tormentor though, so we do get the shard up for Yamich.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
GamerLegion are playing under a couple of dire wards, which MOUZ had set up quite some time ago. Some of them are going to get dewarded right now. Oh, Yamstone. He's alone out here. Calling the bluff there, like MOUZ not going to go and do anything about it. Especially now that Big Num's come in.
Still haven't taken this mid tier 1 tower. Living Garber has been a bit of pain in the ass, but now they're bringing in numbers. Yamson, he's the one with the Aegis. Ooh, hook shot, nice dodge.
Mid one baits it and dodges it, and now back onto Yamson as well. Dropping quickly, even through that stun ray. They've silenced the Phoenix to stop the heal. Mid one still has a decent amount of mana to play with, but that Requiem pushback keeps Yamson alive with a Manta to dodge some more damage, gets him to high ground, and survives with Aegis in hand still.
Yamstun Ray, keeping him alive there. Making sure that they have enough. A little bit of extra healing coming out from Largo. Problem is, they don't have control. Bignum used Hookshot. He tried to catch Storm Spirit. Ends up hooking Queen of Pain. And then your initiation's gone. Like, the only way you start a fight is if they overextend, and then maybe you can try to protect the egg. Or if you blink in with Queen of Pain, which is not the smartest thing to do. He has a bit of a protection now on Queen of Pain against that Orchid. He did buy into Yule's Scepter. Thinking that Largo, not being close enough to him, is going to be a trouble. If you get Orchided, you're probably going to die. Mid one's really pushing the limits. Like, he's going in, he's being very annoying, and that's going to be another power rune for him.
Right onto Yamson again. Oh, he's going to have to run away from this. Getting some kind of reaction out of GamerLegion was what he was aiming for. That's what he gets. Speed. Dies the Crystalist, though. Walks right into that Deso clinked by the Secret Shop. And mid one, sensing that he can go for more, finds Big Num. Clockwork could try and hookshot his way out of this one. Does get some distance over towards RSPY, but mid one Storm, Gap closes that quite simply. And now MOUZ. We've got Brewmaster Ags, Storm with his Kaya Sange, and Veil. There's a lot of damage and sustained damage to keep coming in these fights.
They're constantly running at them. Both supports are not doing anything. They're just following the cores right now. They're not farming. It kind of feels miserable to play the game like this, but this is Dota from time to time. If we compare this back in the days when supports did not have courier, when they did not have extra slots, when they did not have neutral items, basically it was boots of speed, one slot for obs, one slot for sentries. You need dust as well, because otherwise you're getting yelled.
One slot for TP
by your teammates, TP, and then Magic Stick. That's you could upgrade it to Magic Wand on a good day.
You're saying it's miserable, but honestly, some of us thrive in that misery. We love sitting behind a core, playing Warlock, playing Oracle, just waiting for something to happen, then drop our big spells on it.
I guess that's the core mentality that I have. It's different.
You've got to be patient to have these gourmet moments, a little bit of exceptional gameplay. Boom, inside all the mini stuns. Cut down quickly there as GamerLegion move into their bottom jungle and look to finish off that tier 1 tower.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Have we seen Primal Split being used? I don't think so.
Once defensively bottom lane.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay, I don't count that one.
I don't think he's used it again.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I see BKB in his quick buy. I think it might be necessary this game, considering either that or you need a Force Staff. Some way to get out of the trouble. Because Aghanim Scepter gives you what you want on this show. It gives you that one extra current level. Rulings become stronger and you can cancel it early. Crystal is now on the hunt. Bignum. He's the one who's dying again. This is his 5th death.
And now Fade, going for that Watcher, gets a big old golem dropped on his head. Crystallis picks up the double kill. MOUZ now back in the driving seat. It has been quite back and forth. It was good from GamerLegion to steal that Roche and keep them in the game, but it doesn't feel like that Aegis propelled them into a a lead or a commanding position. It's still them reacting to MOUZ and dealing with the waves of aggression that keep on coming.
Storm is the king of this game. Like, he can't be the one setting everything up for his team. Shiva's guard completed on Queen of Pain. Storm already has it. And you can have Treant Protectors scouting things out and then have Storm Spirit plus Clinks just jumping you out of nowhere. So it's very difficult for GamerLegion to play the map right now.
It's kind of crazy to think off the back of that draft. Storm was like, you know, the fourth option, right? He's gonna get Yules here. Breaks free of all the stuns and silences.
They don't have any. That's it. Hook shot into battery assault. Queen of Pain has to use Yule Scepter to try to set up for the cogs.
And the silence on the Queen of Pain. They don't have any reset here. Well, they do with the lick. Fade just gets in range. Saves the Quap while Yamsum demolishes Yamich. Now Fade, though, fatally bonded up to the rest of his team. Gets annihilated by Crystallis. They're diving up high ground. Boom was thinking about continuing there. But I think Mid-One's made the call that he doesn't have enough mana to keep chasing.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds definitely destroyed him there. Brewmaster pops the ulti. It's, again, very difficult for GamerLegion to take the fight. They are lacking control. I want to see how they're going to be approaching this issue with no control whatsoever. Fade, like, I haven't really felt the presence of Largo in this game, other than killing Brewmaster, learning that extra bit of a mini stun during the battery assault and cogs from Clockwork. Helped a little bit near the Roche fight to keep Shadowfiend's Aegis alive, but very low impact so far, I would say.
Yamson, on the other hand, dominating now as they, thanks to RCY, find a kill on the Warlock. Now BKB for the Shadow Fiend. And puts GamerLegion in a nice spot here where he can actually play forward, stand his ground.
This BKB is pretty much for Brewmaster Cyclone. It's the only thing that he's afraid of, because there is BKB piercing tool from Treant Protector, Warlock as well. He wants to be able to stand his ground. I'm not sure if he can kill these Brewlings, if he wants to use his time of BKB standing and trying to kill him, especially if he uses Split before, but this also gives him ability to, as you said, stand his ground and then try to attack people, deal the damage, because they need to deal the damage to be able to protect the egg, maybe make stuff happen once Clockwork uses a hook shot. And this is a bit of a newer trend on Clinks. You pick up Deso, these smaller items like Dragon Lance and Falcon Blade, and then suddenly you show up to a fight with Aghanim Scepter, Casual Crystallis. So buying all of these small, cheaper items allows you to come online super quickly, and now you're ready to go.
Yeah, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Daedalus, oh, Rapier, and the game ends. You know, you just go and kill enemy heroes and then take down all their buildings. Mine. Still got 2 minutes to go till next Roshan, though. So plenty of time here for MOUZ to get into this next round of items, like that BKB on Brew. The Storm, what's he buying? Is that Aghanim Scepter? Oh, he's nearly got Ags on mid-one. So they're gonna have some big control coming from him.
If he lands that onto 3 heroes, there's Blink Dagger coming for Yamich. Their team fight just became so much more massive. You have Warlock behind you, Fatal Bonds onto a couple of them. RCY. He is tanky, though. Let's see how tanky he is if Crystallis starts to attack him.
Big Num walks right past them, dusts up, Orchid's there, Storm zips in, Big Num gets demolished. And now with the Primal Split going, it helps Mid-One find his target into Fade on the back. Phoenix Cyclone dives away, Golem dropped onto RCY, Fatal Bonds on him and some illusions, but Fade is still being focused down and has to strum his way back into the forest to hide. Shadow Fiend just getting sent skywards over and over again by Boom. But with the buyback of Clockwork and no further kills, it looks like MOUZ have spent their ultis, not got what they wanted, and they tried to reset back into the fog, but it's all revealed by a Clockwork Flare.
Shadowfiend used the BKB. You saw him trying to attack some of the Brewlings, but these are not the targets you want to go for. It was also a nice way where he was hiding with the Brewmaster, immediately getting the split off. About to crack level 18 on Brewmaster. That's going to be a big one.
Tormentor's about to respawn. I suppose Roshan. GamerLegion will get their hands on the former. Let's see if MOUZ and go and gather their forces in that bottom pit, because GamerLegion are TPing pretty quickly to come and contest it. Dire currently with the slight vision advantage now, with this Treant having his eyes in the forest, scouting all the access points towards the Roche pit. No way for MOUZ to go in and just take it. They'll need to fight their way to the pit first. A very close, tense moment in this game now, as it is pretty even between these teams, and the next team fight feels like it's going to dictate the pace of play for the next 10 minutes.
Pretty much. Gary, how many times from the games that we've seen so far at DreamLeague Season 28, one team didn't have way to start a fight, or they had Clockwork being the sole initiator of the team? It's like more than 50% of the games, but at one he's in.
He is. Right onto the Phoenix. That's a great target to go for, but with the Lick and Essence Ring, speed is kept in fighting shape. Not for long, though. Mid one forces the Supernova quite early on. Requiem also spent. Sonic Wave there pushes Chrysalis around, but he's broken free, but not for long. He's taken down by Yamstone and that damage.
Yamstone holding the BKB.
Calories being focused down by RCY. Mid one still healing back up to try and chase here with a Screw split, getting onto Fade, and mid one gap closing onto the Shadow Fiend. They bind him up, root him down, and Yamson is just punched by the Storm. The right-click Storm coming in big time. Another Cyclone on the Clockwork now leaves Big Num stranded. I thought things were going okay for GamerLegion, but the staying power, even without a clink, MOUZ just kept on going.
He has 19 galvanized stacks. He does have mana drought as well, and he also had amplified damage in the previous fight. I like how they did split the fight, immediately going onto Phoenix, forcing the egg, and then you saw Klinks attacking the egg. Somebody made that call. Even Yamich blinked in as Treant Protector to hit the egg, which is not something you see every day. I'm not sure where the camera was. Yeah, we're gonna probably see it. And then check Yamich. Yamich and Storm Spirit are gonna be jumping in, hitting that egg, and kind of sacrificing Crystallis. And then the rest of the team, like, they're still fighting into all of these skeletons from Aghanim Scepter plus the Brewlings. These are not the targets that you can focus, so you can fight in that area. And then a bit of a longer fight, even with a BKB on, Shadow Fiend gets initiated, and Yamich was so patient with that overgrowth. Bounce him through the BKB, and Shadow Fiend can't really do much about it. Didn't have Manta Style at the time available, couldn't get out of it. Now this Roshan belongs to MOUZ.
Yeah, Brewmaster just comes out, you know, he's full HP, full mana, still able to give some spells and clicks. This mid one Storm, though, like, really beautiful performance from him this entire game. One death, 7, 1, and 6. Non-stop initiation and non-stop jumping people. RCY has to BKB TP here just to get away.
Love to see some Shivas on Shivas action.
And while that's happening, Chrysalis got himself Aegis.
Here, hook shot. On to teammates. We said it, Gary, the other day.
Ooh,
is he gonna egg again? The Ghost Scepter is gonna keep him alive. And Essence Ring on top of that, if necessary. But yeah, we did say hookup is a good choice of a facet on Clockwork if you're the only initiator on the team.
I think more people have got to start going for it when they're picking Clockwork like this.
It's a meme, but in this type of situation, I think it might be legit.
Dire are scanning.
MOUZ with the Aegis going to try and close out the map here. And like we were saying, that Roshan fight, the goodies from the pit, secure a nice 5, maybe even 10-minute period here for MOUZ. They keep playing aggressively, stranglehold the map. They've got some good chain stuns onto RCY, but I need the Cyclone here to take him out of the fight for a moment, while Yamstone and Fade keep poking and prodding to see what they can get done. Mid one just goes diving again, looking to elicit even more of a reaction from GamerLegion, who are currently all hemmed back in their base, bunkering down.
Storm's having too good of a time in this game. They have nothing to stop him with. There's no control. You have one stun, and that's gonna be your Clockwork. Sure, you have like mini stun from Largo.
Almost 9k healing from Largo. Doing better than both Treant and Warlock combined.
I think this is the only thing that he has been doing in the fights.
Yeah. A few licks here and there. But mostly that AoE healing.
He even got the GPM enchantment. As a core, sometimes it's okay to take it on certain heroes. For example, you're playing Axe. You're not relying on dealing the right-click damage by any means. It gets you to your like third, fourth item much faster. Largo's doing the same thing. He is farming with his abilities. Pretty much never attacks anyone, so it's kind of okay. Sonic Wave cooldown, as you've seen on Queen of Pain, so not afraid to use it to push out the wave. Aegis still up and running for a minute and 50 seconds. This is a very dangerous timing. If you show up in one lane and not having any kind of backup, Storm Spirit plus Clinks could just easily kill you.
Yes, that's the thing, right? You look at the map and you're like, okay, GamerLegion, yes, they got that lane pushed out top, they got some farm, but it took 5 heroes to do it, and then they had to TP back. Basically everyone to deal with mid and bot, which were pushed in. And Storm, double damage, bottled and used. He's right on top of Fade, but a hookshot comes in. Mid one gets pushed back and out of the base. Well, Crystallis starts to go to work on the tower. So Skeleton's placed, a couple of free hits in there as well. But MOUZ are going to delicately extract from the push and play under their vision, knowing that a team fight is inevitable before they can kill a tier 3. Radiant vision right now. One observer ward down near RCY and one over near that Clinks as Crystallis swings up top. They don't see an awful lot. They don't know where MOUZ are hiding. They can't just sit on their base forever. They've got to get out. They've got to smoke. They've got to do something.
Can't kill this guy. He can get BKB. Even if Hookshot initiates on him, it's just way too tanky. He gets brewed up. He's in the green stance. The Earth Brawler having extra bit of magic resistance. Mid one.
So,
he's the one who's controlling everything. Like if they didn't have this active mid, I think they would be having the same issues as GamerLegion's having. They wouldn't be able to start a fight. Celery scouting things out. They just saw this ward being placed, but they know someone's here.
They start on the brew, and boom, down to half HP. Gonna get his ulti off though. Meanwhile, Storm to get to the back to force the finish to dive away, while RCY has to blink back to base. As GamerLegion force the Shadow Fiend to high ground too. So Primal Split used. Quite a lot of fear put into the GamerLegion side, but no real blood spilled. Another Cyclone on the Shadow Fiend.
Every single time. Like, this is... He has one job, like, to try to use it on Shadow Fiend, but even before or after BKB still sounds good, so they can clear up the rest. Shadow Fiend is pretty much the only damage. Queen of Pain is dealing good amount, but the rest of the team, they are going to be keeping in the back lines, try to prolong the fight. Largo healing, Phoenix healing. All that healing is also going to be getting reduced by these earlier Shiva from mid one. And they are queuing up double hexes. Crystallis, I think it's a must-have item in this game. It allows you to get a pick-off, and it also allows you to get the control. Like, post BKBs, these heroes are gone, because I don't think they have the damage on GamerLegion to be able to kill the heroes, and in a prolonged team fight, they are losing a fight.
Yeah, I was going to come to this, right? You said they can't kill the Brew, he's just going to BKB and ulti. It feels like they can't kill the Storm Spirit, because they don't have enough control. They've shown they can kill the Clinks, but now he's got Hurricane Pike, and of course the 2 supports behind him. What's the ideal fight start for GamerLegion? Because they're the ones who are behind, they need to do something.
I mean, Clockwork Hookshot, we've seen it.
Onto who, though?
I think they need to kill a hero like Treant.
Yeah, maybe. Well, mid one, he's going to kill Big Num. Got the Vortex and all the Mud Golems as he ball lightning back away from that bit of danger. But once again, GamerLegion are pressed back into their fountain, basically. No
Every
map
single
to maneuver onto.
Rune belongs to Storm Spirit. They could not leave. I think the last 15 runes have been picked up by Storm Spirit.
The first 2 for speed. He got an Invis and a haste on Phoenix, and that was it. I don't know if RCY, I mean, maybe RCY has seen one rune this game, but you're right. Everything else has been mid one storm. Brewmaster has an overwhelming blink queued up now. He's slotted.
He's really not. Like, you go for overwhelming blink, but you don't have anything else to buy. And he can still replace his magic one. I think...
Yeah, with an overwhelming blink.
Yeah. I think item like AC just sounds better, but he can go in, blink, maybe refresh, blink in, and then blink out with the refresher.
Oh, yeah. Or blink in, then blink in deeper. Just gonna go more.
Overwhelming blink is a good item when there's a lot of enemy blink vectors on the other side, so...
Yeah, not so many this game. Yeah. They might not have that blink hero anymore. Is that the Scythe of Ice debut? Yeah, Chrysalis. That's what it was. It is just this slowly but surely MOUZ moving towards this Radiant base. Zap. Maybe you can dream about contesting a Roshan or something like that, but you're being run at and killed as Fade is out of his base, down on the low ground. Golem dropped on him, and 3 waves approaching the Radiant high ground. It means MOUZ, they're going to go for this. Tier 3 bottom.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They just straight up lose 2 lanes of barracks. Maybe 3. And Queen of Pain isn't buying back. She's still dead for 20. Largo's out of here for 30. So in one fell swoop, it's Mega Creep. Storm and Brew both going to send their heroes and bodies forward to scout and then Cyclone the Shadow Fiend for the millionth time this game, while the Golem and the other heroes finish off that final lane of barracks. How's the weather up there, Yamston? It's not an enjoyable gameplay experience for him, I'm sure. Go to Roche. Blink in with Queen of Pain, steal the Aegis, do something. But it's all too slow, too late. Oh, maybe not. Big Num. Oh, he's got in there, tried to hookshot and do something, but dire Roshan, mid one Aegis. And GamerLegion, they couldn't get to that support in time. You said they've got 1 fight left in them. So far, they've just been fighting these mega creeps. MOUZ. Going to try and finish this one up. Just going to walk down mid. Let's see what kind of resistance GamerLegion can put up here. With Clockwork alive in about 10 seconds and his hookshot ready at the same time. May be able to fight back, but mid one's making sure it's a difficult task. Falls in, causes chaos while the rest of the team focuses buildings. The Amstun standing his ground, delivering some damage. Getting stunned up though, and having difficulties dealing with mid one. While this Sunray unable to help Big Num. They've got the Queen of Pain all locked up in place while Yamson's being killed by these skeletons just zapping him down. Mid one's back in again, the Requiem's thrown out, but we got a Storm with Aegis. Doesn't care if he dies the first time, he's back up in a second anyway. Now Shadow Fiend is Cyclone one more time as the throne is just being hit. Nothing much here the GamerLegion can do to stop it. They kill the Clinks. Chrysalis is down, but RCY is going to pay with his life as mid one refreshes up. Another Aghanim Scepter Vortex back in. He stuns them up, no buyback on Quap. Shadowfiend is still delivering some damage with the Fatal Bonds and surrounded on all sides with a golem on his head. He's going to get forced back to his throne. Fade will give him some heals and sustain, but mid one just keeps on going. They've got Boom alongside, give him the clicks. Shadowfiend's dead, but does buy back. Throne alive, but Yamich, Boom and mid one. With all the mega creeps and the flag behind them, keeping the creeps alive, doing the damage to it. Should be able to finish the job and close out game one. Lacoste? We've lost him. He's disappeared again. I thought we had him back. I thought we'd be able to segue into him saying hello. But no, he's having some technical difficulties. He misses out on the end of the game. It felt like a foregone conclusion from MOUZ in the last 20 minutes or so, just slowly, deliberately moving themselves towards that Radiant base. Finding the finish on a Game 1 victory, putting themselves in a very good spot at the top of the table, if not already guaranteed qualified. I think we've got Lacoste back. Did you enjoy the end of that game, Lacoste? He's not back yet. We'll see what his thoughts are in a minute. We'll find out exactly what he thinks. But MOUZ continuing this nice streak. GamerLegion once again showing that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best. It was just a very, very difficult game for them to be able to get any punches back into this mid one Storm who just ran the game from start to finish. Apparently you can't hear me. Very upsetting. We might need to get Lacoste out of here and back in again, fix up some of his tech issues. But we'll figure out all that business shortly. I think with MOUZ taking this victory, we can probably go to a break and head into game number 2 shortly. We'll try and wrap things up and find out if GamerLegion can get some pride in a final victory. We'll see you in a bit.
Stress. I'm feeling lighter. I'm finally feeling like I can breathe. The night is calling. Tension, gonna blow in the breeze. We're rolling downtown. We're grooving to the sound. We're rolling downtown. The weekend's here and it feels so right. I think I'll break the skates out tonight. I'm gonna go out and have a good time. Stop me tonight. Ain't nothing gonna stop me tonight. Tell my crew what's up. Just wanna party. Ain't nobody looking for love. The music's popping. The speed has got me feeling alive. Head to the strip. These wheels gon' light up the night. I'm living in a fantasy. Come on and take a ride with me. I'm trying to put your mind at ease. Let me know that you're feeling me. I'm living in a fantasy. Come on and take a ride with me. I'm trying to put your mind at ease. Come on and get down with me. We're rolling downtown, grooving to the sound. We're rolling downtown. The weekend's here and it feels so right. I think I'll take the skins out tonight. I'm gonna go out and have a good time.
Welcome back to MOUZ versus GamerLegion here, DreamLeague Season 28. We're heading into Game 2, which is a game that doesn't have much weight to it, seeing as MOUZ are now fully qualified for the next stage of groups, and GamerLegion are unfortunately out of the tournament. So, Lacoste, it's all about pride.
It is. We saw in the previous series that once you relieve that pressure, you're starting to play better. Pain Gaming, getting some dubs, and let's see if maybe GamerLegion can replicate that. I also want to see do stuff lineup. Like, let's pick heroes that can actually play Dota, because again, we saw this Clockwork being the only initiator of the team. Everything's revolving around Clockwork. Like, he needs to go in, land a hook shot, and then you follow it up. But there's also counter initiation with both of the supports on GamerLegion, so quite difficult to achieve. So this time around, I want to see GamerLegion go full force and pick a lineup that can actually do stuff. Like, give me some Dragon Knights, give me some Slaughters, some Tusks, some active hero like from the mid, like Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, like we've seen being very effective. I don't want to see like heroes like Viper, something that is static. Viper is banned, doesn't matter. But I don't want to see Tide Hunters and Medusas and Chens and stuff like that. I just want to see something that can make stuff happen. Simplify.
Let's pick Ember. Oh no, come on, no, we're running it back. Treant into Shadow Fiend. No, where's the Ember Spirit? Where's the go in and do stuff?
They can still Shadow Fiend is fine. I think he had a good game considering everything, but you also need to have heroes that can make stuff happen. There it is. They are banning out the hero that I mentioned. Give me some Slaughter. Get me something that can play the game easily, simplify it for yourself.
Yeah, well, maybe something for Fade that's not Largo.
Oh, I forgot Largo was even in the game.
Same. I was like, what was the weak link there? I was like, oh yeah, it was the Largo, wasn't it? We need some Enigma or, I don't know, Lycan or something for Fade that goes and does stuff. I think that's when we've seen most success out of GamerLegion, is when he's on some kind of summons or Helm of the Dominator hero or a big teamfight ulti to dictate how things start and how things end.
I mean, he did play Beastmaster from the off lane. I'm a big fan of Beastmaster in general. He was playing it during Slam. He played Slaughter. He played... like, even Underlord is fine, because this hero can play Dota. Not a big fan of this, I gotta say.
They steal the Warlock, so no double heal for MOUZ this time. Maybe we shift Shadow Fiend into mid, and then we have a different lane setup with Warlock plus Yamsen's hero still to go in the safe lane. Yeah, Warlock laning and reactive hero, not active hero. Shadow Fiend a turret who stands his ground, not an active hero. Whereas MOUZ, they come back again with the Treant the Brew, adding in a Pugna this time as another layer of saving support.
I think they're going to be fixing the issue again that they had on side of MOUZ with mid one's hero. It needs to be something super active. They have 18 pick this time around, and probably going to be closing it out with another like Storm Spirit Puck, even Ember, and then protecting it with the last two bans.
Taking a little bit there to consider what that hero is going to be. Fade Centaur. Well, he covers a lot of bases.
Definitely
Stampede
does.
in, Stampede out.
Now position 4 hero that can play with Centaur.
10 seconds remaining.
Something for Bignum. I mean, Shaman is very good if you need control. Shaman, even Lion, but you're playing into Pugna. There's going to be a lot of damage that you're going to be taking. This would be my third option.
I was thinking Hoodwink.
Yeah, I think just because he plays it, that's why. Because I know they love to run this hero.
So this time around, you've got tons of team fight, loads of control. Shadow Fiend should have a much easier time dishing out all that damage. It still feels like in the first maybe 15 minutes of the game, you don't really do anything with these heroes. Centaur farms Helm, farms Auras, cuts waves, does that. Shadow Fiend's farming. Warlock sitting behind the Shadow Fiend. Willow sitting behind the Centaur.
Yeah, give me a Spirit Hero on RCY. Either a Spirit Hero or Puck. I don't want to see Queen of Pain again. I have not been convinced by this hero in the last couple of matches that I've seen her. Just something is off. Like, I think she needs to have very good laning stage, maybe get a kill, try to snowball. She doesn't have any damage problems. Like, this is pretty much infinite damage coming out from Queen of Pain in super late game. Problem is, how do you get there?
Yeah, it's like some heroes have this, you know, Alchemist or Naga, right? They have this gold disadvantage where they need to be ahead of their opponents in items and net worth. It feels like Queen of Pain is that, but also with experience. She needs to like out-level people to keep her damage rate up above people's tankiness. MOUZ really running it back. So they've only replaced the Warlock with a Pugner. Clinks comes out again, and they start banning out these Spirit heroes. So Ember's removed. Probably see the Storm Spirit banned too.
10 seconds remaining.
We're left with Mid One's hero last.
5 seconds.
But he does have to pick first.
Yeah, if they ban Puck, probably. I mean, we said most of the spirits probably gonna get contested. They're both looking for the same type of a hero plus Puck, of course. Playing Xtreme Protector, this lane, you're not winning against this lane. There's way too much sustain, way too much healing. Death Pack, they pop the Magic Stick, Fairy Fire potentially. They grab the Lotus. You just don't have enough.
You've really got to consider this whole situation with like picking Storm into counters. Like, do you want to have this Storm versus Queen of Pain, or do we talk about that Monkey King again, or some kind of lane matchup that makes things difficult, or you just ban it yourselves?
Them long enough. I thought this was going to be an insta ban.
Respect.
RCY does play it, so maybe they were thinking how they're going to approach it, considering that there's still 2 more bans.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's also a possibility that they get something like Tiny for themselves on side of MOUZ. Even Beastmaster, I think, would be fine. We're in territory where Puck is still good. I would say Void Spirit if you want to be going that route, even though Void Spirit is, I would say, the least popular out of those other 2 spirits, out of 3 spirits total.
There's only 3 spirits now.
Do you
Does
consider
Earth Spirit mean nothing
Breaker?
to you?
Yeah, that guy's kind of. I mean, it's Earth Spirit's in a good spot right now. He got
As
the
a pause
buffs.
4.
Yeah, as a pause 4 where you can actually save people with your spells, but some people still play it from the mid lane. But I would say he is the worst out of all of them. And now you're gonna say, but what about Spirit Breaker?
I was gonna say, what about Vengeful Spirit?
Vengeful.
Any more? Spirit Vessel? Team Spirit? Okay, we'll stop now. All the spirits being banned. Banned. Then we have to start considering these, the broader hero pool of the Kunkers, the Primal Beasts, these kind of tanky initiators who don't necessarily have the full gap close and maneuverability of the spirits, but still offer you some of that laning and control, which you desperately need.
Primal Beast. I like that potentially for GamerLegion, because right now they don't have any stuns. I mean, we just said spirits plus Puck, and it is all 4 of them, and they get Beastmaster. Not sure if I mentioned it or if I wanted to mention it. Okay, because it gives them stun. It gives them a lot of tempo, and now they need to figure out who's going to be playing mid, whether that's going to be Shadow in the mid lane, or they want to swap things around.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's put SF mid, and let's bring out the Yamsun Omni Knight again. Give us a bit of this GamerLegion flair. Omni Warlock lane, tons of heals, protection and safety against a ton of the damage. Shadow Fiend mid against the Beastmaster. in my head goes well for the Shadow Fiend, but I don't know. Boars are pretty strong.
What does RCY want to play into Beastmaster? Not sure if
difficult choice.
It might need to be. Oh man, I wanted to say I don't want to see Tiny because we have seen this matchup and it can get pretty bad for Tiny. You don't have ability to kill boars. The boars are way too tanky. Once you get to level 3, he can spread the boars, keep hitting you with it. You're getting slowed. This damage amp from Axis is gonna stack up, and then suddenly you're gonna get doed underneath the tower.
You do have some options here to like bring Willow and Warlock across to try and help you out, which you're probably going to need. But yeah, giving Beastmaster a winning lane is such a scary prospect when he basically banks his entire game on that Aghanim Scepter timing. Allowing him to get it faster or freer is very, very spooky. Especially when it's in the hands of mid one. This guy goes wild. So lane setup, I guess they're going to do the same thing again, right? Yamach will play the 5, lane Treant with the Clinks, Celery plays with Boom with that Pugna Brew, and mid, of course, with the Beast.
Most likely. So you're basically winning the lane for Clinks just by putting these heroes in the top lane. They don't have to do anything crazy. You're still going to be winning the lane. Centaur and Willow. Usually it is a strong lane that could get you the kills, especially if Centaur gets points in double edge at level 2. But against Clinks and Treant Protector, I believe you need to creep pull. I don't think this lane is playable. You're gonna get harassed too much. Centaur has very low armor. You just don't have enough damage to kill them. The turnaround potential is too good. Also want to see what kind of itemization Brewmaster is gonna be going for. That Orchid definitely paid off. Like, it wasn't him using Orchid in the last game to set things up for himself. It was more to up the team. He was more like, I use this Orchid, Storm goes for this target, and then we kill it.
Yeah. It was set up for the Storm. See how it goes, though. Game 2. MOUZ already qualified for next group stage. And GamerLegion are going to use this opportunity to keep their pride up and practice against some of the best in the world. Every time you get to one of these international stage tournaments, the inter-regional play is super important to keep on learning. Spread that information, find out how to outplay, how to outdraft by getting outplayed and outdrafted. Which so far has been the case for a number of these teams down at the bottom of the groups. See if they can put up a fight here, though, against MOUZ, who look to continue to assert their dominance. As Fade steps up the high ground into 2 or 3 MOUZ heroes, says hello. It's a serious chunk of damage, but we'll be able to back away. A very efficient item build for him. Double Ring of Protection, Gauntlet of Strength, 2 Iron Branches, 0 gold.
0 gold, usually you don't need as much armor on Centaur, even though your starting armor is 0. But you're playing against Clinks, there's going to be a lot of harassment. He can orb walk you. So you will be receiving quite a lot of that damage. Willow might need to bring extra regen to the lane as well to share some of Tango's. Even though you're not getting the full value, you want to get to your Helm of the Dominator as fast as possible.
It's Pugna dancing to the music. Floating in a cloud of smoke.
This is turning into a therapy session.
Dota can be a bit of a therapy session sometimes. Just unleash all of the difficulties you've had throughout your week. Get into a pub game at the weekend. And just launch and project all of your worries onto other people.
I'll let it all out.
Just let it,
yeah, weekend Dota, it's the best one. Especially the early morning. Like,
dude,
you wake up on Saturdays and then at like noon, you're like, I don't recognize any of these people. Like,
you know what's the best / worst is like Sunday night. You know, it's technically Monday morning at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Everyone's going to sleep. You're in the degen hours playing Dota 2. but there's this period of time in Europe where like all of the Western Europeans are going to sleep and all of like Eastern Europeans, people in like Russia and Mongolia and stuff are waking up and they get a game in before they go to work or to school or something like that. So you have all these people who are like pre-coffee, pre-work, just join a game, play some pubs. Like who are you? I've not slept yet and you're waking up to play Dota? Man, the addiction runs deep sometimes.
Dota is an amazing game for sure. Like, oh, look at him. Evade. He did evade that attack. And then let's see if it's going to be enough. How much Yamson can block. They're doing the same thing again. Bottom. Yamich lurking around, potentially going for a kill on Fade. They do have Sentry, so they see him.
Yeah, they know he's there. And Stellary going to TP up top. Not going to go through the gate. Wants to try and rejoin the lane a little more naturally. Keep Boom as protected as possible. So Clinks and Treant bottom. Again, the same lane set up. Chrysalis will free farm. Unlikely see him get put in any dangerous positions because the Treant will either soak up the damage or just keep the Clinks healed up. Even though Centaur and Willow can be a very strong lane once they get to level 2 or 3. You mentioned the double edge from Fade, right?
I don't think they can. I think you just gotta prep for jungle. Yeah. It sounds like a good idea, but the turnaround potential is way too good. In this lane, no. In some of the lanes that doesn't have as much sustain, maybe you could. And Crystallis already pretty much having the perfect CS in this bottom lane, constantly harassing them. Your Searing Arrows cost only 10 mana. Before it was Star Bomb, which was giving magic sticks, but you also could put it on auto cast and you would not give away magic stick. Now you're not giving away magic sticks, so you can just keep harassing them.
Has been killed.
I guess a curious snipe. Well, up at top, Fatal Bonds put on the wave and 2 heroes allow Speed to dish out some really good damage there onto Boom and Celery. And Boom, unfortunately, only at 7,000. Nowhere near the 9,000 value he needs to get to.
It sounds like some thing that you're using in kitchens. So I'm like, oh, did you buy Boom 7,000? Like, it's like
I've got one of those in my drawer. There's the popcorn maker. And mid lane, I'm looking at the CS values. RCY 15-2.
He's doing better than the other Tiny that we saw the other day. Still, I think at one point it becomes difficult for Tiny because there's going to be way too much spam. Mid one, what a tryhard, man. Backpacking all 5 branches.
Full efficiency. Yeah, I'd assume a couple of these last hits from RCY are the boars, which is why he is that far ahead of mid one.
It's level 1. Boar has 300 HP. Once you get to level 2, it's 450 or 450. So it's very difficult to kill them.
Now mid one has hit that level 4. Should be able to keep them alive. Both of the offlaners struggling a touch. 10 last hits for Brew, 12 for the Centaur. Both of them have found themselves in a decent position as they've managed to drag the waves back a fair amount towards their towers. And Big Num even has access to the large camp, so he can get the majority of the wave into the pull. We're getting some movement, though, now. Klink's left alone down south. A little pull into the small camp. Contend with a pull into large, and then Treant Twin Gates up the top. So baiting with Boom, tanking a ton of damage, but now the turnaround onto Yamsun. Shadow Words on him, Speed already spent the Fatal Bonds. Blood Grenade thrown, but Yamich can't quite close the gap in time, and now they've got to be worried about Big Num's rotation and the return raises. So they don't get on top of Yamsun, especially with that full creep wave emerging.
Treant didn't have Boots of Speed, only Windlace. Not speedy enough to get close to Shadow Fiend, and also immediately realizing Dark Willow will TP. Make sure that they need to back off. Leaving Crystallis in 1v1 situation against Centaur, who does have Helm, does have extra bit of armor now, so he's not going to be receiving that high damage that Klinks can do at the early stages of the game. It's just very annoying to lane against this constant harassment.
Crystallis pretty low on mana now. He's Bought himself a ton of regen items. Clarity and raindrops and all that business. For now, unable to really chip away at Fade too much.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
RCY continues. Strong start. Top of the last hit board. Keeping that vision down around that middle lane. Beastmaster has hit 6 now. 40 seconds to go until the first active rune. I would expect some movement to head in towards this mid lane and play towards these active, tanky heroes who have both control and damage. But it looks like everyone's kind of locked up in the side lanes. The supports can't leave the cores alone because it's so treacherous to stay there in a 1v1 or 1v2.
RCY is doing a good job in a mid lane on top of the network right now. Does have Soul Ring. Constantly keeps spamming the wave. Keeps pushing it. And not allowing mid one to do what we've seen Beastmasters do. Take over the game. Especially in this matchup.
Fortunate for MOUZ and for Celery. And find the shield rune. Yamich had gone bottom, but was rebuffed by 3 members there. Obadiah side. Another very, very dry, slow start to a game.
Didn't even have first blood yet. I was looking at Boom in the top lane. He's really struggling to CS. Sometimes it can get difficult. You are playing against Shadow Fiend. Warlock constantly keeps spamming you, pushing the wave. At least you're getting some of the XP. That's what matters on Brewmaster. If you can get level 6 soon, you can get a lot of stuff done. Like, you can dispel your teammates, you can dispel Fatal Bonds, you can dispel Shadow Word. And he's gonna be the one. I really like this. He's the one getting the XP rune on the side. So if he gets level 6, he gets the split off. That should be the kill. This time around, I don't think he's going to be using split defensively. And also to point out his little Ring of Regen that he bought as his starting item. Like, he got a lot of value out of it, knowing that there's going to be a lot of spam, constant harassment from Warlock.
We were discussing... Oh my god, I've lost track. Today or yesterday, the 33 interview, where he was talking about starting items. Ring of Regen also came up as like a replacement for early tangos. If you know laning stage is going to be extended and you're just playing these 1v1s, Ring of Regen gives you a lot of value. And again, GamerLegion bring numbers up top. Maybe expecting some kind of aggressive move from MOUZ or wanting to snipe out Celery, but the quick little skeleton man, even without boots or windlace, is far too fast to be caught. We'll keep the pressure up on Boom here at least by pressing in towards tier 1.
Radiant are scanning.
RCY was also looking to rotate. Toss on the boar so he can secure himself the amplified damage rune. No real play forward. Maybe they can steal these stacks though. They've come into triangle area, they've warded it up, and there is a medium camp all stacked up for Tiny to clear.
This is going to be a good timing on a Blink Dagger for Tiny.
And Brew is 6, Golem's dropped on him, Decrep of Pugna was stampede over Celery, getting tossed around by this DD Tiny. RCY and Big Num will get first blood, 9th minute of the game. As mid one arrives, and looks at the Tiny with a quick roar and kill. Chrysalis picks up speed elsewhere, a double for Clinks comes through. As MOUZ bring everybody into this fight, whereas GamerLegion were in a 3v5.
Is under attack.
This is the thing I like about MOUZ. They are bringing in numbers every single time. Like, if you don't expect this kind of move from, I would say, other carries, he TPs into Outpost at 8 minutes. And Bignum, he doesn't have TP available.
Oh no.
No boots of speed either, so most likely he's gonna be dead. But let's see that fight again. Bignum picks up the first blood. Are you laughing about lag?
Yeah, Big Tom says lag in live as he's about to die. That's just to say, you know, if he dies here, it's not his fault. It's the internet, the computer. Or it's the ogre camp that he nearly walked into. Or the Treant, which is going to punch him. The Chrysalis will take the last hit. Pick up a killing spree. Hour 3-0-0 Clinks out of a decent laning stage. things faring pretty well here for MOUZ. With Tiny having such a great start and then falling flat with his first real move and first active rune. It's got to feel bad for RCY to slip behind the Beastmaster now, who, as mid one would want to, dips into jungle to continue farming the Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We are about 500 gold away from Tiny Blink, though. That is a real
That's a
pivotal
massive
moment.
item. Yeah, this is where you can start playing aggressive with the Dark Willow, potentially toss back on top of you, and then Bedlam damage is gonna kill pretty much any hero on the map. Remember when you could use Bedlam on others? This was one of the best improvements for Dark Willow
meta? Oh.
Yes. Just blink in, Bedlam before that, and you are the one getting the last hit most of the time because of that insane damage. It was a bit OP, let's be honest.
GamerLegion have scanned the Clink. And Crystallis shows himself on this tier 1 to try and defend it. 1700 health to try and break through.
21 charges, one death
in the
back.
but Crystallis getting stampeded upon. Still half health as Boom comes in, cyclones the SF. Fade is falling quickly to this Brew and his little Brewlings as a roar from mid one. Comes in onto Tiny. Speed tries to rebuff their efforts, but an Overgrowth holds them in place. Keeps the Brewlings going with the damage onto RCY, but follow through from MOUZ is kind of sporadic here. Back and forth as the Shadow Fiend re-enters the fight, but Boom picks up a double kill while the Golem claps down on Crystallis. Trades for days. Brew, Clinks, and Pugna for a Warlock, Tiny, and Centaur.
He was too greedy on Clinks. He went back in. That pact was coming off cooldown. Maybe he could have ate another creep, go back to lane, but this hero is very, very difficult to kill. Like, he's sitting under the tower, he's getting extra bit of regen, extra bit of armor, and you're initiating on him. Has 1 Lotus, 1 Death Pact charge, and 20 Magic 1 charges, so extremely difficult to bring down.
And there was a worry for a moment that they wouldn't get the tower either. But they do come back, kill off the tier 1. As mid one went fishing for runes.
And he finds a good one.
Does get the Willow tossed on his head. Avalanche and Bedlam, some good damage there.
Still not enough. He had 8 Magic 1 charges, didn't get them off. That would definitely save him.
Yamich could just go in, body block, heal him up. Regardless, mid one dead. Aghanim Scepter delayed. Still on time for a decent Aghanim's timing on this Beastmaster, but it's not a great one. You know, we've seen some 12, 13-minute Ags. You should get it. 14. So they've been making stacks for him.
Tower is under attack.
Calories done a good job. Building up the Ancients for mid one to farm. Now, ideally, MOUZ would want to kill this Dire tier 1 off. It's about time for it, as we start already thinking about minute 20.
Ideally, you would want to have that Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster. Brewmaster does have Split available. Let's see the execution into Bramble.
Tossed into Bramble's Bedlam. Raises. Not good enough with the damage. Couldn't control Boom, so they allow his Primal Split to arrive. A Cyclone there. Post Requiem.
Okay, not sure they even needed to use 1, but maybe they were afraid that they are flanking them, afraid of Treant Protector because they don't have Sentry behind the tower, and he's using it again. Yamson can't really catch a break.
2 games in a row. This whole series, Yamson has spent... You know, we should have a heat map, right? But Yamson, his heat map is just in the sky. He spent a quarter of this series in a cyclone.
Look, Mom, I can fly.
Get down from there! We're still top of the net worth, though, at least. So even with all the sadness of being cycloned. Almost 8,000 net worth for Yamson. Well, the Masked Menace, Yasha, is quickly getting into the Manta style, but should offer at least something there to defend against the tree and overgrowth at least. Trying to unlock RCY with his Blink Dagger. The trouble is, Treant has spotted him moving into the bottom jungle. So Chrysalis will evacuate.
I like this play from Yamich. He plants Sentry Ward down and then sits on his own sentry, making sure that they don't see him while he's scouting the moves that they're making. Protecting his own Clanks. Deso about to be completed. And Aghanim Scepter. These are two big items, so I expect MOUZ to try to make a move and then potentially, if they win a fight, transition that into Roshan. Yamson's getting scouted in the top lane. They are bringing in numbers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Celery next to his observer ward. Sees Yamson going back to the tier 1. He is way out in the open. Mid one axes into the Roar, very quickly dispatched with the SF as the reactions from GamerLegion come through, but will get cancelled. TP stopped and RCY decides to not go in, wisely so. In the end, tier 1 tower down up top, which means MOUZ do have access to that Tormentor area quite easily now. But at the same time, GamerLegion, they got the tier 1 mid, they're getting Fade pretty farmed. Almost at his Crimson Guard.
That's going to be a big item. Great against Brewmaster, great against even right clicks from Beastmaster, but mostly against Clinks.
He's Boom up too. Almost getting terrorized by Big Num. About 100 health remaining on that Dark Willow, but does break free of the grasp of Celery and Boom because they've got no stuns. Another low stun game here from MOUZ. Kind of reminiscent of those old karaoke drafts.
That's a meme I haven't heard in a while.
And Celery down in the river. Gonna get chucked back into death. We're not far away from MOUZ being comfortable to go and make moves of their own. Again, coming back to that 20-minute marker, that's what they're looking for here. A Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster, a key item after the Aghanim Scepter, but he's being hunted here by RCY and Big Num. And with a tiny combo, they'll toss him back again into the Brambles and the Bedlam. The Roar and the Warlock trying to hold back speed.
21
Mid one thinks maybe he can go 1v3 and get a kill on the way through. He nearly does. He stays alive, and in comes the Brew. Fatal Bomb's going, but the life drain is there. Mid one is kept alive. And now Boom chasing this Dark Willow puts Big Num in an awkward spot where he has to get in the Shadow Realm and TP Hope. Chase forward though. Speed nearly gets spotted. Quickly through the river, and Tiny escapes.
Their heroes are so tanky. Makes them very difficult to kill. Extra bit of protection coming out from Living Armor. Their Magic 1 charges are full. You get Drums of Slums. Suddenly you start healing, and then Pagana comes in clutch to Cripify. I thought it was Shadowfin in the air again. I was trying to look for it. Whether he used the Cyclone, but not this time, huh? What are you laughing about, Gary?
I'm just giggling. I don't know. So it's just, I don't know. It's probably not funny to anyone else. It's just funny to me that Mid one is up here farming this ancient camp, gets run at by 4 heroes, nearly dies, survives, and then 30 seconds later, he's full HP, full mana, and farming the same ancient camp as if nothing had happened. All of these ultis dropped and the fight happens, and Mid one's like, yeah, I farm ancients. I buy Blink. Not a care in the world.
It is funny. It kind of is that he just didn't move. He's making, and now they're making him move on him again.
Well, he's farming ancient camps. Some deja vu.
They're afraid. They don't want to go for him this time.
No, they go for the Clinks instead. Another toss back into Bedlam, but now an Overgrowth there to protect Crystalist. Fatal Bombs are good, and some massive damage from Big Num. Aurora is too delayed there from Mid one to be able to turn this fight. But MOUZ potentially still looking for it, holding a high ground, but this toss back from RCY into that Requiem. Yamson and Fade blow up Mid one, and GamerLegion all grouped up together, showing how strong of a force they can be.
Yamson with his freshly bought Manta style, ready to immediately get out of that overgrowth. And also Klink's getting stuck in the middle of a fight. Bramble, Warlock with Fatal Bonds as well. RCY is doing one hell of a job. He's the playmaker of the team. He has been involved in every single kill so far with the tossbacks and everything. Every single time onto Willow, into Bramble Maze, or onto Centaur. And now we've seen the combo coming out from Shadowfiend.
Dire Vision. Oh, hang on. Treant is being looked at by Big Num. A Dire Vision over in a triangle could be vital here for GamerLegion. I think they've seen people move across, but Speed hasn't seen Crystallis invis and run right into the Warlock. Fade doesn't have the Stampede, but with a Crimson Guard and a Plate Mail. It seems like he's far too tanky there for Boom and Crystallis to just whittle down. It's time to look back in that top left corner. Tormentor is up. Bit of Radiant Vision to play with as well, as RCY might just give away his positioning here.
Under attack.
Mid one has his Blink coming. So Blink Roar ready. Brewmaster is still about $1,000 away from this Aghanim Scepter, so not quite hitting their timings in stride. But Boom's going to pop his ulti anyway and go for Big Num. A toss back and a Stampede to save him. Good defensive movement there from GamerLegion, but this completely relinquishes control over the Tormentor now.
They used a lot there. Still gonna smoke up. They could not find Shadowfiend Yamsun. He was still smoked, so no Cyclone on him.
RCY trying to cut the wave and backstab, it looks like. Golem drops straight onto Yamish. Okay, some hate for the Treant. Bedlam and connection with the stuns could finish him off. As Boom and Mid one too distant there to really rejoin the play.
This time around, they are so much ready. They have stuns available. They do have ways of controlling the fight. So the fights are much more difficult for MOUZ. You see the Centaur being a body in front. Does have, as you said, Crimson, Plate Mail, now even a Lotus Orb. A lot of things that you can dispel. Overgrowth being the big one, or you can throw that onto your Shadowfiend. Great against Beastmaster ulti. We saw... Who was it? It was Betboom, GPK, who did purchase Lincoln Sphere just because he's playing against Lotus Orb, so he can blink in, roar, get his Lotus, like not caring too much about it. It's reflected, but your Lincoln's blocks it, that he goes for another refresher type of a play, so they can actually lock onto a target and kill it. And now we're seeing GamerLegion inside Roche bit, making sure that they are the ones controlling the tempo of this game. They feel pretty comfortable knowing that they can choose how and when they want to fight.
Some funny angles of wards. Make sure there's no vision for MOUZ in this area. So Yamsun, with the help of Fade, tanking through Roshan, will get themselves an Aegis for the Shadowfiend. Oh, Celery is he's farming jungle, I think, over on that right side of the map. Having a grand old time all on his own. His solar crest somehow. And nobody's going to be over here. So next big timing, really. BKBs. Beastmaster needs his as quickly as possible against all these stuns. We've got to try and keep the fight going. Clink's not going to go for one. He's going to go for all those little bits and bobs. RCY. Overgrowth. Do we have a roar as well? The Stampede not going to pay off, but that Crimson Guard might. RCY is kept alive thanks to Fade. They're back onto mid one with a toss forward. They've killed the Beastmaster off.
He blinks out.
I can't believe he's been allowed to survive there. And RCY can come in for another round of fighting if they could just keep tabs on his Clinks. They know where Crystallis went. The dust is going to expire, though, and they can't keep vision on him.
Their damage this time around is pretty limited. Like Beastmaster, he goes in, but he wants a bit of a longer fight. He wants wild access multiple times, lock onto a target, keep hitting it with the boars while Clinks is hitting it as well. But that's a lot of, like, even physical damage. And you see the Crimson Guard, you see Lotus Orb. Tiny is naturally tanky with Grow, getting that extra bit of armor. And he's building into Shivas. So I think the right itemization from GamerLegion. I'm a really big fan of this Shivas, slowing them down. You are playing into a lot of heals. It kind of stops every single core from getting healed by Treant, Pugna, Beastmaster with Drums of Slum, and even Death Pact. Like, it's just that good of an item. It's a very expensive item, but it makes a lot of sense here for RCY to rush it.
That's a pretty wild read, but you're right, yeah. Going Shiva's Guard as a second item, right? Phase, Blink with a Soul Ring Wand. Usually would see a Yules or a Force Staff or a BKB. For going all those options for a real cool bit of tech. Shadow Fiend gets the Hurricane Pike back across into the river, and he's got Aegis as well. Pops the Manta, stampedes away. The Raven above his head gives him the speed he needs. Trying to flap his wings out of there as Boom cyclones him into the sky. Now MOUZ, they're on this Shadow Fiend, and the Aegis looks like it's going to be claimed up here through the life drain. Speed drops the rock on the Clinks, but I don't know if this fight keeps on going. Another Cyclone's there, but Boom's ulti expiring, and the rest of MOUZ kind of petering out is going to leave the Brewmaster alone. And with Tiny's jump, that's an avalanche into Tossback. And I think Brew is just dead here.
It does seem like they're bailing. Celery does have Glimmer and Pavis, but don't think he can get close. Speed is scouting him out, and Bignum is even got a catch with the Yule Scepter freshly bought.
And finds a +1. I've got some really cool combos here. We've already seen so many of these tossbacks into Brambles, the tossback into Requiems. Great ways to catch these MOUZ heroes and just blow them up before they can have a chance to react. And Yamich even overgrowthing there just to get away from GamerLegion as they approach and kill that bottom tier 2 tower.
Gem has been picked up. I believe it is Speed who gave it to Tiny. And now you have Tinies with Shivas that can scout things out in the trees, find this annoying tree and protector that has been causing them some issues.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Never count out a Clinks. The amount of times I've seen his hero go, like, legitimately go 0-6 in lane, and then minute 40, you drag out the game, get him to a point where he has his items, he wins one fight, and then kills your base.
It's a lot of stuff on the ground. Once he goes for the Aghanim Scepter, you have, like, random damage, some boars hitting you, Brewlings around, Pugna's Ward, then you use Nation's Grasp, and of course the skeletons hitting you. You don't necessarily need to be there with the hero to actually deal damage. So you can zone people out, you can try to choke them out. Problem is they don't have, like, the most control right now, as we can see. It needs to be mid one, but mid one a lot of the times was also countered. He goes in, gets the roar, maybe they get a kill, but he also dies afterwards.
I still can't believe they've removed Necronomicon from the game, not allowed anyone else to have it, and then just giving it to Clinks, basically. Here, you can have these dumb little skeleton guys that no one can kill. Little toxic fellas on the floor.
I gotta be honest, I don't miss Necronomicon. We try to give it to Underlord. We have it as a neutral item, which is fine. But yeah, I don't miss the good old Dota 1 days, Blue Beastmaster with Necronomicon, only boots. De-warding everything and killing you. Back in the days, the Hawk, you could control the Hawk. You could move it and it was invisible.
Yeah.
Not sure how that was allowed in the game.
Free vision wherever you go. And Wisdom's trying contested here. Speed wanted to try and just take it, but MOUZ do not allow that kind of nonsense. And there were some cool things with Necronomicon. You know, there's Beastmaster and the Lycan Necro Rush were definitely annoying. But
I was okay with Arc Warden, Necro 1 Rush.
Tusk. There was a period where, like, Tusk position 4 was just buying Necro as well with the tag team. That was pretty cool. Hello. I jump on Yamich. Next, a quick kill for GamerLegion. And I think Celery's in trouble as well. Trying to get the D-ward going. Mid one does come in. Terrorize tries to push them back. No real focus point there from GamerLegion as they get scattered and forced to fight the supports, while the rest of the MOUZ cores Crystallis does get picked off by Big Num. Trying to get themselves on top of this Dark Willow. Mid one has maybe overextended though. Fade lands the stomp. Yamson comes with a damage and a triple kill for the Shadow Fiend. Putting GamerLegion in a position now where they see Boom's Brewmaster come out with a split and a 5-man wipe. It's going to be the prize here for GamerLegion as they annihilate MOUZ under their tier 2 and tier 3 towers.
Beautifully executed fight. This Shadow Fiend was just straight up right-clicking throughout the whole fight. It does happen when you have heroes that can keep them in place. You have these multiple stuns. How much damage was that? 5,000 damage coming out just from Shadow Fiend, and he's ready to go for the high ground. Damage. No living armor. Seems like the tower is dying.
30 seconds before these calls are up. It's just going to be a full lane of barracks with no more glyphs here. MOUZ are going to be careful of how they're positioned to defend this with a Tiny on the field. That blink shivers, avalanche toss, gets the grab. Overgrowth tries to offer protection here to Celery as he plonks down his Nether Ward, but the Bedlam and that damage getting through the Decrep should be able to take him out there with Yamson's final touches.
It's a full set of barracks, and it doesn't seem like they're done. They have a good amount of sustain as well coming out from Warlock and his heals. Rock available, tier 2 tower in the top is about to die. I feel like they should continue. 35 seconds without Pugna. Yamson, he feels strong. Rest of the team gonna smoke up. Maybe go through mid, but there is a sentry ward. Seems like someone's drawing on a minimap to try to backstab. Maybe even go for the full wraparound play. Find someone. And it's gonna be mid one.
Oh yeah, it's been jumped. The key hero with the golem dropped on his head and RCY is tossed. Mid one down. And that's a Tiny very quickly with an arcane rune off the back of that grab, finding Crystallis now. Big Num, Fade, and RCY chasing the Brewlings back into the base. Boom will try and skip back behind his tier 3 tower, but Fade attempting a blink stomp, doesn't quite land it. And Brewmaster is only now going to pop out of the ulti form. But this means with, again, 2 cores dead for the better part of a minute, another tier 3 and another lane of barracks goes the way of GamerLegion.
It seems like they're ready to potentially even close it out. 2 sets of barracks done. Workhorse available now on Centaur, so whoever gets roared is going to get saved. They're going in. Clinks, 29 seconds, no buyback. 20 seconds without Beastmaster. Train Protector will try to stall a little bit. Don't think it's going to be enough. Even going to pop the glyph. You see these 3 tanky cores with a lot of protection from behind. No golem. Terrorize coming off cooldown in 25.
RCY with a Tumbler's Toy. Jumping in, jumping out. Boom makes a move, blinks into the middle of them. No primal split, but he has a Decrep as safety. That fatal bonds on Yamich, joined up with the other heroes, takes the Treant out of the game. Crystallis with mid one. They get a jump roar on the Shadow Fiend, but Fade is here with a card. Workhorse, SF, ready to play. Requiem wound up. Down goes Crystallis, and mid one joins him in the grave. GG called. And GamerLegion, they'll take game 2.
Oh, man. Kind of sad for GamerLegion to go out like this. You can see it on camera, knowing that they can play so much better than they showed in the tournament, because this team, they've been sticking around for quite some time together, and some results, like, they are getting better, but sometimes the results is just not there. Kind of sad, because this team has a lot to offer, and I feel like on a good day, this team can definitely be on the same level as any other team. If they have a good draft, their gameplay, like, it's very good.
Yeah, for sure. They've got the skills. They've got the players who can execute. It's just a matter of putting those players and heroes into the position where they can perform, which can be a bit of a struggle. Like, when they've had a good draft, they've looked pretty damn good. I've been a fan of Fade's Enigma, for sure. You know, speed on his Warlock and his Chen have always been good. Yeah, I think Yamsun's hero pool is pretty cool as well, from Clinks to SF to Omni Knight. And then RCY and Big Num. Some cool heroes themselves, you know? Getting out of the Spirit meta into a bit of Tiny there for RCY, some fun to watch. And Big Num's Willow, a hero that you've been calling for as this, like, you know, third option for the position 4. He's showing why it can be, you know, a real good pick as well.
Yeah, I think RCY was the key in this game to be able to unlock a lot of these plays that they wanted to make around the map, where he's getting tosses back into Dark Willow, into Centaur, into Shadowfiend Requiem. So he's the playmaker, and also loved his itemization, picking up a Blink Dagger straight into Shiva's, reducing all of that healing, reducing some of the attack speed from Clinks, reducing the attack speed coming out from pretty much everybody, providing vision. They picked up an early gem, knowing that they can get this ball rolling. In game number 1, as we're seeing some of the highlights, it's just, this is not it. Like, not having enough stuns. It was Bignum on Clockwork that was supposed to do everything, but he just couldn't, unfortunately. And then they upgraded draft to a very good draft with a lot of stuns, a lot of controls. They can choose on which terms, how and where they can take the fight.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Where this checklist of what you need in a draft sometimes can get lost by the wayside when you're trying to find the perfect pick for the perfect position. You can lose out on tower push or team fight, or you build your draft around this pressure, but if your pressure doesn't amount to big momentum and you don't have stuns, you can't actually convert that into more kills or objectives. But yeah, that wraps up our broadcast tonight. We had a couple of longer, slower games that didn't have much weight, but definitely some pride was on the line there as we watched both Yandex and GamerLegion dip out of the tournament with their results, while we also saw MOUZ qualify and make sure they get through to the next group stage. And of course, this is all about the EPT as we head ourselves over towards Riyadh later on in the year. We can see where these teams are standing right now to try and get themselves not just the points from winning the tournament, but also the points from the group stage itself.
Yeah, it's very important that you get into top 8 because you're getting another round of points, of course, but also you're getting to like big boy points, not just the prize pool, but also EPT. That's going to be getting you to the Esports World Cup. And the current standing, Team Yandex currently having the first place, Team Spirit being second. These are the grand finalists of the previous DreamLeague, but not for this one. Yandex, unfortunately, they're already out, and Team Spirit is also struggling, so that's going to give boost of points to somebody else.
They'll have more people in the middle of the pack there. Try and get all those EPT points and get themselves to the Esports World Cup. There is that group stage. What are we, end of day 4 now, with 1 day to go? I guess a half a day tomorrow with a few more matches just to round things out. We'll see if OG can dig themselves out of that hole. Team Spirit and Na'Vi, 2 teams that have had a lot of success recently, and we have expectations about them, and get themselves into that top 4, as we already have Tundra, MOUZ, Aurora, Paravision, and Liquid securing their slots up there. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow as well, I think, to see what those matchups are going to be. Trolling production a bit. They wanted to show our faces. No, don't show us. Show us the schedule. Liquid against Pain, Spirit against... GamerLegion. There it is, here on the Storm stream.
Yeah.
Spirit against GamerLegion.
It's GamerLegion, it's Pain Gaming. Pain Gaming, they managed to get some dubs, no pressure, and they played better. And seems like GamerLegion as well. After losing that game 1, being mathematically out, I actually want to see what they're going to be able to bring against Team Spirit, who doesn't seem to be at top of their game right now. So could be potentially interesting, even though we know that both Pain Gaming and GamerLegion are already out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, put up a good fight. Put on a show. Make Team Spirit sweat and work for every single win and point that they could possibly try and gather. But there we go. We've got more games tomorrow. I think it's going to be Mike and Winter taking you through that one. That's it from Lacoste and myself for DreamLeague this season. We had some good games and some interesting ones towards the latter stage of the tournament, but some good Dota nonetheless. Hopefully you all enjoyed it, as it's been another nice ride through DreamLeague with some fun sound effects, some nice disco backgrounds for Celery, as Dota. Dota's good.
Dota's good. That's how we're saying goodbye.
Saying goodbye? Should we pass it on to a break? Say goodnight. See you all next time. Thanks for joining us.
We are.
See you next time.